Chapter 1. Let us pretend last night never happened. In the sweltering heat exceeding 40 degrees, Qin Lang lay upon the searing ground. Having portrayed a lifeless body in a historical drama all day, his skin was reddened and sore from the sun's relentless rays. He wiped away the congealed blood and sweat from his visage, removing the odorous and heavy helmet and armor, depositing them into the prop box. The box meals will arrive shortly. Once you've eaten, you may return home. Qin Lang, this is your pay for today, announced the group leader, Xu Mixue, with a cheerful demeanor as he handed him a bright red fish. Thank you, Brother Xu. Qin Lang expressed his gratitude as he accepted the fish. No need for thanks, you earned it through your own efforts. There's a gathering tonight. A prominent director will be here next month for a significant production. I see potential in you. You're a good prospect. They'll take you along tonight. You might meet them and perhaps land a role with some visibility, Xu Mixue remarked, casting a glance at Qin Lang's sun-kissed yet handsome face, his eyes glimmering with inscrutable intent. The director of the grand production? A male director? Qin Lang inquired with a hint of trepidation. He had previously attended similar gatherings, only to find himself in the company of aging women cloaked in heavy makeup, whose intentions were far from noble, eyeing young actors. Not for their talent, but for far less savory pursuits. Indeed, do I not know you? Renowned for your integrity, you need not worry. This time, it is the illustrious Director Jia. The spots are limited, you only need to come alone. I will send you the address via text later, Xu Mixue whispered in his ear. Thank you, Brother Xu. If this works out, I shall treat you to a meal, Qin Lang replied, feeling reassured at the mention of Director Jia. The entertainment industry may be chaotic, yet Director Jia maintained a respectable reputation. Having no desire to compromise his integrity and lacking any advantageous connections, Qin Lang hailed from a family of educators who valued stability and did not endorse his pursuit of acting. He had come to H City for his internship, having been there for several months, yet still relegated to minor roles. Even securing a shot on screen proved elusive, yet he remained steadfast in his dream. Upon gaining admission to a media academy, he had unlocked the turning the tide system, yet he was at a loss on how to activate it, remaining stagnant in his pursuits. If he could indeed capture Director Jia's attention, it might lead to a commendable role, a chance to finally activate the system and transform his fortunes. No need for thanks, hurry home for a shower. Xu Mixue patted him on the shoulder before continuing to distribute wages to the other actors. Suddenly, his phone vibrated within his pocket. It was a call from his father, Qin Yuan. Dad, you are taking the civil service exam next month? How prepared are you? When will you come back? Dad, I haven't registered yet. I want to give it another try. A prominent director wishes to meet me tonight. Perhaps I might. We do not seek wealth or luxury for you. We only wish for you to return and secure a stable job. If you do not come back, consider yourself a failure. You have no son. Your mother and I will heed the national call and start anew. Father, if I'd found a girlfriend earlier, you could have been a grandfather by now. Isn't it inappropriate to joke about such things? Who is joking with you? If you don't return next month, we shall begin preparations for a baby, and you needn't come back at all. Beep, beep. Qin Lang stared at the disconnected call, scratching his head in helplessness. Could it be that he was truly destined to become an older brother? Upon returning to his modest rental apartment, he made his way to the cramped bathroom to wash his hair and take a shower, feeling the sunburn on his skin sting painfully. His 3 university roommates, who were also his close friends, had not yet returned, likely caught up in a late-night performance. Qin Lang hastily devoured a few bites of the takeaway meal he had brought back, merely to appease his hunger. He knew that alcohol and flattery awaited him shortly, and an empty stomach would be harsh on his digestion. Playing minor roles was both arduous and grimy, yielding scant financial reward. After rent and phone bills were deducted, he was left surviving on the crew's box meals or instant noodles. Ding! A message pinged on his phone. 6 o'clock at Longmen Hotel, room 888. Qin Lang quickly packed his meal into a plastic bag, donned his finest attire, and tidied his hair. Only when he was presentable did he grit his teeth and hail a cab to Longmen Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Qin Lang discreetly peered into the private room before entering. A few youthful, handsome men were already present. He stepped inside, greeted warmly by Xu Mixue, who wore a broad smile. Among the assembly of striking young men, Qin Lang stood out the most. When Director Jia and his companions arrived, Qin Lang was promptly seated beside Director Jia, who seemed to take a liking to him, sharing several toasts. The others soon gathered around, pouring drinks and raising their glasses in a toast to him. Initially, Qin Lang was quite pleased, consuming several drinks in succession. However, not long after, his expression changed. He excused himself to the restroom. Rising quietly, he slipped out of the room, intending to leave. The world around him spun, everything appearing hazy and disoriented. This was unusual. His alcohol tolerance would not falter so swiftly. Something was amiss with the drink, and he felt an intense heat coursing through his body. Director Jia's gaze had also shifted, becoming unsettling. Damn, this Director Jia was undoubtedly one to exploit connections. No wonder the room was filled solely with men. If anything truly transpired, the men would have to swallow their grievances in silence, never to be voiced. And oh wonder this Director Jia maintained a decent reputation. Qin Lang stumbled into the elevator, where he encountered a woman with long hair, curvaceous figure, wearing sunglasses and a mask. The woman called out, somewhat surprised, Qin Lang. Unfortunately, he did not hear her. His legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed into a soft, fragrant embrace, losing consciousness. The following day, Qin Lang awoke alone in the hotel's grand bed, instinctively covering his backside. Everything felt normal otherwise. He would have had to visit a proctologist today. That treacherous Shi Sha would pay dearly once he turned his fortunes around. For now, however, he could only bear this silent humiliation. But why was he in the hotel bed? And last night, clearly, he abruptly threw off the covers and, indeed, discovered a dark crimson stain on the pristine sheets. That a visage of innocence and desire materializes in my mind. Her complexion is fair, imbued with a hint of youthful plumpness, and her eyes possess a subtle upward tilt. Her soft, pastel pink lips are full and supple, exuding both innocence and shyness. Her figure boasts an alluring curve, embodying the essence of slenderness without a pronounced skeletal appearance. Her long legs are graceful, slender, and fair. A pair of rounded, pert forms that are beyond his grasp. Could this not be the enchanting image of his dream lover, the rising star Xu Mixue? Xu Mixue, his junior and a fellow alumnus, is renowned as the belle of the School of Media. It is said that shortly after her arrival on campus, she was discovered by a talent scout and subsequently starred in a film, skyrocketing to fame. Qin Lang wrapped his head lightly. Could it be that the girl from the elevator last night was indeed her, the one who bestowed upon him his first experience? Last night was, in fact, his own inaugural encounter as well. What thoughts are preoccupying his mind now? It is all the fault of that medication. He had mistakenly envisioned her as his ideal partner. This is truly inexcusable. On the bedside table lay a note, the handwriting elegant yet vaguely familiar. During his academic years, he had perused countless love letters. Perhaps the handwriting of girls commonly possesses such grace. The note bore a simple message. Let us consider that nothing transpired last night. Chapter 2. Is the goddess superstar helping me deliver a child in the hospital? 9 months later, Qin Lang still found himself relegated to minor roles. Occasionally, he managed to secure a few parts where he could be seen and utter a couple of lines. Yet true stardom remained a distant dream. Meanwhile, his roommates had all landed roles that showcased their talents, while he remained stagnant, with no sign of the activation of his system. Just moments ago, his mother had called to announce that she was expecting another child. The thought of needing to support not only his 2 aging parents, but also a younger sibling filled him with anxiety. Did the system truly require him to cling to someone else's coattails for activation? Before long, another call interrupted his thoughts. It was from an unfamiliar number. Assuming it might be an acting opportunity, he hastily answered. Hello, may I speak with Qin Lang? A cool female voice inquired. This is he. You need to come to Ibao Maternal and Child Hospital, VIP room 1606 on the top floor immediately. Ibao Maternal and Child Hospital? Wasn't that the finest private obstetrics and gynecology hospital in the city? As a man who neither bore children nor had a wife in labor, he found the call perplexing. Furrowing his brow, he replied, I believe you have the wrong number. I did not. Xu Mixue is in labor, and the child is yours. The voice on the other end stated coldly. Xu Mixue is in labor? The child is mine? Is this a scam call? Do people not think before they speak anymore? He thought incredulously. How audacious to fabricate such a story. He could barely afford instant noodles, let alone have a girlfriend, much less a child. In this day and age, even toilet paper could get pregnant. And the Xu Mixue mentioned. Could it possibly be the stunningly beautiful superstar who had recently retreated from the limelight? She was the unattainable goddess in countless hearts. Surely, they could concoct a more relatable tale. How outrageous! While I can tolerate insults directed at me, I will not stand for slights against my idol. I hope she is not the famous Xu Mixue. Which Xu Mixue are you referring to? Surely you don't mean the pure, yet alluring star that every man in China dreams of marrying? Qin Lang scoffed. Although I too admire her, and consider her my dream girl, I must decline. Even if it were she, I refuse to play the role of a pawn. Even a sycophant has his limits. After a brief pause filled with footsteps and the sound of a door closing, the cold voice returned. Humph, are you even a man? What do you mean it's not your child? Mixue has no other man but you. Do you have any idea what she has sacrificed for you? Do you remember the incident at Longmen Hotel 9 months ago when you were drugged? She is in labor now, and if you do not come today, do not expect to acknowledge this child in the future. The line went dead. Qin Lang felt as though those words had struck him like lightning, leaving him momentarily dazed. Longmen Hotel 9 months prior? That night, was it truly Xu Mixue? What had he just said? He slapped himself hard, then sprang into action, hailing a cab and racing toward Ibao Maternal and Child Hospital. It is not that I have forgotten. Rather, I truly dare not venture into those thoughts. Upon hearing about the Longmen Grand Hotel 9 months ago, I felt a surge of excitement. It turned out I had not been mistaken. That night, it was indeed my dream lover, Xu Mixue. For the first time, I was able to be with the woman of my dreams. The sensation was utterly ineffable. Moreover, I was completely enraptured. It felt as though I were in a dream. No wonder she chose to retreat from the limelight at the height of her fame. Soon, Qin Lang arrived at the Ibao Maternal and Child Hospital. He intended to head directly to the 1606 ward on the top floor, but was halted by the security guard. The top floor is a VIP area. Entry requires a card, the round-faced guard stated sternly. The top floor housed individuals of considerable wealth, and their identities and medical conditions were strictly confidential. Observing that the man appeared decent yet dressed rather poorly, the guard wondered if he might be a paparazzo. Qin Lang had no choice but to return the call. His heart raced with anxiety. Would she be upset and refuse to answer? The phone rang several times before she finally picked up. Who is this? I am Qin Lang. I apologize for earlier. Humph. You haven't wronged me. Go speak with the appropriate person, she replied. I'm at the elevator but can't go up. After that, she hung up. Before long, a strikingly elegant woman in a surgical gown descended in the elevator. Qin Lang? The beautiful doctor inquired, casting a few glances his way. Yes, Qin Lang nodded in response. Here, SA card for you. Follow me, she said, handing him a golden card. I am Shan Mengyao, the obstetrician here and also Mixue's close friend. Let us proceed. Qin Lang closed the door behind him and followed her around a screen into the ward. The room was modern and comfortable, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, and even a kitchen. The living area boasted an enormous bathtub. A nurse busied herself in the nursery. After washing her hands and donning sterile gloves, Shen Mingyao instructed, you should also wash your hands, disinfect, wear these gloves, and change into sterile attire to accompany the delivery. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. All right. Everything felt surreal. He was about to become a father. We plan to implement underwater delivery, as it can shorten the labor process and alleviate pain, Shen Mingyao explained. Underwater delivery? Qin Lang had never heard of such a thing. Traditionally, childbirth and postpartum care involved avoiding baths and drafts. Was it truly safe to deliver in water? Would the child be able to breathe underwater? However, the doctor was the professional, and he would follow her lead. In the vast bathtub, the once radiant star, Xu Mixue, now appeared pale and in pain. Her large, dark eyes, glistening with moisture, seemed even more enchanting, evoking a sense of tenderness. Dressed only in a pure, white cotton gown, she was submerged in the warm, comforting water, her snow-white skin and graceful figure partially concealed beneath the surface. Shen Mingyao approached the bathtub, leaning down to examine her cervix. The cervix had softened quite well, already dilated to 7 centimeters. It appeared that the jasmine tea and yoga ball exercises had indeed yielded some effect. Are the contractions painful? Xu Mixue inquired. They come in waves, not particularly painful. I can still bear it. Has he arrived? Yes, he's outside, sterilizing and changing clothes. I intend to have him accompany me during the delivery. However, Xu Mixue's face flushed with a hint of shyness. He is the child's father. Naturally, he should be by your side. Do you not wish for your child to have a complete family? Shen Mingyao whispered. I left a note for him, stating that nothing happened that night. Xu Mixue replied timidly. As the moment of delivery approached, she certainly desired to provide her child with a complete home. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to let Shen Mingyao contact Qin Lang. Fortunately, her parents were far away in Yanjing. Had her traditional father discovered her unwed pregnancy, he would undoubtedly have dragged her to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy. Thus, she could only wait until the child was born to return and admit her mistakes. That is your own decision. The baby in your womb has not consented, and the child's father has the right to know. Shen Mingyao paused. Chapter 3. Perfectly activating the turnaround system. If you wish for nothing to have transpired, then you should not have kept the child. Shen Mingyao gently caressed Xu Mixue's belly. This is my child with Qin Lang, or perhaps two. Even if it meant my death, I would never harm them. Xu Mixue, in a state of panic, instinctively protected her rounded belly. I am well aware of your nature. Though you appear delicate, your determination surpasses that of others. Fortunately, Qin Lang seems responsible and likely holds affection for you. I hope that you four will cultivate a life of happiness together. Whenever it comes to Xu Mixue, Shen Mingyao cannot help but lecture. In the realm of obstetrics and gynecology, she has encountered all manner of individuals. Xu Mixue is indeed fortunate. Does Qin Lang truly like me? Xu Mixue asked, her face flushed with shyness and surprise. Qin Lang had changed his clothes and donned gloves, just in time to overhear part of their conversation. Like, you have always been my idol, the perfect girlfriend in my dreams, he declared. From her tone, it seems Xu Mixue had long been aware of her own appeal. Being handsome has its advantages. Not only do wealthy women admire him, but even goddesses are drawn to him. Qin Lang felt a surge of delight in his heart. Xu Mixue's appearance, poise, and figure were all in perfect alignment with his aesthetic preferences. Not merely an attraction, she was the embodiment of his dreams, the unequivocal choice for a girlfriend. Until now, he had only dared to fantasize about it. Upon hearing Qin Lang's voice, Xu Mixue's gaze was irresistibly drawn to him. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, his tall and slender frame, even in sterile clothing, could not conceal his refined elegance. His smooth, fair complexion was complemented by a sharply defined jawline, presenting a visage that was handsome yet not effeminate. His eyes, dark and profound, were framed by thick brows, a prominent nose, and exquisitely shaped lips, marked by a small black mole at the corner, rumored to be a sign of good fortune. Those with such a mole are believed to possess auspicious romantic prospects, capable of harmonious unions, enduring affection, and a lifetime of sweetness. Then, her mind drifted back to 9 months prior, that fateful night at the Longmen Grand Hotel. A blush crept onto Xu Mixue's pale face as she recalled that Shen Mingyao would soon perform a cervical examination for her. Qin Lang would remain by her side until the moment of delivery. Xu Mixue felt as though her face were aflame, and the contractions intensified. She furrowed her brow, enduring the wave of pain while casting her gaze downward, wishing to sink into the water from embarrassment. I'm sorry for breaking my promise. Thank you for liking me. And thank you for being here. No, it is I who should be grateful. Without you, I might have faced grave consequences that night. I'm truly fortunate that it was you. As Qin Lang encountered Xu Mixue once more, the lofty persona from the screen dissipated, merging with the shy yet fiery girl from that evening at the hotel. Indeed, it was her. He had not anticipated that his idol had shared a night of passion with him. Qin Lang took a deep breath, steadying his mind. He noticed Xu Mixue furrowed her brow in pain due to the contractions. Thank you for being willing to bear my child. I promise to take full responsibility. If you are willing to marry me, I shall strive to be a good husband and a devoted father. Qin Lang knelt down, resting on one knee, and firmly grasped her hand, gazing at her with utmost seriousness. Xu Mixue had no time to revel in joy as a wave of contraction struck her, compelling her to grip Qin Lang's hand tightly in return. With a pained expression, Qin Lang urged, if it hurts, just bite me. Do not hold back. Hearing her express her willingness filled his heart with immense excitement. Though he could not comprehend why she would save him or agree to marry him, he reassured himself that there would be ample opportunity to inquire later. There was no need to rush. Beside them, Xu Mixue raised an eyebrow. Well, it seems Qin Lang is quite adept. He has seamlessly stepped into the role of husband. However, she couldn't help but think how naive he was. Did he not recognize who Xu Mixue was? Despite her name change, she bore little resemblance to the girl he once knew. Had she not watched Xu Mixue grow up, she might have doubted whether she had undergone cosmetic surgery. Yet, she could attest that Xu Mixue had not altered her appearance. She had merely worn braces and removed her eye-corrective lenses, transforming from a chubby girl into a slender young woman. Perhaps it was simply a matter of age. Young boys often take longer to mature and may forget. Meanwhile, Xu Mixue had persistently held him in her thoughts, even defying her family's objections to pursue acting and become a star. As Xu Mixue's pain intensified and became more frequent, she refrained from biting him, reluctant to do so. His concern brought her joy. While Xu Mixue organized the necessary medical instruments, she inquired, "It seems she is about to give birth. Qin Lang, do you faint at the sight of blood?" "Not all," Qin Lang replied. He had witnessed plenty of fake blood on set. "That's good. There are chocolates and Red Bull in the cabinet. During the intervals when Mixue isn't in pain, feed her something to replenish her strength." As Xu Mixue instructed Qin Lang, she adjusted Xu Mixue's position. "Mixue, don't rush to push if it hurts. Try to endure it and refrain from shouting. Regulate your breathing, and when the contractions come, push. The baby's head is not large, and the position is favorable. It should be born soon." As she spoke, Xu Mixue reached beneath the skirt to massage and relax the birth canal. Qin Lang, holding the chocolate, trembled slightly, overwhelmed with anxiety. Soon, the water in the bathtub was stained red with blood, obscuring the view. Fortunately, Xu Mixue's extensive experience allowed her to manage the situation with composure. "I can feel the head. Yes, just like that. Take your time. Don't rush," she said calmly. "I need to use the bathroom. It's urgent." Xu Mixue, drenched in sweat and disregarding her modesty, exclaimed in distress, "If you feel the urge, that's right. When the next wave comes, push with all your might. Don't hold back. Just let it out, and the baby will be born." Xu Mixue reassured her with a calm demeanor. Another contraction hit. Xu Mixue clutched Qin Lang's hand, gripping it fiercely. "It's coming out." Xu Mixue supported the baby's head and swiftly pulled it from the water. A loud wail echoed in the air. "He's a healthy young man. Congratulations on becoming parents. Mixue, you have done exceptionally well. Take a moment to rest, for there is yet another in your womb," Xu Mixue remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, the attending nurse swiftly took the newborn, placing the infant on the operation table. She meticulously cleared the airways, conducted examinations, cut the umbilical cord, weighed the child, cleaned, dressed, and adorned the baby with a hat, all executed with graceful precision. 5 pounds 1 ounce, the nurse announced the weight. Xu Mixue received the child, beaming as she presented the rosy, delicate infant to Xu Mixue. "He resembles a little old man," Xu Mixue chuckled, gazing at the slightly wrinkled baby, a hint of a smile gracing her pale face. "With some nurturing, he will become smooth and beautiful." "Qin Lang, you should hold him too," Xu Mixue suggested, passing the baby to Qin Lang. Qin Lang gingerly accepted the infant, awkwardly cradling the small bundle in his arms, a radiant smile spreading across his face. This was his child, the son he shared with the goddess of a superstar. Qin Lang had become a father, and there was another, twins. Amidst the astonishment and joy, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. 2 children. Given his current income, he doubted he could afford to support them, even while working around the clock. The goddess had given birth, and significant milestones in life had been achieved. "If you don't activate the system soon, I shall become a dead fish," he thought. Ding! Congratulations on your successful creation of life. You have perfectly activated the lazy fish turnover system. They are your destined lucky stars. By cherishing your wife and loving your children, you will receive various rewards from the system, leading you to rise to the pinnacle of life. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first task of holding the baby. You are awarded a bonus of 100,000 yuan and level 1 divine physician skills. Chapter for Have You Not Yet Tried? After such a prolonged wait, Has the system finally activated? Qin Lang felt overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. He could finally turn his fortunes around and take good care of his wife and children. Xu Mixue was undeniably his lucky star, a true boon to his life. Not only did she rescue him, but she also bore him 2 children. Even without the system's rewards, he would love her and their children deeply. Ding! The system has detected your profound realization regarding a blissful marital life, and your thoughts on cherishing your wife and children have been elevated. Ding! Reward, 200,000 in cash, level 1 culinary skill, and 1 potency pill. The system is remarkably benevolent. Is it really possible to receive rewards for this? Wait a moment, what on earth is a potency pill? It sounds rather dubious. Am I in need of such a thing? Is there anyone more potent than me? Why would the system bestow this upon me? Do you look down on me? Qin Lang thought indignantly. Ding! Such matters are best left to your own interpretation. Refrain from vocalizing them. Qin Lang, you have never tried. Ding! Please maintain decorum. I am not that sort of casual system. Qin Lang, are you ready? Come help. Your second child is about to arrive. Xu Mixue called out. I'm coming. Qin Lang hurriedly placed the elder child gently on the bed. My hands are dirty. Please feed Mixue a Red Bull to invigorate her, Xu Mixue instructed. Come, Mixue, adjust your breathing. When the next contraction comes, push with all your might. Qin Lang inserted a straw into the Red Bull and held it to Xu Mixue's delicate lips. She took several enthusiastic sips, leaned back against the bathtub, and exhaled deeply. Seeing Xu Mixue's fatigue yet resolute demeanor filled Qin Lang with profound emotion. In a moment of tenderness, he leaned down to kiss her smooth, damp forehead. It tasted slightly salty, yet his heart brimmed with sweetness. From now on, she would be his wife. Wife, I love you. Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim. It's coming again. Upon hearing this, Xu Mixue felt a surge of excitement as the contractions intensified. Xu Mixue, inundated with a mouthful of dog food, could only focus intently on her task. Ignore it, for the single life is the happiest. It's here. Xu Mixue felt a rush of joy as she grasped the baby's head and gently pulled the child from the water surface. Wah wah! A delicate cry echoed. Ah, it's a beautiful, healthy baby girl, so smooth. Congratulations, you have 1 son and 1 daughter, completing a harmonious family. Xu Mixue smiled brightly as she handed the baby to the midwife. Let me make it clear. I want to be the godmother. Of course. Xu Mixue felt a great sense of relief after the child's arrival. The pain had subsided, though she felt somewhat drained. You too are remarkable. Many couples have been married for years without conceiving. You arrive and have twins, a dragon and a phoenix. What an extraordinary occurrence. Did you truly conceive with just 1 encounter? Qin Lang, your sperm motility is excellent, and you're quite handsome with good genes. Would you consider donating at our hospital to help others? Xu Mixue appeared aloof, but was actually quite talkative. Having worked in obstetrics and gynecology for so long, she saw no reason to shy away from such topics. Speaking bluntly without hesitation. Probably not for now, Qin Lang replied, his face flushed as he forced out the words. He only wanted to have children with Xu Mixue. No one else even crossed his mind. Xu Mixue's pale cheeks also tinged pink with embarrassment. What a shame. Xu Mixue sighed regretfully. Mixue, does it still hurt? You did very well. No tearing, so recovery will be quick. You can wear underwear now. It doesn't hurt anymore, just weak. Xu Mixue murmured faintly. Perfectly normal. Qin Lang, undress her, rinse her off, put on fresh pajamas, and carry her out, Xu Mixue instructed, removing her gloves to change. But, Xu Mixue's face burned crimson. No buts. What is there to be shy about? I can't carry you. So unless you want to walk out yourself, let your husband do it. And Qin Lang, wash her thoroughly. Everywhere, Xu Mixue teased, amused by her own scheming for their happiness. Xu Mixue was utterly drained, her legs trembling, barely able to stand. Walking out was impossible. Let me, Qin Lang said, his pulse racing, breath quickening. Some things required a man's initiative. This was the first time in 9 months he'd touch her properly. The last time had been rushed. Like Zhu Beiji devouring the ginseng fruit, barely memorable. Now, fully conscious, bathing and dressing her left him flushed and heart-pounding. Xu Mixue whispered, eyes shut in shy agreement. Qin Lang drained the blood-tinged bathwater and peeled off her soaked nightgown. Before him, her skin glowed radiantly, her full breasts trembling slightly, damp black hair cascading loosely. She hugged herself, thighs pressed together in modesty. He averted his gaze, but his fingertips traced smooth, delicate skin, igniting his blood. He washed her swiftly, wrapped her in a plush towel, then carefully slid on the disposable underwear with an oversized maternity pad. Xu Mixue burned with embarrassment even behind closed eyelids. Well, we're married now. This is inevitable. Qin Lang picked up the cotton nursing bra, noting the size on the tag. No worries about the baby's meals. He cupped her soft curves, fumbling slightly with the clasp before dressing her in cozy pajamas and blow-drying her hair. As the task came to a close, the workload was not considerable. Yet, he was already drenched in sweat, visibly anxious. This was indeed his first experience in attending to a woman in such a manner, and he found himself willingly embracing the situation with joy. "All right, allow me to carry you out," Qin Lang said softly. Xu Mixue replied shyly, her voice gentle and tender, sending a shiver through him. He leaned down, executing a princess carry, cradling her in his arms. Her delicate, fair arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, pressing against him with a soft, languid touch. Unintentionally, she stirred the most tantalizing emotions within him. Truly, she was a bewitching little sprite, capable of tormenting him delightfully. The postpartum recovery period was supposed to last 42 days, a sweet yet torturous ordeal. Qin Lang gently placed Xu Mixue onto the soft bed, lined with care pads. "Ding! Congratulations on achieving a harmonious family, having completed your first task of indulging your wife." She expresses her utmost satisfaction. The system responds with a critical reward, a cash bonus of 500,000, along with a skill that grows more potent as the night deepens, and one lasting pill. Chapter 5. Does he truly require such trifles? As the night deepened, Qin Lang found himself perplexed by the meanings of the skills ever more divine with the night and endurance pill. Ding! The term ever more divine with the night implies a fearlessness towards staying up late without dark circles under one's eyes. The endurance pill is self-explanatory, no further elaboration needed. Ding! Such consideration. Do not love me too much. Would you like to extract the items you possess now? Aside from those two pills, let us extract everything else, Qin Lang silently thought. Is my wife still in confinement? Should I really bring those pills to induce a nosebleed? Besides, does he truly need such items? Yet, consuming them isn't necessarily a negative affair. After all, who could ever complain about having too much? Nevertheless, it would be prudent to wait until my wife completes her confinement before proceeding. However, possessing a level 1 divine physician skill, a level 1 divine chef skill, the ever more divine with the night skill, and an impressive sum of 800,000 cash is undeniably practical. With these assets, I need not worry about caring for my wife and child. Ding! Understood. Please hold on, skills are loading and funds are being rationalized. In the next moment, an influx of knowledge surged into Qin Lang's mind, causing him to tremble as if his meridians had been unblocked. His phone vibrated, revealing a notification. Your account ending in 2021 received a deposit of 800,000 yuan on September 23rd at 14:20, with a balance of 802,058. 25 yuan. Construction bank, Qin Lang. Once you finish up, please feed the baby some formula. The water temperature should be around 40 degrees. Remember to use a spoon, not a nipple. Shen Mengyao called from the nursery. He knew he must train the caregiver before Xu Mixue returned. Understood. I'll be right there, Qin Lang replied. The divine physician skill proved to be remarkably effective. Qin Lang quickly grasped Shen Mengyao's intent. The ease of feeding with a nipple could lead to the baby becoming lazy and reluctant to exert effort to suckle from the breast. In the nursery, as Qin Lang gazed at the entire box of formula, a smirk crept across his face. Was there a misunderstanding regarding Xu Mixue's perception of his two prominent qualities? Did she truly believe there was a necessity for such an abundance of formula? Even if 2 more children were to arrive, would they ever consume it all? He poured some warm water and measured the temperature, ensuring it was just right. Still feeling uncertain, he dripped a few drops onto his wrist to confirm it wasn't too hot. He then picked up 2 small bowls, one blue and one pink. and prepared 2 servings of formula. With a small spoon, he patiently fed each baby 1 spoonful at a time. The 2 little ones responded with adorable sounds of satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first baby feeding task. Reward: 50,000 yuan and the gold medal caregiver skill. Claim gold medal caregiver skill. With the little one satisfied, he realized the older one was still hungry. After childbirth with diminished vitality, it was indeed the time for nourishment. He wondered how effective the divine chef skill combined with the gold medal caregiver skill would be. After washing the baby bowls and spoons, he placed them in the sterilizer. Upon opening the refrigerator, he was pleased to find a substantial amount of food inside. It seemed that the VIP ward was indeed of high quality. Within the week following childbirth, one should refrain from consuming overly greasy foods. Qin Lang prepared a nourishing soup of black-boned chicken with red dates, goji berries, and motherwort. After it was simmered to perfection, he meticulously skimmed the surface to remove any excess oil. He also steamed a fragrant osmanthus fish. The flesh of the mandarin fish is neutral in nature and sweet in flavor, possessing the ability to replenish qi and blood while benefiting the spleen and stomach, making it particularly suitable for postpartum nourishment. Additionally, he stir-fried a medley of wood ear mushrooms, lotus root, and snow peas. He pan-fried some pig liver and then concocted a porridge of red beans, red dates, and longan. In the master bedroom, the midwife had already organized everything and stepped out to assist with the baby's paperwork. Xu Mixue caught a whiff of the delectable aroma wafting through the air. What is that delightful scent? Could be Qin Lang cooking? She pondered, initially contemplating ordering takeout from a nearby hotel. It should be. I heard a lot of clattering from the kitchen. Xu Mixue replied, her lips pursed in anticipation. If Qin Lang can cook, that would alleviate a significant concern. Homemade meals are always superior to takeout. With a beaming smile, Xu Mixue exited the bedroom just in time to see Qin Lang setting the freshly fried osmanthus fish on the table. Before her lay a table adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, all radiating color, aroma, and flavor, truly tantalizing. Qin Lang, did you prepare all this? These dishes are all beneficial for replenishing qi and blood, perfect for Mixue postpartum. I never expected you to be so adept. Xu Mixue exclaimed in surprise. I enjoy watching culinary shows. Whenever I see ingredients in the fridge, I give a try, though I'm uncertain of the taste. Please have a taste. Qin Lang offered as he handed her a pair of chopsticks. Xu Mixue, a close friend of Xu Mixue and the godmother of her 2 children, had undoubtedly provided much care during her pregnancy. Delicious. You truly have a talent for cooking. I suspect the postpartum meal from the hospital will pale in comparison to your dishes, she remarked, nodding approvingly after sampling a few bites. Does the hospital still provide postpartum meals? Yes, but they're nowhere near as delicious as yours. In the future, if you cook, there will be no need for them to deliver, she replied, adding, you must promise to prepare my meals from now on. The hospital cafeteria food is simply unpalatable. Certainly, I will bring Mixue over for dinner, Qin Lang responded, his spirits lifting at the doctor's approval. Go ahead, I will serve the rice, Xu Mixue said, already feeling both exhausted and hungry. Qin Lang quickly cradled Xu Mixue and placed her in a soft, comfortable chair. You've done an excellent job cooking, Mixue. Do try the heartfelt chicken soup your husband made. Drink plenty so that you'll have enough milk later. I can rest easy knowing Qin Lang will take care of your postpartum period, she said, ladling a generous bowl of chicken soup for Xu Mixue. Thank you, Mixue. You've worked hard during this time, Xu Mixue replied, her cheeks flushing as she took a sip of the soup. It was refreshing and not greasy, indeed delightful. She took several bites of the dishes, exclaiming, this is extraordinarily delicious. Suddenly, her appetite surged. I never anticipated Qin Lang's culinary skills would be this impressive. You're being too modest. Once you have completed your postpartum confinement, let us go shopping. Without the children, Xu Mixue said, popping another morsel in her mouth. Sounds good. Xu Mixue nodded in agreement. The food is exquisite. I thoroughly enjoy it. Thank you, Qin Lang. Xu Mixue said earnestly as she set down her chopsticks and gazed at him. If you like it, indulge yourself. Whenever I have the time, I shall prepare meals for you. Let us refrain from expressing thanks between us. If you truly must, simply declare your love for me." Qin Lang gently ruffled her hair and spoke with tenderness. Xu Mixue's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart racing. In her heart, she had professed her love for him countless times. Yet, she found it difficult to voice it aloud. "Will you marry me? Allow me to be your lawful husband and provide our child with a complete home." Qin Lang gazed at her with deep affection. Xu Mixue shyly lowered her head. Shen Mingyao teased. "No, Mixue cannot simply acquiesce to him. Although he is handsome and a skilled cook, things that come too easily are seldom cherished. You must thoroughly test him." Chapter 6. You are truly akin to the parasite residing in my very belly. All right then, might I be granted an opportunity? From this day forth, allow me to care for you and our child, until you deem me a worthy husband and a good father. Only then shall you decide whether or not to marry me. Qin Lang found the reasoning of Shen Mingyao quite persuasive. After all, their interactions had been rather limited. A new car requires a period of adjustment. How much more so for two individuals who have merely shared a fleeting night of passion? He harbored a desire for Xu Mixue to recognize his worth, for it was their mutual love that inspired the decision to accompany one another through life. Rather than merely being tethered by the arrival of a child, marrying for the sake of marriage. In truth, Xu Mixue longed to express that she had already made her decision regarding him. Yet upon reflection, she hesitated. He had not even recognized her, likely due to her less than appealing appearance in her youth. It was perhaps best to remain silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and allow him to discover it on his own. Moreover, her father's approval was yet to be secured. Given Qin Lang's family circumstances, he would undoubtedly fail to meet her father's expectations. She had been quietly observing his situation, aware that his career had not flourished as hoped. With the responsibilities of nurturing a child and caring for herself, there was little time left to pursue acting roles. Her pregnancy had led to breached contracts, upsetting many within her circle and incurring significant penalties. Furthermore, being an unwed mother with a child that was his, she feared the backlash from her fans. Her own career seemed to be an impasse, yet Qin Lang still had numerous opportunities ahead of him. She did not wish to hinder his future prospects. "What is it?" Qin Lang inquired. "Nothing. Don't you still wish to act? When would you have time to care for us? Besides, if the paparazzi discover that we have an illegitimate child, it could tarnish your career." Xu Mixue expressed with a worried countenance. "I am unperturbed. You're not ashamed of me being a mere extra. Being with you allows me to bask in your light. I can put acting on hold. My priority is to ensure your well-being and that of our child," Qin Lang declared, taking her hand in his. "Very well." Xu Mixue felt a stir of emotions at his words. "I believe that true talent will shine through. As long as you are willing, we shall make a triumphant return together with our child, claiming the crowns of Best Actor and Actress," Qin Lang asserted confidently. In the past, he would have hesitated to boast. However, things were different now. He had activated a system for turning his fortunes around, possessing both wealth and unique skills. With diligence, achieving the status of Best Actor was merely a matter of time. "All right," Xu Mixue nodded, a smile gracing her lips. For reasons unknown, despite the uncertainty of such aspirations, she found herself irresistibly inclined to believe in his words. Beside them, Shen Mingyao felt a pang of jealousy. This was meant to be a test for Qin Lang, a way to apply the pressure of love. Yet, it seemed to have transformed into an aroma of romance that was overwhelming. "I've had my fill of this," she lamented. "I'm stuffed. I've had enough of this love feast. I must retreat to the office for a moment. Should you find yourselves in need of assistance or discomfort, do not hesitate to call me or ring the bedside bell. By the way, Mixue, eat quickly, and once satisfied, make sure to rest in bed. One cannot sit for too long after giving birth." Shen Mingyao gulped down the last half bowl of soup before rising to check on the baby. "All right," Qin Lang and Xu Mixue replied in unison. Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes and left the hospital room. "I can't stay here any longer." How could they be so in sync after such a short time? As a single woman, she feared she would soon be left out of their camaraderie. Qin Lang absorbed her last remark, his expression tense as he meticulously attended to her needs, diligently picking out fish bones and removing chicken scraps, nearly feeding her himself. Seeing Qin Lang so focused on caring for her, Xu Mixue, who had not taken a bite for herself, couldn't help but say, "You should eat too." I haven't seen you eat at all. It's fine, you eat first. Once you're satisfied, I'll have my turn. We'll eat together. If you don't eat, I won't either. All right, I'll eat too. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed your first cooking task for your wife. Reward: 50,000 in cash and a bottle of charm elixir. Quite impressive. It seems that a man who cherishes his wife truly enhances his charm. Just as Qin Lang had settled Xu Mixue back onto the bed, the nursery erupted with an unmistakable cry. Wah, wah. The moment one cried, the other followed suit. A perfect duet. I'll check on the baby. You rest for a while. Qin Lang tenderly tucked the blanket around her. He stepped into the nursery, inspected the baby, and discovered a full diaper. The little one had indeed relieved herself. There was quite a bit. Children are so straightforward: eat and then excrete. Fortunately, he possessed the skills of a top-notch maternity nurse. Changing a diaper was a simple task. He fetched a basin of warm water. Despite his theoretical knowledge, he felt a twinge of nervousness as he gazed at the small, rosy, delicate feet. The baby boy's diaper had a dark green hue, with a shiny substance seeping out. He decided to change him first, carefully untying the diaper's fastenings. He gently peeled away the sides. Holding the baby's legs at a 45-degree angle, he deemed it a perfect position. He opened the diaper to check the stool's health. Since it was the first bowel movement, it was meconium, dark green and slightly shiny, resembling tar melted by the summer sun on asphalt. There was no foul odor. Using the clean front part of the diaper, he delicately wiped the soiled bottom, then placed it under the baby to prevent soiling the bedding. He warmed the baby wipes in the basin of water, methodically cleaning the remnants of the stool from front to back. In the process, he accidentally nudged the baby's little teapot, which promptly spouted a stream of pale yellow liquid, splattering him. With a resigned sigh, Qin Lang thought, "This little rascal has quite the aim, reminiscent of my own youthful antics." After cleaning the little bottom, applying protective cream, and securing a fresh diaper, he dressed the baby in a clean outfit. With the boy taken care of, he felt more confident. Changing the girl was much easier, and he swiftly completed her diaper change as well. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing your first diaper-changing task for your child. Your little one is immensely pleased. As a reward, you will receive a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. In addition, to enhance your marital bliss, you are gifted a duplex apartment on the top floor, complete with a charming terrace garden, which has already been renovated and is well ventilated. The property is now officially registered in your name, and you are welcome to move in at your convenience. The address is room 1606, Unit 2, Building 8, Jiangjin Community. The documents and keys will be delivered to you by Dongfeng Express tomorrow morning. Please be sure to acknowledge receipt. What a delightful property it is. A splendid duplex suite with a lovely garden. What does it mean to be considerate? What is a timely blessing? System, you are truly like a worm in my stomach. I adore you immensely. Ding. Please mind your metaphors. I'm certainly not a repulsive worm. Kindly refer to me as the esteemed system. As long as you remain positive and nurturing towards your spouse and child, the system will continually evolve, becoming more refined and providing even better service. Indeed, esteemed system, you are absolutely right. I shall strive diligently. Chapter 7. What orders does my beloved wife have? Qin Lang was bubbling with joy. Qin Lang, could you come here for a moment? Xu Mixue called to him from the bedroom. Oh, certainly. I'll be right there, Qin Lang replied, his face beaming with happiness. Truly, joyous occasions invigorate the spirit. It will be perfect if another car were to arrive. What orders does my beloved wife have? Qin Lang gracefully bowed to his little wife. Upon hearing the term beloved wife, Xu Mixue's cheeks flushed deeper. I need to use the restroom, Xu Mixue said shyly, not daring to lift her gaze. No problem. I'll take care of it, Qin Lang reassured, patting his chest before scooping her up and heading toward the bathroom. Having just bathed, he had seen everything there was to see. In his heart, she was already his wife. There was nothing to feel embarrassed about. After all, even a fairy must attend to nature's call. As long as she didn't betray him, he could unconditionally accept everything about her. For true love means embracing all aspects of a person. However, genuine love cannot tolerate betrayal, just as one cannot allow grit in their eyes. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first task of accompanying your wife to the restroom. You have grasped the essence of marriage, which requires mutual acceptance and tolerance. Reward, 50,000 cash and a Porsche Cayenne SUV. Wow, it seems that wishes do come true. The Porsche Cayenne, spacious and perfect for family outings. How splendid is that? I feel as though I have reached the pinnacle of life. Qin Lang could not help but sing in his heart. I adore you, dear system. Ding. Please refrain from idolizing me. I am merely a legend. It appears your pinnacle of life is somewhat lower than anticipated. This is just the beginning. Keys and documents will be mailed along with the property deed tomorrow. We look forward to your improved performance and understanding. Just the beginning. The system was indeed correct. He had been superficial, and he would strive to do better. A sudden ringing interrupted him. Xu Mixue answered the phone. Mixue, is Qin Lang by your side? Yes, he is. Put on speaker. Okay, I'll send you a video shortly. Qin Lang, make sure to study it closely and follow along, understood? It's almost time for you to begin. After Shun Mengyao hung up, a triumphant smile graced her lips. In truth, a massage wasn't strictly necessary. It could serve as a test for Qin Lang. Before the delivery, she had instructed Xu Mixue to apply olive oil and use warm compresses to soften the cervix and ensure everything was in order. Now, as long as the baby exerted effort, there would be no issues. However, it was still beneficial for couples to maintain physical contact, as it could enhance their emotional connection. As their heads bumped together, they curiously opened the video to watch the doctor's instructions. A pair of hands applied a warm towel to the model's lower body, followed by a massage, complete with detailed explanations. This is how to stimulate lactation. The demonstration continued. Two serious individuals found themselves blushing furiously. I know what to do now. Just wait for me, one of them said. Qin Lang, feeling his cheeks flush and his heart race, rose to fetch a warm towel. I shall begin, he declared, his face aglow. Xu Mixue replied softly, her earlobes flushed crimson. Having always portrayed innocent roles in her acting career, even kissing scenes were merely simulated. Aside from that one night 9 months prior, this was her first experience of such vulnerability before man. This intimate contact was a novel experience for her, as she was also a new mother, bewildered and reliant on medical advice. Qin Lang positioned a cushion behind her, loosening her constraints and revealing the cherished big white rabbit. The air was infused with a delicate, intoxicating fragrance, captivating the senses. He gently placed a warm towel on the trembling big white rabbit, wiping softly. Though his medical skills were rudimentary, this task of lactation massage was an effortless endeavor. The real challenge lay in suppressing the fluttering emotions within him as he delicately caressed the soft contours, easing the tension within until it glowed with a rosy hue. All right, I will fetch the baby now, Qin Lang said, taking a deep breath, avoiding the sight of Xu Mixue, who was slightly panting. Xu Mixue lowered her head, her cheeks resembling ripe peaches, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. The two infants, enticed by the fragrance of colostrum, each clutched a big white rabbit, fervently sucking away. Witnessing the adorable sight of her baby's nursing, Xu Mixue smiled, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and stability. Qin Lang felt a surge of emotions, his eyes stinging with tears. No matter what the future held, he vowed to cherish this woman. Grateful for her role in his growth, from a glittering star to a gentle and resilient mother, he appreciated her sacrifices, which had gifted him a little family. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first task of assisting your wife with lactation. Reward, 50,000 in cash, activated level 1 investment master skill. The chubby baby, having indulged, released the big white rabbit contentedly. Moments later, feeling discomfort, the baby began to squirm and cry, leaving Xu Mixue bewildered as she looked to Qin Lang for guidance. Don't worry, it's just some gas. I'll take care of it, he reassured her, lifting the baby and cradling him upright, resting the baby's head on his shoulder. With his left hand supporting the baby's body and his right hand gently patting the baby's back, a satisfying burp escaped the little one. Soon, the baby settled down, eyes closed, snuggling in his father's embrace, peacefully drifting into slumber. I'll take the baby to sleep now, Qin Lang whispered softly. Xu Mixue nodded, her face brimming with admiration and affection. She knew she had made the right choice. Qin Lang remains as caring and gentle as ever, destined to be an excellent father in the future. After ensuring that his eldest child is settled, he tenderly burps the baby and lulls them to sleep. His thoughts drift to the sleepwear and towel that Xu Mixue had changed out of earlier. He takes them to the balcony, hand washes them meticulously, and hangs them out to dry. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first dual task of burping the baby and doing laundry for your wife. Reward: a cash prize of 100,000 and a bottle of everlasting anti-baldness potion. The anti-baldness potion. This is indeed promising. No matter how handsome one may be, a receding hairline can be a daunting adversary. He recalls the famous influencer, Chu, who faced fervent demands from fans to permanently affix his wig. It dawns on him just how significant hair is to one's attractiveness. He retrieves the anti-baldness potion and a charm elixir, feeling two rigid objects in his pants pocket. Upon inspection, he discovers two small glass vials filled with the potions. A whiff reveals a rather unpleasant odor. Could it be? Is it genuinely effective? Surely, this is not a prank. Initially, he intended to share this with his wife, but for now, it seems he must partake alone. With a quick closing of his eyes and a tilt of his head, he swallows the contents in a gulp. Surprisingly, despite the foul aroma, the potion tastes sweet. What a stroke of luck. Chapter 8. Who would complain about money? Before Qin Lang could fully grasp the changes brought on by the elixir, a distinctive ringtone emanated from his pocket. My dear brother, share your sorrows with me. Let us traverse this path together. Even if it leads us through rivers, it appeared that he needed to silence his phone to avoid disturbing his beloved child. Where could Lang be? Tomorrow, there's a scene to shoot, offering 200 for the day, complete with prominent camera angles. Will you take it? Lin Wu's cheerful voice resonated from the other end of the line. Having trained in Shaolin Kung Fu during his youth, Lin Wu had a broader range in his acting career and had already secured numerous roles. Naturally, his opportunities surpassed Qin Lang's by a considerable margin. They were university classmates and good friends, often supporting one another by recommending well-paying roles. I am currently in the hospital and may not be able to film for a while, Qin Lang replied. In the past, he would have eagerly accepted such an offer, but circumstances had changed. He was now a man with a wife and child, and monetary concerns were no longer pressing. Filming had to be set aside for the time being. What is the matter? Has something happened? Are you injured? How serious is it? Which hospital are you in? Is someone taking care of you? No, I'll take leave right now to come see you. Lin Wu's concern escalated upon hearing Qin Lang was in the hospital. In their line of work, it was all too easy to sustain injuries while performing stunts or action scenes. Wait. I'm really fine. I'm not injured. It's my wife who is in labor, and I'm here to support her, Qin Lang hurriedly clarified amidst a barrage of questions. In the film industry, actors of their standing found it exceedingly difficult to request time off. What? A wife? My hearing isn't failing, is it? You don't even have a girlfriend. How would you have a wife? Did you hit your head? Lin Wu asked, probing his ears in disbelief, his worry intensifying. Seriously, remember 9 months ago when I was tricked into that drinking party by Sha? I mentioned that a woman saved me that night. Oh, I recall now. That night you were nearly in a precarious situation, and then you ended up with that woman. No way. Could it be that you hit the bullseye, and now you have a child? Yes, twins, a boy and a girl, Qin Lang replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. No wonder. You're handsome, so it makes sense, but this is surreal. I can't believe it. I need to see it with my own eyes. Video call me, Lin Wu exclaimed, filled with envy. All right, I'll send you a video, Qin Lang agreed. He captured a brief clip of the newborns and sent it to Lin Wu. Although he was somewhat prepared for the reaction, Lin Wu's astonishment was palpable upon receiving the video. Holy cow, this is real. Lang, you truly have children. I'm going to be a godfather, Lin Wu exclaimed, exhilarated as though he had just become a parent himself. Just as he was about to call Qin Lang again to express his elation, the director urged him to prepare for his audition. He could only send Qin Lang 2,000 yuan as a token of support, recalling how his own mother had endured so much to bring him into the world. His father never remarried. He held a profound reverence for women who bear children. A woman who can bring forth life deserves your utmost loyalty. After some contemplation, he sent a text to Qin Lang. You can use this 20,000 for now. If you need more later, I will find a way to help you. I have a performance shortly, so please purchase some supplements for your wife and take good care of her and our goddaughter and godson. Once I finish, I will visit you at the hospital. Does having a child come without expense? Qin Lang felt a pang of regret. How could he not have reached out sooner regarding such a significant matter? He wished he could have devised a way to assist him further. Upon receiving the money transfer notification, Qin Lang felt a slight sting in his eyes. For him, 20,000 was merely enough to buy a pack of diapers. However, he recognized that this was all Lin Wu had saved. Having such a steadfast friend made his journey in life feel worthwhile. Thank you, oh. I invested in a financial product recently, and it surged. I'm not short on funds at the moment. Your thoughtfulness truly touches me. Qin Lang replied to Lin Wu, returning the money and transferring an additional 200,000 to his mother, Li Ying's account. He was cautious not to transfer too much at once. Otherwise, his parents might suspect he had ventured into dubious roles in adult films. His mother, now an elderly expectant mother, would undoubtedly require more financial support, and he believed it prudent to avoid causing her undue emotional stress regarding his impending fatherhood. Recalling the financial products, he remembered that he had yet to utilize his investment skills. Following the prompts in his mind, he downloaded several financial apps, reserving 100,000 as pocket money and investing the rest in various financial products. Making money from money was the true path to prosperity. He resolved to teach his friends these strategies in the future. After all, who could ever have too much money? Shortly thereafter, his mother, Li Ying, called him, Lang. Where did you acquire such a substantial amount of money? You haven't taken on any dangerous roles, have you? No, Mom, it's a regular job. It just requires longer hours and more night shoots. Please don't worry. Night shoots? You know your father's temperament. He would be furious if you took on anything inappropriate and might even break your legs, Li Ying whispered, lowering her voice. Mom, please don't fret. I know my limits. Focus on your health and the baby. Make sure you eat well while you're out and come home when you can. Your father may seem stern, but he has a soft heart. This baby is unexpected. Don't overthink it. Your parents still care about you. I understand, and I'll make time to return home. Nursing mothers often feel more hungry. Qin Lang went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, boiled some noodles, and heated a bowl of chicken soup to soak in. He felt a bit hungry, but was hesitant to admit it. When Xu Mixue saw Qin Lang enter with a fragrant bowl of chicken soup noodles, she was deeply moved. Sometimes it is not about how much you give, but rather that when you need something, he understands perfectly and is always there when you require it. A series of knocks resonated from outside the door. It was Xu Mixue, accompanied by a midwifery nurse. The enticing aroma of chicken noodle soup wafted through the air. Has the baby been fed breast milk yet? Upon entering, Xu Mixue was greeted by the familiar scent. Yes, it has already been fed, Xu Mixue nodded in response. Was the lactation process smooth? Yes, quite well, Xu Mixue replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Excellent. Your uterus is recovering nicely. You should be able to be discharged the day after tomorrow. It seems that Qin Lang has been taking good care of you. Perhaps you should consider canceling your stay at the confinement center. It's crowded and a waste of money, Xu Mixue suggested. However, Xu Mixue cast a furtive glance at Qin Lang. I wholeheartedly agree, Qin Lang chimed in, raising both hands in agreement. Then it is settled. You both need to decide on a name for the baby, as it must be recorded on the birth certificate. The discharge procedures can be completed tomorrow. Xu Mixue nodded in satisfaction, feeling as if she had now assumed the role of a mother-in-law. What do you think we should name the baby? Qin Lang inquired. I will defer to your judgment, she replied. If it's a boy, let us name him Qin Shufeng. If it's a girl, Qin Shuyu. How does that sound? May we weather every storm together and grow old side by side, Qin Lang proposed. Qin Shufeng, Qin Shuyu. Those names are lovely. I like them, Xu Mixue echoed, a smile gracing her lips. I think they are quite fitting as well. This is for you. Please take good care of our dear Mixue. Xu Mixue remarked after checking Xu Mixue's health, handing a book to Qin Lang. Qin Lang accepted it, glancing at the title, The Complete Guide to Parenting. Thank you, he replied. Though he had no immediate need for it, he appreciated the thoughtful gesture. Chapter 9. Anticipating life after confinement, there's no need for thanks. Just prepare a couple more bowls for dinner, as I intend to join you, Xu Mixue said with a playful smile. Not a problem. 3 bowls will suffice. And I shall prepare an additional dish this evening, Qin Lang promptly replied. After all, a few extra chopsticks could win over his wife's close friend. What could be more advantageous? All right, shortly the midwife will bathe the baby. Qin Lang, you should observe closely. The midwife held up a small rubber duck thermometer for Qin Lang to see, explaining. The water temperature should ideally range between 37°C and 42°C. It is best to test it with your wrist or elbow. During the first week post-birth, while the umbilical cord has yet to detach, a segmented bathing method is typically employed. As she spoke, the midwife gently unwrapped the baby's garment, wrapping it around the chest and abdomen for warmth before commencing the cleansing of the face, head, and neck. Be particularly cautious to prevent any water from entering the ears. Support the baby's bottom with your left elbow and waist while cradling the head with your left hand. Use your right hand to wash gently. The midwife demonstrated as she spoke. Although Qin Lang understood the process, he watched intently, for it was his first time witnessing the baby's bath. He observed the baby squinting with delight, clearly relishing the experience. The nurse, after moistening a white gauze cloth, began to wipe gently. When cleaning the eyes, always wipe from the inner corner to the outer corner. For the forehead, start from the center and move outward. When cleaning the ears, wrap your finger with the gauze and delicately clean the outer ear and behind the ear. To wash the hair, one must use baby shampoo specifically formulated for infants. It is crucial to employ the pads of your fingers rather than your nails to avoid any contact with the baby's delicate scalp. If there is any grime, applying baby oil beforehand can help soften it for easier removal. However, your little one is quite clean, so this step is unnecessary. With the head washed, the next step is to cleanse the body. Since the umbilical cord is still attached, the upper and lower body must be washed separately, without removing the cord clamp to prevent moisture that could lead to inflammation. Begin with the upper body, maintaining the same position as for the head. Methodically clean the neck, armpits, chest, back, arms, and hands. When attending to the lower body, rest the baby's head in the crook of your left elbow and hold the newborn's left thigh with your left hand. Proceed to wash the intimate areas, buttocks, thighs, calves, and feet in sequence. Once the cleansing is complete, use a 75 alcohol swab to disinfect the base of the umbilical cord and the surrounding skin before applying a fresh cord clamp. In a few days, once the cord detaches, the baby may be placed in a bath for a gentle reclining wash. After bathing, remember to perform newborn massage. The nurse demonstrated by pouring a few drops of baby oil into her palm, warming it before giving the baby a full-body massage. In that moment, Qin Lang recalled the myriad benefits of such practices. Newborn massage stimulates the development of sensory organs, enhances physiological growth, and fosters the baby's awareness of the surrounding environment. Through the tender act of touch, the profound bond between parent and child is further deepened. Indeed, the benefits are manifold. The eldest has been washed. Now it is time for the youngest to try. Do not fear, I shall be by your side, and I will guide you should anything go awry. The nurse dresses the baby in a pristine monk's robe before handing him to Xu Mixue for feeding. Qin Lang, eager and restless, picks up the little one, meticulously following the steps he has learned. Although a trifle nervous due to it being his first time, his movements are remarkably gentle and precise. You are truly exceptional. After just one demonstration, you perform so adeptly. We struggled for a month with a plastic doll to achieve such proficiency. You are nothing short of a genius, father. The nurse, who initially harbored doubts, now gazes at Qin Lang with admiration and astonishment, envious of his remarkable capacity to learn. Too much praise, too much praise. Perhaps it is the motivation stemming from caring for my own child that spurs me on, Qin Lang responds, feeling slightly bashful from the compliments. Indeed, Mixue, you have discovered a treasure in your husband. It makes me reconsider the daunting prospect of marriage and motherhood. If you're inclined, you could readily heed the national call and have a third child without hesitation. Upon hearing the commotion, Shun Mingyao curiously peeks in. Perhaps not. Childbirth is excruciating. We are already blessed with a son and a daughter, and I am content. Qin Lang recalls the painful expression on Xu Mixue's face during childbirth and feels a twinge of discomfort in his own arm, his heart aching for his beloved wife, unwilling to subject her to further suffering. Very well. In light of your devotion to Mixue, I shall gladly partake in this bowl of dog food. He quips with a smile. Xu Mixue, having witnessed many instances of new mothers being pressured by their husbands and in-laws for a second child, feels a sense of relief seeing how Qin Lang cherishes Xu Mixue. Enough of this dog food. You should find a good man to marry. Xu Mixue suggests with a smile. There is no one as wonderful as Qin Lang. I refuse to settle. Will you relinquish him to me? Xu Mixue playfully retorts, her competitive spirit shining through. Absolutely not. You remain single. Xu Mixue replies without a moment's hesitation. Qin Lang is hers alone. No one else, not even Xu Mixue, can entertain such thoughts. Alas, someone has forgotten their friendships in the name of romance. How pitiful I am. Xu Mixue feigns wiping away tears. In truth, I have many eligible bachelors around me, each more accomplished than I. Should you desire, I could introduce you. Qin Lang remarks as he finishes washing the baby and hand it back to Xu Mixue for feeding. Please, I would not wish for that. Being single is a joy. Is it not more fun to chase dramas and enjoy life? I refuse to be tied down by a little rascal before I have had my fill of fun. Xu Mixue dismisses with a wave of her hand. Do doctors also frequent 857? Qin Lang inquires, puzzled. What is it? Are doctors not human? Must they not unwind after work and indulge in a little enjoyment at 857? Xu Mixue responds, her eyes wide with surprise. I used to go with Mixue. The drinks were free, and many would inquire about my contact information. She adds, well, please take me along next time. I'll cover the expenses. Mixue, could you refrain from sharing your contact information with others? Qin Lang pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat aggrieved, but too timid to voice it. Mixue was teasing you. Why do you believe her? We haven't gone anywhere. She's been exceedingly busy, especially since her medical studies began, with an unending series of exams. How could she possibly find the time to drink at 857? Xu Mixue took the baby and naturally lifted the other side of her clothing, revealing a pristine expanse of skin. The fullness of the moment overflowed, splattering the baby's face, which startled him into a wail. She quickly pinched with 2 fingers, allowing the liquid to coat her hand, and with a gentle thrust, accurately directed it into the baby's mouth, silencing his cries. Qin Lang hastily grabbed a tissue to wipe the baby's face clean. She had grown comfortable nursing in front of Qin Lang. After all, they had shared so much already. What was left to conceal? Their bond was destined to deepen, with daily proximity inevitable. She had harbored feelings for him for so many years, and now they were finally together. Strangely, she felt he was becoming more handsome by the day, and her gaze lingered on him, reluctant to part. She found herself looking forward to life after her confinement. Oh dear, what fanciful thoughts was she indulging in? She sensed her cheeks warming once more, igniting an insatiable yearning within her. Chapter 10. Friends, walking together through life. Ding. Congratulations on completing your first task of bathing the baby. Your wife expresses her immense satisfaction, fostering great anticipation for your future marital life. The system has triggered a critical reward, and you have received a cash bonus of 100,000, activating the skill of photographic memory. This skill is remarkably extraordinary, an essential asset for those with supernatural talents. With this ability, what endeavor could possibly elude success? Memorizing lines will be a trifling task, effortlessly overshadowing those performers who can only recite a simple sequence of numbers. He could hardly contain his eagerness to experience the wonders of being a prodigy. Ding! Congratulations! Your skill has been successfully loaded. Qin Lang instantly felt as though his senses were sharpened. His mind was remarkably clear, akin to the invigorating state of having rested exceptionally well. He picked up a parenting guide and flipped through a few pages before setting it down. The contents of those pages lingered in his mind like vivid photographs, strikingly clear and accessible at will. This sensation was profoundly refreshing. The following day, while his wife and child were asleep, Qin Lang returned to his dormitory for a quick shower. As he organized his belongings, he received a call from Dongfang Express, and the vehicle was parked conveniently outside his dormitory. Holding the keys to both his new home and car, he felt a surge of joy, realizing that he was now a man of both property and vehicle. Lang, when did you come back? I was thinking of visiting the hospital to see the baby. Lin Wu inquired, just returning from work. We'll be discharged tomorrow, and I'll be moving in with my wife and child. As you know, my mother is pregnant and cannot assist us, and we are reluctant to hire someone else to care for the baby. Therefore, I have decided to be a full-time dad for a while, postponing any acting work until we are settled. We'll invite you all to celebrate the baby's 100-day milestone once everything is in order. Qin Lang packed his personal items, including documents and clothing, into his suitcase. Oh, is it happening so quickly? Are you truly financially secure now? Your sister-in-law must still be quite young, right? Lin Wu scratched his head in curiosity. What are you thinking? Do you believe I've found a wealthy woman? Yes, she is indeed affluent, but she is certainly not an elderly lady. She is a radiant and youthful wife. When you mentioned treating her like Xu Mixue, just how beautiful is she in comparison? She is Xu Mixue. Qin Lang decided to be forthright. His relationship with Xu Mixue was one of mutual affection. It was only a matter of time before they went public. Lin Wu was his close friend, and there was no reason to hide the truth. What? Please repeat that. Who are you talking about? Lin Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xu Mixue, my idol. Xu Mixue. Goodness, you've been silent until now, and then you suddenly leap to such heights. No wonder she announced her retirement from the entertainment industry. It was to help you have a child, wasn't it? Ah, it seems she has always kept an eye on me. Alas, being handsome has its drawbacks. You know, after a few days apart, you've indeed become even more charming, despite having the same eyebrows and eyes. How peculiar. Could it be that your newfound wealth has enhanced your allure? I must admit, I'm envious. Please, let us keep this matter confidential. Fame often invites controversy. My sole wish is for Mixue to recuperate in peace without the intrusion of paparazzi into our lives. Absolutely, I understand completely. Lin Wu gestured as if zipping up a jacket. Yet, how remarkable it is that you are together with your idol, and have even welcomed twins. You are truly a winner in life. This is merely the beginning. I am determined to become an acclaimed actor and a billionaire. In due course, I shall establish an entertainment company to cultivate you into a star, the next Liliangia. That sounds splendid. I eagerly await your success. No doubt, we shall rise to great heights together, achieving both fame and fortune. I have organized everything. It's time to move my belongings to the new home, and then I must hurry back to the hospital, as my wife awaits my return to prepare dinner. Oh, I didn't realize you could cook. There seems to be quite a bit to carry. Allow me to assist you. Naturally, I shall entrust you with these heavier items, given your physical prowess. The two of them chuckled as they transported the luggage downstairs. Qin Lang unlocked his Porsche Cayenne, the dazzling headlights flickering to life. Is this also yours? My goodness. Does your wife have any single friends in need of boyfriends? I could easily become a kept man. I'm weary of striving. This vehicle is indeed mine. However, my wife does have a single friend, an obstetrician, who is both sophisticated and graceful. I can introduce you if the opportunity arises. Really? From now on, you shall be my brother, my true brother. My lifelong happiness would depend on you. Yet, she is not easy to pursue. I can only facilitate your introduction. The rest is up to you. Qin Lang placed the luggage into the trunk. Perhaps we should wait until I achieve some fame before discussing that. Brother, may I take your car for a spin? I've never driven such a luxurious vehicle before. Lin Wu, with a look of longing, caressed the headlights. Here, take it. Let us head to the riverside community. Qin Lang generously handed the keys to Lin Wu. My wife and my car are not to be borrowed. My wife is non-negotiable. The car, however, is a different matter. In this day and age, finding genuine kindness is rare. Borrowing money feels like climbing a mountain. Lin Wu managed to send him his only savings of 20,000. Don't even mention driving that car. In due time, I hope to bring Lin Wu along for investments, so he too can earn enough for his own vehicle. Sometimes one doesn't need many friends. Having one or two loyal companions is truly fulfilling. The riverside community? The finest in the city? A residence for the affluent? Xu Mixue's place? It's my newly purchased home. Goodness, is that true? Did you really survive on instant noodles before? It seems you're an undercover tycoon. What financial products have you invested in? Bring me along, won't you? Wasn't the money just tied up previously? As long as you trust me, I shall guide you in your investment. I could never doubt. However, I only have the 20,000 I transferred to you earlier. I will send it again for you to manage on my behalf. Very well. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. My goodness, driving this exquisite car is exhilarating. The sensation of acceleration is unparalleled. Once we are financially secure and have leisure time, let us embark on a journey to Tibet. Linwu had long heard that Tibet is as beautiful as paradise. Absolutely, not only shall we visit Tibet, but we will traverse the length and breadth of the country, explore the entire world, and savor every culinary delight it has to offer. Qin Lang replied joyfully. Indeed, to travel the vast expanse of our nation, to circumnavigate the globe, and to indulge in the world's myriad of flavors. My goodness, just the thought of it fills me with excitement. Linwu eagerly turned on the music within the car. It just so happened that their favorite karaoke song, Friends, was playing. The two couldn't help but sing along, their voices rising in harmony. Friends, we walk together through life. Those days will never return. One word, a lifetime. One life, one bond, a cup of wine. Friends, never alone. With a call a friend, you will understand. There are still wounds, still pain, still journeys ahead, and still me. Chapter 11. One should not be so proactive. Is this truly your residence? It appears excessively lavish, does it not? This sofa is remarkably spacious and plush. As Linwu stepped inside, he was overwhelmed with excitement. After enjoying the comfort of the sofa, he dashed up the staircase to explore the upper floor. Goodness, there's even a small sky garden upstairs. In the future, I could cultivate some fruits and vegetables here, entirely organic and pollution-free. What a delightful prospect. This was also Qin Lang's inaugural glimpse of his own abode. He meticulously arranged his belongings, marveling at the fact that he now possessed a sanctuary in this city. This would be his home moving forward. The sensation was profoundly reassuring, stirring a wave of exhilaration within him. He envisioned capturing a breathtaking set of wedding photographs with Xu Mixue. The living room and bedroom would be adorned with their pictures, and they must also photograph their baby to display in the children's room. The nursery seemed rather empty, necessitating the acquisition of toys, a small tent, and a slide. Having thoroughly explored upstairs and downstairs, Linwu bounded back down. Lang, have you checked the class group chat recently? No, I haven't. What is the matter? Any significant news? Has someone suddenly risen to fame overnight? Not quite, but there's talk of a class reunion during New Year's. Will you attend? I'll see when the time comes. If I'm free, I might go, but with my responsibilities toward my wife and children, I may not have the time. Even though you're financially stable now, it's essential to maintain good relations with your classmates, especially since many are in the entertainment industry. It could lead to beneficial opportunities. It's better to cultivate these connections now rather than waiting for the reunion to seek favors, Linwu remarked sagely. Indeed, Qin Lang acknowledged. That plastic-faced Jia Hao claims he is preparing a grand production, and a bunch of classmates are eager to curry favor with him. That's not surprising. What type of film is it? I hear it's a period fantasy drama. That fellow always had a bone to pick with you back in school, constantly irritating you. Not only did he steal your spotlight, but he also took your ex-girlfriend. Witnessing his current success is quite disheartening. That was ages ago. She hardly qualifies as an ex-girlfriend. We merely held hands, never even kissed. There is nothing to be upset about, Qin Lang responded nonchalantly. School romances were quite innocent, he mused, though he felt a twinge of discomfort. However, he believed that those who could be so easily swayed were never genuinely invested. Thus, there was no point in lamenting what was lost. At present, his heart and thoughts were solely occupied by Xu Mixue and their two little ones. Linwu voiced his indignation. That Gung Baicha is truly despicable. In terms of physique and appearance, you surpass Jia Hao in every way. If it weren't for her incessant love letters and gifts, would she have caught your eye? You were only persuaded to be with her. And she immediately turned to Jia Hao. What could possibly be going through her mind? I suspect she was merely attracted to his wealth. Jia Hao likely pursued her just to spite you. After using her, he discarded her. They truly are a pair of scoundrels. If she could see your luxurious car and mansion now, she would surely regret her decisions. Everyone has had their youthful follies and moments of misjudgment, Qin Lang concluded. Grateful for her decision not to marry, Qin Lang felt fortunate not to have been with Gung Baicha. Indeed, it was a blessing that he had not ended up with her. Otherwise, he might not have encountered someone so remarkable. It was rumored that Gung Baicha had more than just Jia Hao in her life, frequently sneaking into others' rooms late at night to review scripts, gaining quite a reputation in the industry. Jiahao was nearly driven to madness by it. As Lin Wu spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. Enough about them. I have everything organized and am ready to head back to the hospital. Would you care to join me? I can prepare a meal for you, he suggested. Perhaps it's best to wait. Xu Mixue is a dazzling star. I believe it would be wise to let her recuperate fully first, Lin Wu replied, scratching his head. I should have considered that. Your foresight is commendable. Let's schedule another time to share a drink, Qin Lang said, patting Lin Wu on the shoulder. Upon returning to the hospital room after purchasing some fruits, Qin Lang was greeted by the relentless cries of the two infants. Wah, 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 wah. To his astonishment, Xu Mixue had somehow managed to rise from the bed, unsteadily making her way toward the nursery. A cold sweat broke out on Qin Lang's brow. Darling, what are you doing up? Your body has yet to fully recover. You mustn't move about carelessly. He anxiously discarded the items in his hands and rushed forward to lift Xu Mixue into his arms. I heard the babies crying and couldn't help but worry, she softly murmured, wrapping her arms around his neck. Did you not ring for the nurse? He asked, concern etched across his face. I forgot in my panic. I was so anxious about the babies, Xu Mixue admitted, her eyes reddening, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Truly, pregnancy can make one forgetful. I thought the babies would sleep for at least 2 hours, so I briefly returned to the dormitory, unaware I would cause you distress, she lamented. It is not your fault. I should have been more attentive. How can I leave your side when you are in this state? He replied. Then don't leave, she whispered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her head lowered. Who could fathom the panic that enveloped her upon awakening to find Qin Lang absent? The incessant cries of the babies unleashed a torrent of anxiety that had built up during her pregnancy, rendering her unable to think clearly. I promised to inform you ahead of time before stepping out in the future and to plan more thoroughly. As a first-time husband and father, I lack experience. I am truly sorry. Qin Lang's eyes brimmed with guilt. This was entirely his oversight. He had presumed they would not awaken so swiftly. Yet, life is forever unpredictable. The decline in postnatal estrogen can easily lead to emotional instability, and if not managed well, it could result in postpartum depression. During such times, a partner's love, ample rest, and an unwavering sense of security are paramount. You needn't apologize. You have done remarkably well. Thank you for being by my side. Let us strive together moving forward. She gently raised her delicate hand to cover his mouth. With a flushed face and a surge of courage, a kiss alighted upon his profile. It was as light as a feather, yet it stirred the depths of his heart, unleashing a tempest of emotions. So, does this mean you agree to become my wife? Qin Lang exclaimed with uncontainable joy. MHM. Xu Mixue gently nodded in affirmation. Splendid. My dear wife, I love you. Qin Lang declared as he laid her upon the bed, cradling her warm face in his hands. He leaned down to bestow a kiss upon her rosy lips. MHM. You should go check on the baby. They're still crying, she said, her cheeks flushing deeper as she softly pushed him away. After all, she was still in confinement and felt it was inappropriate to be so forward. What if? Chapter 12. I just like it Xu Mixue reminisced about that fateful night, a vibrant memory from 9 months prior. At your command, my dear wife, might you henceforth refer to me as husband? Qin Lang felt as though he was the luckiest man on earth. Husband, you should hurry along now, she shyly urged, gently nudging him. Qin Lang, licking his lips, blissfully went to attend to the child. My wife is truly delightful and enticing. Ding. Congratulations on receiving your wife's first initiative kiss. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task of initiating a kiss with your wife. Ding. Congratulations. You have earned the title of husband. You have achieved a triple combo, triggering a critical hit in the system. Reward. 1 million in cash, level 1 singing skill. Claim. Claim. Not only can I savor this moment, but I can also earn money. It is truly the life every man dreams of. The singing skill will be perfect for serenading the baby to sleep. Extremely practical. Since childhood, his nightmares have been singing and dancing. His voice was far from melodious, and his movements lacked coordination. Singing could only be deemed not unpleasant. Now, however, a significant problem had been resolved. Ding. extracting funds and loading skills. Ding! Loading complete. His phone vibrated in his pocket. A notification chimed in. Your account ending in 2021 has received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan on September 24th at 8:29. Current balance 1,022,258.25 yuan. Construction bank. Qin Lang promptly invested this money, along with Lin Wu's funds, into financial products, leaving only 200,000 for daily expenses. After putting away his phone, he washed his hands. His wealth of parenting experience informed him that at such a tender age, a baby's needs revolve around eating, relieving, and sleeping. If a baby cries without illness, it can only signify two things: discomfort from needing to relieve or hunger. There was no foul odor in the air. The diaper was still marked with a yellow line. Qin Lang extended his clean index finger near the baby's mouth. Sure enough, the baby tilted its head and eagerly pursued his finger. This indicated that the baby was hungry. Good baby, no need to cry. Daddy will take you for your milk right away. Qin Lang felt his throat no longer parched and tense. He spoke with newfound vigor, envisioning how melodious his singing would be. For the time being, he would let these two little cuties enjoy their moment. Soon enough, it would be his turn. As he contemplated this, a wave of happiness washed over him. Xu Mixue cradled the baby in her arms. When the baby suckled, the tension and discomfort gradually subsided. The rigid, swollen pain dissipated alongside it. However, on the other side, the situation worsened, thoroughly soaking the nursing pad, which began to leak and drip. Ah, truly, there is ample capacity. It seems we have more than enough. My dear wife, the box of formula you prepared may go to waste. Do you have a breast pump ready? Qin Lang carefully wrung out a clean, warm towel, tenderly wiping the white rabbit until it gleamed. He then fetched a fresh nursing pad to place beneath her, gazing at her with a smile. You do talk a lot. The breast pump is in the cupboard. Xu Mixue cast him a playful glance, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Or have I been talkative? I haven't finished yet. I simply prefer larger sizes. Qin Lang mischievously stole a quick kiss. You are insufferable. Why not drink that formula for breakfast instead? Xu Mixue, unable to evade him, blushed deeply, allowing him to indulge as he pleased. Then I shall give it a try. I've never tasted infant formula and have no idea what it tastes like. Qin Lang, knowing where to draw the line, rose to embrace the baby. Any further actions would only complicate matters for himself. Oh dear, I cannot endure this. The infant formula is unpalatable with a peculiar taste. You should try it. Qin Lang prepared a small cup of the formula, taking a sip, only to be met with a fishy flavor. Indeed, what shall we do? We cannot let it go to waste, can we? Xu Mixue grimaced after tasting it as well. Actually, my mother is also expecting. We shall see if she finds it useful later. Your mother is also pregnant? Yes. Hasn't the policy for 3 children been relaxed? They have always longed for a daughter. When I was young, they even tried to braid my hair. Fortunately, I was resolute and did not allow them to lead me astray. Xu Mixue burst into laughter. Qin Lang had always been exceptionally handsome, even more so than most girls. He was the most beautiful and gentle young man she had ever encountered. Imagining him with pigtails must have been quite amusing. At that moment, the baby began to cry due to the milk flowing too quickly, struggling to keep up. Xu Mixue had learned a fair bit from a nurse. She knew to pinch the nipple with 2 fingers while feeding. This method not only prevented the baby from blocking its nostrils, but also helped regulate the flow, avoiding choking. However, it was still too much to manage. The baby, unable to keep up, opened its mouth, resulting in a milk splatter. Qin Lang observed his little girl, crying pitifully, her face scrunched in distress. After a couple of cries, she resumed her efforts, making adorable sounds. It was undeniable how precious she was. It seemed wise to first use the breast pump to relieve some milk before feeding her next time. Watching his daughter struggle tugged at Qin Lang's heart. The experience of engorgement was indeed painful for new mothers. If the baby couldn't finish, it was essential to pump it out promptly to avoid blockage and inflammation. Once both babies were fed and settled, Qin Lang rolled up his sleeves and ventured into the kitchen, preparing to make several dishes with soy products to help balance Xu Mixue's estrogen levels. He began with steamed tofu topped with shrimp paste. After mixing the fresh shrimp with cooking wine to eliminate the fishy odor, He placed it atop the tofu, sprinkled some salt, and drizzled peanut oil before steaming it for 10 minutes. Quick, nutritious, and delicious. He also stir-fried corn with pine nuts, prepared sweet and sour ribs, and cooked meat slices with dried tofu. To top it off, he made a pig's trotter soup with peanuts and yellow soybeans, adding astragalus and angelica to enhance postpartum recovery. The staple was a soothing pumpkin and koix seed porridge, known for its anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties. Although these dishes are merely simple home-cooked meals, they are imbued with an extraordinary aroma, heightened by the skills of a master chef, which greatly enhances one's appetite. It is better to arrive at the right moment than too early, just in time for the meal. Xu Mixue entered the hospital room with a cheerful smile as she knocked on the door. She glanced at the dishes on the table, nodded in satisfaction, and remarked, "Very well, and none of the dishes are repetitive. Mixue is quite fortunate indeed. Unfortunately, you will be discharged tomorrow, so if you wish to enjoy another meal, you will have to wait until the next rest period. How are you feeling today, Mixue? Is there any discomfort?" Xu Mixue conducted a routine checkup for Xu Mixue. "Everything is fine, but I feel like I have an excess of milk. The baby often chokes on it," Xu Mixue replied softly. "Do not be so modest. Many strive to drink every drop of milk, often finding it insufficient and having to supplement with formula, yet you express dissatisfaction," Xu Mixue teased lightly. "I am not complaining. It simply pains my heart to see the baby cry," Xu Mixue said. "Well, it appears that there is no blockage. If you feel overly engorged, a warm towel compress might help, and using a breast pump to relieve some pressure would be advisable. Otherwise, it may lead to a decrease in milk supply." Xu Mixue gently squeezed, confirming that there was indeed an ample supply. Chapter 13. Can one find a better wife than her? Xu Mixue couldn't help but ponder how fortunate Qin Lang was. Xu Mixue, even within the entire Yanjing circle, was undeniably a coveted beauty. Yet here she was, quietly and selflessly bearing him 2 children without seeking any recompense. Thus, it is wise to cherish every girl around you, for one of them may very well become your future wife. Qin Lang just mentioned that he has already taken out the breast pump to clean and sterilize it, so it will be ready for use shortly, Xu Mixue said with a smile. "Well, it seems to have been diligently studying the parenting manual. Excellent, excellent. Let us proceed with the discharge formalities soon. I shall finally rest easy." Xu Mixue praised him once more, unable to restrain her admiration. "Of course. How could I possibly neglect matters concerning my wife? Come on, let us eat before the dishes grow cold." Qin Lang brought out the last dish, wiped his hands dry, and prepared to lift Xu Mixue to the dining table. "Here we go. Dining is not something to be delayed," and Xu Mixue hurried off to wash her hands. Xu Mixue couldn't help but smile, elated by the approval from her beloved's close friend. Such validation was truly delightful. "Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully pleased your wife. The bond between husband and wife has once again been strengthened and elevated. Reward: 100,000 in cash, level 1 Dance King skill." Is this truly possible? As Qin Lang prepared to lift Xu Mixue, he couldn't suppress a grin. Now, he possessed dance skills as well. Could this mean he was both a singer and a dancer? It would be hard not to become famous. Once he achieved fame, participating in galas and such would be mere trifles. It seems he must strive to keep his wife happy in the future. "Here, this is for you." Xu Mixue discreetly slipped a card into Qin Lang's hand. "What is this? A gold card? A bank card?" Qin Lang glanced at the card she handed him. "Yes, the household finances shall be under your control. I sold my previous house to avoid being followed by paparazzi and have been living at Mingyao's place. Take this money and look for an apartment. Renting is perfectly fine too," Xu Mixue whispered softly in his ear. She understood that Qin Lang's family situation was modest, and his acting career had not been flourishing, so he surely needed financial support. The costs of childbirth were considerable, and he would also need to care for both her and the baby, leading to significant expenses. She could not allow Qin Lang to feel burdened or lose face. A warm breeze brushed against Qin Lang's ears, warming his heart even more. His silly wife, concerned for his pride, gave him money while stating it was for him to manage the household finances. Could one truly find a wife better than her? He felt a swell of emotion, nearly moved to tears. "Silly wife, I have money. Perhaps not as much as yours at present, but certainly enough for our needs. I have already purchased a house and a car. You need not worry about those. Ah, Xu Mixue was taken aback. Could it be that Qin Lang had secretly sold himself? Well, I simply prefer to remain low-key. My previous investments have yielded significant returns, and there will be even more in the future. From now on, you can keep your money as your own little treasury, while I shall cover all other expenses. Qin Lang gently tapped her nose and returned the gold card to her palm. The presence of wealth is indeed a significant source of security. His foolish woman, how could she be so open-hearted towards him? It pains him deeply, and no amount of love seems sufficient. Very well, if you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to inform me. What is mine is yours, you understand? We are already a family, so do not compromise your well-being for material possessions. Xu Mixue observed his earnest expression, which did not appear to be a mere facade. Yet, recalling the image of Qin Lang, drugged and vulnerable, from 9 months ago, filled her with dread. Understood. My dear wife, I promise I won't, he replied, his heart swelling with joy at the thought of being family for life. Unable to resist, Qin Lang leaned in and kissed her, silencing her worries. What are you two doing? Hurry up and eat. I'm absolutely starving. Xu Mixue, having prepared the meal, urged them impatiently. Oh my, it's quite painful to watch. Can't you save the affection for when you're alone? Must you torment the single folks? She exclaimed, half-jokingly lamenting their display of affection. Not a chance. When my wife wants a kiss, I oblige. If you're envious, perhaps you should find yourself a boyfriend. I have a good friend who would be perfect for you. Would you like to give it a try? Qin Lang cheerfully lifted Xu Mixue, flashing a wide grin. Really? Xu Mixue was entirely skeptical. Qin Lang has undoubtedly changed. This is not normal. Why would I deceive you? Can cooking be this delicious? Of course. He can teach you as well. Culinary skills are not to be underestimated. To win the heart of a beauty, one must possess some talents. And he is so considerate of his wife. He can even take care of children. Xu Mixue's interest was piqued. Absolutely, he affirmed. Lin Wu is undoubtedly a devoted husband. Could they even have a pair of twins? Xu Mixue asked, biting into a tender pig's trotter, savoring its exquisite taste. Well, that remains uncertain. After all, this is a matter for two, and considering your medical background, isn't the influence of the woman more significant in twin births? Qin Lang replied, somewhat helplessly. Xu Mixue's cheeks flushed upon hearing this. Ah, quite impressive. You seem to know a lot. It's not out of the question to try. Let's arrange a meeting another day, Xu Mixue suggested, her heart fluttering. Indeed, the bittersweet nature of love has a certain corrosive effect, and she felt herself succumbing. Qin Lang had refreshed her perception of men. Perhaps not all men are cut from the same cloth. Is that true? Even Xu Mixue appeared surprised. Xu Mixue had always avoided men like the plague. How could Qin Lang persuade her to consider a blind date? Surely the sun has not risen in the west today. Of course it's true. Are we only allowed to set fire to our desires? I too wish to seek my own light, Xu Mixue mused, savoring the delightful taste of sweet and sour ribs. Imagining a future where someone would prepare delicious meals for her daily. The thought filled her with anticipation for what lay ahead. I believe you've finally come to your senses. It's wonderful, and thankfully not at the age of a high-risk pregnancy, Xu Mixue laughed. It seemed that Xu Mixue had been lured by the allure of good food. Very well, let us proceed with this understanding, Qin Lang expressed, feeling a surge of joy. If Lin Wu and Xu Mixue could become a couple, it would be a tremendous boon. In the future, during travels, he would no longer have to worry about his wife lacking companionship. The following day, Qin Lang went to settle the payment, and indeed, he was granted access to a VIP ward, equipped with every amenity. The total expenses for a 3-day stay, including water delivery, amounted to 88,000. For an ordinary family, the cost of a week's stay for childbirth would likely be only around 10 to 20,000. It was no wonder that Xu Mixue felt compelled to discreetly provide herself with a gold card. Had it not been for the activation of the system, he would truly struggle to afford such luxuries. Upon returning home, he was greeted by his esteemed wife and his beloved children. Qin Lang wrapped Xu Mixue warmly, apprehensive of her catching a chill that might lead to headaches. After ensuring she was sufficiently bundled, he adorned her with a mask and sunglasses. Fully aware of the possibility that paparazzi might suddenly emerge, disrupting their serene existence. Chapter 14. From now on. This will be our home, Qin Lang lifted Xu Mixue into his arms. I can walk on my own, she protested, feeling a pang of concern for him. It's quite a distance from the ward to the car. You shouldn't exert yourself. Fear not, Qin Lang replied with confidence. Your husband possesses ample strength. Besides, there's an elevator. Do you doubt I could carry you down the stairs if need be? You two are insufferable. Must you flaunt your affection so openly? Can you endure this for 42 days? If this continues, we might not remain friends, Xu Mixue remarked, pushing the twin stroller towards the elevator with an exasperated expression. In the garage, Qin Lang carefully placed Xu Mixue in the vehicle, secured the babies in their safety seats, and stowed away the stroller. This car is quite impressive, Xu Mixue commented, observing Qin Lang's modest attire juxtaposed with the luxury of his vehicle. I was worried you might face hardships with him, but it seems I was mistaken. Indeed, I was surprised as well, Xu Mixue replied, nodding in agreement. She, too, was astonished that Qin Lang drove a car worth over $1 million. When he mentioned owning a home and a car, she had anticipated something far more ordinary. Perhaps Qin Lang had indeed made a lucrative investment, a revelation that caught her off guard. It appeared the funds she had prepared would be unnecessary after all. As Qin Lang and the others settled into the car, a dark-tinted business vehicle stealthily followed them from a corner of the garage. At Jiangjing Community, the security guard respectfully saluted as Qin Lang's car entered the premises. Qin Lang, you reside in Jiangjing Community? What was the down payment? Xu Mixue inquired, watching as his vehicle smoothly glided into the upscale neighborhood, which was only attainable for those with significant financial means. The amenities here were beyond reproach. She had once considered purchasing a place, but had hesitated. Could it be that Qin Lang was an inconspicuous heir to a fortune? She recalled Xu Mixue mentioning that Qin Lang hailed from a small city with an average family background. Had his family struck it rich overnight due to urban redevelopment? I paid in full. I just finished renovating yesterday, Qin Lang replied. Wow, did your family undergo redevelopment? Did you become wealthy overnight? Xu Mixue exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. No, I merely made a successful investment recently, he clarified. Impressive. That sounds far easier than the daily grind of a regular job, Xu Mixue remarked, her expression filled with envy. Before long, the group parked the car and entered their new home. After enjoying a meal, Xu Mixue left to return to work, her eyes filled with envy. My dear wife, do you like it? From now on, this will be our home, Qin Lang whispered softly as he embraced Xu Mixue from behind. Xu Mixue gazed at the walls adorned with numerous photographs she had taken in the past. Her favorite pale pink roses, representing the beauty of the pink beauty variety, were artfully arranged throughout the living room and dining table. The delicate petals, adorned with droplets of dew, opened gracefully in their vases, exuding a subtle fragrance. It truly felt as if she had returned home. I like it. I absolutely adore it. How did you know I was fond of the pink beauty? She joyfully turned and inquired. I am your devoted fan, and I'm also aware that you enjoy durian millefeuille. In the kitchen lay the durian millefeuille I crafted with my own hands. My dear, would you care to have a taste? Thank you, dear husband. She entwined her arms around his neck and offered him a gentle kiss, her cheeks flushing with a shy crimson. Is that all? Is there nothing more? Weren't we supposed to refrain from saying thank you? Husband, I love you. I love you too. Qin Lang tightened his embrace, drawing her closer to him. Holding her firmly, he lowered his head and leaned in. She was extraordinarily soft and fragrant. He had sensed this the last time he kissed her. A subtle, sweet aroma wafted past his nose, neither cloying nor overwhelming. Yun. They finally parted only when they were both breathless. Let us eat the cake. I shall fetch it. Qin Lang felt a rush of warmth enveloping him. This French delicacy was not to be trifled with. That soft, heated entanglement stirred his blood and rendered him nearly uncontrollable. As he released her, Xu Mixue's legs grew weak, and she could scarcely stand. Fearing she might fall, he quickly enveloped her in his embrace again. Her softness pressed against his heart, making it race with fervor. He cleared his throat and seated her in a dining chair before hastily retrieving the durian millefeuille from the kitchen. Goodness! Xu Mixue sat in the chair, her heart pounding just as fiercely. What on earth? She pondered, her face burning as if aflame. Why did it feel as though it was more intense than before? Goodness, you eat first. It's quite warm outside. I'll go take a shower. Qin Lang placed the millefeuille and a fork before her, then dashed off to cool himself down. Truly, he was reaping the consequences of his own folly. 10 minutes later, Qin Lang returned, enveloped in a refreshing mist of water. The durian millefeuille on the table had been half consumed, leaving only the remaining portion. Xu Mixue delicately licked her pink lips like a well-behaved kitten. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Qin Lang asked, puzzled. Not all. It's delightful, far better than any millefeuille I've purchased. She licked her lips, still yearning for more. Then why not finish it? I saved half for you. Silly wife, I do not eat durian. I made it especially for you, so you should enjoy it all. How could you not eat something as delicious as durian? Is that not all right? No one will compete with you for it. Can you not bear the smell? Many find it odious and refuse to eat it. Mingyao doesn't eat it, so I suppose I shan't eat it either. She didn't wish to make the house smell unpleasant or cause Qin Lang discomfort. No, I can tolerate the smell. I was merely concerned you wouldn't have enough. Cool me. Feed me a bite and let me try. In truth, Qin Lang genuinely disliked it, finding it quite foul. He nearly suffocated while preparing it. Yet, one must love all that comes with one's beloved. A spouse's preferences must be embraced by the other for true harmony to flourish. Sharing a meal together undoubtedly amplifies joy. If he can endure the pungent concoction, he shall strive for his beloved. Truly? Indeed. Qin Lang held his breath, grasped her hand, and scooped a generous spoonful into his mouth. Ah, what a delightful surprise. The durian, with its foul odor, revealed a surprisingly sweet and creamy essence. Its soft texture was accompanied by a subtle hint of vanilla. Moreover, durian possesses warming properties, invigorating the blood, dispelling cold, and fortifying the spleen. It is indeed an ideal fruit for postpartum nourishment. Indeed, my durian millefeuille is exceptionally delectable. Please wait a moment. I am preparing a bowl of durian chicken soup for you. Qin Lang rose and ladled a steaming bowl of soup from the clay pot. The durian chicken broth was enriched with walnuts and red dates. Consumed while hot, it offers remarkable benefits. This is utterly delicious and fragrant. What is this? Can I eat it too? Xu Mixue fished out a fruit pit from the soup, its appearance strikingly familiar. Chapter 15, darling. May I hold you while we sleep tonight? Of course, this is the seed of a durian. I've heard it has a texture reminiscent of chestnuts. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Indeed, dear husband, you are truly remarkable, possessing such extensive knowledge. I feel incredibly fortunate to have met you. Xu Mixue's face radiated joy and satisfaction. It should be I who is fortunate. Thank you for gracing my life with your presence. Please enjoy this while I tidy up. There's a small garden upstairs. In the future, we can invite friends over for barbecues, and we can also enjoy fireworks under the moonlight. Qin Lang stood and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before proceeding to arrange their belongings. There were several large bags filled with items for his wife and child. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of your first French kiss and bravely challenging yourself for love. You have grasped the profound truth of love and attachment. The system has undergone a qualitative enhancement. Congratulations! You have acquired 51% of shares in Qin Tian Film Company, Limited, Qin Tian Film Company, Limited, the most prestigious film company in all of Huaxia. Ding! Indeed, it boasts talents such as Xu Mixue, Hugo, Lu Cixi, Louis Fei, and Golnazer, among others. You will be the invisible boss behind the scenes, exempt from management duties. You may partake in dividends and possess a voice in the company. To receive a company merely for savoring a piece of durian. Are they preparing to defy the odds? Ding! What are you thinking? Haven't you always been defying the odds? Please enjoy it thoroughly. Resource rationalization is in progress. He had unexpectedly become the clandestine magnate of Qin Tian Film, the superior of his own wife. The sensation was delightfully exhilarating. As for film resources, acquiring them would be a trivial matter. It would be unreasonable not to achieve stardom. The system had evidently invested considerable effort to ensure his ascent. Ding! This rationalization involves numerous aspects and will take approximately 3 months. The share agreement will be delivered by Dongfang Express 3 months later to take effect. Indeed, this was a grand project. After 3 months, he would be the first to sign Lin Wu. As for Xu Mixue, her return to the limelight would depend on her own desire. If she wished to make a comeback, she could. If she preferred to stay at home, he would support her unconditionally. Suddenly, the sound of two babies crying broke the moment. Qin Lang hastily set aside his tasks, washed his hands, and went to tend to the little ones. Upon entering the nursery, he found Xu Mixue cradling the baby in her arms while seated in a chair, breastfeeding. "Don't worry about me. The baby is merely hungry. I feel much better now, aside from a slight weakness. Moving around the house and holding the baby is not a problem. You must not be careless. Return to bed and lie on your side while feeding. Before your confinement period is over, try to avoid sitting while nursing. And please, do not come into contact with cold water. Call me if the diaper needs changing, understood? Neglecting your recovery during confinement could lead to regrets later." Qin Lang embraced her and the baby, leading them towards the master bedroom. "By the way, have you terminated your contract with the previous company?" Qin Lang inquired. "Not yet. There's still 3 years remaining. Have they made things difficult for you?" "Not exactly. It's more of a professional matter. Certain plays and advertisements cannot be filmed, leading to the necessity of paying breach of contract fees. Furthermore, the existence of an unwed child must remain concealed until the expiration of the contract. Does this mean that 3 months after the baby arrives, you are to return to work?" "Well, that was the initial plan. How do you feel about that? Are you willing to publicly acknowledge our relationship? If made public, you might lose numerous fans." "It depends. I am indifferent to fans. I pursued acting solely because of the person I admire." "What? Who is this person you admire?" In an instant, Qin Lang felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. "It's me. Who is this person you admire?" "A very handsome, exceptionally skilled cook, considerate, and immensely charming childhood friend." Realizing she had let something slip, Xu Mixue couldn't resist teasing him a little, offering him a hint. After all, he had forgotten her. "I have been following in his footsteps all along. More handsome than me? A better cook than I am? I refuse to believe it. At the very least, he cannot surpass my culinary skills. I can sing and dance, and I have many talents. He surely cannot compare to me." Qin Lang's complexion paled slightly, yet he stubbornly replied, "He is merely a childhood friend." Tom is not on his side. The lines of their youth intertwined like the green plums in their childhood. This absolutely cannot be allowed. No way. They are not on equal footing. Amused and exasperated, she thought it was adorable that he was feeling jealous. How could that be? If you look closely, I'm undoubtedly better than he is. He certainly does not love you as much as I do. Who is this person? I want to tell you. It's a secret. My dear wife, honesty is vital between spouses. You claim to be following in his footsteps. Is it the acclaimed actor Gu Lele? Qin Lang's eyes widened in terror. He recalled that her first film featured her as Gu Lele's first love. While he understood that everyone has a past, this rival seemed to have won her affection. His prowess was formidable. Had he not fortuitously ended up in bed with her 9 months ago, he might have no place in her life now. No, he must treat her exceptionally well to make her forget that other person. No, do not jump to conclusions. He is a man even better than Gu Lele, but his memory and sight leave much to be desired. Indeed, my memory and vision are quite sharp. I can remember you perfectly. No, Gu Lele has already reached the pinnacle of manhood, all right? You are placing an immense burden upon me. Qin Lang felt overwhelmed. What is this childhood friend's background? Remarkably impressive. My dear, I will surely surpass your childhood friend in greatness and excellence. Can you promise to love only me from now on? It depends on your performance, Xu Mixue replied, feeling quite helpless. Is it truly that I have changed so drastically since childhood? He claims his memory and vision are excellent, yet cannot even recall her. How foolish. My dear, may I hold you while we sleep tonight? Qin Lang displayed a face of pitiful innocence. While in the hospital, he devoted himself to ensuring Xu Mixue could enjoy prolonged rest, choosing to sleep in the nursery, vigilantly watching over the baby. Whenever the infant cried, he would administer the pre-expressed breast milk, guaranteeing that Xu Mixue received ample opportunity for rejuvenation. Xu Mixue, blushing, nodded in agreement. In truth, she too harbored an eager anticipation for the two of them to share a slumber. As the weather gradually turned cooler, The comforting notion of being held by someone while sleeping seemed undeniably inviting. Yet, he had not broached the subject, leaving her feeling hesitant. As night fell, Qin Lang embraced a soft, fragrant bundle, lost in sweet slumber. Yet, beneath his pillow, a sudden vibration interrupted the tranquility. It was the alarm he had set. He cautiously lifted his eyelids, carefully withdrawing his tingling arm. Stealthily, he rose and made his way to the kitchen refrigerator, stifling a yawn as he retrieved a bag of pre-expressed breast milk to warm. Chapter 16. My husband treats me the best. Qin Lang quietly entered the baby's room. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the little one squirmed and began to coo. Seizing the moment before the baby erupted into tears, he skillfully changed the diaper. He then fed both infants. During the confinement period, babies sleep briefly, typically waking every 3 hours. Fortunately, he possessed the remarkable ability to rejuvenate as the night deepened. Upon returning to bed, he could swiftly drift back into slumber. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to cope. However, witnessing Xu Mixue sleeping peacefully, her complexion improving and her face becoming increasingly radiant, he felt that every sacrifice was worthwhile. She had endured the pain of childbirth for him. It was a little sleeplessness in return. Moreover, as the babies grew, their sleep cycles would lengthen until they no longer required midnight feedings. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed your first co-sleeping task and daily feeding task. Reward: 200,000 cash and the unlocking of level 1 martial arts master skill. Initially drowsy, Qin Lang suddenly felt invigorated. Withdraw! Withdraw! The money was inconsequential. The martial arts skill was immensely appealing. Such prowess would be invaluable in acting, even in idle dramas. There were scenes featuring the defeat of villains. An actor with a martial arts background brought a unique essence to the performance. If he encountered injustice on the streets, he could let out a bellow and deliver a couple of punches, leaving the evildoers bewildered. The thrill was exhilarating. When he faced Lin Wu, he could exchange a few moves. Haha, by then, Lin would surely be left speechless. After all, he had trained diligently for over a decade. Here he was, merely cradling his wife and caring for the baby, yet had acquired this skill. Would Lin Wu shed tears upon learning the truth? Ding! Level 1 martial arts master skill has been successfully loaded. At that moment, a torrent of knowledge surged into Qin Lang's mind, amplifying his confidence and courage manifold. He realized how fragile the human body was. There were so many vulnerabilities, making it seem almost riddled with weaknesses. A warm sensation enveloped him, invigorating his body and spirit. Unable to contain himself, he performed a series of punches in the living room, even striking a few classic poses reminiscent of Bruce Lee. He discovered that his reflexes were sharper than usual. His footing was steady, his stamina improved, and his muscles felt strong and robust. After completing the routine, he didn't feel fatigue at all. His alertness heightened, allowing him to hear the gentle breaths of his wife and baby through the wall. This was the sensation of a martial artist, truly refreshing. Nevertheless, it would be wiser to return to his wife's side for sleep. Should she wake to find him practicing punches in the middle of the night, she would undoubtedly think he had fallen ill. Dear, you shouldn't use your phone. It's bad for your eyes. Qin Lang confiscated Xu Mixue's phone and moved toward the sink. Honey, I'm rather bored. How about I help with the dishes? Xu Mixue playfully pouted. Having slept well at night, she felt particularly energetic during the day. In the postpartum period, the infant's activities revolve solely around feeding, sleeping, and excretion, with minimal interaction with adults. Out of 24 hours, the baby spends approximately 20 hours in slumber. The mother finds herself engaged only in sunbathing with the child and nursing, leaving little else to occupy her time. Once you become my wife, it seems you're destined to avoid any household chores. Shall I then wash and dry the clothes? I propose a quick spin in the washing machine, followed by some sun exposure. No, she replies, the baby's garments, as well as your undergarments, must be hand-washed. You are still in your confinement. Do not fuss. Then I shall sweep the floors, I offer. No need, she counters, the robotic cleaner suffices. What about dusting the tables? I inquire. That is out of the question. Bending down is not advisable. With each suggestion of mine being met with resistance, I feel a pang of guilt watching her toil alone while I recline. My dear, during your pregnancy and childbirth, I was helpless as well. A reminder. Why not take a stroll to aid digestion or read a book? I will join you once I finish washing these few dishes. I have purchased some trinkets online. Let's play with them later, I add. You're the best husband, she responds, embracing my waist from behind and nuzzling against my back. This enchanting little sprite has inspired a newfound definition of masculinity in me, as I notice my right arm's muscles becoming more defined. Just wait until the 42 days have elapsed. I shall have my turn to tend to her. Be good and release me. The dishwater may splash onto your arms. Go enjoy some fruit instead, I suggest. Very well, she concedes, releasing me to savor the fruit I prepared, all the while observing me wash the dishes. They say dedicated men are the most appealing, and indeed, my partner captures grace in all he does, even washing dishes with an alluring charm. Today marks the 21st day. Has the lochia subsided? I ask. Almost. There remains a little, she replies. In that case, I can teach you postpartum recovery exercises shortly. Commit to practicing daily, I say while rinsing the dishes. Understood, she responds, fully aware of my intentions. 10 minutes later, I have efficiently cleaned the dishes and placed them in the sterilizer. Lie down, I instruct, having laid out a yoga mat on the floor for her. She changes into a soft pink, form-fitting workout outfit, accentuating her graceful curves. With her high ponytail and radiant complexion, she embodies both youthful exuberance and the maturity of a new wife, a true paragon of beauty. I cannot help but swallow hard at the sight of her. Each day brings new temptation. Taking a deep breath, I guide her into a supine position, her knees bent at a 90-degree angle, feet flat on the mat. Using a single finger, I apply gentle pressure just above her navel. Her abdomen appears smooth and flat, showing no signs of stretch marks, likely due to the exceptional care she received during her pregnancy from Xu Mixue. It is a common misconception that only women who have given birth bear such marks. Even young girls during their developmental stages, and sometimes even men, can experience them. Rapid growth and sudden weight gain may indeed lead to certain changes. Thus, it is a natural occurrence. If it is a result of childbirth, there is no need for excessive anxiety, as it is a badge of honor. Certainly, one's partner will not harbor any disdain, but rather feel an increased tenderness towards their spouse. However, stretch marks do not heal on their own. They require proactive measures for prevention. During the second trimester of pregnancy, it is advisable to employ essential oils or olive oil for daily massages on the lower abdomen. Maintaining a balanced diet and avoiding excessive and rapid weight gain is crucial. This not only aids in the prevention of stretch marks, but also helps avert numerous pregnancy-related complications. Take note of this. Lift your head off the ground. Draw your chin towards your chest and engage your rectus abdominis. Where is the rectus abdominis? Xu Mixue inquired with a look of confusion. It refers to the muscles in the abdominal region. Qin Lang gently pressed on her abdomen with the other hand. Oh, dear husband, you are so knowledgeable. Indeed. How does that compare to your childhood friend? Yes. My husband is the most impressive. Xu Mixue beamed with delight at his adorably jealous demeanor. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. Your recovery is quite commendable. With perseverance and exercise, you can transform back into a youthful maiden. Now, rise, and I shall demonstrate for you. Chapter 17. Such an indecent game. Observe closely, just as I do. Even while still in confinement, let us practice a couple of movements. The first is the glute bridge exercise. Lie on your back with your legs bent at a 90-degree angle in front of you. Place your hands flat at your sides. Lift your hips into the air, ensuring your knees, torso, and head form a straight line. Hold for a few seconds before slowly returning to a supine position. Qin Lang turned over, his limbs long and well-proportioned, shoulders broad and hips curvaceous, with 8 defined abdominal muscles and a stunning mermaid waistline. Xu Mixue gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with pink hearts. My dear, don't daydream. Pay attention, he urged. The next movement is the kneeling abdominal contraction. Keep your shoulders, wrists, knees, and hips aligned vertically. Maintain a neutral spine. Inhale, allowing your abdomen to relax. Exhale, contracting it forcefully for 10 to 15 repetitions per set, with 2 to 3 sets. Do you understand? Yes, so I understand. Xu Mixue nodded eagerly. Qin Lang summoned the Tmall genie to play soft music and helped her fasten the abdominal binder. "Let us begin by securing this binder," he said, gently patting her pert, peach-like posterior. After completing one set of movements, beads of perspiration glistened on Xu Mixue's forehead, her face flushed and enticing. "That's enough for now. Have a glass of warm water and take a break," Qin Lang said, pouring a glass and handing it to her. I feel much better after that exercise. By the way, didn't you mention buying some little trinkets online? Shall we play with them?" Xu Mixue's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Yes, several. What would you like to play with today?" "Oh, let us see them," she exclaimed. "Some are for children, and others are for my childhood. The baby can't play yet, so let us enjoy what I used to play with." Xu Mixue beamed with joy. "This is like reliving the beauty of childhood. I senti it." In her younger days, she was often bullied. People thought she lacked a father and was unattractive, so they refused to play with her. One particularly nasty boy even gave her cruel nicknames, calling her Cyclops and Bucktooth Girl. It was Qin Lang who stood up for her, confronting that wretched boy and giving him a good beating. The boy returned home, blood streaming from his nose, having reported Qin Lang's actions. Qin Lang himself bore scratches on his ear, bloodied and raw. The sight frightened her, making her cry uncontrollably. Now, upon closer inspection, she could still see faint nail marks on his earlobe. After returning home, she hid outside and witnessed Qin Lang receiving a stern reprimand from his father, who scolded him while cooking bamboo shoots with pork. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Lang stubbornly declared, "I did nothing wrong. I want to apologize." He was being obnoxious and bullying a girl. "Dad, didn't you say you would protect girls?" Sighing, his father softened. "Even so, you cannot resort to violence. All right, get up." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuren's heart melted. He retrieved a bottle of purple medicine and applied it to Qin Lang's wounds. From that moment on, Qin Lang frequently took her out to play, transforming her childhood into one filled with warmth and vibrancy. Since then, she had firmly resolved that she would marry no one but Qin Lang. Fortunately, her dreams truly materialized. "Why are you lost in thought? Hurry and choose. I used to play a lot when I was young. Surely, you've played some of these too?" Qin Lang took a piece of paper to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. He then emptied a multitude of trinkets from the delivery box. There were stacking games, go chess, hopscotch, and military flags. Additionally, there were 2 large posters, which Xu Mixue curiously opened. One depicted 100 things to accomplish together as children, while the other illustrated 100 things for couples. Qin Lang, holding the poster of 100 couple activities, earnestly asked, "Once we complete these 100 tasks, will you marry me?" Xu Mixue gazed at the tasks on the poster and nodded. With her affirmation, Qin Lang happily hung the poster on the wall. Xu Mixue picked up a die from the floor. This die is different from the ones I used to play with. Each of its 6 faces bore words: blow, hit, lick, suck, pinch, and bite. Another die was inscribed with ears, behind, thigh, navel, chest, and lips. Oh my, what an odd toy. How utterly inappropriate. She hastily returned the die to the box, her heart racing. However, it seemed quite amusing and thrilling. Her face flushed instantly. "Never mind, let us check this out." She picked up another piece of paper, which appeared to be for a game of airplane chess. Suck on each other's fingers for 10 seconds. Touch each other at a self-chosen location for 10 seconds. The other person kisses your designated spot for 10 seconds. Hold warm water in your mouth while kissing the other's chosen spot for 20 seconds. The opponent feeds you in any manner. Disrobe and retreat 3 spaces. Draw a playing card and assume the corresponding pose for 20 seconds. Playing cards? Goodness, what risky positions are these? She instantly felt the card in her hand was extraordinarily warm. As Qin Lang finished hanging the poster, he turned to find Xu Mixue in a daze, her face entirely crimson. "Oh no, this is not for now." He blushed and stammered, hurriedly gathering the adult game props. "So, when would you like to play?" she boldly asked, her cheeks flushed as she looked at him. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that in matters of desire, there was no distinction between genders. He too was tempted by beauty. He scratched his head and licked his lips, saying, "Let us wait for 42 days. For today, how about we play this game of Go?" "All right," Xu Mixue nodded. "The first time I played Go was when you taught me." "Okay. Do you know how to play? Do you need me to teach you?" Qin Lang eagerly arranged the pieces on the table. I know how to play. Then let us have a punishment. The loser must accept a truth or dare. What do you think? Sound good. But if you lose, no cheating. You go first. Qin Lang was eager to begin. Go was indeed his forte. In childhood, one could play anywhere, requiring merely paper and pen. If all else failed, drawing in the dirt with stones sufficed. Today, he persistently inquired about the identity of that childhood companion. This presented an opportunity to delve deeper into the life of Xu Mixue, for the information available online was not necessarily wholly accurate. His desire to know her more intimately grew, yearning to reside in her heart as she had taken residence in his. He would not resort to deceit. Xu Mixue cheerfully picked up a white piece and placed it at the center of the chessboard. In their past games, he had always afforded her the same courtesy. Qin Lang positioned his black pieces closely beside hers. After several exchanges, beads of sweat formed on Qin Lang's brow. Ah, a worthy opponent indeed. Yet, why did her style of play seem so familiar? It felt as though this was not their first encounter over the chessboard. Her method of play was strikingly reminiscent of someone he could not quite place. Qin Lang grasped the black piece in his hand, scrutinizing Xu Mixue intently. What is it? Is there something on my face? Xu Mixue could not help but touch her cheek. Keep your hand there and do not move. Qin Lang instructed as he held her hand against her left eye. He then took 2 grapes and gently stuffed them into her cheeks. Chapter 18. Try and make the plum cry, what are you doing? Xu Mixue mumbled through a mouthful of grapes, her cheeks puffed out like an adorable little hamster. Is Xu Mixue your stage name? Qin Lang furrowed his brow as he observed her round, chubby appearance. There's quite a disparity in looks, isn't there? While there may be a hint of resemblance, it seems implausible. What connection does the name Xu Mixue have with your plump figure? Moreover, the records indicate she has parents, rumored to be prominent figures residing in a Sihiyuan in Yanjing. On the other hand, it is said that Yuan lacks a father and lives with her mother at her grandmother's house. At that time, he felt a surge of sympathy for her, treating her with exceptional kindness, always bringing her along and protecting her. Yet, she repaid his kindness with betrayal, stealing his first kiss. However, after her grandmother passed away, she moved away with her mother, gradually forgetting about her chubby, unattractive little companion and never considering inquiring about her name. Yet, given her previous behavior, it raises suspicions. Could it be that he is the childhood friend? Has he been feeling jealous of his own feelings all along? Is it your real name? Have you changed it? Or do you have a nickname? Well, if you win, I'll tell you. Now it's your turn to make a move, Xu Mixue responded, realizing Qin Lang had recalled something, proving he wasn't entirely dull. Fine. I want to go easy on you. Just wait and see how I'll defeat you mercilessly. Qin Lang was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. After careful consideration, he made his move. After a round of competition, he remarked, I was a bit careless earlier. Let's play another round. Qin Lang scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Well, shall we begin with a punishment? Truth or dare? Xu Mixue's eyes sparkled with mischief, her demeanor sweet yet cunning. A chill ran down Qin Lang's spine, feeling as though he was about to trip over his own feet. Truth, he decided, reflecting that there was nothing he couldn't share with his wife. The dare could lead to complications. He feared losing control. Lately, she had been particularly mischievous, always teasing him with her boundaries, tempting him in various ways. He felt like he was on the brink of being undone. All right then. Xu Mixue sighed with a hint of disappointment, then suddenly narrowed her eyes, gazing intently at him. Who was your first? Xu Mixue, Qin Lang replied without a moment's hesitation. He was certain of what she wished to know. After all, such matters are significant to both genders. Who would he desire their first experience to be with someone they cherish, especially if that person is also experiencing their first? Really? You answered so quickly. Did you think it through in advance? Xu Mixue playfully positioned her hand like a knife against his neck. That time was truly intense, with so many positions. You certainly didn't seem like a novice. And with your handsome looks, I can only imagine the number of girls vying for your attention. Initially, she had not held much hope, but couldn't resist asking. Honestly, it's more genuine than gold. If I were lying, I'd be a dog, Qin Lang said, playfully biting her delicate hand that mimicked a knife. Indeed, only dogs bite, she playfully chided, giving his chest a gentle tap. Ha, yes, you. I'm not deceiving you, I swear. How could I resist your delicate, fair hands that feel like jelly? Qin Lang pulled her into his embrace and planted a kiss on her cheek, unable to resist nibbling on her round face. How annoying. Are we still playing? A shiver of delight coursed through her. Initially, they had been seated apart, but with his tug, she found herself splayed across his lap, her long legs stretched out. This position resembled a scene from a deck of cards, eliciting a sense of shyness within her. Additionally, her lightweight sports attire left her feeling exposed, making her acutely aware of the differences. She squirmed, her cheeks flushed with warmth, her body aflame. Of course we're playing, she replied, and Qin Lang realized he was feeling flustered as well, his face betraying his embarrassment. Perhaps it is best to return to the game, he thought, swiftly lifting her back onto her chair, resuming their previous positions. He had yet to pose the questions he yearned to ask, but he was determined to win this game. Let us see. Shall the winner depart first, or shall I? She eagerly grasped a flag and, glancing at the board, declared, "The white piece shall fall softly." After several exchanges, Qin Lang finally emerged victorious. At long last, I have triumphed. My dear wife, your skills are commendable. You are too kind. A talented master surely produces skilled apprentices, she responded. Now, reveal your childhood name. You've likely already guessed. I am indeed Yuan Yuan. Is it truly you, Yuan Yuan? Without a doubt. You haven't undergone any cosmetic procedures, have you? If you have, it's all right. Everyone has a desire for beauty. I've heard the side effects can be quite severe, so let us avoid that in the future. It pains me to think of it. What are you pondering? I haven't had any work done. Feel free to touch. Everything is authentic. Touch. Authentic? Yes, go ahead. Then I shall not hold back. Qin Lang grinned mischievously, reaching out toward the long fur curves. After a playful mischief, he joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, the sensation is delightful. It is indeed genuine, verification complete." Startled, Xu Mixue instinctively shielded herself, blushing as she protested, "Husband, you are dreadful. I merely invited you to touch my face, not elsewhere. In this day and age, even that could be counterfeit. After all, you invited me to touch freely." He naturally believed her words, but could not resist the allure of his wife's charms, despite her being exceedingly tempting. "Umph, you are insufferable. I shall no longer play with you." Xu Mixue pouted adorably, her cheeks puffed out, exuding both cuteness and allure. "My dear wife, I admit my fault. I shall cease my antics. Please, do not be angry. I still have many inquiries to make." Qin Lang once again pulled her into his embrace, softly pleading for forgiveness. "Wife, the childhood companion you mentioned must be me, right?" "Yes," Xu Mixue nodded gently. "Wife, I wish to create a bond like that of the green plums, to make the green plums weep. To think that I am actually childhood friends with the goddess I have long admired. Our first kiss was shared between us. It turns out she came to repay a debt of affection. I had wronged her in my judgments. What a celestial romance this is. Moreover, her love for me runs deeper and predates mine. Her heart and eyes are entirely filled with thoughts of me, with a heart full of joy." He lowered his head and pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips, wishing to meld her into his very being. "Please no. You made me cry last time. Do you really want to make me cry again?" Xu Mixue protested, pinching his cheek in indignation. "Ah, was I really so rude last time? I'm sorry. I was dazed from medication and can't recall what I did then. Did I hurt you?" Qin Lang suddenly became flustered, realizing he had no recollection of those events. He hoped fervently that his wife would not be left with any emotional scars. Chapter 19. How could I bear to bully you? I can barely love you enough well. It's not that. At first, it was rather painful, but after a while, it became quite. Oh dear, I won't say anymore. It shouldn't happen again in the future. Xu Mixue's face grew increasingly flushed as she spoke, her words stumbling over one another. Finally, in embarrassment and irritation, she refused to continue. Next time, I will surely be gentle, allowing you to experience that." "What was it called?" "Ah, yes, the drifting sensation." Qin Lang assured her hastily. "What a load of nonsense you spout. Are you not ashamed?" Xu Mixue playfully chastised him with a light punch. "Not at all. You are already my wife, and we even have a child together. Ensuring your happiness is my obligation and responsibility. After 42 days, I intend to make up for all that has transpired during this time. Qin Lang could not help but chuckle, capturing her small fist in his palm. He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase his abilities, feeling no shame in the matter. You are insufferable, always bullying me. Xu Mixue, having her hand captured, could only lean softly against him, listening to the rapid beat of his heart. How could I ever bear to bully you? I can hardly love you enough. By the way, do your parents know about us? Not yet. I haven't told them. My father is rather traditional. I plan to wait until the child is a bit older, then take him back to apologize directly. Is your father easy to get along with? Well, yes. Tolerable, I suppose. You'll understand once you meet him. Qin Lang felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. It seemed that his future father-in-law would not be an easy man to deal with. After all, daughters are often their father's little treasures. Having taken away someone as precious little treasure, he was bound to face some challenges. Never mind, every mountain has its path. There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. There must be a way to manage this. What does your father enjoy eating or drinking? What are his hobbies? Fishing? Reading? Bird walking? Calligraphy? Tea drinking? Gardening? Qin Lang pondered, seeking to learn about his future father-in-law's preferences in order to approach the situation effectively. How do you know? Fishing? Reading? Bird walking? Calligraphy? Tea drinking? Gardening? All correct? Yes. Indeed. My father has quite a wide range of interests. Goodness, it seems your father's hobbies are extensive. Indeed, in recent years, his health has not been great, and he has retired, allowing him time for these pastimes. In his youth, he hardly had the leisure for such activities. What is wrong with your father's health? Qin Lang began to feel concerned. If only his medical skills could cure his future father-in-law's ailments, it would be far more practical than any gift of flattery. The doctor mentioned an acute cerebrovascular condition, advising against excessive exertion. He is currently recuperating at home, and so far, his condition is well managed, with no major issues. All right then, is there any customary dowry that your family expects? I do like to prepare in advance to avoid any last-minute chaos. I'm not sure about that either. I'll inquire with my cousins and let you know. Wow. The two babies began to cry, likely due to hunger. The pair hurried to wash their hands. Time to attend to the two little cuties. Xu Mixue took charge of feeding the babies. Qin Lang was responsible for changing the baby's diaper. As he gazed at the tiny feet, smaller than his own palm, he couldn't help but plant a few kisses upon them. In truth, he longed to kiss the baby's cherubic face and delicate little hands, yet he refrained, knowing such actions could compromise hygiene and lead to bacterial cross-contamination. Thus, he settled for the sweet indulgence of kissing the tiny feet instead. Dot. Once Qin Lang finished changing the diaper, he managed to elicit delightful giggles from a baby. My dear, I've noticed you've been wearing a lot of red lately. Isn't this year not your zodiac year? Xu Mixue inquired curiously while feeding the baby. It's merely to ensure the baby can see me, he replied. At this stage, the baby's vision is quite limited, only able to discern objects within a range of 15 to 30 centimeters. Their eyes are particularly sensitive to the colors black, white, and red. Then I shall wear these colors as well, she declared. However, if you do not, it's all right. Mothers are quite different. The baby can recognize you through your scent and the sound of your voice and heartbeat. Isn't that remarkable? Indeed, he agreed. Every time they see me, they smile, and it melts my heart, leaving me feeling incredibly soft inside. Xu Mixue looked down at the baby, her eyes brimming with tenderness. We can use black and white cards to exercise the baby's vision. Look, the baby can see this. Qin Lang said as he held up a homemade black and white card at a distance of 15 centimeters from a baby. The little one's eyes indeed followed the card's movements. Isn't it fascinating? Yes, once I finish feeding, I'll have to try it too, Xu Mixue nodded. We can also engage the baby in auditory training. What songs did you play during prenatal education? Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. They seemed to enjoy it, moving joyfully whenever I played it. Team Genie played Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. As the music began to play, the baby excitedly waved their arms and kicked their legs, giggling joyfully. Playing prenatal songs fosters familiarity for the baby. enhancing their sense of security and promoting emotional calmness, which contributes to their development. My dear, you truly are a commendable father. I aspire to emulate you and become a worthy mother. Indeed, you are remarkable too. Let's strive together. After the babies had eaten and played to their heart's content, he gently placed them in their crib. The babies rested their heads on comfortable, contoured pillows, which would help shape their heads beautifully. Qin Lang softly hummed "Little Baby, Go to Sleep," rhythmically patting the babies through the blanket. Over the past few days, he had grown increasingly adept at this task, soon lulling both babies to sleep. Suddenly, a crisp chime echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed your first interactive gaming task with your wife. You have also accomplished the hidden task, Childhood Sweethearts Romance. System critical hit triggered, awarding you 500,000 in cash, and you may choose any skill to upgrade to maximum level. I choose the Divine Healer skill. Without hesitation, Qin Lang selected the Divine Healer skill. After all, it is only with a healthy body that one can possess everything else. Perhaps it could even cure my father-in-law's ailment. Ding! Congratulations, your skills as a divine healer have reached full proficiency. It is the 30th day of my postpartum period. Dear, please take me and our baby to the supermarket for groceries. I feel completely fine now, and I long to go out for a stroll. I implore you. Xu Mixue clung tightly to Qin Lang's arm, playfully nudging him. Well, today marks the 30th day, which signifies the end of my postpartum confinement. So very well. Qin Lang, having been charmed from the start, calculated a moment and then acquiesced. You are the best, dear. I will go change my clothes. Please dress the baby. Xu Mixue planted a quick kiss on him before bouncing off to change. Do all women possess such a fondness for shopping? Chapter 20. Perfectly coordinated outfits. As Qin Lang returned to the bedroom to change his attire, he discovered that Xu Mixue had already donned her outfit and retreated to the bathroom. He slipped into a crisp white t-shirt paired with deep blue jeans and began to gather the essential for their outing. He carefully packed the pink diaper bag with boiled water, diapers, a nursing apron, wet wipes, and dry tissues. He then dressed their eldest in a blue onesie and their youngest in a pink one. Darling, I'm ready. Are you? Xu Mixue emerged from the bathroom. Qin Lang looked up and was momentarily captivated. Without a trace of makeup, Xu Mixue exuded an enchanting freshness. Her figure was gracefully alluring, epitomizing feminine elegance. Her long hair cascaded freely, adorned with a natural, gentle wave. Her gaze held a hint of languor, a blend of innocence and desire that rendered her utterly mesmerizing. Moreover, their synchronicity was uncanny. Xu Mixue too wore a white t-shirt and deep blue jeans. They were undoubtedly a couple in matching outfits. He handsome, she stunning, guaranteeing an undeniable allure as they strolled down the street. Wife, you look absolutely beautiful, like a youthful maiden of 18, Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim. Compliments and affection were essential. The more he praised her, the more radiant she became. And indeed, she was breathtaking. You look quite dashing as well. And it seems we are indeed dressed as a couple today, she replied. I even purchased matching family outfits. I envision us, a family of 4, dressed in them together. It'll surely be delightful. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Don't forget to wear your hat, mask, and glasses, he reminded her. After all, Xu Mixue was a retired superstar. If someone with ulterior motives were to uncover the truth about her unwed motherhood, it could lead to complications. Understood. I am always prepared with these essentials, Xu Mixue acknowledged. Such was the downside of being a celebrity. Privacy was a rare commodity. They had managed to maintain a commendable level of discretion thus far. Let us go, time to set off. At the Jala Lu supermarket, Qin Lang pushed the twin stroller while Xu Mixue linked her arm through his. Their presence garnered many admiring glances as they strolled, unbothered, casually shopping for daily necessities. Upon reaching the fruit section, they paused to select some fruits. A young couple, initially engrossed in choosing their own selections, graciously made space for them. A woman with short hair gazed enviously at the babies in the stroller and remarked, Your little ones are adorable. Twins, I presume? A dragon and phoenix pair. How fortunate and blissful. Unlike us, we have been trying for a child for 3 years without success. It's all right. Children come at their own pace. Perhaps fate will smile upon you next month, Qin Lang offered, unable to suppress his desire to comfort her. Who wouldn't he wish for their own child? Let us take your words as a good omen, the short-haired woman responded, turning to her husband with a hopeful smile. Wife, what fruit would you like to eat? Qin Lang inquired, glancing at Xu Mixue beside him. Grapes, how delightful they appear, along with those yellow peaches. The grapes seem quite appealing. However, the peaches are out of season. They might be hard and unpalatable. Let us select something else. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Qin Lang picked out some fruits, preparing to weigh them. But upon noticing the considerable queue, he was reluctant to have Xu Mixue endure the tedium of waiting idly by. My dear, why don't you take the baby over to the snack aisle and see if there is anything you fancy? Choose a few items. I'll stand in line to weigh our selections. Don't wander far, Qin Lang said with concern. Okay, I understand. Is there anything you wish to eat? Well, perhaps some beef jerky and nuts. No, you choose what you love. I'll join you as soon as I finish weighing, he replied. All right, Xu Mixue said, as she pushed the baby toward the snack section, diligently selecting her preferred treats. Being in the midst of nursing, she scrutinized the production dates and ingredients with utmost care. Qin Lang stood in line, casting worried glances in her direction, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Soon, he could not help but chuckle at himself. Was he being overly cautious? This was, after all, a well-known national supermarket. What were the chances of his wife and child getting lost or worse? Sir, please place your items on the counter, the supermarket employee instructed. Oh, of course, Qin Lang replied, snapping back to reality as he began unloading the fruits from his cart. Just then, a frantic scream pierced the air. What are you doing? It was Xu Mixue's voice. Qin Lang dropped everything and glanced toward the snack section, where he spotted a lewd man yanking off Xu Mixue's hat and mask, shouting, Indeed, it's you. Xu Mixue, everyone, come look. She is the famous star. Xu Mixue. Oh my, it's really her. Is it possible? She looks so pure, yet she has a child. No wonder she suddenly retreated from the limelight. This is incredible. I need to film this for TikTok. It will surely make headlines, and my account will blow up. Yes, I want to film too. Did she really just give birth? She doesn't look at all. Her figure is still stunning, and she is even more beautiful in person, with a face smaller than on television. I want to ask her for an autograph. I wonder which lucky man could make the illustrious Xu Mixue retreat to raise a child. A crowd quickly formed, surrounding the scene, taking photos, whispering amongst themselves. Yet not a single soul stepped forward to intervene, instead reveling in the drama unfolding before them. I thought you were a pure maiden, but it seems you too have succumbed to debauchery, bearing a child out of wedlock. Let me taste your essence, the lewd man sneered, his expression twisted with madness. Suddenly, he lunged at Xu Mixue, attempting to embrace her and lean in for a kiss. Terrified, she struggled and fought back, knocking snacks to the ground in her desperate attempt to escape. Qin Lang rushed over, forcefully pushing through the crowd. He launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the lewd man crashing to the ground, roaring, You're asking for death. Who dares? The man, with a derisive expression, rose to his feet. He extracted a fruit knife from his pocket and swiftly advanced, his corpulent frame lunging towards Qin Lang's chest. Upon witnessing the glint of the blade, the onlookers gasped in horror, retreating several steps in sheer fright. Xu Mixue's face turned ashen, nearly losing her balance. Qin Lang, with a swift motion, struck the lecherous man's wrist. A sharp crack echoed, followed by the clatter of the knife as it fell to the ground. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he delivered a powerful blow to the man's foul mouth, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. Regardless of who you are, dare to lay a hand on my wife today, and I shall take your life. Qin Lang seethed with fury. Raising his foot, he delivered another kick to the man's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then pivoted and placed a foot upon the man's back, twisting his arms behind him with a decisive snap, breaking both of the man's chubby limbs. Chapter 21. Do not fear. I am here the lecherous man, who had been so brazen and boastful moments ago, suddenly let out a wail of agony. With his bloodied mouth agape, he cried for mercy. Help! I'm dying. My hand is broken. I was wrong, brother, I was wrong. Spare me. I swear I'll never do it again. Qin Lang's expression remained cold. This scoundrel had exposed his wife, daring to embrace her and even attempt to kiss her. Such despicable audacity. He had the audacity to stab him as well. It was time to send this wretched creature to his demise. Qin Lang clenched his fist, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Qin Lang, don't. It's not worth it. I'm fine, please calm down. Xu Mixue discerned the escalating tension and hurriedly intervened, fearing Qin Lang might actually kill the man. At her call, Qin Lang jolted, realizing he had nearly committed murder in public, in a society governed by law. He had no desire to end up in a prison cell. Taking a deep breath, he let out a cold snort. It seemed unjust to let this rogue off so easily. As long as he didn't kill him, there was still some compensation to be made. Today, he would not end the man's life, but he would ensure the scoundrel was left incapacitated. With a shift of his fist, he struck down twice with a resounding thud. The blows landed squarely on the man's palm, shattering it mercilessly. Even if the rogue managed to recover, he would likely struggle with chopsticks in the future. Stop! Stop! We call the police. Please do not fight in the supermarket. At this moment, the security personnel finally rushed over. Did you see? I wasn't fighting. He assaulted my wife and attempted to stab me. This is self-defense. Your supermarket failed to ensure the safety of its patrons. Prepare for a lawsuit. Rising, Qin Lang brushed off his hands and delivered 2 more forceful kicks to the lecherous man, finding a slight release for his pent-up frustration. As Qin Lang released him, the man's gaze turned venomous, like that of a serpent. The vile creature had sought to assault Xu Mixue and had even attempted murder, likely a deranged stalker. I saw him strike first, and I have video proof. Apprehend him at once. A bystander exclaimed. Yes, look at how frightened the child is. Others echoed. But as the lecherous man's eyes swept over them, their voices fell silent in fear. The security personnel, intimidated, could only carry the rogue away and transport him to the hospital. Ding! Congratulations on completing the heroic rescue and accompanying your wife on a shopping expedition. You are rewarded with 1 million in cash. To enhance your life experience, your martial arts mastery has been fully upgraded. Darling, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Xu Mixue asked, her voice trembling with concern. I'm fine, really. What about you? Are you injured? Don't worry. I won't let anyone bully you. Qin Lang reassured her, picking up her fallen hat and placing it gently back on her head. He enveloped the slightly trembling Xu Mixue in his arms, offering her solace. After embracing for a moment, I leaned down and gently kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I softly patted her back, offering comfort. Do you have paper and a pen? Qin Lang asked the security guard, turning his head. Yes. The head of security, startled by Qin Lang's imposing presence, quickly produced paper and a pen for him. My child is still young. I will take him home first. Here is my contact information and address. If JC needs to reach me, just call this number. Qin Lang left his details with them, then escorted Xu Mixue and the children out of the supermarket. The manager, recognizing the renowned star Xu Mixue, was not concerned about their whereabouts. It was evident that they were indeed the victims. After bowing and apologizing, he allowed them to leave. Wow, is this really Xu Mixue's husband? He is incredibly handsome and exudes a strong presence. Who is he? Is he also a famous star? I think he is incredibly handsome too. I support his debut right here. They make an adorable couple. Both have stunning looks. That man was so impressive just now. Are those 2 children really theirs? They must be. They resemble them quite a bit. The boy looks like his mother, and the girl like her father. Stars are just like us. It's perfectly normal for them to marry and have children. I hope they find their own happiness. In less than half an hour, rumors spread that Xu Mixue had seemingly retired to give birth to twins. A video of her apparently dashing husband bravely confronting a lewd man in the supermarket circulated widely across social media platforms. The internet erupted. No way. My pure and innocent goddess has children. I can't believe it. I refuse to believe it. It must be fake. Oh my, a husband so handsome and capable of defending her. I would gladly retreat from the limelight for him. Mixue will always be my goddess. She looks stunning even without makeup. I admire her acting skills and character. Whether or not she has children, my love for her remains unchanged. Yes, I agree with what was said above. The discussions and excitement on various social media platforms escalated rapidly. This is the nation's first love goddess, Xu Mixue, the epitome of pure allure. A dream wife for countless admirers. With her innocent and obedient demeanor, she captivates both men and women alike. She debuted at her peak and retired at the height of her fame, truly a legendary star. Meanwhile, at home in Jiangjing community, Qin Lang had just returned from giving his statement at the JC office. After reviewing the surveillance footage, JC confirmed that the assailant, Zhu, had indeed initiated the violence. Armed with a knife and with ill intentions, Zhu had a long history of criminal offenses. After confirming the details of the incident and ensuring that Qin Lang and the others were unharmed, they reassured him and allowed him to leave, stating they would follow up on Zhu's situation later. "Honey, are you all right? Did they give you any trouble?" Xu Mixue, anxiously awaiting at home, rushed to meet him as he opened the door. "What could possibly be wrong with me? We were not at fault," he replied. "I also intend to file a lawsuit against that despicable Zhu for infringing upon others' privacy, harassment, and intentional harm." Qin Lang gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to worry. "That is reassuring, but what shall we do now? Our situation with the child has been revealed online, and the internet has erupted." Xu Mixue anxiously awaited at home, contemplating searching online for the consequences of assault. However, she was inundated with news of the recent events. Rather than allowing them to speculate indiscriminately, we will be better off taking the initiative and publicly displaying our affection. Yet, is there no issue with your parents? Qin Lang believed that sooner or later, they would have to go public. It would be wiser to seize the initiative. His mother had also entered her second trimester, which was relatively stable. He eagerly anticipated proclaiming to the world that Xu Mixue was his wife and that they were about to welcome a child, radiating happiness. However, they had yet to obtain their marriage certificate and had not met each other's parents, leaving a sense of disarray and unease. He wondered if his father would be taken aback. Moreover, he suddenly recalled that his younger brother or sister would be younger than his own child. This raised concerns about whether his little uncle might end up in tears. Chapter 22. The truth cannot be hidden well. It should be fine. At most, I'll just receive a scolding. Now that the deed is done, my mother actually quite likes you. I fear my father, who in turn fears my mother. Xu Mixue nodded, finding his reasoning quite compelling. As for her mother's fondness for Qin Lang, it stemmed from her constant praises of him in her mother's presence. Coincidentally, the same was true at my home. But why does your mother like me? That is a secret I shall not disclose. Oh dear, this is quite mischievous. Let us see how I shall punish you. As Qin Lang spoke, he raised his hand playfully, intending to tickle her. This was a recently discovered tactic of his. In truth, he was also somewhat fearful of being tickled. They say those who are ticklish tend to cherish their spouses. He must not let that be discovered. Stop. Don't be mischievous. Ha! We're discussing serious matters here. Xu Mixue exclaimed, evading his playful advances. All right, give me a kiss, and I shall let you off the hook. Fine, fine, fine. Xu Mixue obediently wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his lips. Having received a sweet kiss, Qin Lang nestled her into the soft embrace of the sofa. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Call the manager and inform them that the truth cannot be concealed any longer. Let them draft a statement, skipping over the hotel incident. Just write that we are childhood sweethearts, and after my relentless pursuit, we have finally achieved our happy ending." Darling, I think you've got it the wrong way around. Xu Mixue shyly tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "I haven tea," he replied. "You are my idol, the goddess in my heart. The whole class knows of my affection for you. However, this means your embarrassing childhood photos may be unearthed and exposed. Are you afraid?" Qin Lang lightly tapped her nose and chuckled. "What is there to fear? I haven't undergone any cosmetic surgery. Chubby individuals are merely diamonds in the rough, you know? Besides, I'm indifferent, as long as you don't mind me." Xu Mixue nestled softly in his embrace. Just moments ago, Qin Lang had been so brave and handsome. Just as he had been, we protected her in their youth. He remained unchanged. She had not misjudged him. "Silly wife in my eyes. You are beautiful no matter what," Qin Lang said, holding her gently by the shoulders. "In truth, I initially pursued acting solely to follow you. Any success I achieved was purely coincidental. Now that we are together, I wish to seize this opportunity to retire from the entertainment industry, to focus on nurturing our family, and, in my spare time, to indulge in my passion for painting. Xu Mixue considered how time-consuming filming was, and how it inevitably involved intimate scenes. Since she had recognized her affection for Qin Lang, she had developed an aversion to closeness with other men. Qin Lang's aspiration was to become a leading actor. She was willing to withdraw from the entertainment world to care for their little family and to be his gentle partner behind the scenes. Moreover, she truly enjoyed painting, finding a profound sense of fulfillment and joy in the act of creating beauty. Though your words are rather ostentatious, they make me, an unnoticed extra, feel quite inadequate. However, as long as it is your desire, I am more than willing to respect and support you. Qin Lang gently pecked her forehead. Indeed, the funds in my account should suffice to cover the penalty for the contract termination. You need not worry about this matter. Leave it to me, and I shall handle it adeptly. Just joking. I shall soon be the largest shareholder of the company. How could I possibly take a single cent from my wife? Naturally, I will pay out of my own pocket, transferring from one side to the other. There are rules in every profession. The penalty must be honored, for the company is a profitable venture, not a charitable organization. If every artist under our banner could leave at will, it would undermine the spirit of the contract. Nurturing talent demands considerable time and resources. However, if she truly wishes to exit the entertainment industry, I will respect her wishes. After all, we are not in a position where we cannot afford it. Suddenly, the phone rang. Xu Mixue answered, Sister Zhang. Little ancestor, what on earth is happening? Our company's phone lines are overwhelmed. Is that man truly your husband? The father of your child? Yes. Xu Mixue replied, somewhat sheepishly. Oh dear, little ancestor. Are you trying to get me fired? Lizzie is eagerly waiting to see me humiliated. She was envious of your rise before and resented you for taking away her resources. And now she is constantly sidelining me. It's unbearable. I'm sorry, Sister Zhang. I had no idea someone would. I saw the video. You might not remember. That individual is the same madman who rushed onto the stage, Xian Zhushou, who has some background and wealth. The last incident was quietly settled by his family. However, that man truly seems unhinged. I fear he may pose difficulties for you. I apologize for causing you concern. Xu Mixue said regretfully. Oh, you child, never mind. Where are you staying now? I'll come and speak to you in person. I haven't seen your baby yet. I was hesitant to visit for fear of exposure and didn't dare to contact you, but that turned out to be futile. Jiangjing community. All right, I'll come over shortly, Sister Zhang concluded before hanging up. Husband, my manager, Sister Zhang, is coming over. She mentioned that today a situation might be troublesome. Xu Mixue said anxiously to Qin Lang after ending the call. She contemplated whether to call her father to resolve the issue for Qin Lang's safety. It's fine. If he dares to approach, I will break his legs, Qin Lang retorted angrily. Xu Mixue wanted to express her concern about that man being underhanded, but then decided against it. That man had never been straightforward. It was likely he was a voyeur and a stalker. Otherwise, how could he have coincidentally spotted her in the supermarket? They could only respond to whatever he threw at them. But when did Qin Lang become so formidable? He seemed to rival the stuntmen in the crew. Was it innate, or did he learn it while filming? Truly a hidden gem. How could she love him even more? Sit tight. I'll wash some fruits and prepare the tea set. Qin Lang lifted her and placed her gently on the sofa, stealing a kiss before he contentedly made his way to the kitchen. Ding dong, ding dong. A woman with short hair, neat and graceful, rang the doorbell. Sister Zhang has arrived, she announced. Please wait a moment. I shall be right there. Qin Lang was still in the kitchen, busily preparing a fruity tea. Xu Mixue was still in her confinement period and could not consume other types of tea. Thus, he brewed this sweet and tangy fruit infusion, both nutritious and appetizing, which generally appeals to women. Xu Mixue opened the door and welcomed Sister Zhang inside. With a smile, Sister Zhang appraised Xu Mixue from head to toe. Mixue, it appears you are faring well during your confinement. One would never guess you have just given birth. May I see and hold the baby? Ah, Sister Zhang, please come in and have a seat. Here are some slippers for you. Xu Mixue retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. Oh dear, then I shall not hold the baby, but I will take a quiet glance. Sister Zhang followed Xu Mixue into the nursery, where she beheld the adorable twins, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 23. Working for oneself. Freedom, are they twins? They are truly adorable. I rushed here and didn't have time to buy a gift. But I wanted to express my small token of affection by purchasing some clothes for the baby. Sister Zhang whispered as she discreetly handed 2 generous red envelopes to Xu Mixue. Yes, they are twins. Sister Zhang, you need not be so courteous. Your mere presence here brings me immense joy. I feel bad for the trouble I've caused you. Xu Mixue hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. These envelopes are for the babies. You are merely their custodian. If I have inconvenienced you, let's not speak of it any further. I have brought you into this circle, and you are now one of my own. While I do wish to profit from you, it is also my hope that you thrive. One cannot simply take without contributing. Sister Zhang, thank you. Xu Mixue felt her eyes welling with tears. Sister Zhang had been exceptionally kind to her, caring for her during filming like an elder sister or a mother, ensuring she faced no grievances. Although a significant part of her kindness might stem from her father's reputation, Sister Zhang genuinely treated her well, both in spirit and in deed. This made it difficult for Xu Mixue to broach the subject of her desire to withdraw from the entertainment industry. Silly child, there is nothing to worry about. I will help you through this challenging time. Have no fear. Sister Zhang embraced her warmly, setting aside other matters, despite being entrusted with this task. Xu Mixue was someone Sister Zhang instantly took a liking to. She could tell that the girl was destined for stardom. With her beauty and figure, coupled with her natural and authentic performance style, she was undeniably favored by fate. Here, try this freshly brewed fruit tea. Qin Lang entered the living room, presenting the steaming beverage. Sister Zhang, let us sit in the living room and chat. Xu Mixue quietly wiped away her tears of emotion. This is your husband. He is even more handsome in person than in the videos. Sister Zhang was immediately captivated upon seeing Qin Lang, sensing that a new star was about to emerge. Her discerning eye was well known in the industry. With his physique and looks, as long as his acting was decent, she was confident she could elevate him to fame. He could very well become the next leading actor, a brilliant star in the making. Indeed, Xu Mixue nodded proudly, introducing them. Husband, this is my agent, Sister Zhang. Zhang Huiyan. Sister Zhang, this is my husband, Qin Lang. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sister Zhang. Thank you for your continual care for Mixue. I appreciate the trouble you've taken. Qin Lang stood up, politely addressing Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang's reputation for caring for Xu Mixue was well known both inside and outside the industry. He was genuinely grateful and admired her ability to protect his wife in the chaotic entertainment world. You're too kind. You're now part of the family as Mixue's husband. Sister Zhang invited him to have some tea. Qin Lang poured a cup of fruit tea for Sister Zhang, then served one to Xu Mixue and himself. This tea is delightful and quite unique. It seems you have a good understanding of health. By the way, I wonder if you have any interest in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry? Sister Zhang took a sip of fruit tea, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang, who wore a beaming smile. I am indeed studying acting, alongside Mixue at the same school. However, I have merely been playing minor roles, achieving little. Qin Lang remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Minor roles? That merely reflects their lack of vision. I recall you mentioning a remarkable senior, and that must be you. Qin Lang, Sister Zhang exclaimed, suddenly slapping her thigh in excitement. Yes, Xu Mixue replied, glancing at Qin Lang, her cheeks slightly flushed as she nodded. Oh dear, this matter is my fault. My previous schedule was overwhelmingly packed, and then you became pregnant, which delayed everything. Had I known of your connection sooner, we should have debuted together. Do you currently have a company? Sister Zhang lamented, her hands still resting on her thigh. Not yet, Qin Lang responded. I have had offers, but the terms were not favorable, and they involved too much socializing, so I declined. Sister Zhang downed her cup of tea and continued. That's unfortunate. You should join our company. With me here, you could be assured of soaring to new heights. We have a new film in the works, currently casting. Filming begins in 3 months at H Studio, which is convenient for you. You should find time to audition. Sure. Thank you, Sister Zhang. I will follow your arrangements. Qin Lang replied, feeling that the timing was just right and that he could manage family responsibilities alongside his ambitions. After all, the baby would be a bit older in 3 months, and hiring a diligent nanny to assist with cooking, cleaning, and childcare would alleviate his burdens. Pursuing his dream of becoming a film emperor was paramount, especially since he would be working for his own company, granting him freedom. Sister Zhang would likely be astonished to learn that he was the largest shareholder. All right, we shall proceed with this plan. I will notify you of the audition schedule. For now, it is crucial to address the current turmoil. What are your thoughts? Sister Zhang's eyes sparkled with delight. She relished collaborating with such forthright individuals. Mixue and I have known each other since childhood, akin to childhood sweethearts. She has always been my favorite idol. The press release should state that we are childhood friends, and through my relentless pursuit, I finally won over my dream goddess, culminating in a happy ending. What do you think? Qin Lang gazed at Xu Mixue with tender affection. That sounds quite good. However, stories of romances between campus beauties and handsome boys are currently trending. Given that you both hail from the same school, it could be a living campus idol drama. I suggest we tweak it to depict a pure campus love story, where the two, after graduation, remain true to their roots. Evolving from first loves to a universally adored couple, Sister Zhang pondered, ultimately deciding to start from the campus setting to avoid complications, especially considering Xu Mixue's unique background. I am amenable to that. What do you think, Mixue? Qin Lang inquired, sensing that Sister Zhang's proposal was indeed more prudent. Yes, I find Sister Zhang's suggestion quite appealing, Xu Mixue affirmed. Xu Mixue pondered for a moment and concluded that Sister Zhang, with her wealth of experience, would likely offer more advantageous guidance. After all, Qin Lang was yet unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding her family. As for the matter of retreat, it would require a gradual approach. She contemplated her own reputation and mused that if she could lend a hand in Qin Lang's burgeoning career, it would indeed be delightful. Very well, shortly you two should take a close-up photograph, and today the official account will make the announcement, she suggested. Let me think. How about we refer to you as the honey couple? A couple so sweet, it could make one's teeth ache. This moniker is quite fitting, especially given the current popularity of couple-themed duos. You will be playing yourselves, after all. Furthermore, there are a plethora of variety shows of this nature emerging, which would greatly benefit Qin Lang's debut and Mixue's reemergence. Sister Zhang's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Having traversed similar paths, she could discern the genuine affection reflected in the couple's gazes. The subtle exchanges between them were so intimate they could almost be described as sticky sweet, undoubtedly promising warmth. The only uncertainty remained whether they would be amenable to this proposal. Chapter 24. A remarkable discovery of mystery seated side by side on the sofa. Qin Lang and Xu Mixue were moved at the mention of the honey couple. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy, their hands subtly entwined. They nodded in tacit agreement and spoke in unison. All right. Well then, let us get a bit closer. I will take a few photos to send to the Public Relations Department. We should create an official couples account to share snippets of our daily bliss and guide public sentiment, said Sister Zhang, who was known for her decisive and spirited nature. Naturally, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue harmonized perfectly with her. Each photograph captured the abundant love they held for one another, evoking envy in those who beheld them. Excellent. I shall return to the office to handle this. You two await further news, Sister Zhang declared. Oh dear, if Lizzie discovers I have recruited another formidable talent. Might she not leap with frustration? With a satisfied smile, Sister Zhang took her leave. Stay for dinner, Sister Zhang, Qin Lang urged. Indeed, Qin Lang is quite the culinary expert, Xu Mixue added. No, another time. I must return promptly to manage this matter. No need for formality. There will be plenty of opportunities. Sister Zhang waved her hand and slipped on her shoes before departing. Together, they accompanied Sister Zhang to the door. Only closing it once, she had entered the elevator. Husband, Sister Zhang has an impeccable eye for talent. Anyone she signs is bound to achieve great success. It seems you are destined to become a superstar. I can rest easy at home, living off your success, Xu Mixue remarked, snuggling against Qin Lang as soon as Sister Zhang left. Silly wife, even if I don't act, I can ensure you live comfortably, plump and content, Qin Lang teased, gently tapping her nose with his fingertip. But if you rise to fame, you mustn't flirt with other girls, nor engage in late-night script discussions with anyone else. "Oh dear, I'm starting to worry," Xu Mixue said, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her head against his chest, filled with concern. "All right, I promise. You are always welcome to visit the set. If you still feel uneasy, I want to go. After all, with investments, we can live well. I shall remain home to accompany you and our baby," Qin Lang said, lifting her gently and planting a kiss on her lips as they strolled into the living room. He could not bear the thought of her being anxious. After all, fame and fortune were but transient possessions. What mattered most to him was holding his beloved in his arms, for it was her presence that had brought him everything he cherished. "No, that won't do. Becoming a leading actor is your dream. I cannot be an obstacle. I trust you will never betray me," Xu Mixue replied, wrapping her arms around his neck. Noticing a small wound on his ear, she felt a surge of affection and, tilting her head, tenderly kissed the injury. What man who stood up for himself? What reason did she have to feel insecure? Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had touched his ear in such a way. He was astonished to discover that his ear startled her, causing her to pause and gaze at him in bewilderment. However, in the next moment, she broke into a mischievous smile. "Darling, it seems I have stumbled upon a remarkable mystery. My dearest wife, you know far too much. I wish to try it as well." He could not help but blush deeply, gently placing her onto the sofa. Leaning down, he gazed at her with satisfaction. "Wife, it appears you are just the same." His voice unconsciously took on a husky tone, his eyes dark and intense. She shyly murmured in response. Her eyes glazed with a soft, tender allure. "Sigh, I shall go prepare dinner." Qin Lang sighed heavily. It was only the 30th day. He ought to diligently cook for his wife. "Darling, I desire lychee meat." Xu Mixue clung to his neck, refusing to let go. "All right, be good. But release me. If you do not, you shall bear the consequences." Qin Lang felt his veins throb. This enchanting little demon dared to cling to him. Did she realize how difficult it was for him to endure? He was on the brink of becoming a ninja turtle. So wicked, so wronged. Sob. Sob. "Fine. My dear husband, I love you." Xu Mixue had no choice but to release him. "I love you too. My dear, just a few more days of patience, and I shall dote on you properly." Qin Lang quickly pressed a kiss to her lips and resolutely stood up. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the mutual exploration task with your wife. Reward, 100,000 cash and a bottle of vision-enhancing eye drops." Vision-enhancing eye drops? Are they the kind that allow one to see through things? Ding! What are you thinking? I am a serious system. These eye drops will ensure you never suffer from nearsightedness or presbyopia, allowing you to maintain healthy eyesight for a lifetime. Oh, that sounds quite useful. Can the flavor be improved? I want to get some for my family as well. Ding! Not possible. All medications are specifically designed for you alone and will only be effective when you take them. Very well. Qin Lang proceeded to the kitchen. The refrigerator was stocked with ingredients delivered from the Cloud supermarket. After the recent chaos at the supermarket, he had hurriedly left without purchasing anything. He placed an order with the Cloud supermarket, which was quite fresh and convenient. New mothers in confinement are precious and have many dietary restrictions. No matter how busy or tired he became, he hoped to consistently prepare healthy meals for her. He was not entirely at ease with outside food. Qin Lang planned to cook a simple and quick 3 dishes and a soup. The time-consuming soup would go in first. The white carp had already been cleaned and scaled, so he rinsed it briefly. Heating the oil in the pan, he grasped the fish by the tail and placed the drained white carp along the edge of the pan. Sizzle. The aroma wafted through the air. He pan-fried the fish until both sides turned golden and then added water. It was essential to fry and to add boiling water. This was the secret to success. Next, he added 2 slices of ginger and 6 small cubes of soft white tofu, bringing it to a boil over high heat. He then reduced it to medium heat to simmer for 25 minutes. During the simmering, he prepared a fragrant pig liver dish with sesame oil and sautéed snow peas with tender beef. The secret to tender beef lies in the cut and the technique. One must sever the grain. Add cooking oil, water, and sweet potato flour, and mix them thoroughly before frying them until golden. Sautéed garlic with water spinach followed. By the time the vegetables were perfectly cooked, the rich and creamy cushion carp and tofu soup was also ready to be served. Xu Mixue, who was not fond of scallions, chose to omit them. The Christian carp is known for its excellent lactation-promoting properties, and when paired with tofu, it nourishes the body and invigorates the spirit. It is both cost-effective and easy to prepare, making it an ideal choice for breastfeeding mothers. My dear, it smells delightful. I want to learn how to make it and cook for you, Xu Mixue exclaimed, drawn in by the aroma. Sure, but be cautious when frying. The oil tends to splatter. Aren't you afraid of becoming a yellow-faced woman from the fumes? Qin Lang playfully warned her, reluctant to let her take on the task. Well, if you're not scared, then neither am I. I could start with something simpler, she replied, approaching him from behind and wrapping her arms around him like a playful, affectionate kitten. Go ahead and give it a try, but do be careful, especially with chopping vegetables. Perhaps I should hire a helper to assist with cleaning and other tasks. That way, if I have to go filming, someone will be there to take care of you and the baby. What do you think? Qin Lang asked, turning to give her a gentle kiss. At that moment, both of their phones vibrated simultaneously. Chapter 25. The storm is unusually gentle as the two individuals glanced at their phones. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They exchanged a timid look, both uttering in unison, "It's my dad calling." Hastily, they relinquished their intimate hold and answered their respective calls, entering a state of readiness to face the impending tempest. Qin Lang approached the living room. Dad. What do you mean, Dad? Was it you who assaulted someone at the supermarket? Yes, it was me. But that person initiated the altercation, Qin Lang instinctively explained. Having frequently faced repercussions for fighting during his youth, he was accustomed to being chastised. I see. Are you unscathed? Yes, I'm fine, Qin Lang replied, slightly taken aback. His father did not scold him for his actions, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Today's storm was surprisingly gentle. Is it true that you have a child with that famous star, Xu Mixue? Is it a boy and a girl? Indeed, it is true. A silence fell on the other, and before continuing, you should have informed the family about such a significant matter. Well, I was concerned that Mom might have an emotional upheaval that could affect the pregnancy. I wanted to wait until she was more stable before sharing this news. Qin Lang expressed his previous reservations. That makes sense. Are you continuing to act to be closer to her? Sort of. I even fought for her once when we were kids, during that incident where my ear got injured. That girl named Yuan? Yes. Well, that fight was not in vain. Continue your acting career then. There's no need to return for exams. If you encounter any difficulties, let me know. You mustn't let yourself be outdone by your wife. Understood. I've sent back the money you returned previously. Your mother and I have managed to save up around 350,000. See if you can use it for a down payment and settle down with that girl over there. Dad, I have money now. I truly have earned it. You can use the money I sent back without worry. I've already purchased a house. If you and Mom have some free time during holidays, you can come down for a few days to see your grandchildren. You've already bought a house. Save some money for a car. It will be more convenient for you. Your mother and I have set aside 20,000, which should suffice. We already have a car. Perhaps you should consider getting a C1 license. I could buy you a car as well, making travel more convenient. Riding that electric scooter is quite risky. No need for that. It's convenient to ride a bike to work in a small town without the hassle of parking, and it's eco-friendly. However, how have you suddenly acquired so much wealth? You haven't engaged in any dubious activities, have you? Qin Lang adjusted his glasses, frowning deeply. In his era, people married young, and he was only in his early 40s. Dad, what are you thinking? Stop making wild assumptions. Perhaps I should wait until Mixue has passed the 42 days postpartum before bringing my wife and children back to visit you. It's not ideal for Mom to be moving around with her belly. That sounds reasonable. May I request some signed photographs from my daughter-in-law? Now they all know that my daughter-in-law is a great star, and a multitude of students are clamoring for signed photographs. Qin Lang spoke with a blend of helpless pride. How many do you need? Perhaps a bit too many, 500? He tried to minimize the request as much as possible. Well, that won't do. Writing 500 would be exhausting. At most, 50, and you should reward those who study diligently. Set some criteria. Qin Lang shook his head. Writing that many would tire my wife. That's a splendid idea. If you cease acting, why not return to teaching? You seem to have inherited some commendable qualities of teacher, so you're not entirely lost. Lost. On the contrary, I'm thriving. By the way, your mother and I wish to send something to your wife and child. Please provide me with an address. Not mine? No. All right, I'll text you the address. Qin Lang replied with resignation. This is proof. He must have been picked from a garbage heap. Just then, a baby's cry echoed from the nursery. Dad, I'll have to go. The baby is crying, he said hurriedly. Quickly go. Qin Lang promptly ended the call and rushed to soothe the child. Upon arrival, he found that the little ones were neither hungry nor needing a change. They were simply distressed, likely startled by the events at the supermarket. Qin Lang's heart ached for them. Infants should not be administered medication lightly, as it can pose risks to their healthy development. If a child is frightened, one should refrain from hastily giving them calming medications, particularly those containing realgar, which primarily consists of mercury. Thus, one must adhere strictly to medical advice, especially for infants. In the bedroom, Xu Mixue, having heard the baby's cries, hurriedly ended her call and rushed over to check. The baby must have been startled. Let us each hold one. Just like this. Qin Lang cradled the little one in his arms, calling her name softly while gently stroking her head. Xu Mixue mimicked his actions. With the accompaniment of soft, soothing music, the two babies gradually calmed down and fell asleep once more. Only then did they carefully place the infants back into their beds. When they emerged, the food had grown cold. Indeed, being parents is no easy task. Qin Lang reheated the meal, and they sat down together at the dining table. Dear, my parents adore you. They're sending you gifts. What'd your dad say? Qin Lang skimmed the oil off the soup and served Xu Mixue a bowl of milky fish soup. He selected the flesh from the fish's belly, removed the long bones, and placed it in her bowl. My dad said he wants to skin you. Xu Mixue took a generous sip of soup, her face lighting up with a mischievous smile. Is he planning to make a human fur coat? How about this? You could ask my dad if I can join the family, so I can make him a military coat. Perhaps he would spare me. Qin Lang lamented as he pushed his rice around. After all, he was picked from a garbage heap, and his parents already had a second son. He recalled that Xu Mixue seemed to be an only child. This idea seems quite appealing. He will take the earliest flight and arrive tomorrow afternoon. You can speak with him yourself. Tomorrow afternoon? Well, I will go get a haircut and purchase some clothing suitable for the occasion. By the way, what does Dad enjoy eating and drinking? I will go buy some. Qin Lang inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. My mother has also come along. What does Mom like to eat? We should dine first and then stroll for the mall to buy some gifts. I was originally supposed to visit first, but now everything has become chaotic, leaving me quite flustered. Qin Lang was so anxious that he could hardly eat. What would be an appropriate gift? For some reason, an image of gifting a brain platinum product flashed through my mind. Truly, I've been brainwashed by advertisements. Darling, why are you so anxious? I have no desire to step outside these days. Let us eat properly first. My parents would not actually skin you alive. I'm just teasing. I am well aware that they wouldn't genuinely harm me. I merely wish to leave a favorable impression on my parents. Chapter 26. The first experience as a son-in-law. Don't worry. My mother is here. If you manage to please her, it will be tantamount to winning over my father. Xu Mixue reassured. She savored a tender piece of beef, relishing its exquisite flavor. How do we make her happy? Qin Lang, also a novice in the role of son-in-law, pondered. Flattering one's mother-in-law is an art that must be perfected. The influence of gentle whispers can rival a tempest. For what he recalled, Xu Mixue's mother was a jovial homemaker with a round face, and it appeared their family was quite affluent. Problems that money cannot resolve are indeed formidable. My mother doesn't have many hobbies. She simply enjoys cooking and experimenting with delectable dishes. Given my childhood weight, you can imagine her passion, Xu Mixue continued. I believe your culinary skills will win her over. You could teach her a few tricks. There's no need to invest in gifts. Xu Mixue ate with an air of ease. Really? That's wonderful. My dear wife, I adore you, Qin Lang exclaimed, rising to embrace her, yearning for a kiss. Wait, you're all greasy. That's terrifying. She deftly blocked him with her chopsticks. My dear, do you find me repulsive? Qin Lang's expression turned woeful. Ha! You really should practice better hygiene. Wipe your mouth, Xu Mixue said, handing him a tissue to remove the grease from his lips before leaning in to kiss him. Is that acceptable? Now let us eat. Indeed, the meal tastes even better now, Qin Lang replied. By the way, what are your thoughts on hiring a nanny? He enthusiastically dug into his food. That sounds good. She certainly can't keep you cooped up at home. A man's aspirations reach far and wide. She understands that. Do you have any suitable candidates? Qin Lang inquired. Actually, the auntie who used to help me with cleaning seems quite nice. We could invite her back. Very well. Inform her. We should also find someone skilled to be your driver, so I can feel at ease when you're out without me. Qin Lang had developed a psychological aversion to supermarket trips. The fervor of rabid fans had become overwhelmingly intense. He now comprehended why some celebrities employ bodyguards, not out of arrogance, but for their very safety. Fame brings both admiration and envy, and one can never discern whether those surrounding them are admirers or rivals. All right, I shall heed your advice. Xu Mixue nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Zhang Huiyan's efficiency was commendable. The online discourse quickly tilted in favor of the couple, with the announcement of the honey couple trending at the top of the search results. Oh my, how sweet. This is the idyllic campus romance I've always yearned for. It's delightful. Isn't that Qin Lang, the heartthrob from a school of media? I once penned him a love letter. No wonder he never replied. Losing to Xu Mixue doesn't sadden me. Qin Lang was indeed a breath of fresh air in the industry, renowned for his integrity. Despite being married to a superstar, he never exploited her fame, instead beginning his career as an extra. I've edited numerous clips of him in supporting roles. If you'd like to see them, please show some love and follow. The first video on my homepage is just that. Indeed, I have had the pleasure of working alongside him in the same group. His diligence is remarkable. He is willing to tackle even the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks. He possesses an undeniable charm, exuding handsomeness even in the role of a corpse. Yes, indeed, there was a time when we both served as extras, and I succumbed to heat exhaustion. He graciously carried me to a shaded area. Their connection is undoubtedly genuine love, reflected in their gazes brimming with affection. I wholeheartedly accept this bowl of dog food. Qin Lang had no time to ponder these matters. He trusted Sister Zhang's abilities. At that moment, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the impending meeting with his in-laws. After ensuring his beloved wife was settled comfortably, he ventured out alone. He had spent a month neglecting his hair, nearly resembling a wild creature. His first stop was to visit Teacher Tony, where he had a sharp haircut. Afterwards, he made his way to the shopping mall. Clothes make the man, and he treated himself to several formal outfits, anticipating their frequent use. He spotted a lovely pink dress that would suit Xu Mixue perfectly and decided to purchase it as well. Although Xu Mixue insisted that gifts for her parents were unnecessary, he believed that it is better to be courteous, and since he had the means, he wished to express his heartfelt gratitude. After all, they had nurtured their precious daughter for over 20 years. It was only fitting to show appreciation. His first purchase was a tea set of collectible value. Whether or not it was truly exquisite, he was unsure, but he figured that spending a bit more could not be a mistake. He also acquired a complete fishing gear set. If his father-in-law chose not to accept it, he would keep it for future fishing trips, as he too enjoyed the pastime. For his mother-in-law, he selected a practical cookbook, beautifully illustrated and thoroughly detailed. Should he find time in the future, perhaps he could even publish his own cookbook, sharing his culinary skills with a wider audience. After all, it is better to share joy than to relish it alone. As he passed by an elegantly decorated jewelry store, he found himself irresistibly drawn inside. The interior was illuminated brightly, with laser lights dazzling the eyes and accentuating the brilliance of the golden and silver adornments. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon the store's signature piece. "Could you show me that item?" Qin Lang inquired, raising his eyes. A group of saleswomen clad in chic black dresses, their makeup immaculate, were engrossed in conversation, seemingly oblivious to him in his ordinary white t-shirt, with two stray black hairs clinging to his face. Dressed in attire that barely totaled 200 yuan, he was overlooked by them. With a slight push, one reluctant saleswoman approached. "Sir, this is our signature piece. We cannot allow trials without a purchase. How can I know if it's suitable without trying it on? Then there is nothing more to discuss." It was truly a case of a large store taking advantage of its customers. They presumed, based on his modest attire, that he could not afford it and were disinclined to assist him. It is indeed a harsh reality. When one possesses wealth, even a counterfeit bag is regarded as genuine. Whereas in times of financial constraint, Even a real bag is perceived as false. Qin Lang reached into his pocket and produced the keys to his Porsche, placing them on the glass counter. Actually, sir, it is not impossible to try it on. I perceive your esteemed and distinguished status. Allow me a moment to seek the manager for a key. Please bear with me as I procure it. In an instant, the sales associate's demeanor transformed, her expression shifting more swiftly than the dramatic face-changing act of Sichuan opera, her countenance now radiant with delight. She had not anticipated that they had misjudged the situation, allowing her to seize a remarkable opportunity. "Oh, please go ahead," she said. Qin Lang was truly pleased with the matching rings, though he had to suppress his excitement for the moment. At that juncture, another sales associate emerged from the break room. Noticing Qin Lang standing alone at the counter, unattended, she graciously poured him a cup of red tea, presenting it with both hands and a respectful expression, saying, "Sir, please enjoy this tea." Qin Lang took the cup, savored a sip, and glanced at her name tag, realizing she was a new intern. An idea began to form in his mind. The pretentious sales associate returned, adorned in black velvet gloves, clutching a small key. The manager accompanied her, wearing a cheerful expression. The pretentious associate pushed the intern aside with a sycophantic demeanor, eagerly opening the glass display to retrieve the rings. Chapter 27. Swiftly strike back with wealth your discerning eye is commendable. This is indeed our award-winning design of the year. The exquisite ring boasts an impressive 3.6-carat flawless fancy vivid pink diamond, classified as a type III stone, and is unique in the world. The pretentious saleswoman delicately cradled the pink diamond ring in her palm, and against the backdrop of black velvet, it shimmered with unparalleled brilliance. Regardless of age, every woman harbors a youthful dream of pink. The delicate hue of the diamond undoubtedly represents the cherished aspirations of many women. If circumstances permit, they would pursue it at any cost, irrespective of the exorbitant price. Xu Mixue, who adores pink roses, would undoubtedly be enamored with this pink diamond ring. Qin Lang took the ring from her hand and slipped it onto his little finger for a fitting. It was a perfect fit, as if tailor-made for him. He had meticulously studied the sizes beforehand. Xu Mixue's middle finger matched the width of his little finger. Doesn't it look exceptionally beautiful? Your beloved can wear it on any occasion, subtle yet luxurious, certain to evoke envy among other women. Quite nice, Qin Lang nodded, envisioning Xu Mixue's slender, fair hand adorned with the ring, which would undoubtedly enhance her beauty. Diamonds are eternal. One remains forever, symbolizing an unbreakable bond of love between two individuals. The rarity of pink adds to its preciousness, encapsulating a youthful spirit that your wife will undoubtedly adore. Noticing Qin Lang's satisfaction, the saleswoman eagerly stoked the flames of persuasion, her face radiating joy as she contemplated how to spend her forthcoming commission. We also have a blue diamond ring that complements the pink ring, exuding simplicity and elegance. Would you care to try it on? As she reached out to offer the ring, Qin Lang recoiled in distaste. Please, allow me to handle it myself. If he were not genuinely fond of the rings, he would have boldly declared that he would not purchase anything touched by her. Qin Lang retrieved the ring from the box and found it slightly oversized. The size can be adjusted. We can have it altered for you immediately. We also offer lifetime free maintenance and cleaning, along with exquisite gifts during holidays. Very well. Please have the intern who served me earlier process the order. Sir, she began to speak, but was interrupted by the store manager's discreet cough behind her. The pretentious saleswoman, realizing her efforts had gone to waste, wore a countenance that resembled someone who had tasted bitterness. The intern looked bewildered at Qin Lang, and the manager gently nudged her, whispering, "Hurry, if you secure this sale, you will be promoted." Coming to her senses, the intern stepped forward. Sir, the total for this pair of rings is 5.8 million, reduced to 5.66 million after the discount. Upon hearing the price, Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. No wonder they had ignored him upon his arrival. A pair of rings costing over 5 million? He had assumed it would be at most 300,000 or 400,000. He calculated the system's reward he had received, estimating it to be just over 4 million. Most of the funds have been allocated to financial products, and it is not possible to withdraw them all at once. The remainder consists of fixed assets. Initially, I had hoped to appear quite dashing, but this situation has turned rather awkward. The intern sales assistant, perceptive as she was, noticed Qin Lang's discomfort and quickly offered a way out. Sir, this ring symbolizes a lifetime commitment, such an important matter. You may take a photo to show your beloved and see if she is satisfied. If she approves, you can return to purchase it. The pretentious sales assistant, feeling quite dejected, caught on to Qin Lang's uncharacteristic demeanor, quietly scoffed and rolled her eyes in disdain. She had thought him to be affluent, but it seemed he was merely a pauper, attempting to put on airs. Just as Qin Lang was preparing to take the opportunity to leave, a notification chimed. The system detected that someone was looking down on him, and this contempt had crossed the threshold of the system's tolerance. As a reward, he received a cash bonus of 10 million. He was urged to retaliate swiftly with this newfound wealth. Purchase it, buy it, acquire a pair, slap her in the face. Immediately, make her envious, make her regret. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, Qin Lang found a notification confirming the substantial deposit. Your account ending in 2021 has received a bank transfer of 10,000,000 yuan on October 13th at 12:29. Current balance, 10,692,058. 25 yuan. Construction bank. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, nearly bursting into laughter. It appeared the system had a sense of humor as well. Please adjust the size of the men's ring, but keep the women's ring as it is, packaged separately in a gift box. Thank you for your suggestion, but I wish to surprise my beloved. Let's proceed with the purchase now, using my construction bank card and cash payment, please. He handed the card to the intern sales assistant. Oh, certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment while I process this. The intern was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had misjudged the situation. Additionally, I would like a set of the 5-piece wedding gold ensemble, the one featuring the golden pig design, necklace, ring, bracelet, and 2 earrings. And that must be the 24-karat gold phoenix crown, correct? Indeed it is, sir. The store manager, too, was now flustered. Having assumed that Qin Lang could not afford such luxuries. What a dramatic turn of events. The previously chatting sales assistants wore expressions of envy and regret, their faces drained of color. Wrap everything up. I want the matching golden phoenix crown included in the total. Qin Lang placed his order with commanding confidence, his funds providing a firm foundation. Very well, sir. Please proceed to the VIP room for a brief respite while we prepare everything for you, the manager said, bowing and scraping. Qin Lang began to envision Xu Mixue adorning her wedding attire, the phoenix crown and vibrant garments, undoubtedly the most beautiful bride in the world. He wondered whether she preferred a traditional Chinese ceremony or a Western-style wedding. Personally, he favored the former. Yet, he was equally eager to see her in a pristine white wedding gown, which left him in a state of delightful turmoil. How should he propose to elicit a reaction of sheer surprise and heartfelt emotion, leaving her blushing and nestled in his embrace, softly weeping with joy? A meticulous plan was indeed in order. Qin Lang was unwilling to linger in the jewelry store, recalling that he had yet to purchase clothing for his child. He took the receipt and informed the sales associate before making his way to the children's clothing section. As he passed by a children's boutique named JMBY, he couldn't help but steal a few glances. The style of the posters sent a shiver down his spine. Was this truly a store for children's apparel? Under the renowned brand Jiang Nanbu E? Surely it couldn't be. Zhou Sun had even endorsed the women's line of Jiang Nanbu E. Being a parent himself, he felt compelled to step inside. He casually picked up a garment adorned with prints that proclaimed, "Welcome to the hell, and let me touch you," accompanied by ambiguous designs that seemed to allude to Satan, sacrifices, and brutal tortures. What on earth were these sinister creations? Chapter 28, Darling, do you think my dance is beautiful? She pulled out several garments. Qin Lang's expression grew increasingly grim. A rabbit's head bleeding from all 7 orifices, a little boy, pierced by 1,000 arrows, crying for help. Most repulsive of all was a young girl's dress emblazoned with an inverted letter L. The design, seen from the perspective of a little girl, placed the focus squarely on the letter's unfortunate position. It was utterly nauseating and ominously unsettling. This undoubtedly pushed the boundaries of public aesthetics and morality. Qin Lang was on the verge of exploding with rage. Preschool children possess a keen sensitivity to details, easily noticing what adults overlook, like pebbles by the roadside or ants in the grass. Adults might not pay much attention to such patterns when purchasing clothing, but children observe them meticulously every day, during boring lessons or while hiding alone in a corner during games of hide and seek. These little ones are constantly subjected to such psychological hints. The consequences of this are profoundly chilling to contemplate. The store was bustling with customers. Seizing the opportunity while the sales staff were preoccupied, Qin Lang took out his phone and snapped numerous photos. He scoffed quietly. Did the manufacturer think the people of our country were blind? They must understand that water can both buoy a boat and capsize it. Back at home in the riverside community, Qin Lang returned with bags in hand. Hearing the sound of the door, Xu Mixue nestled on the sofa with a book, quickly closed it, and joyfully rose to greet him. "Darling, your new hairstyle is so handsome. It exudes the essence of tough guy. My father will surely be pleased." She leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist like an adorable koala clinging to a tree. Fortunately, Qin Lang had set down his belongings first, or he would have instinctively dropped them. Fearing she might fall, he supported her with his hands and kissed her gently. "Of course. Just look at whose husband I am. How could I not be handsome? Darling, why did you buy so many things? Is there something for me?" "Of course. A pink little dress. Try it on and see if it fits." She beamed like a child, showering him with kisses. "Darling, I love you so much." Receiving a gift from a beloved, even if it is merely a small card filled with sweet words, can bring immense joy. How much more so for a lovely pink dress. With a delighted squeal, she slid down from him, her legs tucked playfully. Qin Lang retrieved the pink garment from the bag and handed it to her. "Here it is. All right, wait for me. I'll try it on right now." She took the bag and dashed towards the bedroom. After changing his shoes and organizing the other items, Qin Lang took a bag upstairs to hide. His plans were thrown into disarray with his in-laws arriving tomorrow. It seemed he would need to advance his proposal plans. There was no time to wait until he completed the 100 things he had intended to do. He must demonstrate through action the depth of his feelings for Xu Mixue to her parents. Love, at times, cannot merely be a matter of words. Now that I have a daughter, I deeply understand the sentiments of a loving father. When she dashed downstairs, Xu Mixue had just on her dress, a delicate pink v-neck, form-fitting gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her slender, elongated legs were smooth and fair. "Darling, do I look beautiful?" she asked. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she discreetly tugged at the hem of her dress. It was her first time wearing such a short skirt, yet she was unaware that as she pulled down the hem, the neckline followed suit. The sight was utterly breathtaking, simply mesmerizing. "Beautiful. My wife, you are truly a vision." The allure was beyond mere charm. It was ethereal. "By the way, my love, can you dance? You know, that song about confessing love that drives one mad?" Just then, the Tmall genie automatically recognized the tune and began to play it. "Is it the one from Douyin?" "I know a little," she replied bashfully, lowering her head and playfully pinching her fingers together. "My dear, come on, just one dance. There's no one else around. I wish to see." He wrapped his arms around her waist and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. "Well, if you insist. But don't laugh if I'm not good." "Absolutely not. You could stand still and look magnificent, let alone when you move." As the music transitioned into the main melody, her cheeks burned as she swayed gently to the rhythm, gradually becoming more fluid in her movements. Her innocent yet exquisite visage paired beautifully with her alluring figure, creating a captivating spectacle. "I confess, it's only you that drives me mad with love. Watch as the sunset stretches our shadows. The clouds form hearts, resembling cotton candy." Compared to that internet sensation in her blue attire, she was undoubtedly superior, both in stature and skill. "Darling, I've finished dancing. How is it?" Beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead, her complexion growing increasingly rosy, and her breath quickened as she spoke. Qin Lang reached for a tissue, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. He regretted purchasing such a stunning dress, wishing to keep her beauty solely for himself. But one exquisite Xu Mixue was more than enough. He embraced her tightly, whispering softly, "My love, you danced beautifully. Can you promise to dance only for me from now on?" and wear this dress just for my eyes? It's too lovely. I admit I'm possessive and don't want others to see. All right, I'll do as you wish. In truth, I feel shy about wearing it outside. She nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his waist, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, murmuring sweetly, "Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of purchasing your wife's first outfit and witnessing her inaugural dance. Reward: 200,000 in cash, a top-tier acting skill, and a potion for enhanced physical prowess. There are rewards for this, indeed. Haha, redeem them all. The potent elixir of vitality, once consumed, may one day lead a certain individual to beg for mercy. The mere thought of it brings immense amusement. My dear, what makes you smile?" Xu Mixue, nestled against Qin Lang's chest, suddenly sensed his heartbeat quickening, his chest vibrating with emotion. She gazed up at him in confusion. "Being with you brings me joy." He lowered his lips to hers, and only when their breaths became labored did he reluctantly release her. "My love, I see you've purchased quite a few items. Were they?" "Ah, just some gifts for our parents. I'll give the baby a bath now. Would you like to learn? Is that permissible? Can I touch the water?" Xu Mixue's face lit up with anticipation. Previously, her hands had itched to engage, yet Qin Lang had only permitted her to observe, forbidding her from bending down to touch the water. Nonetheless, the baby appeared so small and delicate that she felt a twinge of nervousness. "Now that the confinement period is past, you may touch, but do so sparingly, especially with cold water. Warm water is acceptable." Qin Lang embraced her, showering her with affectionate kisses, contemplating the need to swiftly complete his tasks for the day. He had a surprise planned for Xu Mixue that evening and needed to find something for her to do, allowing him time to prepare the rooftop for their special moment. Chapter 29. A Romantic Proposal Ceremony. "Will you marry me?" Qin Lang first set the water and turned on the heater. Upon entering the nursery, he found the two little ones already awake. Their moods appeared cheerful. They neither cried nor fussed, gazing with their large, round eyes. They waved their tiny hands in rhythm to the music, cooing and attempting to grasp the spinning mobile suspended above their crib. Even the tips of their fingers were adorably pink, an irresistible sight. First, he decided to wash the older baby. Qin Lang lifted the little one, who had grown noticeably chubbier after a month of nourishment. The baby was now round and lovely, no longer wrinkled. Xu Mixue's nurturing prowess was undeniable. Breast milk, indeed, cannot be replaced by formula. Many children fall ill after weaning, as breast milk contains antibodies from the mother. Therefore, unless circumstances prevent it, continuing breastfeeding is the paramount choice. One should not be swayed by the notion that breast milk lacks nutrition after 6 months. Such beliefs should be eradicated. However, a mother's feelings are equally significant. Not breastfeeding does not equate to being a bad mother. Thus, he would still heed his wife's wishes. The older baby lay on the floating bath mat, flailing its arms and legs in joyous laughter. It seemed that the love for water was ingrained in the child's very essence. After bathing both babies, Qin Lang wrapped the little one in a towel and carried him to the bed. "My dear, after the babies have bathed, we can conduct tactile training. Pour some baby oil into your hands and warm it as I do." "Yes, like this." Xu Mixue coated her 10 fingers with oil, their sheen resembling polished jade. "Exactly. Like this. Let the baby lie on his back, and using your palms, gently stroke from his neck down to his legs. Then turn him onto his stomach, and with your index and middle fingers, softly caress both sides of his spine from top to bottom. The areas beside the spine are acupressure points that can promote the baby's physical development with regular, gentle stimulation. Husband, you are amazing, so knowledgeable. It truly brings me joy to be with you. It is my honor to bring you happiness. The rest I leave in your capable hands." After the massage, the baby would likely be quite hungry. "I'll go prepare dinner. I started a soup earlier, so I just need to stir-fry a couple of dishes." Qin Lang kissed her and went to the kitchen. In truth, even during the baby massage, her nursing pads had already become soaked. She felt a familiar tugging sensation, wishing for the baby to latch on immediately. With a smile, she changed into loose, soft loungewear, cleaned up the older baby, and, cradling him, offered him some food. Watching the baby happily munching brought her immense comfort and pride. While Xu Mixue took a bath and the baby dozed off, Qin Lang rushed upstairs. neglecting to wash the dishes, and hurriedly retrieved an LED heart-shaped candle. A path was laid out, adorned with a grand crown of love and the word love. The ground was scattered with pink rose petals, while warm, twinkling star lights hung all around. Dandelion fireworks illuminated the scene, accompanied by LED lights spelling, "Will you marry me?" Fireworks were strategically prepared, and in the center, there lay a grand display of 999 roses, filling a large bucket. Fortunately, he had consumed a potent stamina elixir. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to manage alone. A golden phoenix crown was placed at the center. The effect was quite satisfactory, as Qin Lang nodded in approval at the elaborate setup before him. Although time was a bit tight, he wished it could have been even more splendid. Yet what mattered most was the heartfelt effort he had personally invested. The evening's weather was delightful, under the full moon, with a sky adorned with stars and a gentle breeze. Everything was perfectly in place. He hoped Xu Mixue would appreciate it. "My dear, I have a surprise for you. Please stand still." Qin Lang embraced Xu Mixue from behind, inhaling the enchanting fragrance that wafted from her. He planted a playful kiss on her fair neck, leaving a mark akin to a strawberry. "Haha, that tickles." "What surprise?" She giggled, squirming. "If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. You'll find out soon," he teased, gently tying a silk scarf over her eyes. Lifting her in a princess carry, he cradled her in his arms. "Husband," she exclaimed, startled by the sudden darkness, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "Fear not. I will hold you securely," he reassured, a smile playing on his lips as he guided her to the rooftop. "We're here, my love. I adore you," he declared, setting her down gently and steadying her. He lit the fuse of the fireworks, embracing her from behind as he silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. He removed the scarf from her eyes. With a resounding bang, fireworks soared into the sky, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling shooting stars dancing in the night. The spectacle was dazzling and breathtaking. "What is this? Oh my, it's absolutely stunning. Husband, is this all for me?" She gasped, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with the reflections of the twinkling lights. Silly wife. Who else could it be for? Is there a third person here? Qin Lang revealed a pink diamond ring that he had discreetly held in his hand. Facing her, he knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Xu Mixue, will you marry me?" "Yes, of course," she replied, tears of joy glistening in her eyes as she extended her delicate, fair hand. Qin Lang reverently kissed the back of her hand and slipped the pink diamond ring on her finger, gazing earnestly into her eyes as he expressed, "Thank you, my dear wife, for gracing my life. You have brought 2 precious little ones into my world, transforming my existence into something extraordinary. Even if the wind ceases to chase the clouds, ice no longer melts into water, fire loses its warmth, and stone becomes soft. I shall never cease to love you. My dear husband, my love for you will endure eternally." She pulled him close, tears glistening like pear blossoms as she nestled into his embrace. The most blissful aspect of love is simply this: I love you, and you love me in return. Only she is aware of the truth behind it all. She has awaited this day for what feels like an eternity, enduring countless hardships. Yet, it is all worthwhile in the end. Silly darling, do not cry. Shedding tears incessantly is not good for your eyes. They will become like those of a rabbit. She struggled to contain herself, her sobs caught in her throat. Overwhelmed by emotion. "Allow me to assist you." The ambience shimmered with a romantic glow. He held her tightly, bowing his head, and kissed away the tears from her pitifully weeping visage, drawing, depicting, tasting, and intertwining until they were lost in one another. "Are you no longer crying? Does it not feel wonderful? Regrettably, it has not yet been 42 days. I cannot bestow upon you the remaining joys." Qin Lang tenderly kissed away the salty tears upon her cheeks. "What you cannot give me, I shall provide for you. I am a grateful and devoted woman." Xu Mixue, with an innocent and pure expression, uttered words that could drive one to madness. "Oh my, spare me your words." Qin Lang blushed deeply and swept her into his arms, eagerly heading towards the realm of happiness. Chapter 30. Is it sensual? The first rays of morning sunlight danced into the room. The previous night had been a hurried affair, leaving the curtains inadequately drawn. Oh dear. Qin Lang cautiously rose, intent on tightening the gap to avoid waking his beloved wife. After a night of profound satisfaction, he found himself cherishing the joys of mortal life over divine pursuits. Why bother with a path devoid of emotions? Was there perhaps an underlying ailment? Ding. Congratulations on your successful proposal. The love shared between the couple had transcended both spirit and body, leading to a significant elevation in their relationship. And the system experienced a qualitative leap. Ding. Reward. 10 million in cash. Ding. Congratulations. Your acting skills have reached their zenith. Ding. Congratulations. You have won an all-inclusive luxury vacation package to Bali. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a seaside villa on HN Island. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a Bugatti Veyron Supersport. What a remarkable quintuple achievement. It seemed as though the system was even more exhilarated than he was. Nevertheless, he too felt a surge of excitement, eager to toil relentlessly. Extraction. Extraction. Ding. Processing your request. Today marked the arrival of his in-laws. Qin Lang, no longer inclined to linger in slumber, set about tending to the two little treasures, feeding them and changing their diapers, before diving into his tasks. He began by placing an order at Yin's supermarket, purchasing an array of fruits, vegetables, beverages, and anything else he deemed necessary. With sleeves rolled up, he commenced his chores, washing dishes, cleaning the house, and doing laundry. He had even bought several new outfits for the baby, which he also laundered. New clothes often contain varying levels of methanol. Given the baby's fragile immunity, it was imperative to wash these garments before dressing the little one. He remembered his childhood, when he frequently wore unwashed new clothes, especially during the New Year celebrations. Fortunately, he was relatively resilient and had only a few new clothes, most of which were hand-me-downs from cousins. In the past, people lacked understanding and resources. Now, with knowledge and better conditions, he could not allow his child to take such risks. Contemporary children's clothing comes in myriad styles, and it is best to purchase pure cotton, solid-colored items. Avoiding overly flamboyant designs. Opt for subtle patterns with soft prints. As he washed the garments, Qin Lang recalled the peculiar children's clothing from Jiangnan's brand. He quickly retrieved his phone and, inspired by the images, crafted a message. Using an anonymous account, he exposed the clothing issue on several parenting forums and social media platforms. Just as he was about to put away his phone, a notification arrived. Your account ending in 2021 received a deposit of 10,000 yuan on October 25th at 7:40, with a balance of 13,892,058. 00 yuan. Construction Bank. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Lang transferred 666,000 yuan to a seldom-used card, preparing it as a betrothal gift for his in-laws. He also sent 200,000 to Lin Wu before finally setting his phone aside, continuing to tenderly handle the baby's clothes. He had just finished washing and hanging them out to dry. The phone call from Lin Wu came through. Lang, have you received the money? Yes, but Lang, it's only been a short while, and the returns are already tenfold. Did you front the money for me? That's not how it works. Earning money isn't easy. It should be fair. If there's a loss, it's not a problem. I didn't front anything. It's just compounding interest. It's been a month, which is quite normal. I've even set aside some principal for you, so feel free to spend your money. Really? You would deceive me, would you? Haven't you seen me buy a house and a car? You truly have your way, huh? Absolutely invincible. I think I'll go get a new car. I wanted one for ages. Sure, when you have time, drive your new car over for dinner. All right, but I'm tied up with several performances recently, so I might not be able to make it. No worries, just give me a call when you're free. I have to go now. Someone else at the door, probably the vegetable delivery. Go ahead, I need to get ready for my performance too. After Qin Lang hung up, he headed to the door to collect the delivery. In truth, he hadn't fronted any money. The skills of an investment master are truly remarkable. Money breeds money. One must not revel too much. For him, money was merely a means to pamper his wife and children. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Good brothers share both hardships and fortunes. Moreover, Lin Wu had been contemplating buying a car for quite some time. Their camaraderie was strong. Helping Lin Wu earn some pocket money was just the beginning. He intended to lead him to greater success in the future. At 3:20 p.m., darling, how do I look in this? Qin Lang donned a specially purchased white shirt and dress pants. You look incredibly handsome. Formal attire really accentuates your physique. Xu Mixue couldn't resist reaching out to playfully pinch his rear. Am I sexy? Qin Lang struck a dashing pose in response. Absolutely, utterly captivating. Let me choose a tie for you. I'll take care of the tying. That's a deal. From now on, all my ties are your responsibility. With a mischievous grin, Qin Lang stole a quick kiss. You, naughty. Xu Mixue recalled last night's events and felt her cheeks flush. Lowering her head, she meticulously selected a deep blue tie. She stood on her tiptoes to loop it around his neck, crossing it over his chest with a wider end in front and the narrower end behind. The wider end wrapped around the narrower one from behind, then folded back over the front. It passed through the loop at the collar, and she flipped it down, threading it through the front loop, pulling tight and adjusting it. Under Xu Mixue's deft hands, a perfect knot was tied. My father seems stern, but he's actually soft-hearted beneath that tough exterior. If he scolds you, don't take it to heart. Xu Mixue recalled her father's somber tone on the phone, still laced with concern. Don't worry, dear. Since I've taken their treasure, I'm prepared to bear any scolding or punishment without a word. Well, you have met my mother, and she is quite easy to get along with. My father, on the other hand, enjoys lecturing. He never resorts to scolding or violence. Time is of the essence, so you should hurry. My father despises tardiness. Please be cautious on the road. Xu Mixue rose on her toes and bestowed a tender kiss upon his neck. Indeed, my dear wife, I shall complete the task without fail. As Qin Lang drove towards the airport, a sense of anxiety lingered within him. Upon reaching the elevated highway, a black sedan suddenly accelerated on his left, colliding violently with a silver car ahead of him on the right. A resounding crash echoed through the air. After the impact, the black sedan careened off the elevated roadway. The driver of the silver car, demonstrating remarkable reflexes, swiftly maneuvered to the left and slammed on the brakes. With a screech, the silver vehicle veered leftward, rolling several times before being halted by the guardrail. Thus, it narrowly escaped being sent plummeting off the elevated bridge alongside the black sedan. What in the world? Was this a premeditated act of murder? A mutuelle destruction? What animosity could provoke such a violent encounter? Chapter 31. A meeting without prior acquaintance. Qin Lang's heart raced with trepidation as he slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Fortunately, he was en route to the airport, where traffic was sparse. Otherwise, a catastrophic pileup would have been inevitable. Once he regained his composure, he activated the hazard lights and retrieved his phone to dial emergency services. Clearly articulating his location, he also called the police while exiting the vehicle to render assistance. He pulled out a triangular warning sign from the trunk and positioned it approximately 80 meters behind his car, then retrieved a fire extinguisher and a first aid kit from within. As he approached the silver sedan, which lay overturned, one might wonder why he was equipped with such items. High-end vehicles typically come with a fire extinguisher and an onboard first aid kit, which primarily include supplies for bleeding control, gauze, bandages, hemostatic powder, and clamps. However, he deemed the kit insufficient and had supplemented it with additional necessities for both self-rescue and aiding others. Wealth often breeds a heightened fear of mortality. The thought of passing before exhausting one's financial resources is a daunting one. Inside the vehicle were two individuals, presumably the driver and the owner, as it was customary for the proprietor to occupy the rear seat. Despite possessing the skills of a miraculous healer, this was his inaugural experience in saving a life, rendering him somewhat anxious. He first assessed the driver, whose condition was beyond salvage. The owner in the back seat appeared to still be clinging to life. Estimated to be in his 20s, with fair skin and handsome features, he wore gold-rimmed glasses that had shattered into a spiderweb of fragments. Yet, his pallor and the ashen hue of his lips were alarming. Please don't succumb. It would be such a pity, Qin Lang thought, fearing the vehicle might ignite. Qin Lang forcibly pried open the severely deformed rear door, intending to extricate the owner for a closer examination. The owner ought to be grateful for the potent vitality elixir he had consumed the previous night. Otherwise, such a door would be unyielding to most. Perhaps fate had spared him. Upon inspection, Qin Lang noted that the owner still had a pulse and was breathing, though he appeared to have sustained a head injury and some cuts from the shattered glass. Further assessment would be possible only once he was removed from the car, but it was crucial that he remain conscious. If there were injuries to the cervical or lumbar spine, Qin Lang would have to exercise utmost caution. "Are you all right? Can you hear me? Wake up," he called out, refraining from shaking him and instead raising his voice near the man's ear. The owner stirred from his unconscious state, groggily opening his eyes to glance at Qin Lang, murmuring softly in pain before closing them again. "Hold on, try to stay awake. Do you have sensation in your neck and lower back? Can you move?" The owner opened his eyes once more, his voice hoarse and weak. "Yes, I can." "All right, I will support you. Can you manage to get out on your own?" "Perhaps not. My left leg is trapped and immobile." Fresh crimson blood trickled down from the owner's forehead. "Then bear with it," Qin Lang urged, mustering his strength to wrench open the passenger door. With determination, he dismantled the contorted passenger seat, gritting his teeth at the effort required. The boss squinted in confusion. Qin Lang unfastened his seatbelt. The seat was damaged, the screws loose, and it was not particularly difficult to detach. Qin Lang offered a brief explanation, not wishing to be perceived as a monster. "Thank you, I am Wang Zhe. May I know your name?" "What matters is not prior acquaintance. I am merely a passing Good Samaritan." "How is your hand? Can you move it?" He was in a rush to pick up his in-laws, fortunate to have left home a bit earlier. Given his evident wealth, he likely would not resort to deceit, especially since his vehicle was equipped with a dashcam. "All right," Wang Zhe replied, momentarily taken aback. "Are there still good people who expect nothing in return? If you're holding onto my neck, I'll carry you down. I fear this vehicle might ignite." "Thank you. No need for formality. It is not in my nature to abandon someone in peril. However, your driver is beyond help." The boss's gaze darkened, and he fell silent. Qin Lang carefully maneuvered around his injuries and lifted him from the car. While this was effortless for Qin Lang, he feigned exertion, grunting softly. His pristine new clothes were now stained with blood. He gently placed Wang Zhe on the flat roadside and began assessing his injuries. Something was amiss. The blood flow from his left pant leg was excessive, indicating more than just a fracture. Qin Lang frowned and, without hesitation, tore open Wang Zhe's trousers. "What are you doing?" Wang Zhe instinctively attempted to cover himself, but he was too weak, his vision fading. "If you wish to survive, remain still. Your left femoral artery has been severed. Delay will lead to your demise." Qin Lang spoke with urgency while his hands worked diligently. He first bent Wang Zhe's knee to relax the muscles, then quickly located the major artery from which blood was gushing. Using his thumb, he pressed firmly on the point in the groin, near the heart, the pressure point for the femoral artery, where one could feel a slight bulge and gentle pulse. The area pressed must be 1 to 2 centimeters proximal to the rupture. Pressing directly on the tear would not effectively stem the bleeding. With his other hand, he swiftly retrieved a tourniquet from the medical kit and securely wrapped the wound. "Water. Is there any water?" "I'm very thirsty," Wang Zhe said, immobile. "You cannot drink. Bear with it. You are fortunate to have encountered me today. If the artery is cut and not promptly treated, even the mightiest of beings would be powerless." Qin Lang exhaled in relief and sat down heavily on the ground, lifting his shoulder to wipe the sweat trickling into his eyes. After significant blood loss, one often feels thirsty. If large amounts of water are consumed at this time, it would further dilute the blood, reducing its oxygen-carrying capacity and leading to insufficient oxygen supply to the tissues. It would also dilute the electrolytes in the blood, lowering osmotic pressure, which can be particularly damaging to brain cells. Thus, drinking was absolutely forbidden. Once Qin Lang regained his composure, he began tending to Wang Zhe's other injuries. "Your left leg is fractured as well. Let me stabilize it for you. Having treated both 110 and 120, I should arrive shortly." Qin Lang retrieved a smooth splint from the medical kit. He compared its length against Wang Zhe's injured leg, finding it to be approximately suitable. In the urgent management of fractures, it is imperative that the splint exceeds the length of the injured limb by at least 2 joints. A splint that is too short may easily become loose and fail to provide adequate stabilization. Qin Lang placed some soft gauze inside the splint. He then secured a splint on both the inner and outer sides of the injured leg, ensuring optimal fixation. with the tightness adjusted to allow for the insertion of a single finger. Are you a doctor? No, Qin Lang admitted, despite possessing the skills of a divine healer. He lacked any official credentials or diplomas. Your technique is quite professional. Wang Zhe squinted in pain, feeling a wave of darkness wash over him. I have a rather strong aversion to death. I frequently read books and watched videos on this subject. Qin Lang extracted a tourniquet and gauze from the first aid kit to inspect the wound on Wang Zhe's head. Wang Zhe remarked, "Good man, Lei, you must be quite wealthy." Chapter 32. The arrival of the in-laws. It was evident to Qin Lang that Wang Zhe was in a precarious state, fearing that he might drift into unconsciousness. Qin Lang attended to his wounds while engaging him in conversation. Wealthy individuals often possess a heightened fear of mortality. A glance at the nearby Porsche Cayenne SUV and the expensive suit adorning Wang Zhe made it clear. Wang Zhe, being affluent himself, shared this fear of death. I wholeheartedly concur with this sentiment. Your attire appears to be ruined. Even if wealth is not an issue for you, at least leave me a way to contact you so I can compensate you for your clothing. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow. He was a man who dreaded owing favors. His life, so precious, was now in jeopardy, and the other party was not in want of money, making the situation rather complicated. The debt of gratitude for saving a life could only be repaid when fate allowed. No need, Qin Lang replied, shaking his head. To save a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. Consider it a blessing for the 2 children. At this moment, he lacked for nothing and was content in his life. Wang Zhe's plight was indeed pitiable. He could hardly be concerned about his ruined attire. The circumstances surrounding this accident were suspicious, and Wang Zhe likely had connections that were anything but ordinary. Qin Lang wished to avoid entanglements with Wang Zhe, steering clear of any chaotic affairs. He simply desired to embrace his wife and share tender moments with her. Bear with it. It might hurt a bit. I need to extract the shards of glass from your scalp and then bandage you, Qin Lang instructed. All right, Wang Zhe replied, already numb from the pain. He felt overwhelmingly fatigued, but understood the need to remain conscious. Carefully, Qin Lang used tweezers to extract the glass fragments from Wang Zhe's head. After disinfecting the area with iodine, he applied a tourniquet, tying it securely. Qin Lang then retrieved his phone to check the time and noted the application time on the tourniquet. If left unrelieved for an extended period, it could lead to inadequate blood supply. It was essential to loosen it every 30 minutes to allow for circulation before retightening. 20 minutes later, the ambulance finally arrived. Watching Wang Zhe being lifted into the vehicle, Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced helplessly at his blood-stained attire. He was indeed the first to greet his in-laws in such a manner. Taking out a tissue, he attempted to wipe the blood from his hands, but found it nearly impossible, sticky, and unyielding. It seemed unlikely he could enter the airport in this condition. He resolved to call Xu Mixue. "Darling, I've been in an accident and might not make it to the airport," he said. "What? An accident? Honey, where are you? I'll come to get you right away. Are you all right? Where are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Upon hearing the words car accident, Xu Mixue panicked, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. "Please don't cry, I'm fine. It was someone else's accident, and I went to help. I'm just covered in blood, so I might not make it to the airport." Qin Lang hadn't anticipated her reaction. It was his fault for not expressing himself clearly. "Someone else? You're okay? I'm fine. But what about our parents at the airport? It's good that you're safe. I'll explain it to them. Let them come over on their own. You come back first and take a shower and change your clothes." Xu Mixue sighed, only to realize that she was drenched in cold sweat. She could scarcely envision the kind of person she would become in his absence. All she longed for was to see Qin Lang healthy and whole as soon as possible. Well then, it must be this way. I will return now, hoping to greet him at the community entrance. "Darling, I am driving, so I must hang up for now." My love, please drive slowly. There's no need to rush. I'm frightened. Rest assured, for you and our baby, I will fasten my seatbelt and drive responsibly, never racing against time. Qin Lang glided his car into the garage. Fortunately, his parking space was within the garage, with a direct elevator access. Otherwise, covered in blood, he would surely frighten others. As he opened the door, a soft, fragrant body leaped into his embrace. "Darling, you scare me to death. Are you all right?" Xu Mixue disregarding the blood that stained him, embraced him tightly, inspecting him from head to toe. Please don't cry. My love, this is merely the blood of the injured. I'm truly fine. Aren't you confident in my driving skills? Seeing her already smeared with blood, Qin Lang decided to hold her close. He leaned down and kissed her, soothing her anxious heart. He discovered that this was the most effective way to stop her tears. Sure enough, after a while, she ceased crying. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us shower together. I suspect you wish to bathe with me, which is why you're clinging to me. Qin Lang kissed her forehead, comforting her. Darling, you're so annoying. I'm worried about you. And you say such things. Haha, I was wrong. I'll show you something beautiful later. No, I'm going upstairs to wash. She waved her hand, shyly attempting to escape. Darling, come on. Aren't you going to check me thoroughly? Showering together allows for a better view. Look at all this blood on me. Won't you help me wash it off? He swiftly pulled her into his embrace, nibbling on her ear. Well, all right then. Xu Mixue's eyes darted shyly, her face blushing like a ripe peach. He adored her bashful demeanor. He scooped her up and stepped out the door, merrily heading toward the bathroom. Snow Mountain Peach. Majestic and breathtaking. The steam rose delicate and smooth. The room filled with fragrant aromas, the sound of water flowing continuously. Unfortunately, the moment was not yet ripe. It was he alone who would ascend to the pinnacle. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first bathing task with your wife. The system has detected your overwhelming experience. Ding! Reward: 100,000 in cash. Ding! Fishing master skill at max level. Ding! 1 bottle of super sensitivity potion. Effective for 1 hour. Fishing master is excellent. With this skill, I can cast lures, bait, and reel in fish effortlessly. Wouldn't that be splendid? Surely I'll get along famously with my father-in-law. But what exactly is the super sensitivity potion? Ding! You'll know once you take it to experience joy. That sounds rather dubious. Qin Lang had no time to ponder further. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were soon approaching the entrance of the community. He hurriedly changed into another suit, opened the bathroom window for ventilation, and stuffed the blood-stained clothes into the washing machine for cleaning. He meticulously tidied up the bloodstains in the bathroom, ensuring that the elderly couple would not be frightened. A black Audi A8 with a white license plate registered its resident information before entering the Riverside community. How is my wife? Does she look all right? Qin Lang nervously adjusted his tie. Yes, she looks fine. You are the most handsome. Dear, Xu Mixue replied with a kiss. Qin Lang then took the elevator down to the garage to wait. Before long, a black Audi A8 drove into the garage. A white license plate for pickup? Qin Lang thought to himself, somewhat surprised. Has he retired? What exactly is my father-in-law's background? Chapter 33. What shall we call you, Uncle Sue? Once the vehicle came to a halt, the driver respectfully opened the rear door. A man, clad in a deep gray Zhongshan suit and appearing to be in his 50s, stepped out. His hair was streaked with silver, his frame slender yet upright, and his brows were dark and neatly groomed, exuding an aura of seriousness and wisdom. This must be his esteemed father-in-law, Su Zhenghua. Following him was a gracefully attired middle-aged woman with a round, delicate face, none other than Aunt Lin, now his mother-in-law, Lin Yuehong, whom he had not seen for many years. Uncle Sue, Aunt Lin, greetings. I sincerely apologize for not being able to meet you at the airport. I appreciate your efforts on the road, Qin Lang said as he approached to greet them. You must be a Lang. My, how you grown. Still as handsome as ever, Lin Yuehong remarked with a warm smile. It's quite all right. I've heard all about you from Yuan Yuan. You came to save someone, and that is what truly matters. You're a good child. Thank you, Aunt Lin, for remembering me, Qin Lang replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. How could I forget? Yuan Yuan often speaks of you, she continued, but was interrupted by Su Zhenghua, who had been assessing Qin Lang with a stern expression. With a slight cough, he interjected, let us head inside. His gaze softened a fraction thereafter. Indeed, let us proceed. Mixue is waiting for us at home, Qin Lang said quickly, taking the luggage from the driver. The driver bowed and departed, leaving the three of them to ascend in the elevator. Mama, Dad, I've missed you so much, Xu Mixue exclaimed upon seeing them back home, rushing to embrace Lin Yuehong tightly. They led her to the living room. As soon as Su Zhenghua sat down, he wore a stern countenance and huffed. You wretched girl, We're your parents? If it weren't for the video leak, how long did you intend to keep this from us? Exactly. Yuan, you reckless girl. To conceal such a significant matter is unacceptable. I know Lang well. With a child on the way, are we to allow you to terminate it? You must have endured quite the ordeal. Let me see if you've lost weight, Lin Yuehong said, a mix of anger and concern causing her eyes to redden. Fortunately, Qin Lang was someone they trusted, and she had long been aware of Xu Mixue's affection for him. She thought it merely a youthful indiscretion, a passionate entanglement that had led to an unexpected child, one they had kept hidden from their parents to avoid distress. Mama, I'm fine. Lang has taken excellent care of me, and I've even gained weight, Xu Mixue said, sitting closely beside Lin Yuehong. Seeing her daughter's improved complexion eased Lin Yuehong's worries, suggesting that Qin Lang had indeed looked after her well. Mom, Dad, I was wrong. This isn't Qin Lang's fault. He was unaware. If you must scold someone, let it be me, Xu Mixue pleaded softly. What do you mean? How could Qin Lang be unaware? You two have been in a relationship and accidentally conceived a child. Haven't you? Lin Yuehong exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Su Zhenghua's brows furrowed even more tightly. What on earth is going on? You two must clarify this for me. Uncle Su, Aunt Lin, regardless of the circumstances, my love for Mixue is genuine. I shall devote my life to her and our child. Qin Lang gospet Xu Mixue's hunt. His gaze resolute as he met Su Zhenghua and Lin Yuehong's eyes with unwavering confidence. Here lies the betrothal gift of 6,666,000 alongside a home, a car, and my sincere heart, all of which I have prepared. I firmly believe in my ability to care for them and will ensure that Mixue never endures any hardship. I hope you can trust me and grant me the opportunity to look after them. Qin Lang gently placed the bank card on the coffee table. 6,666,000? Xu Mixue looked at Qin Lang in astonishment. How was she unaware of his wealth? Had he truly become so accomplished in recent years? Was his role as an extra merely an experience of life? Lin Yuehong also regarded Qin Lang with surprise, then glanced at Xu Mixue, her eyes questioning. Is this what you provided him? Xu Mixue shook her head. Su Zhenghua observed their reactions keenly. We can provide for Yuan in other ways. I only hope your sincerity remains steadfast, should you be a mere fabricator of lies. Even the greatest fortune would be but a fleeting illusion. Su Zhenghua regarded Qin Lang with grave seriousness. Rest assured, Uncle Su, I will cherish Mixue for a lifetime. Without betrayal, Qin Lang replied earnestly. Well spoken. The foundation of marriage is mutual loyalty. Rest assured, Mixue is a sincere girl who will treat you well. A smile broke across Su Zhenghua's face upon hearing this. Loyalty in marriage is reciprocal. Love grounded in principles and boundaries endures. Only by genuinely loving another can one care whether that person reciprocates wholeheartedly. You need not worry. I shall also treat you well. Xu Mixue affirmed as she and Qin Lang intertwined their fingers, signaling to Su Zhenghua her unwavering commitment to Qin Lang. Just then, the two sleeping infants began to cry, interrupting their tender moment and offering a respite to the two elderly figures, who were both touched and relieved. Our daughter is growing up. We cannot hold her back. Qin Lang and Xu Mixue quickly rose, each cradling a baby. Quick, let me hold one, Lin Yuehong exclaimed, rising excitedly to take the child from Xu Mixue's arms. Su Zhenghua, seeing the adorable infants, could no longer maintain his serious demeanor, his face lighting up with anticipation. In truth, he and Lin Yuehong had long discussed this matter. They trusted their daughter's judgment. Children will find their own blessings. As long as two people are genuinely in love, and the future son-in-law possesses good character, we shall agree, even if the conditions are not perfect. They had only one daughter, and they could provide for her all the material needs. They had even brought the household registration book with them. Qin Lang hurriedly handed one of the babies to him. Uncle Su, would you like to hold her? Since you insist, I shall accept. No need for formalities. Just call me Uncle Su. Please find a time to arrange the wedding. Su Zhenghua stood up, carefully taking the infant into his arms. Indeed, thank you, father, thank you, mother. I shall treat them well and will never betray your trust. Both parents responded in unison. Qin Lang was elated, practically soaring with joy. The sensation of being trusted by others is truly delightful. Xu Mixue was correct. The old father-in-law, despite his tough exterior, genuinely wishes the best for his children. As long as one dotes on his wife and cherishes his children, the two elders will undoubtedly be satisfied. Old Su, doesn't he resemble our Yuan when she was little? Lin Yuehong inquired, cradling the eldest grandchild as she leaned closer to Su Jinghua. Ha, indeed. He looks just like her. Absolutely adorable. That black bag of mine, alluring, contains a gift for the baby. Please fetch it for me. Su Jinghua, in high spirits, affectionately addressed alluring. Upon seeing the two little ones, the bond of blood instinctively led him to embrace Qin Lang as a member of the family. Chapter 34. The joy of secretly savoring sweetness. Qin Lang quickly retrieved a gift box from within. Yes, this one. Open it and let the baby wear it. Su Jinghua nodded in agreement. Upon opening, Qin Lang discovered a golden bracelet, a golden anklet, and a gold chain adorned with a longevity lock. The weight of these solid treasures felt substantial in his hands. Could the elderly couple have emptied their pension for this? Ding! Congratulations on gaining the approval of your in-laws. Your proposal has succeeded. The system has been upgraded and refined. Ding! Congratulations, your investment mastery skill is now fully developed. Ding! Congratulations, your existing funds have doubled. Ding! Congratulations. You have received a luck card. Isn't his luck already sufficient? Does he truly need a luck card? Ding! Would you like to decline a luck card? No, I want it. Please, esteemed system, do not misunderstand. He wasn't mad. Who would complain about having too many good things? It's prudent to keep some in reserve. Ding! Very well. Wishing you a pleasant life and continued efforts in cherishing your wife and children. Qin Lang brewed tea and turned on the television for his in-laws before bustling into the kitchen. He planned to impress them with his culinary skills, first conquering their palates. This would instill greater confidence in them to entrust their daughter to him. Just in time, Xu Mixue had completed her confinement and could enjoy a variety of dishes. He aimed to prepare hearty meals that could be made at home, ensuring chicken, duck, fish, and meat were all included. Time-consuming dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall and dragon and phoenix soup had already been simmering before his departure. Buddha jumps over the wall, also known as Fusho Quan, typically features abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, tendons, shiitake mushrooms, cuttlefish, dried scallops, and quail eggs, all combined and simmered in a special porcelain urn with rich broth and aged wine. He placed the steamed dishes into the steamer. Steamed fish head with double peppers, steamed pork with rice flour, and garlic-infused small lobsters. The aroma of the braised pork ribs and soy sauce beef in the pot had already filled the air. The beef would be cooled before being sliced thinly and tossed with cilantro and peanuts, a perfect pairing with spirits. Su Jinghua would sip a couple of shots of baijiu, enjoying the meal alongside his father-in-law, a delightful prospect. He prepared braised lamb chops, garlic pork, pan-seared red crab sturgeon, boiled octopus and squid, oysters with eggs, and beer duck. For vegetables, he opted for hand-torn cabbage with pork belly, completing the feast. In the living room, Lin Yuehong was chatting with them while cradling the baby. Upon catching a whiff of the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen, she could not help but inquire, "What is that delightful smell? Which hotel prepared this meal?" She assumed the dishes had been delivered from a restaurant, while in reality, Qin Lang had merely reheated them. After all, how many young people could cook these days? It was impressive enough that nothing had burned. However, listening closely, she felt something was amiss. It appeared that Qin Lang was indeed the one cooking. Lang cooked this? Every day. Lin Yuehong's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Jinghua was also surprised since he could not cook himself and had once been captivated by Lin Yuehong's culinary skills. Yes, he said he was cooking for me while I was in confinement. He was worried about what I would eat, Xu Mixue said, her face beaming with happiness. Not possible. I must take a look, Lin Yuehong declared, instantly unable to remain seated. Surely, there cannot be anyone better than her cooking. She handed the child in her arms to Xu Mixue and rose to head towards the kitchen. My goodness, the sizzling, frying, and boiling were all executed with such grace by Qin Lang, revealing him to be a true culinary artist. His movements were both swift and methodical, indicative of a child destined for greatness. Xu Mixue would be fortunate to marry him. Lin Yuehong found herself unable to assist. She could only stand at the kitchen entrance, beaming as she observed Qin Lang at work. What a sight it was for a mother-in-law to admire her son-in-law, with satisfaction growing by the moment. "Mom, it's quite smoky in here. Why don't you go watch some television? I'll be finished shortly," Qin Lang suggested, sensing a warm gaze upon him. When he turned to look, he found Lin Yuehong smiling at him, as though he were a treasured gem. Qin Lang smiled back, realizing that his mother-in-law had approved of him, thus providing him with an additional ally. Should Xu Mixue ever tease him, he could simply report her to her mother. "Oh, it's nothing. I cook every day at home. I'm used to it. Let me see if I can lend a hand. It's your first time here. I wouldn't dream of making you work. I've put together a recipe based on my own experience and have printed it out. If you have a moment, could you take a look and offer me some advice?" Qin Lang noticed Lin Yuehong's eagerness to learn, but it was hardly reasonable to have her assist in the kitchen on her first visit. Fortunately, he had prepared well and phrased his request elegantly. "Really? Where is it? Show me." Lin Yuehong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Just a moment. Let me finish this dish and I'll bring it to you." Qin Lang turned off the stove after lifting the dish from the pan. "Here it is. Please take a look while I continue cooking." He retrieved a printed A4 sheet from the room and handed it to Lin Yuehong. "Great. You go on with your work," she replied, her eyes gleaming as she took the paper and happily retreated to the living room to study it. After a bustling period, the long table was transformed into a grand round table adorned with a glass turntable, filled to the brim with 12 dishes and 2 soups. The presentation was a feast for the senses, tantalizing and inviting. "Mom and Dad, please take a seat." "Dad, shall we have a drink?" Qin Lang poured a glass of Flying Fairy Maodai for Xu Mixue. "Ah, you know how to do this too?" Xu Mixue nodded in approval, seemingly impressed by the young man's efforts. "Just a bit," Qin Lang replied with a smile, reaching for a bottle of yellow juice on the table to pour Lin Yuehong a glass. "Mom, please try this passion fruit lemon honey water I made. It's sweet and tangy, beneficial for your skin, ensuring you remain youthful and beautiful." "Thank you, dear. I'm getting old. Where does the youth and beauty come from?" Lin Yuehong laughed, unable to hide her delight, thinking that her son-in-law had quite the charming tongue. "Mom, you look just like a sister to Mixue. How could you be old? Mixue's beauty is surely inherited from you." "Oh dear, my child," she chuckled. "Come, sit down. After a long day, you must be tired. Let me serve you some dishes." Lin Yuehong's laughter blossomed as she placed several delicacies into Qin Lang's bowl. "Indeed, my husband, you must be exhausted." Xu Mixue offered a tissue, gently wiping the perspiration from his brow. "I'm not weary, Mom and Dad. Please, do indulge in the food while it's hot. It tastes best this way." Qin Lang poured a glass of juice for Xu Mixue before finally taking a seat himself. With one hand, he poured himself a glass of white wine, relishing in Xu Mixue's tenderness. Meanwhile, his other hand stealthily ventured beneath the table, caressing her smooth, fair thigh. In that moment, he felt a significant alleviation of his fatigue. Everything seemed worthwhile. Xu Mixue's cheeks flushed, yet she dared not move, merely casting him a shy glance. Qin Lang responded with a mischievous grin, his hand growing increasingly playful. He reveled in the secret thrill of indulgence. It was intoxicating. The elderly couple, captivated by the array of dishes before them, remained blissfully unaware of the silent exchanges between the two. Even if they did notice, they would feign ignorance. The young in love are always so intertwined. Who among them has not experienced youth? Chapter 35. The first picnic with my wife. Ding. Congratulations on winning the hearts of your in-laws, earning their highest commendation. Your wife feels the sincerity of your affection and is filled with immeasurable happiness, elevating the bond between you. Ding. A reward of 100,000 yuan has been granted. Ding. You have unlocked the skill of a master painter. Qin Lang would bestow a perfect score upon this artistic talent. Xu Mixue, eager to learn painting, finds that she can already do so effortlessly. The prospect is nothing short of delightful, as it allows you to guide her hand in the art. Imagining her adoring and admiring gaze brings immense joy. A significant portion of love stems from mutual admiration and reverence. Whether it be appreciation or adoration, these sentiments may not be the absolute essentials in a relationship, yet their presence undoubtedly enriches the connection between two individuals. Love operates under the law of admiration. So, what is this law of admiration? In psychological terms, admiration entails a profound respect, esteem, and trust that an individual holds for themselves, others, and external entities. The law, in essence, is a conclusion validated by practice and fact, reflecting the objective patterns of development and change under specific conditions. Most individuals harbor their own idols. For instance, the admiration for parents in childhood, later for great figures, and presently for Xu Mixue by many. The law of admiration is not an indispensable element in marriages or romantic partnerships. Yet understanding and employing it judiciously can significantly enhance the relationship. Men ought to appreciate their partners, while women should admire their significant others. Such profound appreciation ignites love that resonates deeply, leading to an involuntary smile at the mere thought of that person. Some may contend that their beloved possesses no admirable traits, thus rendering appreciation and admiration impossible. Alternatively, they may perceive themselves as lacking in virtues, questioning how one could admire them. However, every individual possesses qualities that can be admired, albeit subtly. For instance, a man may be reserved, possess average work skills, and lack humor, yet he may be exceptionally honest, diligent, or filial. A woman might not be conventionally attractive, may be somewhat lazy, or occasionally capricious, but she could also be astute, straightforward, and industrious in her profession. Appreciating someone does not necessitate their status as a prominent individual. Rather, it requires the ability to discern their virtues and beauty. While admiration for a loved one may not be an absolute necessity in a relationship, it undoubtedly enhances the emotional connection. After the meal, the family gathered harmoniously in the living room. Mom and Dad, please stay a few more days. I will take you around this area. Qin Lang prepared honey lemon water for them, renowned for its efficacy in alleviating the effects of alcohol. The sodium citrate within is beneficial for dissolving alcohol in the human body. In pure honey, the glucose content facilitates the accelerated elimination of alcohol from the bloodstream, thus possessing remarkable properties for alleviating intoxication. It is suitable even for those who abstain from alcohol. Indeed, Mom and Dad, I've been home for a month now. You should spend some quality time with me before you leave, Xu Mixue said, playfully clinging to Lin Yuehong's arm. Old Xu, what do you think? Lin Yuehong inquired, casting a glance at Xu Zhenghua. Having not seen her daughter for quite some time, she naturally wished to spend a few more days together. I'm retired and have nothing pressing on my schedule. I'll defer to your wishes, Xu Zhenghua, a compliant husband, readily agreed, contemplating that observing Qin Lang's character would be beneficial. Truthfully, it was Qin Lang's cooking that was exceptionally delightful, and he yearned for a few more meals. Then let us enjoy a few days before you depart. Lang, your cooking is truly impressive, and your recipe writing is commendable, Lin Yuehong remarked, patting Xu Mixue's hand with a smile. Thank you for your kind recognition, Mom. This was somewhat hastily prepared. I will take my time to write it properly and send it to you when it's finished, Qin Lang responded. Mom and Dad, there's Yinzi Island nearby, featuring a lake and a beach where we can fish. Shall we go there tomorrow? Xu Mixue suggested eagerly. Since becoming a star, she had found little time or opportunity to indulge in leisure activities. The life of a celebrity often makes it challenging to enjoy private outings, as there are always cameras seeking to capture their movements. We're all in. You can arrange the details, Lin Yuehong, who shared a fondness for scenic adventures, expressed her agreement. Xu Zhenghua, upon hearing about the fishing opportunity, felt a surge of interest. Perfect. I recently bought a fishing set to gift to Dad. Tomorrow will be an ideal occasion to test it out, he added, pleased. Qin Lang also found the idea appealing. The following morning, Qin Lang prepared breakfast, organized items for the baby, and packed delicacies and fruits for their picnic lunch. Xu Mixue donned a pink baseball cap, taking precautions to avoid a repeat of her previous mishap, and secured several hairpins in place. She wore a loose-fitting pink tracksuit complemented by matching sneakers, radiating youthful vitality. Qin Lang, dressed in a light gray sweatshirt and sweatpants, adorned with a black cap that accentuated his chiseled jawline, exuded an undeniable charm. How do I look, darling? Can you tell? Xu Mixue inquired with her bright, sparkling eyes. It should be fine, though you look absolutely beautiful, Qin Lang replied, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and leaning down to plant a kiss. With her parents present, they seized every opportunity to express their affection, which brought him inexplicable joy. After breakfast, the family drove to the scenic area. Having missed the National Day peak, the crowd was relatively sparse. Lin Yuehong walked ahead, linking arms with Su Zhenghua. Qin Lang, tall and handsome, carried a pink diaper bag and pushed a twin stroller. Xu Mixue gently linked her arm with his, leaning against him while occasionally whispering sweet nothings in his ear. The sight of them drew many curious glances from other visitors in the area. It was undeniable. Even their casual attire, the aura of Qin Lang and Xu Mixue was distinctly captivating. A few passing girls could not help but whisper among themselves, "Goodness, how unfortunate that such a handsome man has a child." Unfortunate? Just because he is not married does not mean he would be interested in us. That may not necessarily be true. Nowadays, there are plenty of handsome men paired with less attractive women on Dole. Besides, I don't consider myself unattractive. That woman is so heavily disguised with a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. She might not even be more beautiful than I am. You have a point there. However, I would never pursue a married man. I wonder if he has any brothers or younger siblings. Given his looks, do you think he could be a celebrity? Oh, now that you mention it, I think I recognize him. Isn't he Xu Mixue's husband? The one from that supermarket video? Goodness, he is even more handsome in person. Utterly remarkable. Indeed, he could easily be the protagonist of a novel. I am smitten. As they strolled leisurely through the lush greenery, they soon arrived at a small lake surrounded by verdant grass. Many had laid out picnic blankets, engaging in leisurely picnics and fishing. They too chose a delightful spot beneath the shade of trees and settled in. Su Zhenghua set up his fishing rod, while Lin Yuehong and Xu Mixue each cradled a child, basking in the sun and chatting. Qin Lang realized he had forgotten to buy water and spotted a vending point not far away, deciding to fetch a few bottles. "Mom, Dad, dear, I'm going to buy some water. You all enjoy yourselves." "All right, go ahead," Lin Yuehong replied. Qin Lang purchased a few bottles of mineral water and was just about to head back to the lakeside when a woman's voice called out to him. Chapter 36. A scheming individual seeks to undermine me upon hearing someone call his name. Qin Lang halted in his tracks and turned around. Before him stood a figure adorned with light makeup that rendered her appearance almost as natural as barefaced beauty. Her features were delicately refined, with elegantly arched brows and large, expressive eyes. The contours of her face exuded a gentle softness, devoid of any sense of aggression, and possessed an inherent youthful charm. Clad in a white dress, her slender figure perfectly embodied the adage, "Men do not merely favor women without makeup. They are drawn to those who look exquisite even in their natural state." The individual before him was none other than Geng Baicha, his former girlfriend with whom he had only shared fleeting moments of intimacy. It was no wonder he had once been entranced by her. Geng Baicha's features and form were undeniably appealing, yet her character and views on love were deeply flawed. Nonetheless, he still held a preference for the slender, yet curvaceous Xu Mixue. Yet, what was this overwhelming air of insincerity that wafted from her? How had he failed to notice it before? "Geng Baicha, what brings you here?" Qin Lang inquired, attempting to maintain a semblance of gentlemanly decorum, especially given their shared alma mater. "Lang, you remember me. I have never forgotten you either. You're even more handsome than before," Geng Baicha replied bashfully, casting a coy glance his way and feigning shyness as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Let us not be overly familiar. We are not that close." "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," Qin Lang said, rolling his eyes. This woman was resorting to the same old tricks. Playing the innocent card was futile. She must have long since lost her purity. Did she still presume he was some naive youth? Did she think her antics could still sway him? He was a married man now. "Along, I had my reasons back then," Geng Baicha interjected hastily, stepping in front of him as he attempted to walk away. She had seen the video from a few days prior and was taken aback to learn that Qin Lang had managed to win over Xu Mixue. After some inquiries, she discovered how prosperous he had become, owning a home and a car, adept at investments, and signed under Qintian Entertainment with a promising future ahead. With his good looks and wealth, he was the epitome of a desirable bachelor. She now realized how foolish she had been. letting a gem slip through her fingers to chase after mere scrap. She contemplated that while she couldn't be his wife, perhaps a lover's role would suffice. My apologies, but as you can see, I am already taken, he replied, raising his right hand to display his ring. The sunlight glinted off the blue diamond, nearly blinding Gung Baicha, inciting a mix of jealousy and regret within her. Alang, I still have feelings for you. Do you feel the same? Never have, nor will I. The past was merely your initiative. Please cease your delusions. Qin Lang decisively interrupted, unwilling to entertain any notions of rekindling their acquaintance. He had no intention of becoming entangled in her schemes. Oh dear, Gung Baicha mused, a thought crossing her mind. If her previous boldness had been effective, perhaps it would work now. She intentionally swayed her body, attempting to throw herself into his embrace. Goodness, a scheming individual seeks to undermine me. Qin Lang cursed silently, deftly sidestepping her advance. Caught off guard, Gung Baicha tumbled into a nearby flower bed. The freshly watered blossoms drenched her meticulously applied makeup, and her white dress became soiled and disheveled. Qin Lang glanced at her with disdain, as if she were something unsightly, before striding away with long, purposeful steps. Not looking back. This is none of his concern. She fell on her own. A young man must learn to safeguard himself when out in the world, ensuring that others do not take advantage of him. Between innocence and grace, he chose innocence. Gung Baicha watched as Qin Lang's figure receded, along with the look he cast upon departing. Her face flushed with anger, shifting from pale to red. In her current disheveled state, she could only retreat in defeat, heading back to change her clothes. The two children had already fallen asleep in their stroller. Upon seeing Qin Lang return with water, Xu Mixue hurried to greet him. Darling, you're back. Mom wants to take a stroll on that suspension bridge. You and Dad can watch the kids here. Xu Mixue clung to Qin Lang's arm, playfully coaxing him. Her skin, fair and rosy, was delicate and smooth, untouched by makeup. Under the sunlight, it radiated a healthy, natural glow, truly embodying the essence of a natural beauty. Qin Lang glanced towards the suspension bridge, where a dozen people, mostly elderly and young children, were gathered. The fishing spot provided a clear view of the bridge's situation, and all seemed well. All right, go ahead, but take 2 bottles of water with you, Qin Lang said, planting a kiss on her cheek. Okay, dear, Xu Mixue replied joyfully, rising on her toes to return the kiss. Take your time. Hold on a bit while on the bridge. I know, she chimed cheerfully as she skipped away, linking arms with Lin Yuehong towards the suspension bridge. With her parents present, Xu Mixue felt as carefree and joyful as a child. Qin Lang silently resolved to protect her innocence and happiness, ensuring she lived as carefree as a child. Dad, is the fishing rod all right? Are there any fish? We caught a few white crucian carp, shining like silver, perfect for making fish soup tonight. This lure rod isn't working for me. I can only manage a hand rod. Sujin chuckled. Oh, let me give it a try, Qin Lang said, eager to test his fishing skills, curious about the outcome. Lure fishing, a foreign technique, derives its name from the phonetic translation of lure. It is a globally popular fishing method that mimics the escape of small creatures in the water, attracting larger fish to strike. This technique demands considerable skill and has high requirements for the angler's fundamentals, especially in the integrated use of rod, reel, and bait, necessitating advanced operational abilities. Qin Lang's goal was to catch a black fish, also known as woolian, blackfish, or snakehead. Its meat is delicious and nutritious, capable of invigorating the body and nourishing the blood, making it an ideal dish for his wife at this time. Once caught, preparing a delicious sauerkraut fish for dinner would be delightful. He selected a thunder frog with a bright lure as bait, designed to significantly attract fish attention while creating ripples and collision sounds in the water. Fish have poor eyesight, therefore, the choice of lure color is crucial. On cloudy days, one should opt for white or pink bait in dark waters. On sunny days, silver or yellow bait is preferable. Qin Lang skillfully prepared the bait, utilizing a 2.7-meter rod that offered sufficient distance while remaining lightweight. With 3 small jumps followed by 1 larger leap, he ensured the lure did not sink completely. During the retrieval of the bait, he occasionally flicked the rod, creating enticing movements in the water. The lure, influenced by various external forces, danced chaotically on the surface, resembling a spasming fish. Before long, he successfully hooked a sizable black fish, its head reminiscent of a snake, smooth and slippery, necessitating the use of a net for capture. "Impressive work, Qin Lang. Your technique is commendable," remarked Xu Mixue, observing intently. "It's merely luck," Qin Lang humbly replied. "Do not downplay your skills. I can discern your expertise at a glance. Please, teach me how to cast this rod." "Certainly," he responded. Qin Lang placed the large black fish into a net bag and submerged it in the lake to keep it alive. Then he rose and began to instruct Xu Mixue on the intricacies of casting. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from a distance. Chapter 37. Who to save first? My wife or my mother? At that moment, a chain on one side of the suspension bridge snapped, causing everyone on the bridge to tumble down. The bridge had collapsed. "My child!" Cries of anguish erupted, and chaos ensued. Qin Lang watched helplessly as Xu Mixue and Lin Yuehong slid into the water, flailing about. Clearly, neither of them could swim. Who should he save first, his wife or his mother? This most perplexing dilemma confronted Qin Lang. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed his shoes and clothes, plunging into the lake with a splash to rescue them. In such a critical moment, the closest individual should be saved first. There was no time for contemplation. Yet, instinctively, he swam towards Xu Mixue. Suddenly, another splash resounded behind him. He turned to see Xu Mixue had also jumped in to help. With this reassurance, Qin Lang focused on rescuing Xu Mixue. However, his concern for the two little ones on the shore lingered. He glanced back, relieved to find their fishing spot was relatively isolated, with no one else around. Given his current physical condition, he estimated he could return to the shore within 10 minutes after saving them. There was little to worry about. Saving lives took precedence. If anyone dared to harm his children amidst the chaos, they would surely not outrun him. If they attempted to create mischief, he would swiftly deal with them. On the shore, those who could swim leapt into the water to assist, while others called for help. The autumn lake was chillingly cold. Xu Mixue had just emerged from confinement. She could not endure such suffering. A wave of distress washed over Qin Lang, but he steeled himself to remain calm and quickened his pace towards Xu Mixue. He knew he must not panic or act irrationally. Fortunately, the water was relatively still, making the rescue somewhat more manageable. He understood that he should not swim directly towards her. In a moment of peril, especially in water without anything to cling to, individuals would instinctively grasp the nearest object. If he swam straight towards her, he risked being clutched tightly by the drowning person, plunging them both into the depths together. He approached Xu Mixue from behind and the side. "My love, do not be afraid. I am here. Relax and try not to thrash about. Just float on your back." He reassured her as he drew closer, suppressing his own anxiety. I'm scared," Xu Mixue responded, her voice trembling. But she found some solace in Qin Lang's presence, albeit disoriented from the water. Seizing the opportunity, he reached around her left arm, grasped her right hand, and, adopting a backstroke, began to pull her towards the shore. By this time, Xu Mixue's skin had turned a bluish hue, and she exhibited severe coughing and difficulty breathing. Qin Lang quickly administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation is the most convenient and effective method. Qin Lang positioned her to lie flat, ensuring an unobstructed airway, and tilted her head back by pressing down on her forehead. He pinched her nostrils shut to prevent air from escaping during the process. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth wide, enveloping her lips completely to avoid any air leakage. He then exhaled slowly and steadily. Once he had finished blowing air into her lungs, he immediately released his mouth from hers and let go of her nostrils, turning his head to inhale fresh air for the next breath. While performing this, he observed her chest. If it rose and fell with the air expelled, it indicated that the technique was effective. Cough, cough, husband sob. Xu Mixue coughed up a few mouthfuls of water and finally regained her composure. Upon seeing Qin Lang, she trembled all over, her eyes welling with tears. "Don't be afraid, my love. I'm here. Everything will be all right." Qin Lang, filled with concern, held her tightly in his embrace, showering her with kisses. In truth, He was also terrified, his hands still trembling uncontrollably. "Mom? Where's my mother?" "It's all right. Dad is already rescuing her." Indeed, moments later, Su Zhengwo brought Lin Yuehong to safety. Their baby was also safe beside them. Only then did Qin Lang breathe a sigh of relief. Noticing that there were others still in the water, he reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad are here. There are still others in the water. I'll assist them. It won't take long." He wrapped Xu Mixue in his discarded clothing before plunging back into the water. The elderly and children had been prioritized for rescue. A tall young man, whose weight was unascertainable, was thrashing violently, drifting further from shore. The onlookers hesitated, fearing that an attempt to save him might endanger their own lives. Gritting his teeth, Qin Lang swam stealthily around the young man. Just as he reached him, he submerged, preparing to wrap his arms around him. However, he was noticed. The young man, seeing him as a lifeline, clutched him tightly. Panic surged through Qin Lang as he attempted to surface for air, only to be forced back underwater by the young man's grip. He swallowed a mouthful of water, feeling an excruciating pain in his lungs, his vision darkening. He regretted not having struck the man's abdomen and neck earlier to incapacitate him. He had been overly confident. The young man had completely lost his sanity, pressing Qin Lang down without consideration for anything else. If this continued, he would be posthumously honored as a heroic rescuer tomorrow. In desperation, Qin Lang internally shouted, "Luck card. I wish to use my luck card." Ding! The luck card has been consumed. The young man's grip suddenly slackened, and he floated up like a deflated balloon. Qin Lang quickly surfaced, coughing violently as water poured from his forehead and nose. It was unbearably uncomfortable. Wiping the water from his face, he resolved to save the young man. He supported the unconscious young man under his armpits and utilized a reverse frog kick technique to drag him ashore. At this moment, the paramedics arrived. Qin Lang, both startled and fatigued, lay on the grass, panting heavily. His exquisite features and physique, adorned with glistening droplets, shimmered under the sunlight. This captivated the nearby girls, who blushed yet could not resist stealing glances and surreptitiously capturing images. "Oh my, how handsome and brave. He is utterly my type. His physique is exceptional, and I wish to touch him. I long for him to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on me. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I would love to have his phone number. I must share this on Dole. Such a striking hero of rescue is sure to go viral." "Yes, indeed. I want to do it too. Sir, are you all right?" A young and beautiful nurse, her cheeks flushed, inquired shyly while holding a pristine white blanket, reminiscent of a youthful Jean Baiji. "Thank you, I'm fine," Qin Lang replied, rising to his feet. He accepted the blanket from her hands, wrapping it around himself, and began to walk towards Xu Mixue. "Excuse me, could you share your contact information?" The nurse, her face crimson, mustered the courage to ask. "Sorry, that's not possible. I'm already married," Qin Lang responded without turning back, merely raising his right hand adorned with a ring and waving it lightly. Today he had truly danced with death, and all he desired was to embrace and kiss his wife. The surrounding flowers and greenery held no allure for him. Chapter 38. This life is enough with you, sir. You have misunderstood. I merely wish to reclaim my blanket. Oh, very well then. I shall take 3 more, for there are 3 who have fallen in over there. I shall transfer the payment for the blankets directly to you to spare us the trouble." Qin Lang paused awkwardly, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Truly, this was a moment of social demise. All of it was attributable to that Gumbai Cha. Now, whenever he encountered an assertive woman, he could not help but suspect that she was merely coveting his physique. Yet, why on earth was this nurse blushing? It was not solely his vanity to blame. "All right then," the young nurse responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice. In truth, she had genuinely wished to obtain his phone number. Who could have predicted that he was already married at such an early stage? What a pity. Ding. Congratulations on your heroic rescue mission. Your wife's trust and affection for you have reached their zenith. Ding. Reward. 1 million in cash. Ding. Mastery in musical instruments acquired. Ding. 1 bottle of koi physique potion. What is the koi physique potion? Is it the koi I am thinking of? Ding. Indeed, consuming the koi physique potion will bring forth an abundance of good fortune and ensure that all endeavors proceed smoothly. Extract it. Now. Qin Lang experienced firsthand the significance of good fortune in life. He mused that the system was likely concerned he might inadvertently meet an untimely demise. Sometimes, even with 100% capability, one could not guarantee success without a dash of luck. A mere fraction of misfortune could lead to failure. This reminded him of the extraordinary Lu Xiu, truly a prodigy. One could not help but suspect that Lu Xiu was either possessed by a coy spirit or had some form of supernatural assistance. The Battle of Qin Lang, where the few triumphed over the many, was filled with bizarre, celestial phenomena, meteoric arts, thunderous techniques, and torrential rain spells, truly remarkable. Had he not possessed that card of good fortune today, he might have met his own end. Ding! Extraction successful. May you enjoy a fulfilling life and reach the pinnacle of your existence soon. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. Presently, he was clad only in a pair of boxer shorts. Surely, the system would not require him to store the koi physique potion there. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt an unexpected chill. Reluctantly, he retrieved the potion and gulped it down. It tasted far more pungent than the previous potions. Oh well, it was free, and with such miraculous effects, who could complain? When Qin Lang rescued that individual, he chose the nearest lakeside to bring them ashore, still some distance from Xu Mixue and her companions. Honey, are you all right? Is that person okay? Xu Mixue exclaimed, her face still glistening with tears of terror as she rushed into his embrace. She had seen him submerged in the water for what felt like an eternity, instilling in her a sense of dread and cold perspiration. I am fine, and so is that person, Qin Lang reassured her, wrapping her tightly in the blanket, disregarding the presence of the elderly couple nearby. He lowered his head and deeply kissed her, yearning to absorb her sweetness and warmth. Only in this way could his trembling heart find a semblance of tranquility. Xu Mixue, in turn, tightened her embrace around his slender waist, leaning against his chest. Soft and comforting, he allowed himself to be consumed and plundered, yearning to merge into one until they could scarcely breathe. Only then did Qin Lang reluctantly release her. Just as he inhaled deeply, Xu Mixue raised her hand, entwining it around his neck, rising on her toes to reciprocate with a profound and voluntary kiss. Qin Lang closed his eyes in sheer satisfaction, reveling in her tender conquest. My enchanting little wife, having you in this life is more than enough. Thank you for loving me as sincerely and fervently as I love you. Ahem, ahem. Su Zhenghua, unable to bear the scene any longer, remarked that it was a public setting and it wouldn't be appropriate for the children to witness such affection. Only then did Qin Lang and Xu Mixue realize their surroundings, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Though they released their lips, their hands remained tightly clasped. Blushing, Qin Lang inquired, Mom and Dad, are you well? Please wrap yourselves in this blanket. He then handed them the blanket. Fortunately, they were fine, but it seemed the day's revelry had to come to an end. They should return home. Su Zhenghua accepted the blanket, his eyes filled with concern as he draped it over Linyu, before covering himself as well. His daughter was now another's, but his beloved partner remained his, and he cherished her. After Qin Lang had taken his medicine, his robust constitution allowed him to recover quickly. Once his mood settled, he efficiently tidied the area. The family returned home, somewhat disheartened. Upon arriving home, Qin Lang promptly led Xu Mixue to take a warm bath, as she had recently completed her confinement period. Soaking was inadvisable for her. Instead, he brewed a pot of hot water with ginger, preparing for her feet to ward off the chill. How is the water, my dear? Is it too hot? Qin Lang checked the temperature, finding it slightly scorching, but a bit of heat was beneficial. Ah, it's a bit much. Xu Mixue delicately dipped her porcelain feet into the water. I'll add a little cold then. Qin Lang playfully grasped her tender foot, marveling at its exquisite whiteness. Her toenails were perfectly rounded and rosy, irresistibly charming. Ha! Husband, stop it. It tickles so much, I can't take it. Xu Mixue giggled uncontrollably, her body trembling under his touch. Are your feet ticklish? Then I shall explore elsewhere. With a mischievous grin, Qin Lang trailed his fingers upward along her leg, eliciting a wave of shivers and delightful laughter. Husband, you're incorrigible. Xu Mixue blushed deeply, playfully striking his shoulder. "Can we switch places? I can hardly breathe." She felt as if his touch ignited a fire within her, spreading warmth that nearly melted her resolve. The sensation was exquisite, and she pondered how time could drag on so slowly. When would the 42 days finally pass? Seizing the moment, Qin Lang scooped her into his arms, allowing her to wrap her legs around his waist. He leaned down to kiss her fervently, satisfying his cravings for both lips and touch. The effects of the gingerfoot soak were splendid, and he found himself utterly enraptured, feeling blissfully at ease. Words could hardly express the delight. After the two emerged from the bathroom, their faces flushed and bodies glistening with perspiration, Qin Lang cheerfully entered the kitchen. He prepared a large pot of sweet ginger water using brown sugar and ginger. The four individuals who had just soaked themselves in water each consumed a generous bowl, and after sweating profusely once more, they felt a renewed sense of ease and comfort. Meanwhile, the television was broadcasting the news. Soon, two trending topics surfaced. The first reported that the Yanzi Island Forest Park, long overdue for repairs, had suffered a mishap. One side of the water suspension bridge had a chain snap, causing the bridge to tilt and resulting in over 10 tourists falling into the water. The park's management and concerned visitors promptly rescued all the individuals from the water, with no casualties reported. Currently, the park has been closed for renovations, and the management is actively negotiating compensation with the affected tourists. Qin Lang caught sight of his own pale, exposed body on the television. Alas, his recent visibility has been rather high, still as handsome as ever, without an ounce of excess flesh, truly perfect. Thankfully, Xu Mixue and the others were not captured on camera. The second topic revealed that numerous internet users had lodged complaints regarding children's clothing produced by Jiangnanbu, which bore inappropriate designs. Chapter 39. The in-laws return home in response to the situation. The relevant authorities have summoned the company involved and mandated the immediate removal of the implicated children's clothing and similar styles from shelves. Furthermore, a no-questions-asked return policy has been instituted for the already sold items. Concurrently, an investigative team has been established, comprising officials from the District Market Supervision Bureau and local street committees, to probe into the incident, with subsequent actions to be taken in accordance with the findings of the investigation. Qin Lang observed these two pieces of news, realizing that he had become an actual participant in the matter. Following his anonymous tip-off, the issue garnered significant attention online. After parents of the affected children reached out to the customer service of Jiangnanbu, they were met with a hasty response. Fortunately, the exposure on the internet sparked immense public interest, compelling Jiangnanbu to gradually acknowledge the issue, leading to individual apologies and, ultimately, a public one. Subsequent media investigations revealed that the children's clothing from Jiangnanbu was rife with dark elements and subtle insinuations, which were not isolated incidents, but rather a hallmark of the designer's main creations. Additionally, netizens uncovered promotional photographs of child models employed by Jiangnanbu, characterized by an eerie shooting style that raised concerns of inappropriate undertones. This incident has proven to be a harbinger of misfortune for Jiangnanbu, severely impacting its business prospects, particularly in the children's clothing sector, which may never recover. As of the market's close today, Jiangnanbu's stock price has plummeted, and its brand value has nosedived to unprecedented lows. Customers who had previously patronized the brand are now demanding refunds for their memberships and clothing, vowing never to purchase any products associated with Jiangnanbu again. Qin Lang felt a sense of solace. Indeed, the discerning eyes of the public are sharp and united. The adage that water can both carry and capsize a boat holds true, and may all manufacturers heed this lesson, lest they alienate their consumers. After all, the money resides in our pockets, and we have the freedom to choose where to spend it. Why endure their indignities? If they cannot perform, they should be replaced. Just then, Qin Lang's pocket buzzed with the distinct ringtone of Lin Wu's phone. "My good brother, if you have grievances, share them with me. Let us walk this long road together." "Awu." Qin Lang rose to answer the call, heading upstairs to avoid disturbing others watching television. "Lang, you've done well, making headlines twice. I've been finishing my scenes late recently and hesitated to call you, fearing I might jinx your good fortune. Today, I managed to call you a bit earlier. When did you secretly hone your skills? I saw how you dealt with that lecherous hand. Quite impressive. When shall we exchange a few moves? Ha! Isn't it true that knowing martial arts opens up many more opportunities in our field? I've been practicing on the quiet, and I think I'm doing all right. Qin Lang chuckled, realizing Lin Wu was genuinely astonished. Unbelievable. Your martial arts aptitude surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. You've been quite busy lately as well, with numerous roles. When will you come over to my place? I'd love to showcase my skills and whip up a few delightful dishes for you. Alas, even if I were to replenish myself, I have nowhere to go. A couple of drinks would suffice, Lin Wu sighed. Despite consuming so many nourishing delights, the absence of a romantic partner can lead to frustration. It may be more pragmatic to indulge in a few beers to alleviate such discontent. Well then, my in-laws have visited recently, and after their departure, I shall invite Mixue and her close friend over for a couple of drinks. My in-laws? Am I mistaken? Xu Mixue's parents are at your home? They haven't flayed your skin, have they? Lin Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Surely, Qin Lang wouldn't be in trouble, would he? Not at all. Given my exceptional qualities, they adore me. Qin Lang proudly tousled his hair. Goodness, you're truly my idol. Brother, please teach me a few tricks. I too yearn to embrace a wife. Lin Wu was envious, for he often grew anxious around girls and struggled with words. After filming, he found himself with even less time for romance, leaving him without a girlfriend to this day. What a trivial matter. In a few days, my wife's friend will arrive, so make sure to present yourself well. Come early, and I shall impart some tips to you, ensuring you perform splendidly. Qin Lang had made quite the boast about Shen Mingyao, claiming Lin Wu was remarkable, and he wanted to prepare him adequately. At the very least, one shouldn't blush and falter in speech upon encountering a girl. Very well, by the way, has Gung Baicha reached out to you? Lin Wu recalled that day when Gung Baicha had called him to fish for information. He thought that since Gung Baicha had spurned Qin Lang, he ought to help Qin Lang regain some dignity by boasting about him. Is it you who has been parading around boasting? No wonder Gung Baicha looked at me as if she could devour me whole. Qin Lang recalled Gung Baicha's green tea demeanor, pondering why she didn't go by Gung green tea instead. It wasn't boasting. Everything he said was true. But you and Gung Baicha have crossed paths? How fortuitous. I hope your sister-in-law is not upset. Wasn't that video a hit? You hardly engage in the group chat, and classmates have been inquiring about you. I had to sing your praises to prevent them from thinking you were living off someone else's success. You also mentioned how fortunate it was that your sister-in-law didn't catch you in the act. Haha, what is there to fear? The bond between you and Gung Baicha is entirely innocent. I can vouch for that. Lin Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter on the other end. Enough of this. I shall refrain from discussing it further. For now, I have an incoming call. Once the schedule is confirmed, I shall reach out to you. After hanging up with Lin Wu, Qin Lang answered a call from his agent, Zhang Huiyan. Sister Zhang. Qin Lang, I saw the news of your heroic act today. Are you all right? We are fine. Please proceed as you see fit for the publicity. Next month, their essay casting call. Will you be available? I should be. Qin Lang thought about how his mother had already inquired, and that they would arrive next week. He also needed to find a capable driver, preferably one with military experience. To ensure peace of mind, the willingness and price would be negotiable, but safety was paramount. All right, I'll call you with the specific details later. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Lin Yuehong and Su Zhengwa stayed for 3 days before setting off home. At home, I care for both plants and flowers, as well as a beloved Chinese rural dog named Da Huang, so I cannot be away for an extended period. As I prepare to leave, taking advantage of Qin Lang's absence, Lin Yuehong grasped Xu Mixue's hand, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Lang is a good boy. Entrusting you to him assures both your father and me. You two must cherish your time together. Mom, Dad, please visit often when you have a chance. I will miss you dearly. Indeed, you young couple should nurture your relationship. Do not harbor any grievances. Discuss everything openly and resolve matters amicably. Should you ever feel wronged, do not hesitate to call us. Our door will always be open to you. You will forever be the treasure of the Xu family. Yes, Mom, I understand. However, I believe Lang will always treat me well. In the past, I often pondered how to pursue him, immersing myself in various videos to learn how to earn his love and affection. I aspired to be an independent, strong, and flawless woman. Yet, Once I truly found myself with him, I realized he had already been incredibly kind and loving towards me. Those tutorials proved unnecessary. I transformed into a delicate woman who often whimpered and cried. Nevertheless, I genuinely feel a profound sense of joy and happiness. As Xu Mixue spoke, she could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 40. Averse to coexisting with a youngster's foolish child. Why are you crying? This is a moment to celebrate. Here is the household registration book. Take it and choose an auspicious day for you both to obtain your marriage certificate. I will keep the betrothal gifts for you, and you can access them whenever needed. Later, I shall add more for your dowry. We cannot allow your in-laws to underestimate you. Lin Yuehong retrieved the deep red household registration book from her bag and handed it to her. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Xu Mixue, with tears in her eyes, embraced both of them. Mixue, why are you crying? If you miss your parents, we can have them stay a few more days, or I can accompany you back for a while, Qin Lang remarked, as he descended the stairs with various gifts for his in-laws. Noticing Xu Mixue's tearful state, he initially believed her tears were due to her reluctance to see her parents depart. That was your promise. You must accompany me back for some time. Xu Mixue wiped her tears and replied, Indeed, I said so. I wouldn't deceive you in front of your parents. We can leave now if you wish. Let us postpone that. We have a prenatal checkup in a few days, and the baby is still so small. Yes, my dear wife is correct. I shall abide by your wishes. Whenever you decide to return, we shall go. Qin Lang tenderly caressed her soft, smooth hair, speaking affectionately. Come now. If I see you two being lovey-dovey any longer, we will miss the flight. Xu Zhenghua interjected, unable to bear the sight. Observing the couple's affectionate interactions over the past few days had been quite an eye-opener. He longed for the comfort of home, having little desire to reside with the young couple any longer. Dad, Xu Mixue shyly stomped her foot. Yes, old Xu is right. If I delay returning, I will fall behind in my square dance routines, Lin Yuehong concurred. Young couples should be allowed to establish their independent households to foster a sense of belonging and responsibility. The elderly couple felt content to silently support them from behind. Qin Lang did not manage to see his in-laws off smoothly. Nevertheless, he successfully and safely delivered them to the airport. The thought of resuming an uninhibited and carefree life with Xu Mixue filled him with joy. The luxurious honeymoon in Bali, awarded by the system, would have to wait until the baby was 6 months old and able to fly. As they passed the elevated bridge, he noticed the railing had been repaired. Remarkably, such a significant event had gone unreported, as if nothing had ever happened. He wondered how Wang Zhe was faring after his recovery. His mind wandered to Jiang Nan's humble circumstances. Now that he was financially stable, he contemplated the universal plight of parents. Recent reports on various issues, tainted milk powder, hazardous stationery, had been disconcerting. He envisioned establishing a professional testing team dedicated to evaluating a wide range of products, ensuring the safety and health of children's toys, personal care items, stationery, snacks, and supplementary food for babies. The results were subsequently announced online under the title selected by Dad. It is purely philanthropic, devoid of advertisements, solely aimed at providing peace of mind. A quality product speaks for itself. Soon enough, I returned to the Jiangjing community, where Qin Lang first descended to collect his parcel. It was quite substantial, with a heavy cardboard box sent by his parents, the contents unknown. The system had dispatched the property certificate for the seaside villa on HN Island, along with the keys and ownership documents for a Bugatti Veyron Supersport. It was just the right moment to hire a driver for Xu Mixue's Porsche, allowing him to drive the flashy sports car when needed. As he prepared to head home, he heard several security guards hurriedly rushing towards a particular location. Hurry! The captain has already climbed up. The 4th floor is perilously high. We must assist him. He overheard, concerned for the child who had been stuck for so long. He couldn't help but feel anxious about potential injuries. Upon learning that a child was in danger, Qin Lang instinctively clutched his box and followed the guards. Surprisingly, the incident was not in his community, but in an adjacent, older neighborhood. By the time they arrived, they spotted a man in his 40s, clad in a security uniform. Presumably the captain. He was equipped with a tow strap and had climbed out of the corridor window, transforming into a makeshift Spider-Man as he ascended the outer security net on the fourth floor. A young boy, around 4 or 5 years old, had his head trapped between the railings of the balcony, precariously balancing on the awning below. The captain approached cautiously yet swiftly, inching closer to the child along the security net. Soon, he reached the boy and shielded him. Firefighters arrived shortly thereafter. I have some medical knowledge. I can check if the child is injured, Qin Lang stated, accompanying the firefighters to the fourth floor, where they breached the door. The firefighters carefully cut through the security net and, alongside the captain, successfully rescued the boy. Qin Lang promptly set down his belongings and rushed to inspect the child. Fortunately, the boy was merely frightened, with only minor abrasions on his neck and body. A bit of ointment would suffice. He was not severely harmed. Impressive skills, sir. A firefighter couldn't help but commend. Qin Lang silently admired the captain's bravery and resourcefulness. Oh, I was merely a soldier for a few years. As a father myself, I cannot bear to see children suffer, the captain replied with an earnest smile. Having served in the military, he possessed both skill and a sense of responsibility, qualities that would make him an ideal driver. Qin Lang's eyes lit up at the thought of possibly recruiting him. Thank you for your hard work. Since the child is fine, I shall return to my post. This strap must be returned to the owner, the captain remarked, tucking the toe strap away before heading downstairs. With the child unharmed, Qin Lang picked up his parcel and hurried after him. May I ask your surname, sir? I am Qin Lang, an owner in the Jiangjing community. I recognize you. You are the handsome gentleman who drives a Porsche. Am I right? My surname is Li. Is there something you need from me? Oh, you require assistance with something, I presume? Allow me to lend a hand. The security captain halted his steps, initially believing that Qin Lang needed help, and generously extended his offer. No, Uncle Li, it's not that. Do you know how to drive? Qin Lang hurriedly shook his head, as this small task was trivial for him. Indeed, I do. I learned while serving in the military. I can even fix a few minor issues. Is your car having trouble? Uncle Li nodded, his face alight with enthusiasm as he regarded him. Uncle Li, you are impressive. You must have been quite skilled during your military service, right? It seems the security captain has been underappreciated. Qin Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed. At that time, I had the opportunity to remain in the military. Unfortunately, my father fell ill and urgently needed both financial support and care, so I took my discharge pay and returned. Working here as a security guard keeps me close to home, allowing me to take care of him. Uncle Li's face radiated pride and nostalgia, intertwined with profound regret. Chapter 41. The affection from Qin Lang's parents. Uncle Li, would you be interested in driving for me? I can offer you $8,000 a month, and the schedule is quite flexible. When my wife needs to go out, she'll call you in advance. You can drive her around while still caring for your father at home. Qin Lang inquired eagerly. 8,000? Uncle Li frowned at him. What about 10,000? Qin Lang quickly added, is that too low? How about 10,000? Uncle Li's eyes widened in surprise. Would 12,000 be acceptable? You could contribute to social insurance for flexible employment. I'll cover the costs. Qin Lang, slightly anxious, responded, in this day and age, it's quite challenging to find someone suitable. If I offer too little, he might not come. If I offer too much, he might think I'm deceiving him. No. I merely believe your offer is excessive. As a security guard here, I only earn a little over 6,000, and that requires night shifts. Just driving, and you're offering 8,000? It feels undeserved. Uncle Li waved his hand dismissively. Actually, my wife is Xu Mixue, a celebrity. If she encounters a stalker, it could pose a danger. Essentially, you're acting as both driver and bodyguard, and 12,000 is hardly excessive, Qin Lang earnestly explained. He recalled that whenever she was busy filming, Uncle Li would be essential for her safety. I remember, you were the one in that supermarket video online, right? The man was indeed a stalker, utterly despicable. I've seen movies featuring Xu Mixue as well. My daughter is a devoted fan, and we have many of her posters at home, Uncle Li exclaimed with surprise and excitement. Yes, so would you be willing to take on this job? That sounds good. But could I possibly get an autographed photo of Xu Mixue? Uncle Li readily agreed. Given his skills, he could easily subdue anyone foolish enough to cause trouble. Xu Mixue was the idol of his beloved daughter, making it even more appealing. Not only would he be able to protect his daughter's idol, but he would also earn more money and have additional time to care for his father. It was a win-win situation. That is not a problem. However, the job will require some confidentiality. Celebrities need their privacy, Qin Lang clarified. I understand, just like military matters need to be kept secret. However, I might need to resign from my current position and ensure a proper handover. That could take over a month. Will that work? Uncle Lee pondered. Absolutely. That is perfectly fine. Let us exchange phone numbers. You can start whenever you're ready. Just let me know. Qin Lang replied cheerfully as he set down what he was holding and exchanged numbers with Uncle Lee. All right then. I'll see you later. I need to return this rope, Uncle Lee said with a grin. Honey, I'm back, Qin Lang announced as he entered the house. However, Xu Mixue did not rush to embrace him. He placed the delivery aside and took a refreshing shower in the guest room downstairs, having returned home all sweaty. He certainly didn't want his wife to catch a whiff of perspiration. After his shower, he donned a pair of loose-fitting pants and went to find his wife. With his in-laws away, he relished the freedom to wander around in his comfortable attire. Upon entering the bedroom, he saw that the little one had already fallen asleep. Xu Mixue lay on her side, tenderly feeding the little one. The child eagerly suckled a piece of soft, snowy white, content in his enjoyment. A pang of envy struck her. When would it be his turn to indulge? He felt a fleeting moment of self-pity. Yet once the son finished, it wouldn't hurt him to partake as well, would it? The temptation was undeniable. Hush! Xu Mixue pressed her finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Qin Lang stealthily approached, cautiously climbing onto the bed. He embraced her from behind, trailing kisses along her ear, descending softly. Xu Mixue felt a delightful shiver course through her. Mindful of the baby and forced to endure the sensations, her body tingled with anticipation. She was immaculate, an exquisite muse. The one kissing her was a beloved. The little one, eyes fluttering, gradually released his grip. With swift dexterity, Qin Lang returned the baby to the crib, then pounced back onto the bed like a ravenous wolf, finally fulfilling his desire. His heart soared with joy. What is happiness? To cradle and cherish the one you love is true bliss. As twilight approached, the sky blazed with vibrant hues. Dear, my parents sent you a plethora of gifts, Qin Lang announced, eagerly unwrapping the parcels he had brought home. Really? Let me see. Xu Mixue bounced over, her excitement palpable. What is this? It smells a bit off, she remarked, holding up a jar of yellow oil for inspection. Qin Lang took it from her, inhaling the aroma. This is a prized possession, old tea oil. Aged for over 3 years, it's excellent for skincare, particularly for treating diaper rash and eczema in children. Let us keep it safe. And what is this? Xu Mixue uncovered a packet of herbal medicine. Ah, this should be for postnatal wind, he replied. It contains various herbs like bone-penetrating grass, plantain, heron grass, stretch mussel grass, and mugwort. Back home, it's customary to use this for bathing after childbirth to dispel postnatal wind. Qin Lang examined the herbal packet, explaining postnatal wind is a condition associated with confinement. If one is careless during the month of recovery and succumbs to cold drafts, it can lead to postnatal ailments. You fell into the water a few days ago. This would do you good. I'll prepare it for your bath tonight. How thoughtful of you. But what exactly is postnatal wind? Xu Mixue. It primarily causes sensations of soreness and numbness in the limbs and joints. It stems from wind and cold entering the body, disrupting the flow of qi and blood after childbirth. This is precisely why you must take good care of yourself during your confinement. Qin Lang placed the herbs on the dining table. You're amazing. You know so much. Xu Mixue exclaimed, her admiration evident as she wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a sweet kiss on his lips. Take a whiff of this. Isn't it delightful? Wow, it's fragrant. Is it liquor? It has hints of beans and angelica. Yes, this is homemade old wine from our region. Judging by its color, it's likely a decade old, darkened yet perfect for nourishing a young hen after laying eggs. Qin Lang unscrewed the lid of the large black plastic jar. He inhaled deeply, nearly salivating at the aroma that wafted forth. This concoction, perfect for stewing chicken or pig trotters, promised a fragrance that could entice from afar. It was a treasure that wealth alone could not procure. Indeed, it would surely be delectable. Alas, he was already satiated. Perhaps tomorrow he would prepare it, for he yearned to indulge. Xu Mixue, enticed, licked her lips. No problem. I'll arrange it for tomorrow. Oh, there is also a cardboard box here. Qin Lang opened the box, revealing a household registration booklet meticulously wrapped in a plastic bag. It's the household registration booklet. It seems my parents truly adore you. They consented to our marriage even before meeting you. He pondered. I wonder when your parents will agree to our obtaining a marriage certificate? Holding the booklet, Qin Lang kissed it joyfully a few times. The thought of being able to drive with a certificate filled him with immense satisfaction. My parents have also given their approval. Before leaving, they entrusted me with a household registration booklet. Xu Mixue smiled at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Chapter 42. The clingy little ancestor, really? That's wonderful, my dear. We can legally drive now. We can obtain our marriage certificate. Let's go tomorrow. At the break of dawn, we shall be the first in line. Qin Lang lifted her peach-like dairy, holding her tightly as he spun joyfully in circles. Slow down, darling. I'm feeling quite dizzy. Xu Mixue quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing closely against him while clutching his waist, feeling a bit lightheaded from the spinning. We must also arrange for the wedding photos. I shall have Lin Wu as the best man. Upon hearing his wife's words, Qin Lang obediently came to a halt, embracing her as they nestled into the soft couch. He fervently kissed her several times before regaining a semblance of composure. Everything was progressing so smoothly. It was truly delightful. I will have Meng Yao as the maid of honor. If we were to go for the marriage certificate tomorrow, I must first check if Meng Yao is available to look after the child. Xu Mixue nodded and pulled out her phone to call Shen Meng Yao. Meng Yao, are you free tomorrow morning to watch the child? Qin Lang and I are going to get our marriage certificate. Are you really getting your marriage certificate? Did your parents agree? Oh my, this is quite rapid. Yes, they agreed. They really like Qin Lang. That is fantastic. I happen to be off tomorrow, so I can come over to help with the child. But I must insist that Qin Lang prepares a grand feast for me. Absolutely. All right then. See you tomorrow. I have a few matters to attend to. Okay, bye. Xu Mixue hung up and gave Qin Lang an okay gesture. Meng Yao has agreed, but she insists that you cook a lavish meal for her tomorrow. Not a problem. A few days ago, I promised Lin Wu that once my parents return, I would invite him over. Perhaps I should call him tomorrow and see if we can set them up. Let them experience the life with a child a bit early. Lin Wu is quite adept at cooking. He can prepare something for Meng Yao. How does that sound? After we obtain the certificate, we can go on a date. Qin Lang gently tucked her scattered hair behind her ear, cradling her delicate, smooth face as he playfully nibbled on it. You are simply adorable. I think that sounds good. Darling, you're nipping at me again. Xu Mixue playfully retaliated by biting him back. Qin Lang chuckled, allowing her to playfully gnaw on him. It was not painful in the slightest, merely a ticklish sensation, reminiscent of a mischievous little kitten. Haha, I'll give Lin Wu a call. With one arm around her, Qin Lang retrieved his phone with the other, cheerfully dialing Lin Wu's number. Wu, are you free tomorrow? Come over to my place to help with the child. I need to go get my marriage certificate. I've also arranged a date for you. Whether it turns into something more is up to you. What? You're actually getting the certificate? This is so quick. Wow, impressive. Wait, there is a girl involved? Yes, the one I mentioned last time. My wife's best friend, the obstetrician. All right then, what time tomorrow? Let us say 7 in the morning. Come over early. I recall your culinary skills are quite commendable. Tomorrow, I shall impart a few more techniques, so do perform well. Very well. See you tomorrow. All settled. Qin Lang ended the call and exchanged a high five with Xu Mixue. After acquiring their marriage certificate, they needed to arrange for the wedding photos. A variety of styles should be captured, traditional and contemporary, both above and below water. At the seaside and in the woods, none should be overlooked. Do you prefer traditional or a Western ceremony? Qin Lang wished to see her radiantly adorned in a pure white wedding gown, and he eagerly anticipated the sight of her bashfulness when he lifted the red veil. I suppose a traditional ceremony. My father would likely prefer something more conventional. What coincidence, my father feels the same way. Let us prepare for a traditional ceremony then. The phoenix crown we purchased last time will come in handy. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. After all, during the wedding photo shoot, he would still be able to witness her in the bridal attire. A traditional wedding sounds splendid. By the way, when I returned, I noticed a child from the neighboring community had gotten stuck in a security grate. No way. Is the child all right? No worries. Our community security chief climbed up and rescued him. I think he is quite a decent fellow. I intend to hire him as our driver and security. That way, if I go out for filming, it will be safer and more convenient for you. What do you think? Sounds good. I trust your judgment. He might not be available until next month, which coincides nicely with my audition. How did it go with your aunt? Will she be able to come? She can only arrive next month as well. All right then, you watch some television while I prepare a herbal decoction for you. Once Qin Lang had arranged everything, he embraced her contentedly and planted a kiss on her. He considered moving her aside onto the couch. No, I want to see you make the herbal brew. I must stay close to you. Xu Mixue clung tightly around his neck. Little darling, how can I work with you clinging to me? Qin Lang playfully patted her behind. No matter, you figured out. Xu Mixue pouted her delicate lips, acting coy. Come on, I'm frightened of you. Climb onto my back. I can carry you while I work, right? Qin Lang kissed her soft lips and said indulgently, It seems that having your in-laws around has made you quite clingy. Whatever shall I do? I find it rather endearing. He could only indulge her. Carrying her was not burdensome. Her softness felt delightful against him. You're the best. Husband, here I come. Xu Mixue's eyes sparkled as she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing closely against his back and tightly gripping his waist. You better hold on tight. Otherwise, I want to have hands free to support you while I work. Qin Lang rose, cradling her round bottom with both hands. No problem. Let us embark, my brave warrior. Xu Mixue happily waved her hand, crossing her long, fair legs and tightly wrapping them around his slender waist. At your service. My esteemed little princess, welcome to my kitchen. Qin Lang smiled as he walked towards the kitchen, saying this while still holding her with one hand. He washed the herbs and placed them into a large pot to simmer. In their most harmonious state, she was playfully teasing while he was laughing. All right, just 15 minutes of boiling, and then I can indulge in a warm bath. Qin Lang covered the pot and set a timer. Supporting her gently, he carried her towards the living room. Darling, will you help me scrub my back later? I feel like after giving birth, I didn't have a proper wash. Xu Mixue tilted her head, whispering softly in his ear. How could I refuse? I will make sure to scrub, massage, and cleanse thoroughly. Qin Lang felt his ears flush with warmth and an undeniable itch, his heart racing from the delicate strands of her hair brushing against his neck. You're so annoying. I was being serious, Xu Mixue exclaimed in playful indignation, playfully biting his neck. She gazed with satisfaction at the neat bite marks left on Qin Lang's skin. How delightful. She had made her mark, claiming him as hers. I am serious as well. Qin Lang chuckled as he gently placed her on the sofa. Ha, darling. Do you have any mischievous thoughts? Your face is so red, and your ears are flushed. Xu Mixue pinched his cheek, unable to resist. You're becoming more handsome by the moment, and leaned in to plant a sweet kiss on his neck. Chapter 43. Is it normal to have thoughts? Are you still laughing at me? You mischievous little sprite. Do you not realize how alluring you are? It is perfectly natural for me, your husband, to have thoughts. Is it not? If I were devoid of such thoughts, it would surely bring me to tears. Qin Lang positioned himself beside her, kneeling on the sofa between her legs. He leaned in, tilting his head, kissing this little enchantress until she gasped for breath, feeling a sense of relief. If this were to last for 42 days, she would truly understand how wicked she could be, how utterly normal it was. She would be left crying out for her father, teasing him relentlessly, daring to laugh at him. Just because she possesses a beautiful figure and striking looks, does that make her superior? Such bullying. Even if we quarrel in the future, let's not engage in a cold war, shall we? Xu Mixue, her cheeks flushed, pulled him into her embrace. How about we settle our disputes with a playful scuffle on the bed? Qin Lang, cautious not to crush her, gathered her into his arms, allowing her to sit upon him. That is permissible, but you must take the initiative. My pride is delicate. Xu Mixue blushed deeply, nestling into his chest, unable to meet his gaze. All right. Qin Lang could not help but smile, his heart warmed by her endearing nature. Such matters must be initiated by the male. If I were to resist, it would surely be insincere. Her voice trailed off, eventually burying her face in his chest, contemplating her own words. Surely, she was enchanted by his charm, growing bolder in his presence. Truly, all right, I understand, my dear. Sometimes girls are fond of domineering CEOs. I get it. Qin Lang felt a bittersweet ache in his cheeks from smiling so much. Why was his wife so utterly delightful? Suddenly, the alarm clock chimed. The water is ready. I shall prepare it for you. Qin Lang gently carried her, her face aflame, to the kitchen. Xu Mixue shyly curled up, burying herself in the cushions. Qin Lang brought the herbal water into the bathroom, filling the tub with warm water before adding the fragrant herbal infusion. The air was soon filled with a subtly spicy aroma. The water temperature was just right. As he returned to the living room, he found Xu Mixue with her head buried in the sofa cushions, kneeling on the couch. Her pink silk nightgown had inadvertently slipped, resting at her waist, revealing her peach-shaped dairy strikingly elevated. What new enchantment was this? My dear, the water is prepared. Allow me to serve you in your bath. The water will lose its efficacy if it cools. Qin Lang chuckled as he rescued her from the cushions, cradling her in a princess carry towards the bathroom. Please help me scrub my back well. I can never reach it myself. Xu Mixue sighed in comfort. I shall be at your service from now on. Is this pressure sufficient? Qin Lang grinned, diligently scrubbing her smooth, fair back with a bath towel. Well, it seems quite satisfactory, indeed quite talented. Henceforth, it will be the turn of the beloved Qin Ai Fei. Xu Mixue sighed contentedly. Thank you for your affection, Huang. Lying here, it is difficult to clean beneath the water. Qin Lang responded with a smile. Xu Mixue obediently complied, maneuvering in all directions, backward, forward, to the left, to the right, above, and below. Qin Lang, drenched in perspiration, completed this challenging task. The allure of this position was tempting, yet it demanded immense fortitude from an individual. During these unprecedented times, one must proceed with caution. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first bath task for your wife. Ding! Reward: a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Ding! Culinary skills fully enhanced. With the system at your disposal, boundless powers await. The following morning, Lin Wu appeared at Qin Lang's doorstep, brimming with vitality. With a neatly cropped head of hair, he presented an air of cleanliness and efficiency. Standing at approximately 185 meters, he shared a similar height with Qin Lang. His prominent nose and bright, clear eyes radiated the charm of a quintessential sun-kissed handsome man. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, with rolled-up sleeves revealing his well-defined forearms. He carried 2 bags in his hands. Alang, this is for you. I'm not quite sure what to buy, so I brought some fruits and toys for children, Lin Wu said, extending the bags towards Qin Lang. Why bring anything? Come in and have a seat. Oh, Wu, you look quite dapper today, Qin Lang remarked as he opened the door, attempting to drape his arm around Lin Wu's neck. Oh, did you even spray cologne? No, I simply took a shower and washed my hair before heading out. I feel refreshed. Please let go. You'll wrinkle my shirt. Lin Wu deftly evaded Qin Lang's hand, hanging the bags on his arm. All right, in a bit, Mixue and I will head out to obtain our marriage license. My wife's close friend, Shen Yao, will come to help with the child. Today, it will just be you and her at home. Prepare lunch for her. Make a good impression and get a taste of life with the child. But what if you're not home? Lin Wu asked nervously, gazing at him. Indeed. Are you telling me you're afraid? Well, what is there to be afraid of? I'm not scared. Lin Wu stammered defiantly. Not scared, yet you stutter? This won't do. You must overcome it. Find ways to distract yourself, such as practicing deep breathing. Silently count from 1 to 10 in your mind. It tends to work quite well. If all else fails, speak less and listen more to her, Qin Lang suggested, pondering that Shen Mingyao's forthright and talkative nature might actually appeal to Lin Wu's shy demeanor. Let us give a shot, shall we? Lin Wu nervously rubbed his hands together. I've washed all the vegetables and prepared everything. I've stewed soup and marinated chicken feet and beef. Just 2 more dishes for you to stir-fry at noon. Your sister-in-law and I won't be back for lunch. We plan on indulging in some romance. My apologies, I had intended to share a drink with you. But considering this splendid opportunity for you to enjoy some alone time with her, we simply cannot miss it. We shall have our drinks another time. Qin Lang guided Lin Wu into the kitchen, allowing him to familiarize himself with the surroundings. You express your concern for me, and I am aware of your good intentions. Rest assured, I shall take my leave. Matters of the heart are best left to fate, contingent upon the affections of others. Lin Wu patted his chest, confident in his culinary skills. Having grown up without a mother, he had learned to cook noodles by the age of 8, albeit forgetting to add salt. I have prepared peanuts, sunflower seeds, and drinks for you all. Feel free to indulge. If boredom strikes, you may watch a film. Qin Lang then led Lin Wu to the living room, inviting him to sit while he set up a movie for him. I shall check on your sister-in-law to see if she is ready. Please make yourself comfortable. Have you had breakfast yet? If not, we can eat together shortly. I have already eaten. It is no trouble. You go ahead and attend to your tasks. With others in the house, Lin Wu felt somewhat reserved. Today, they would be obtaining their marriage certificate, and Qin Lang felt a rush of excitement. After attending to Lin Wu, he made his way toward the bedroom. Approaching the large bed, he leaned down to kiss her forehead gently, speaking softly. Darling, it is time to rise for breakfast. Lin Wu has arrived. Darling, what time is it? Why did you not wake me up earlier? I still need to prepare milk for the baby, Xu Mixue replied, her eyes still heavy with sleep, her demeanor charmingly innocent. Chapter 44. The two individuals appear to be quite the spectacle. It's all right, there's still time. Get up. Qin Lang gently tousled her hair. Yes. Carry me. Xu Mixue squinted, extending her fair arms. All right. I shall carry you. Qin Lang obediently lifted her into his arms. Husband, you treat me the best. I love you, she declared. Dear wife, you are so obedient. I love you too, Qin Lang said, affectionately patting her bottom and slipping slippers on her feet, his eyes brimming with adoration. 5 minutes later, Xu Mixue emerged wearing a pink knitted dress that accentuated her figure, gracefully curvaceous and elegantly fitting. Her long hair cascaded in soft waves, with a touch of makeup enhancing her beauty, vibrant yet pure, captivating and enticing, exuding star-like charm. With an arm around her waist, Qin Lang led her into the living room. Let me introduce you. This is my sister-in-law, Xu Mixue, and my buddy, Lin Wu. Pleasure to meet you. Sister-in-law, you are even more beautiful in person than on screen, with an extraordinary aura, Lin Wu exclaimed, rising to greet her. You have no idea how much Qin Lang adores you. He has watched your films repeatedly and seeks out every bit of behind-the-scenes footage and advertisements featuring you. His nerves dissipated upon seeing Xu Mixue. Despite it being their first encounter, she was a stunning beauty, and he felt at ease, much like meeting a relative. His tendency to blush and feel anxious only surfaced around girls he held fantasies about. Thank you for the compliment. I often hear Erlang speak of you, saying you were his closest friend. Handsome and ambitious, Xu Mixue replied courteously. Ding, dong, ding, dong. The doorbell rang, interrupting their mutual flattery. It must be Shun Mengyao. Xu Mixue hurried to open the door. Mengyao, it's been ages since I last saw you. I've missed you so much. Xu Mixue greeted her warmly. Ugh, everyone has been having babies lately. I come home and collapse into bed, utterly exhausted. Here, I brought something for my goddaughter. You look radiant. Qin Lang must be taking excellent care of you. The nourishment of love is truly remarkable, Shun Mengyao said, dressed in a crisp, stylish outfit, exuding a fresh and cool elegance, as she handed the bag to Xu Mixue. Lin Wu, Qin Lang's friend, also came to assist. Xu Mixue subtly gestured for silence, fearing Shun Mengyao might utter something inappropriate that could tarnish her image. You sly girl, are you plotting something behind my back? Shun Mengyao teased, lightly twisting Xu Mixue's arm and whispering in her ear. Weren't you supposed to meet him? Today just happens to work for everyone, and we're about to head out. Xu Mixue replied. All right then, what's he like? Is he handsome? See for yourself, and you'll know, Xu Mixue said, linking arms with her as they walked inside. Perfect timing. Come in and sit down. Have you eaten breakfast? We can all eat together. I prepared enough for you both. Qin Lang emerged from the kitchen carrying breakfast, which included steamed corn, boiled eggs, mushroom and lean meat porridge, and fresh meat buns. Lin Wu was also helping, and he looked up to see her in a light blue ensemble, tall and graceful. The short-haired woman exuded an air of elegance and a cool demeanor. His face instantly flushed crimson. Bowing his head, he dared not meet her gaze directly. What is this notion of love at first sight? Most often, it is merely a matter of physical attraction, is it not? Could someone resembling a celebrity truly stir feelings in your heart? Upon spotting Lin Wu, Shun Mengyao couldn't help but smile. He was quite handsome and radiated a sunny disposition. However, he undoubtedly appeared to be a novice, a truly innocent young man. Yet, there was something pleasing about him, perhaps a matter of chemistry. In that case, I shall not be polite. I am quite famished. Were it not for the prospect of savoring your culinary creations, I wouldn't have risen from my rest. After days of cafeteria meals, I am on the verge of nausea. Xu Mixue pulled out a chair and unceremoniously took up her bowl and chopsticks. Allow me to introduce. This is Xu Mixue's dearest friend, Qin Lang. And this is my best buddy, Lin Wu. Qin Lang declared as he draped an arm around Lin Wu's shoulder. Lin Wu took a deep breath, mentally counting to 10. His eyes fixated on the enticing dumplings before him. He mustered the courage to speak. It's a pleasure to meet you. Would you prefer cabbie or Shuela? I will fetch it for you. Haha, are you serious? Drinking beverages so early in the morning? What on earth are cabbie and Shuela? Xu Mixue burst into laughter. Her defenses crumbling. Well, I can help you with the porridge. Lin Wu's face reddened even more. How could his mind falter at such a crucial moment? Yet, he bravely took her bowl and served her a portion of mushroom and lean meat congee. Thank you, do sit down and have some as well, Xu Mixue said, accepting the bowl. She found Lin Wu to be quite amusing and not at all unappealing. Perhaps it was worth exploring this connection. Oh, all right. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu promptly took a seat beside her. Xu Mixue and Qin Lang exchanged knowing smiles. It appeared there was potential between the two. We shall take our leave now. We entrust the little one to you, Xu Mixue said affectionately, linking her arm with Qin Lang's. With their household registration and identification cards tucked away, Qin Lang headed towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Under the astonished gaze of the photographer, they captured a set of 6 passport-sized photos against a red backdrop. You two are such a perfect couple, handsome and beautiful. The photos require no retouching. Moreover, the bride bore a striking resemblance to the celebrity Xu Mixue. May we keep a copy of your photos as a sample? Inquired the slightly balding owner of the photography studio with a smile. That may not be possible, Qin Lang replied, humor glinting in his eyes as he collected the photographs. The couple smiled sweetly in the images. It was not merely resemblance. It was indeed a perfect match. For convenience, they had chosen a small studio near the Civil Affairs Bureau for their photographs. However, Xu Mixue's rates for advertising were quite steep, let alone providing them for free. The owner certainly had an eye for talent. Yet he would never dare to believe that a major star would choose to have their photos taken at his establishment. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was not a particularly special day, and the number of visitors was sparse. The queue for divorce registrations was longer than that for marriage registrations. Qin Lang's exuberant spirits remained utterly unscathed. With a beaming smile, he stood at the forefront, presenting his identification and photograph to the staff. Both of your registered residences are not here, correct? Registration is not possible, the staff member replied, perusing their documents before returning them. In an instant, Qin Lang's face flushed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. This was his first foray into marriage, and he was woefully inexperienced. How careless. It dawned on him that marriage registration could only be conducted at the Marriage Registration Authority located at one partner's registered residence. A vague recollection surfaced in his mind. Was there not a mention of marriage and registered residence in his high school political textbooks? However, he had always succumbed to drowsiness during those lessons, never truly absorbing the information. Moreover, the prospect of obtaining a marriage certificate had him in a frenzy of excitement. He suspected Xu Mixue felt similarly. This predicament had indeed turned into an embarrassing spectacle. I apologize for the interruption, Qin Lang hurriedly said as he reclaimed the documents and photograph. Grasping the fully prepared Xu Mixue, and they swiftly exited the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 45. A sweet date at the amusement park. Qin Lang, with a face full of disappointment, pulled Xu Mixue back to the car. Alas, it didn't work out? It's my fault. I made you run around for nothing. I thought today would mark the day I could call you my legitimate wife. Qin Lang felt utterly embarrassed, having entered joyfully, but now exiting in a state of dejection. What would Lin Wu say when we return? How will I explain the absence of a marriage certificate? Who could have anticipated such a blunder? This is truly humiliating. Never mind. Good things take time. Xu Mixue comforted him. I don't recall the process either. We can only handle it at the place of registration. How could I blame you? In my heart, you're already my lawful husband. It's merely a matter of a few more days. We can return to your hometown eventually. After all, we need to visit our parents. You're right. Good things take time. After your health checkup in 42 days, we can go back to obtain the certificate. But for now, let's enjoy our date. Qin Lang nodded, firmly holding her hand. Xu Mixue was truly a sweet and understanding companion, radiating warmth. Yes, let us go on a date. Is there anywhere special you wish to visit? There are countless places I long to go with you, places we haven't explored yet. The amusement park, the cinema, KTV, arcades, libraries, cafes, there are simply too many. I wish to experience everything with you, Xu Mixue said earnestly, counting off her fingers. Then let us plan our day accordingly. We'll start at the amusement park, enjoy a sumptuous meal at noon, and then watch a film in the afternoon. As for KTV, we can wait until our little one is older and invite Linwu and the others. We can also plan 2 trips a year, both domestically and abroad, to explore and see the world together. As Qin Lang gazed at her smooth, fair thigh, he felt an irresistible urge to touch it. There were still numerous experiences awaiting them as a couple, should she consent. Beyond the bedroom, he envisioned trying out various places together: the car, a secluded grove, the sofa, the living room, the kitchen, the dining table, and the bathtub. It felt as though a lifetime would not suffice. That's a splendid plan. Just hearing it fills me with anticipation. You're amazing, my dear husband. Let's get going to the amusement park, Xu Mixue replied playfully, flashing him a teasing smile. You become quite ambitious, haven't you? It's best to keep your focus here. Only then can we drive well, Qin Lang teased, capturing her hand. I'm sorry, dear husband. I want to do it again, Xu Mixue exclaimed, her ears turning crimson as she withdrew her hand and sat obediently. Just a kiss, and I'll let you off the hook, Qin Lang said with a grin, watching her playful demeanor. Shall we kiss here? Xu Mixue glanced nervously at the world outside through the tinted windows. What is wrong with kissing here? Qin Lang was somewhat perplexed. Was there anyone in the garage? What was the meaning of this kiss? Well, it seems there was no choice but to proceed. Xu Mixue's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Qin Lang felt as if struck by lightning. How could it be? No wonder she asked if they were here. What a predicament. He alone bore the burden of discomfort. Ultimately, he had lost. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking a new joyful pose for couples. Ding. A reward of 100,000 yuan. Qin Lang was utterly bewildered. Is this even possible? The system certainly possessed a sense of humor. He resolved to persevere. At the amusement park, they had purchased an exclusive all-access pass. Since it was not a holiday, the park was relatively deserted. Most of the visitors were young couples, and there was little need to queue. Qin Lang carried Xu Mixue's donkey brand bag on his back, his hand firmly clasped around hers. Whatever Xu Mixue saw, she wanted to try it alongside Qin Lang. He silently rejoiced at his lack of acrophobia. Otherwise, the day would have been marred by nausea. Xu Mixue grew increasingly jubilant, having endured 9 months of pregnancy and a month of confinement. Anyone who had persevered through such a lengthy ordeal would feel elated once liberated. She tugged Qin Lang along, gleefully sprinting towards the dark green pirate ship, which boasted rows of seats. Darling, let us ride this one. Let us sit in the highest row. Soumis et Golim, pulling him aboard. Slow down, be careful not to fall, Qin Lang cautioned, diligently ensuring her safety, apprehensive that she might be jostled and tumble. The ride was about to commence. Attention, passengers of the pirate ship, please prepare. Qin Lang attentively fastened her seatbelt. Glancing down, he noted the considerable height, 3 meters above the ground, perhaps. It was akin to an upgraded swing. With a whoosh, the pirate ship began to sway. Initially, it moved rhythmically, but soon it swung higher and faster. The sensation of weightlessness made their hearts race, urging them to scream aloud. In the past, he would have found it intolerable. Fortunately, having consumed a potent energy elixir, he now felt as if he could soar like a pilot, handling any maneuver with ease. Not to mention the pirate ship ride. It was merely a piece of cake. Just as he was lost in thought, a chorus of screams echoed from the front. Xu Mixue, frightened, closed her eyes tightly, clinging to his neck. Her complexion fluctuated between pale and flush as she bit her pink lips, trying to suppress her cries. Truly, she was both timid and playful. If you wish to scream, let it out, Qin Lang whispered gently in her ear, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Engaging in such entertainment, one should freely express themselves. It was quite therapeutic. However, he decided against letting her ride other attractions like roller coasters or swings, fearing they might frighten her. With a gentle breeze, the pirate ship gradually came to a halt. Darling, this isn't enjoyable. Let us ride the Ferris wheel instead. I don't particularly like such thrilling experiences, Qin Lang said, planting a kiss on her forehead. Is that so? All right, to be honest. I feel quite uneasy with this ride as well, Xu Mixue said with a pale expression. The two continued to stroll through the garden. I want ice cream, strawberry flavor. Xu Mixue pointed to a charming cart selling various snacks. No, you cannot have anything cold yet. Be good. You may have other snacks in moderation, but ice cream is off limits for now. Qin Lang felt a sense of paternal instinct rising within him. Ice cream was something Xu Mixue should not even consider for the time being. Upon hearing this, Xu Mixue pouted dramatically. All right, darling, if you pout any further, you might just hang soy sauce. This rainbow cotton candy is sweet as well. Make do with it for now. Once you're able to eat ice cream, I will take you for Haagen-Dazs. All you can eat, deal? He added, and that Taiwanese sausage is quite delicious too. Spotting a vendor selling rainbow cotton candy, Qin Lang bought one for Xu Mixue, along with 2 Taiwanese grilled sausages. He handed one to her. Xu Mixue silently accepted the Taiwanese grilled sausage, her eyes flickering with a mischievous idea. I'm tired. Let's go over there and rest for a bit, she suggested, pointing to a secluded gazebo with a swing. All right. Qin Lang then purchased some water and grilled cheese sweet potatoes. Having a place to sit and eat was quite pleasant. Honey, this sausage is truly delightful, Xu Mixue said, her eyes sparkling with joy as she savored the Taiwanese grilled sausage, making various delightful expressions. Chapter 46. A lesson for the boss. Qin Lang's gaze darkened. Just when he thought it was over, she returned. She was undoubtedly seeking vengeance for denying her ice cream. Such games were uncalled for. Qin Lang felt a wave of heat wash over him. Suddenly, Xu Mixue flashed a mischievous smile, biting into the Taiwanese sausage and swallowing it whole. A chill ran down Qin Lang's spine, an instant realization dawning upon him. The heart of a woman can be exceedingly cruel. He could only imagine the consequences if he had wronged her. They would surely mirror the fate of that Taiwanese sausage. My dear, really it's unnecessary. Ice cream is too cold and could be harmful to your health. If you indulge, our baby might experience an upset stomach. How about this? Let's go play some shooting games. Whatever prize you desire, I will ensure you obtain it, he hastily coaxed. Despite the notion that his chosen wife was perfect in every way, he understood the importance of principled affection, unafraid of her threats. What do you mean, unnecessary? I never said I wanted ice cream. This sausage is quite delicious, packed with meat, Xu Mixue replied with a joyful laugh. All right then, let us try this roasted cheese sweet potato. It tastes delightful. Qin Lang used a small spoon to scoop some sweet potato and fed it to her. Yum, quite tasty and sweet. You should have a taste too, Xu Mixue said, leaning in to kiss him. Qin Lang is indeed sweet. The depths of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the ocean's abyss. Was she angry or not? It was impossible to discern. But why worry? Let us simply enjoy the moment. Let us go in surprises. Xu Mixue licked her lips, took a sip of water, and smiled. At your command, my lady, Qin Lang replied, tidying up the table and tossing the refuse into the bin. He wrapped his arm around Xu Mixue, ready to impart a lesson to the stall owner. The luck of the koi was no mere boast. I want that largest blue plush rabbit. Xu Mixue pointed at the adorable long-eared creature. To win that rabbit, one needed to hit all 20 shots. However, failing that, a smaller consolation prize was available. The stall owner, seeing business at his doorstep, wore a broad smile as he produced an unattractive little tiger plush, presumably a consolation prize. That one do. I'll take on the 20 shots, Qin Lang asserted. He accepted the gun from the stall owner, testing its aim. It was slightly off, yet that wouldn't pose an issue. At such close range, hitting the balloons was hardly a challenge. Apologies for that, the owner said. With a series of sharp pops, Qin Lang raised the gun and systematically burst each balloon. All 20 shots found their mark. The owner, though grimacing at the loss, forced a smile as he retrieved the plush rabbit and handed it over. Impressive work, young man. Here's your rabbit. Thank you, boss, Qin Lang replied, taking the rabbit and cheerfully handing it to Xu Mixue. Honey, you're amazing. Xu Mixue embraced the rabbit, snuggling it close, and planted a kiss on his cheek, her joy evident. The sight of the boss's anguish was palpable. Why had he incurred such losses? And yet, he was compelled to endure this torment. Come, let us see what else you fancy, he said, as her husband had procured it all for her. Qin Lang, with a proud expression, wrapped his arm around Xu Mixue's slender waist. They strolled through the fair, encountering various vendors of ring toss, bean bags, ball toss, and archery, all of whom received an unexpected lesson. Qin Lang's arms grew increasingly laden with prizes, and the couple reveled in their merriment until they stumbled upon a booth featuring small animals. Xu Mixue's eyes were drawn to a distant, snow-white, floppy-eared rabbit. Casting a glance at the proprietor, she leaned in close to Qin Lang and whispered, "Darling, don't aim too well just yet. Buy 300 yuan worth of rings, and save the rabbit for last." Upon closer inspection, Qin Lang noticed that the stall owner was a kind-hearted man with a disability in one leg. The small creatures were impeccably cared for, each one plump, clean, and with bright eyes. Understanding her intent, Qin Lang nodded, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek as he murmured, "What a kind-hearted girl you are. Give me 500 yuan worth of rings," he requested the vendor. The owner smiled warmly, counting out the rings and handing them over. Qin Lang accepted the rings, tossing them in increments of 10, when only one remained. He aimed it deliberately at the plump rabbit. "Here's a rabbit for you. And this one too," he said. "These rabbits are my own. They are a pair, one male and one female. I entrust them to you." The vendor, beaming with joy, lifted the cages containing the two rabbits and handed them to Qin Lang. "Thank you, kind sir," Qin Lang replied, touched as he accepted the cages. "No need for thanks. I must express my gratitude for your patronage," the vendor said, producing a handwritten note detailing the care instructions for the rabbits. It clearly outlined what they could and could not eat. "All right, I will pay via scan," Qin Lang said, placing the note into his pocket. Ding! "You've received 1,000 yuan," a notification chimed. "Young man, that is too much. You've miscalculated. It should be 500. The vendor exclaimed, standing upright in surprise. "The vendor is correct. One rabbit is 500, two rabbits total 1,000. Qin Lang waved his hand with a smile. Tears glistened in the vendor's eyes as he reflected on the goodness of people. Qin Lang felt a surge of joy, even greater than the satisfaction he had felt from teaching the other stall owners. Soon, Qin Lang found himself laden with prizes. As they passed by the swinging pendulum ride, he noticed a crowd gathering, only to be startled by their shrill screams reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. It brought back memories of his own experiences on such rides. He understood their plight. Back then, he had not yet consumed the potent elixir that enhanced his physical prowess. The roller coaster had seemed a fleeting moment, trivial by comparison. On the pendulum, the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness was truly daunting. Despite Lin Wu's martial prowess, during their rapid spins, they had both shared a moment of sheer terror. The reactions of the two individuals were quite similar. From a vigorous exclamation of "ah," it abruptly transformed into a lamenting cry of "wow," and eventually escalated into sheer chaos. Upon reflecting on this, Qin Lang's expression shifted as he grasped Xu Mixue's hand, urging her to distance themselves from the giant swing. "Let's move away from this, shall we? Let us ride the Ferris wheel instead. How romantic," Qin Lang said as they walked, laden with bags that seemed more suited for a leisurely ride on the Ferris wheel. "Why must we stay away?" Xu Mixue, clutching her plush rabbit, inquired with a puzzled expression. "Is it not permissible to simply observe?" "You really do not wish to know," Qin Lang replied, continuing to lead her by the hand. "Oh, very well," Xu Mixue nodded, recalling her own experience on the pirate ship. She seemed to grasp the reason behind his reluctance. Let us hurry. The Ferris wheel is far more enjoyable." She had longed to ride the Ferris wheel with Qin Lang, to stand atop it and savor a moment of happiness that belonged solely to the two of them. She had also heard a legend regarding the Ferris wheel. Lovers who ride it together often find themselves parting ways. However, if they share a kiss at the pinnacle, they will remain together forever. She was determined to elicit a reaction from him with a kiss, even if it meant her defeat. Chapter 47. The Starry Sea Rotating Restaurant. Waiting for the one with a heavenly design, the Ferris wheel stands at an impressive height of over 200 meters, adorned with transparent glass cabins. Be careful not to bump your head, Qin Lang cautioned, gently cradling Xu Mixue's head with one hand while interlocking their fingers with the other. He guided her into the cabin of the Ferris wheel, where the ambience was quite pleasant. Xu Mixue, joyfully clutching a plush rabbit, settled onto a seat. The cabin was fully enclosed, half metal and half glass, equipped with both heating and cooling systems. "I'll hold you," Qin Lang declared, lifting her onto his lap and resting his head against her shoulder. As the Ferris wheel ascended slowly, they gazed down at the sprawling cityscape, the scenery gradually unfolding before their eyes. "Husband, look! A bird just flew by," Xu Mixue exclaimed, leaning against the window. "What kind of bird?" Qin Lang leaned in to see. Seizing the moment, Xu Mixue cupped his face, tilted her head back, and closed her eyes, planting a kiss upon his lips. Qin Lang savored the sweetness, reminiscent of cotton candy, soft and sugary. How could such an intimate moment allow the woman to take the lead? Qin Lang playfully counted, until she could no longer bear it and withdrew her hands, a smile gracing his lips as he released her. "Husband, we've been out for quite some time. I haven't fed the baby, and I'm feeling quite uncomfortable," Xu Mixue confessed, turning to face him. "Shall I help you?" Qin Lang inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Here? Really?" she replied, blushing slightly. "Well, since we're so high up and no one can see us if it comes to it, you can use the plush rabbit to cover." Qin Lang's expression was filled with eager expectation. "All right, then," Xu Mixue relented, feeling that the plan was indeed feasible, as her discomfort was becoming unbearable. They had plans for dinner and a movie later, and she feared she could not endure for much longer. Qin Lang attempted to assist her, but aside from what was already overflowing, he found himself unable to extract any further. "This is not scientifically sound," he pondered, recalling the shape of the baby's mouth. Suddenly enlightened, he realized how to proceed, and soon enough, he successfully discovered the technique. After consuming 2 large bags, he let out a satisfied burp. "You, how rude," Xu Mixue chastised, her cheeks flushed as she playfully punched him, tidying her clothing, finally feeling a sense of relief. "Rude? Without me, you would be in tears," Qin Lang teased, giving her nose a gentle tap. "Shall we head to the Starry Sea rotating restaurant for dinner soon?" Even while playing a minor role, Qin Lang had often dreamed of the day he could take his beloved to this renowned, romantic restaurant once he had the means. "The Starry Sea?" he confirmed. "Of course, why wouldn't we go?" Xu Mixue replied with a smile. "Ding! Congratulations on perfectly completing the task of accompanying your wife to the amusement park and the hidden mission. Ding! The system has successfully leveled up. Ding! Reward, 1 million in cash. Ding! Acquiring the entire top floor of the International Tower, along with its ownership rights. Wouldn't that be the location of the Shanghai revolving restaurant? One wonders when the lease will expire. Is there a possibility to reclaim it for personal management? It could serve as an excellent venue for culinary ventures. With my current culinary skills, I could certainly craft some exquisite private dishes, surely doubling the restaurant's revenue. Qin Lang, accompanied by the meticulously masked Xu Mixue, ascended via the panoramic elevator to the entrance of the Shanghai revolving restaurant on the top floor of the International Tower. "Good day, sir and madam. May I inquire about your reservation number?" The attendant at the entrance bowed respectfully and asked, "Must we still have a reservation?" Qin Lang felt a wave of frustration. As a landlord, he wondered if he could bypass this requirement. "Call your manager, Lin. We are here for the Tianziho. Just tell them the guests for Tianziho have arrived." Xu Mixue raised an eyebrow and spoke softly. "Tianziho?" The attendant looked astonished at the distinguished couple. Since its inception, Tianziho had never been open to the public. It was said that the owner had established this restaurant specifically for one person. "Indeed. May I have the honor of your surname?" "Su." "Very well. Please hold on for a moment." Upon hearing the surname Su, the attendant swiftly turned to the intercom, relaying the information. He recalled that their reclusive owner bore the same surname. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow at Xu Mixue. "Impressive. When did you manage to secure a reservation without my knowledge?" He was relieved she had booked it. Otherwise, the situation could have been quite awkward. Yet, what exactly was Tianziho? It certainly sounded prestigious. Before long, the dapper floor manager approached with a broad smile, nodding in greeting. Good afternoon. Manager Lin, it's me. Is Uncle Chen in today? Xu Mixue removed her mask and sunglasses, smiling brightly. Su Zong, it truly is you. It's been a while. Please come inside. Manager Chun is out on business today, but you mentioned the guest for Tianziho. This gentleman. Is he not? Manager Lin instantly recognized the striking man before him, the one who had recently garnered attention in a video. Indeed, he is my husband, Qin Lang. From now on, he need not make reservations. Tianziho will accommodate him. Xu Mixue donned her mask and sunglasses once more, affectionately linking her arm with Qin Lang's. Yes. Su Zong, Qin Xiansheng, please follow me. Manager Lin inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement, having encountered countless individuals in his time at the restaurant. He had never heard of Qin Lang. He wondered silently if the man lived off his wife's success, but he maintained his composure. It was best to focus on his responsibilities and not delve too deeply into the owner's affairs. My dear, what is the situation here? Qin Lang whispered in her ear, sensing that there was more to this than mere reservations. This restaurant is my establishment, specifically designed for you. Xu Mixue looked up, smiling at him, her eyes sparkling with starlight. Qin Lang was somewhat taken aback. Well, this means he no longer had to worry about the contract period. He would be free from rent in the future. It was all part of his own enterprise. One must admit that Xu Mixue possesses quite an eye for talent and a keen business acumen. Calculating the timeline, it's likely that she invested her first earnings into this restaurant. The interior of the restaurant exudes sophistication. A grand black triangular piano is centrally positioned, where an elegantly poised long-haired beauty is performing a piano piece. By midday, the restaurant was already bustling with patrons, and one can only imagine the crowd in the evening. As night fell, the rotating restaurant offered a splendid view of the enchanting nightscape. Dining under the starlit sky was an experience beyond compare in terms of romance. Throughout the evening, whispers among the guests filled the air. You have no idea. I reserved a month in advance just to dine at this restaurant, and finally, my turn has come. It's worth it. The ambience and cuisine are exceptional. Many A-list celebrities frequent this place. I wonder if I'll spot my idol tonight. Indeed, just imagining that my idol once sat in the same spot and savored the same dishes fills me with immense joy. Do you see that person? Is he a celebrity? So handsome. It seems to be Qin Lang from the Honey Couple. Oh my, is that Xu Mixue beside him? This restaurant truly is remarkable. Chapter 48. Earning a living by skill. Are you jealous? The Tianziho position differs from others, shielded by a trifold screen adorned with ink wash paintings. Manager Lin bent slightly as he ushered them in to take their seats. During the day, one could gaze out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, where a gentle rain began to fall. The mountains appeared ethereal, shrouded in misty rain. Under the veil of rain, the sky was hazy, and tendrils of vapor danced in the air. The undulating mountains were enveloped in a soft white fog. Mr. Su, Mr. Qin, what dishes would you like to order? Manager Lin offered them the menu. Wife, you are familiar with the menu. Please choose, Qin Lang said, handing the menu to Xu Mixue. Aside from the classic dishes, it seems there is a completely new selection available, she observed. Let us get one of each of the classic dishes, and for the rest, darling, you may select. Xu Mixue glanced at the offerings, feeling that none could compare to Qin Lang's culinary skills. It mattered little what they ate. The key was that she was dining with Qin Lang. Just the two of us. We need not be extravagant. The classic dishes will suffice. Let us omit the raw items and also avoid these few cold dishes. Qin Lang noted that there were already several classic choices, deeming wastefulness disgraceful. Xu Mixue had just completed her confinement period and was still nursing. Thus, she needed to avoid cold and raw foods. You could also select some seafood. We have freshly arrived selections today. Husband, I have a craving for seafood. Xu Mixue's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, but let us agree to skip the crabs and other overly cold options. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. I want to go. You order, and I'll wait for you to return. Xu Mixue pouted, thinking that out of sight would lessen her cravings. Moreover, after a morning of activities, she felt somewhat fatigued. Are you allergic to anything? Qin Lang inquired, his concern evident. No, I assure you, she replied, calming his worries. In a corner of the restaurant, An L-shaped glass tank for temporary seafood storage was arranged against the wall. The tank was divided into numerous small compartments, housing a variety of lively seafood. This Chinese exquisite lobster looks splendid. I'll have one. Qin Lang scanned the tank and selected a brilliantly colored lobster. Well, if at ISNT my old classmate, Qin Lang, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, called out from behind him. Jiahao. Qin Lang frowned and turned around. You've certainly benefited from a woman's influence. Your status has risen significantly, Jiahao remarked, jealousy and envy flickering in his eyes. In the past, you and T even indulge in small crayfish, and now you're feasting on Chinese exquisite lobster. Jiahao, contemplating that Qin Lang had fathered children with the innocent yet alluring star, Xu Mixue, felt a mix of jealousy and admiration. Back in school, Qin Lang had always overshadowed him with his looks, even captivating his secret crush. Aside from being handsome, Qin Lang is utterly unremarkable. Now he is merely a supporting actor. Were it not for Xu Mixue, could he even afford to dine here? Indeed, I earn my living by skill. Are you envious? You would like to partake, but cannot. Qin Lang was disinclined to engage in a dispute with Jiahao, lest it taint his mood for the inaugural date with Xu Mixue. Did he even have money in his own pocket? Was he unaware of his own reliance on others? This fool, baring his dog-like teeth, seemed intent on biting him. His face, marred by the scars of cosmetic surgery, was nauseating. He felt like retching. Had it not been for the setting of his own restaurant, he would have surely knocked the prosthetics out of Jiahao's nose. Jiahao, infuriated yet unable to retort, was indeed envious. He harbored dreams of stardom, yet lacked both looks and talent. Thanks to his father's lucrative real estate ventures, he had squandered considerable funds on plastic surgery and buying roles, yet achieved nothing of note. Were it not for Qin Lang's lofty ideals, he might have already risen to fame. Now that Qin Lang was courting Xu Mixue, he was bound to attain great success. With a face like that, resembling a mask of paralysis, you ought to refrain from frightening people, Qin Lang retorted without hesitation. Brother Hao, what's the matter? Still not ready to order? A woman, clad in a revealing spaghetti-strap dress, sashayed over and linked her arm with Jiahao's, her eyes gleaming as she regarded Qin Lang. She flirtatiously thrust her chest towards him. It seemed only fitting that Jiahao should be coupled with such a green cover. I'll take the Chinese exquisite lobster. And whatever he orders, double it, she declared. With the presence of a woman, Jiahao regained his bravado, eager to show off. He thought to himself that Qin Lang, who spent on women, would surely hesitate to order lavishly. Sir, the Chinese exquisite lobster is limited to one and has already been ordered by Mr. Qin. You may select something else, Manager Lin interjected hastily. Regardless of who arrived first, Qin Lang was effectively half-owner of this establishment, and thus he should stand with Qin Lang. Not to worry, if he wants it, let him have it. Bring me a blue lobster, California abalone, and a Dongxing grouper. I'll forget it. Ordering one by one is too tedious. Let us have one of each. Oh, for such rare delicacies, they should all be offered to me, your affluent classmate. Qin Lang mused with amusement. He found it amusing that Jiahao thought he could pressure him with money. Apologies, but that tactic was ineffective. He was not swayed by such antics. Since Jiahao had money and enjoyed putting on airs, today would be his chance to indulge. After all, this was his restaurant, and he could dine here whenever he pleased. It would be a shame not to take advantage of the plump pig presented to him. Can you afford to order so much? Will you be able to finish it? Aren't you afraid? Jiahao's face flushed an alarming shade of liver. His agitation palpable. That won't trouble you. Manager Lin, please prepare the bill for my wealthy classmate, Qin Lang remarked with a calm smile. Manager Lin quickly retrieved the calculator, tapping away. Sir, one diamond-gray bluefin tuna is 40,000. A 6-pound Australian lobster is 6,000, 2 for 12,000. Premium pork tenderloin is 1,600 per slice, 2 slices for 3,200. Almas caviar is 7,000 per serving, 2 servings for 14,000. After discounts, the total comes to 250,000. Charge it. Jiahao could only put on a brave face, gritting his teeth as he spoke. He was using his father's supplementary card, with a monthly allowance of 200,000. If his father discovered that he had spent so much on a single meal, he would surely be scolded upon returning home. Manager Lin, my order doesn't require a discount. Jia Hao, with such wealth, surely you don't need a discount? That would contradict your persona. Qin Lang feigned astonishment as he gazed at him. Manager Lin thought to himself, absolutely. Your family's restaurant certainly doesn't need to offer discounts. Indeed, mine doesn't require a discount either. Jia Hao, caught in a dilemma, reluctantly handed his credit card to Manager Lin, his expression one of dismay. Sir, this card does not have sufficient credit. Do you have another card? Manager Lin returned the card to Jia Hao. Charge 15,000 to this one, and use this card for the remaining amount. Jia Hao, grimacing at the pain of spending, produced his newly issued credit card. How foolish he felt for showing off. It was originally meant for emergencies, but now it was rendered useless. Still, it's admirable to maintain one's dignity, so I'll take my leave. Upon seeing that Jia Hao had settled the bill, Qin Lang elegantly turned away, no longer casting a glance in his direction, and walked towards the Tianhao. Chapter 49. The unexpected touch of the system. How could he possibly enter the VIP room? That place has always been off limits to outsiders, and he hasn't even settled the bill yet. Jia Hao stared wide-eyed as Qin Lang stepped into the exclusive compartment. Sir, that VIP room is reserved for Mr. Qin. The manager Lin replied with a polite smile. He is our boss, so he naturally does not need to pay. With that, he turned to leave. Jia Hao exclaimed, Can I withdraw? After Qin Lang and Xu Mixue had their fill, they took the scenic elevator down to the shopping mall at the base of the International Building for a leisurely stroll. Darling, what movie do you want to see later? Qin Lang asked, glancing over at Xu Mixue, who was linked to his arm. He was pondering whether any of the recently released films had a romantic theme. How about watching the newly released The Battle at Lake Changjin? Xu Mixue suggested, recalling the film that had just premiered. She remembered that Qin Lang had a role as an extra in it. For such a meaningful first movie date, it was only fitting to choose one featuring him. Are you sure? Qin Lang asked, astonished. His wife was indeed unique. For their first date to watch a film, she opted for a war movie. Most couples would typically choose a romantic love story. Nevertheless, this particular film would surely leave an indelible mark on both of them. Let us buy a couple of extra packs of tissues. Those small ones are utterly useless. He could already envision Xu Mixue sobbing uncontrollably during the movie. Absolutely. Xu Mixue not that dicey Vin. Then let us go. Qin Lang was equally eager to see the film, having participated as an extra himself. As the film played on, soft sobs echoed throughout the cinema. Xu Mixue had long since lost her composure, clutching a pack of tissues and pulling them out one after another. Qin Lang silently held another pack, discreetly wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Amidst the fragmented landscapes and drifting willows, the struggles of life echoed in the rain. Today's beautiful life was hard-earned, and we ought to cherish it, living fully. Halfway through the film, a young man in the front row whispered to his companion, "There's an emergency call." Subsequently, a dozen young men clad in firefighter uniforms quietly rose, bending low as they slipped out of the cinema, heading toward their perilous duties. The transition of heroes from two different eras made Qin Lang's tears flow even more freely. He pondered. Perhaps this was a significant part of why he persevered in his dream of becoming an actor. He aspired to utilize his craft to narrate compelling stories, to portray each character authentically, and to evoke that profound connection within others, even as an extra without a single line or close-up. This was the motivation that kept him enduring through the hardships of filming. He had endured quite a bit while participating in this film. It was his highest-paying role as a background actor, earning $500 a day, yet it was also the most challenging experience. Despite not having seen a single clear shot of his face by the end, he felt joy in having contributed to such a meaningful film, radiating his own light and warmth. Two particular scenes linger vividly in his memory. One was a meticulous recreation of the battlefield's ferocity, with over 50 explosive points within a mere 10-meter radius. The closest explosion was less than a meter away, the sheer force obliterating steel. The other scene was filmed in a frigid environment of -25°C, where he lay motionless in the snow, his hands and feet numb and devoid of sensation. Upon returning, he suffered from frostbite, causing pain and itching as his skin began to fester. This vividly illustrated the brutality of real warfare. There is no serene passage of time. Rather, there are those who bear the burden for others. The film spanned 2 hours and 56 minutes, leaving an indelible impact with its tightly woven narrative. By the end, Xu Mixue was already curled up in his arms, weeping uncontrollably, her eyes and nose flushed from tears. Qin Lang was no better off, glancing around to see that everyone else was equally affected. Perhaps this shared emotional resonance is what it means to be Chinese. Qin Lang mused that this encapsulates the essence of film, television, and the role of actors. As the credits rolled, Xu Mixue, with a choked voice, asked Darling, "Which one is you? I didn't TC you. How would you know?" "Well, I did some discreet inquiries. You must have endured quite a bit, right?" Xu Mixue wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes glistening with tears, making her all the more endearing. It pales in comparison to the struggles faced by the soldiers back then. It's not surprising that so many background actors went unnoticed. Come on, no more tears. Let us go out for a stroll to lighten the mood. Qin Lang leaned down to kiss her forehead and embraced her as they made their way out of the cinema. This first date was indeed extraordinary. A gentle reminder, do bring tissues when you go to watch it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing your first movie outing with your wife. The system is unexpectedly moved. Ding! Reward, 1 million in cash. Ding! Additional reward, the claw machine mastery skill. System, can we not trigger these notifications while emotions are running high? Ding! Is that a no? Yes, I want it. Isn't it reasonable to extract it? Honestly, such a skill that benefits my wife is too good to pass up. Downstairs from the cinema was an arcade. Darling, let us go play there, Xu Mixue suggested, pointing at the claw machine. Many were already engaged in the game. All right. Qin Lang headed to the counter to purchase a large basket of game tokens. Come on, my dear, play to your heart's content. There's plenty. Holding the basket, Qin Lang stood before a claw machine, feeding it many tokens while Xu Mixue selected a machine featuring her favorite plush toy. Her eyes sparkled as she eagerly maneuvered the joystick, aiming intently at her target before pressing the circular button to lower the claw. The claw gently grasped the plush toy, only to weakly release it moments later, resulting in the inevitable drop of the toy. Oh dear, so close, Xu Mixue lamented, her expression tinged with frustration as she continued to manipulate the joystick. Qin Lang stood nearby, observing with a silent smile. Many believe that failing to capture a toy is a matter of skill. However, it is predominantly a matter of luck, dependent on the program settings of the machine. Yet, there are indeed techniques to enhance the chances of success. The claw typically exhibits varying degrees of grip strength, which can be gauged by the movement of the joystick. A significant shake indicates a weak grip, making it challenging to secure the toy. The process of capturing a toy consists of 2 steps: lifting the toy and transporting it. To ensure the claw accurately grasps the desired toy during its descent, one must anticipate its rotational direction and angle. As Qin Lang inserted a coin, he quietly observed Xu Mixue's attempts. After discerning the claw's gripping patterns, he calculated the optimal moment for a successful capture. He approached her from behind, gently taking her hands in his. Leaning down, he planted a soft kiss on her cheek and whispered in her ear, "My dear, let us join forces. Do you believe that united, a couple can achieve great feats? Together, we shall surely succeed." Really? Xu Mixue, still vexed from her earlier failures, looked at him with newfound hope, her anticipation evident. Chapter 50. When men are sober, women have no chance indeed. It is true. Come here. Qin Lang smiled, finding his wife easy to please. This time, he struck gold with just one attempt. "Ah, oh my. Husband, we really succeeded. You are incredible. I adore you. Truly, when a couple works in harmony, their strength is unparalleled. How wonderful!" Xu Mixue exclaimed with excitement. She eagerly pulled down her mask and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him on the lips. How audacious his wife was. Envious glances from those around them were unavoidable. He hurriedly grasped the sides of his fisherman's hat, concealing her stunning beauty, and passionately responded to her affection. If this were captured on camera, it would surely make headlines. How reckless! Yet he relished it. In the underground parking garage of the International Building, devoid of any presence, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue, laden with bags, settled into the car. "Husband, I'm so happy today. I fulfilled so many wishes. Are you happy? Xu Mixue gazed at Qin Lang with sparkling eyes. Of course I'm happy, as long as I am with you. Everything is a joy, Qin Lang replied, fastening her seatbelt and playfully tapping her nose. What nonsensical remarks was this silly girl making? Let us hurry home. I miss our baby. I'm in so much discomfort, Xu Mixue said, her cheeks flushed. The newly changed nursing pad was already soaked. If they didn't return soon, her clothes would be drenched. I can assist you with that, Qin Lang remarked, catching the delightful fragrance in the car. Unable to resist, licking his lips. No. Leave some for the baby. Besides, we've been out for so long. I wonder how Ming Yao and Lin Wu are doing? Xu Mixue, blushing, shook her head resolutely, recalling the moments on the Ferris wheel. Their day had been both fulfilling and exhilarating. I'll drink a little less. We still need to stop by and buy a new cage and food for the floppy-eared rabbit. Qin Lang pondered seriously before speaking. All right, I almost forgot. I can only have a little. I can't drink it all. Xu Mixue blushed even deeper, agreeing shyly. All right, my dear wife. Qin Lang smiled, his eyes narrowing with delight. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing your first claw machine mission with your wife. Ding! Reward, 100,000 cash. Ding! Additional reward, the skill of drunk no more. Withdraw. The drunk no more skill proved to be quite useful. In the past, he could never outdrink Lin Wu. Tonight, he was determined to down an entire crate and bring Lin Wu to his knees. At home in the riverside community, as dusk fell, the couple returned home. Upon opening the door, the aroma of delicious food enveloped them. Lin Wu rolled up his sleeves, cooking in the kitchen, while Shun Mingyao, cradling their eldest child, gazed dreamily from the dining room. Why you back? Upon seeing Qin Lang and Xu Mixue, Shun Mingyao's cheeks flushed rare pink. Thank you for your hard work. Was the baby well behaved? Xu Mixue placed the plush rabbit on the sofa. Yes, an angel. Absolutely perfect. The child is truly delightful, isn't it? If raising a baby were always this easy, the prospect of parenthood wouldn't seem so daunting. Shun Mingyao, cradling her elder child, stood up to see what they had purchased. There were so many bags, large and small. You should give it a try. The conditions now are far better than before. With the baby well-fed and well-rested, it naturally becomes easier to manage. Xu Mixue, smiling, remarked before retreating to her bedroom for a shower. After a day of outdoor activities covered in sweat, dust, and some of someone else's drool, she certainly could not approach the baby without freshening up first. Go on. Qin Lang, are you all out for a major shopping spree? So many items, and a living lop-eared rabbit. How adorable! Shin Mingyao exclaimed, leaning in to show her elder child the cute little bunny. You're back just in time. Dinner is nearly ready, Lin Wu chimed in, tying on an apron as he brought out a platter of dishes. All right, I'll set these things down, place the rabbit in the glass room upstairs, and then take a quick shower, Qin Lang thought, momentarily feeling as though he were a guest at Lin Wu and Shin Mingyao's home, bearing gifts. The striking contrast of a cool and composed woman with an innocent and sunny young man was quite harmonious. Ah Wu, Mingyao, thank you for your hard work today. Please, take a seat. I'll prepare a couple of side dishes for our drinks. Shall we indulge in some wine tonight? White, red, or perhaps beer? Once Qin Lang finished a shower, he entered the kitchen to whip up 2 appetizers. I drove here today and can't drink, Lin Wu said, serving the 4 of them their meals at the table. Although he could handle his liquor, he preferred not to lose composure in front of Shin Mingyao, especially since it was their first meeting and he wished to make a good impression. He found her alluring, bold, fiery, mature, and intellectually captivating, exactly his type. Don't worry, I'll arrange for a designated driver. If necessary, you can stay the night. There are guest rooms downstairs. Didn't we agree to enjoy ourselves? Qin Lang ladled some soup for Xu Mixue and poured her a glass of juice. Indeed, a man cannot refuse. With the weather cooling down, let us have some white wine. Shin Mingyao raised an eyebrow and stated, a man who remains sober gives women no opportunity. She was determined to seize her chance. Well, I believe that sounds agreeable. Qin Lang retrieved the fine Feitian mitai he had purchased a few days prior to entertain his father-in-law. All right then, Lin Wu conceded, encouraged by Shun Mingyao's assertiveness. Come, Let me fill your glasses. Let us raise a toast. I am immensely grateful to you all. Do come by often when you can. Qin Lang poured each of them a cup brimming with a rich, fragrant liquor. I'll stick to juice as my accompaniment, Xu Mixue said, lifting her glass of juice. Cheers! The 4 glasses clinked together. Qin Lang had intentionally selected a vintage wine, boasting an exceptional taste, smooth and rich, with an aromatic bouquet. Now let us enjoy the dishes, please. Don't hold back. After downing a glass, Qin Lang felt invigorated and at ease. Soon, the 4 individuals began to indulge in their revelry, raising their glasses and engaging in spirited conversation. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Wu appeared noticeably more relaxed. A faint blush adorned Xu Mixue's exquisite features, adding an intriguing allure to her demeanor. In celebration of our camaraderie, I shall down this drink as a gesture of respect, Qin Lang declared, lifting his glass towards Lin Wu. Seated beside Lin Wu, Xu Mixue eagerly refilled his glass, her enthusiasm palpable. They say that joy invigorates the spirit, Lang. Your capacity for drink is impressive today, Lin Wu remarked, feeling the warmth of the alcohol as it flushed his cheeks, slightly intoxicated. Yet, the sight of Xu Mixue personally pouring his drink filled him with delight, prompting him to raise his glass and consume its contents in one swift motion. Indeed, I shall not return until I am thoroughly intoxicated tonight. Qin Lang, however, remained unfazed, his composure unshaken as he drank with the ease of sipping water, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. The atmosphere was exhilarating. Were it not for Xu Mixue's presence, Lin Wu would have surely surrendered to intoxication. Very well. Let us continue this revelry with games of chance or dice, he proposed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Lin Wu had never shied away from drinking. He was willing to embrace intoxication, but his presence would remain steadfast and commanding. Chapter 51. Sisters tonight, do not hinder me. Let us roll the dice and indulge in merriment together. Xu Mixue, slightly tipsy, felt invigorated. Very well, I shall fetch the dice. Qin Lang rose to retrieve the dice, recalling that he had received 2 pairs of green dice as a gift when purchasing alcohol earlier. I need to visit the restroom. Lin Wu also stood up, heading in the same direction. Upon hearing the mention of dice, Xu Mixue's thoughts drifted to a pair of rather risky dice, causing her cheeks to flush. Xu Mixue, intrigued, observed her and inquired, "You haven't even had a drink. Why are you blushing?" It's spicy. The dish I had earlier was a bit too hot." Xu Mixue was forced to fabricate a tale. "Don't worry, I've taken a day off." Xu Mixue reassured her. "As sisters, let us revel tonight without restraint. Whether we have meat to savor depends on the extent of our drinking. I quite like Lin Wu," she continued. "Let us first see how things go tonight. If it turns out well, I might just find myself single no more. Tomorrow, before nightfall, do not call us." As Lin Wu made his way to the restroom, Xu Mixue leaned in and whispered to Xu Mixue, "You? Tonight? Surely not." Xu Mixue gazed at her in astonishment, pondering if Xu Mixue was finally blossoming after her past heartache. Since her first love, Xu Mixue had remained emotionally stifled, believing that all men were the same and had not sought another partner. Had she truly developed feelings for Lin Wu after just one day? Was it possible that her prolonged solitude and excess exposure to romantic notions had led to this change of heart? Yet, it was a positive sign that Xu Mixue was beginning to move on. However, was she not taking a rather bold leap? One misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Why not? I believe he has feelings for me too. If we like each other, why linger? I now feel that finding the right person and having a little home and children is quite wonderful. The food in the cafeteria is dreadful, yet Lin Wu cooks splendidly. It is evident that he genuinely adores children. He is destined to be a wonderful father. With a hint of intoxication, Xu Mixue's eyes sparkled with allure. Indeed, that makes sense. Go for it. Xu Mixue, resonating with her friend's sentiments, felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Those who associate with the good become virtuous, while those who dwell in darkness remain tainted. She trusted that Qin Lang's good friend could not be lacking in merit either. "What are you two whispering about?" Qin Lang returned with 4 cups in hand, followed closely by Lin Wu. "It's a woman's secret," both Xu Mixue and Xu Mixue replied in unison. "Very well. Let me explain the rules," Qin Lang began. Each person receives a cup containing 5 dice. Each player calls out a number, starting with a minimum of 2. For instance, if one calls out 2 threes, the next player may challenge this declaration. If the total dice do not reveal 2 threes, the challenger wins. If they believe the claim, play continues, with each subsequent player needing to call a higher number. If the previous call was 2 threes, the next must declare 2 fives or 3 twos, and so forth. A single die can represent any number, but if it has been called already, it can only count as 1. Is that clear to everyone? Qin Lang handed them a small cup. Understood, let's begin, Xu Mixue said with eager anticipation. Mixue opted for fruit juice, and to ensure fairness, I accompanied her with half a cup. Qin Lang, now possessing the skill of indomitable inebriation, spoke with remarkable confidence. All right, it seems my alcohol tolerance is quite commendable tonight. I doubt I can keep up with you. Lin Wu felt a twinge of apprehension, but refused to shy away. After several rounds, Lin Wu, aside from his own losses in drinking, had also consumed several glasses on behalf of Xu Mixue out of concern for her. Soon, he found himself inebriated, resting his head on the table, unable to continue. Shall I arrange for a designated driver to take you both home, or would you prefer to stay the night here? Although Qin Lang was sober, he knew it was unwise to drive after drinking. No need, I'm not drunk. I'll take Lin Wu back, Xu Mixue replied, having already summoned a ride-hailing service, which was soon arriving at the entrance of the community. She wrapped her arm around Lin Wu's slender waist and supported him as they walked. Qin Lang intended to say something further, but Xu Mixue discreetly pinched his waist. Lin Wu subtly exchanged glances with him, revealing that he was not entirely intoxicated after all. So, Lin Wu was not foolish. He understood everything when it came to someone he genuinely liked. What an intriguing sense of camaraderie seemed to have developed among the three of them. Was he merely a tool in this scenario? Nevertheless, as long as his brother found happiness, being a tool was acceptable. It would be best not to meddle too much. Take care and move slowly. Prioritize safety. Do come over for drinks again when you have the chance. Qin Lang, having come to terms with the situation, graciously opened the door to their happiness and stepped aside. All right, you both should get some rest as well, Xu Mixue said, wrapping one arm around Lin Wu's waist and taking hold of his arm, walking away without looking back. In the ride-hailing vehicle, the driver inquired, "Hello, are you the passengers heading to Longmen Grand Hotel, with the last 4 digits, 889? Please note that if there is any vomiting in the car, a cleaning fee of 200 will apply." The driver glanced at the two, concerned by their unmistakable scent of alcohol. "Yes, I understand," Xu Mixue nodded, helping Lin Wu into the back seat before climbing in herself. Her face flushed, her heart raced. She had just spoken so casually to Xu Mixue, yet this was her first time engaging in such an act. Her palms were sweaty from nerves. She gazed at Lin Wu, whose features were even more handsome in his drunken state, and noticed the hem of his shirt had been carelessly lifted, revealing his chiseled abs. She silently swallowed, trembling as she smoothed down the fabric and tucked it back in place. This surely wasn't illegal, was it? She bit her lip, dismissing her concerns. After all, she wasn't the kind of person to shirk responsibilities. If it came to that, she was confident she could support both him and any potential children. Lin Wu caught the sound of a gulp, nearly laughing at the absurdity of it all. He had certainly not wasted the opportunity to lift his shirt earlier. On our way to Longmen Grand Hotel, a splendid establishment, he thought. It seemed he would need to make a good impression tonight. The following morning, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue were in the small garden upstairs, basking in the sun with their 2 little ones and feeding the floppy-eared rabbits. After feeding the rabbits, Qin Lang glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. He considered making a phone call to Lin Wu to inquire about what transpired between them the previous night, but Xu Mixue, with her keen eyes and swift hands, promptly restrained his phone. "Are you calling Lin Wu?" "Indeed. Do you not care about their progress?" She teased. "I suspect they were engaged in a passionate rendezvous last night." Clap, clap, clap. Lin Wu was pretending to be drunk. He has an affection for Xu Mixue. Lin Wu pretended to be intoxicated? Then the rest, no doubt. They must be together. Mixue requested that we refrain from calling them until after dark. Xu Mixue appeared somewhat astonished. It seemed she would soon assume the role of a godmother. "Oh, so this is the secret you all kept last night? Goodness, where did Lin Wu vanish to? It turns out I was merely a tool for pouring drinks last night." With that, Qin Lang stood up, pulled Xu Mixue into his embrace, and planted a kiss on her lips. Holding her close, they settled into the wicker double swing together. Chapter 52. My future plans are filled with you in the small garden. The climbing rose dragon sand ruby bloomed abundantly with flowers that were a delicate blend of white and pink, enveloping the entire floral arch. Oh, did you just realize? They must have visited the Longmen Hotel last night. You should drink less in the future. Excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. Xu Mixue slipped off her shoes and comfortably nestled in his embrace. Speaking of the Longmen Hotel, memories of their first encounter flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. The Longmen Hotel? The place of our first meeting? Surely. They haven't decided to be together so soon. Qin Lang instantly perked up. They certainly have an eye for charming locations. It's quite possible. Xu Mixue, blushing, nodded in agreement. Then we should hasten our wedding plans. If we delay too long, the bridesmaids might fly away. They seem to be progressing quite rapidly. Could this be love at first sight? As matchmakers, we seem to have succeeded. I wonder if there will be a feast for us to enjoy. Qin Lang held her close, and with a gentle push from his toes, they began to sway lightly on the swing. Yes, the wedding date should ideally be chosen after our parents have consulted the zodiac, or perhaps on an auspicious holiday like New Year's or Spring Festival. Xu Mixue pondered, realizing that most of her friends had married during such festive times. It would be wise for us to prepare for both possibilities. I believe the chances of pregnancy are quite high. After the 42-day health check, we can visit our hometown and then head directly to Shanghai for our wedding photos. I've heard there's a wedding photography studio endorsed by Lu Yi that produces excellent work. We could also take a mini honeymoon there, and once the baby is old enough to fly, we can venture to Bali. Qin Lang recalled that the HN Seaside Resort Villa was located in Shanghai. He had yet to experience its delights, and it would be the perfect occasion to enjoy it with family. The best stay for the two of them was simply that his future plans were filled with her. I think that sounds good. I'll call Brother Lu to make a reservation. Xu Mixue, note that. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the task of feeding rabbits and basking in the sun with your wife for the first time. Ding. Reward. 100,000 in cash. Ding. Additional reward. Skill of driving without fatigue. Withdraw. To say that the system is akin to a parasitic worm in his belly is an understatement. Now that he had a long drive ahead, such a practical skill was indeed a blessing, sparing him the need for energy drinks. Ding. A competent system can naturally sense its host's needs. Please refrain from associating me with such lowly and repugnant creatures. Understood? Oh, esteemed system, please do not be offended. It was merely a figure of speech. Your brilliance is certainly not comparable to that of a lowly parasite. Oomph. Even metaphors are off the table. Indeed, esteemed system. Just in time, Brother Song is doing well, right? That is more like it. Skill loading successful. Wishing you a swift ascent to the pinnacle of life. Truly, a proud and self-respecting system. Around 4 in the afternoon, just before sunset, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue had just finished bathing their 2 little ones together. Qin Lang pondered. Lin Wu should be calling him soon. Shouldn't he? XM Xu has now become quite adept at applying baby oil, providing gentle massages for her little one. In truth, the technique of performing a post-bath massage for infants is not particularly challenging. If circumstances allow, everyone can consistently engage in this practice. Starting from the face, pour an appropriate amount of baby oil into your palm and warm it by rubbing your hands together. Begin at the center of the baby's forehead, gently pressing upward and outward with your thumbs. For the chin area, use both thumbs to massage towards the ears, creating a smile-like shape. Next, move to the chest, placing your hands on either side of the baby's ribs. Slide your right hand up towards the baby's right shoulder and then return to the starting position. Repeat this with the left hand. Proceed to the arms, gently squeezing from the upper arm to the wrist with one hand, then using your thumb to massage from the palm to the fingertips. Switch hands and repeat the process. Moving on to the abdomen, massage in a clockwise direction. Note, do not massage the abdomen until the umbilical cord stump has fallen off. Then, attend to those adorable chubby legs, starting from the thighs and gently squeezing down to the knees, then massaging the calves, ankles, and tiny feet. Finally, turn the baby over onto their back, ensuring they lie comfortably on the bed with their face turned to one side, allowing for unobstructed breathing. Alternate hands to massage from the neck down along the spine to the sacrum. Then, using your fingertips, gently massage outward from the spine. Maintain the room temperature above 28°C, and a massage duration of 15 to 20 minutes is sufficient. Avoid extending it too long. Darling, when will our little one start to talk? Is it typical for them to speak before walking, or vice versa? Xu gently teased, observing their baby, who was beginning to develop a plump little bottom, engrossed in play. It varies. It depends on each child's individual development. We have a saying back home: those who walk first are the doers, while those who talk first are the leaders. Generally, babies start walking around their first birthday. As for talking, it depends on when they feel inclined to express themselves. By around 1 year, they typically can utter simple words like dad, mom, and hug. Qin Lang was also diligently massaging their older child. It seems that every child has their unique timeline for speaking and walking, but they generally fall within that range. When Xu flipped the little one onto their back, the baby blinked their large, dark eyes and began to blow bubbles. AP. Darling, look at our little one blowing bubbles. Is that all right? Let me check. Please put the older child's clothes on properly. Qin Lang examined the baby's mouth closely and found nothing amiss. Recently, the baby had not exhibited symptoms such as coughing, fever, rapid breathing, or any distress, suggesting that they were merely enjoying this playful activity. Qin Lang couldn't help but recall a humorous saying from their hometown: if you see a baby blowing bubbles, it's a sign that a heavy rain is on the way. Of course, there is no scientific basis for this belief. No worries. Our little one is likely just having fun, showcasing a new skill for you. However, we should wipe away the drool promptly to prevent any rashes from developing. As he spoke, Qin Lang carefully wiped the drool from the corners of the baby's mouth. Why does the baby lack eyebrows? They will darken as the child grows. It is entirely normal for a newborn to be without eyebrows, so there's no cause for concern. Furthermore, one should refrain from shaving a newborn's eyebrows, as the growth of eyebrows is a natural process. Whether shaved or not, new hair will eventually sprout. The density of eyebrows and hair is influenced by genetics and nutrition, rather than the act of shaving. Additionally, a baby's delicate skin is vulnerable, and shaving their eyebrows could easily damage the hair follicles, leading to infections and unintended consequences. If one insists on shaving, they should avoid making it too close to the scalp. Qin Lang tenderly caressed the fine hair of his little one, envisioning how adorable she would look with a little ponytail as she grew. The baby waved her tiny hand at him cheerfully, erupting into delightful laughter. There is a spot on the top of her head that often pulsates. This is the location of the baby's fontanelle. The fontanelle is an area where the cranial bones have yet to fuse, rather than an absence of bone. Under normal circumstances, the fontanelle should feel soft and flat. Should it become bulging or tense, accompanied by fever, vomiting, or even convulsions, it is imperative to seek medical attention promptly. Chapter 53. There are no fields that cannot be cultivated, only cattle that cannot be exhausted. Why is the Bao single-lidded, while both Xiao Bao and I are double-lidded? Xu Mixue gently placed a diaper onto Bao and dressed him in a monk's robe. She affectionately kissed the Bao's tender little feet. Qin Lang swiftly helped Xiao Bao with his diaper and clothes. Perhaps his eyelids are still slightly swollen. As he grows, they may become double-lidded. The baby's nails had grown a bit long. Please hand me the nail clippers. I carefully trimmed their nails to prevent them from scratching their delicate faces. Qin Lang took the clippers, feeling their coolness, and warmed them in his hands. With his other hand, he gently held Xiao Bao's hand to keep him still. The nails were trimmed just beyond the nail bed, but not beyond the fingertips. After filing the nails smooth, Qin Lang washed Xiao Bao's hands and dried them with a towel. Otherwise, when the baby sucks on his fingers, he might inadvertently ingest the filings and nail dust. After finishing Xiao Bao's nails, he continued with the Bao's. Xu Mixue observed intently from the side, commenting, "Darling, the baby's hands are so fine and small. I could just nibble on them." "No, nibble on me instead. My skin is thick and resilient," Qin Lang replied, his focus unwavering as he trimmed under the light. Soon, he finished the last nail. "How annoying. I think my skin is the thickest." Xu Mixue, seeing that he had finished washing and drying the baby's hands, cupped his face in her hands. She playfully bit his smooth cheek, which felt so tender and firm. As they drew closer, she could catch the faint, pleasant scent of his shampoo, which was quite delightful. Gazing into his gentle eyes, she couldn't help but kiss his soft eyelids. Just as tender and smooth as Xiao Bao's little feet. It was irresistible. She often felt the urge to kiss those soft and adorable babies. For hygiene reasons, she could only kiss the tops of their feet and their bellies. As for their hands, fearing they might put them in their mouths, she could only take in their scent. It was as if she were addicted, often wanting to hold the babies close and inhale their faint milky fragrance. Listening to their slightly quickening heartbeats brought her immense comfort. At times, she found herself deeply enamored, embracing Qin Lang, nestled against his neck, absorbing his warmth and scent. Regarding why Xu Mixue refrained from kissing the baby's hands and faces, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue had long explained. The babies are still small, and their immune systems relatively weak, rendering them vulnerable to various viruses and bacteria from the outside world. Random kisses could transfer external germs and viruses to the babies, potentially leading to infections, such as Helicobacter pylori, hand, foot, and mouth disease, or chickenpox virus. Particularly, the old feeding method of tasting food before giving it to them should be avoided. This is not an exaggeration. It is best not to indulge in a sense of false security. Just because you were raised that way without consequence does not mean you would take such a risk with your own child. It is advisable to avoid kissing the baby's face and eyes. If the urge to kiss their little cheeks is overwhelming, ensure to clean them afterward. There are myriad ways to express love, and we need not be fixated on any particular method. Qin Lang embraced Xu Mixue at the waist, enveloped in a fragrant embrace, allowing her to act as she pleased. A delightful, tingling sensation coursed through him, pricking at his heartstrings. "All right, you go ahead and tend to the baby. I'll tidy up and prepare dinner. What would you like to eat this evening?" Qin Lang gently patted her peach-shaped posterior, signaling her to temper her enthusiasm. "Do not take advantage of the gentle-hearted. Whatever you cook, I shall relish," Xu Mixue replied, holding on tightly, reluctant to let go. "Oh, how about stir-fried tomatoes and eggs? Or potato stew?" Qin Lang planted a kiss on her forehead, unable to resist teasing her. Her clingy demeanor was irresistibly charming, making him want to provoke her into joyful tears. It's not that I can't cook. Do you think me uneducated? How mischievous. Stir-fried tomatoes and eggs? Why not mention roasted sweet potatoes?" Xu Mixue, incensed, raised her head and playfully nipped at his mischievous lips. Ouch. My dear, that hurts." Qin Lang furrowed his brow, stammering. "Where does it hurt?" "Yes, I apologize." Xu Mixue suddenly panicked, standing on tiptoe, fixating on his lips. She hadn't bitten down hard, yet his delicate skin was sensitive. "Did I bite too hard? There's no blood, is there?" "Haha, I was merely jesting. If you bite me and mar my lips, there will be no chance for kisses." Qin Lang leaned down, kissing her tenderly. Initially, Xu Mixue pushed him away in embarrassment, but soon relinquished her resistance, wrapping her arms around his neck, wishing to cling to him. "Dear, if you don't let go, the baby won't be having milk anymore. Dinner can be forgotten. We can opt for something else." Qin Lang's voice deepened as he held her waist. The baby is hungry. I must take my leave." Xu Mixue decisively released him, cradling their two little darlings, and instinctively went to the bed to nurse them. Heavens, her hands were becoming calloused. Each time he found comfort, she felt increasingly restless, her heart and body growing emptier. Qin Lang watched her darting figure, quicker than a rabbit, and couldn't help but smile. Silently, he rolled up the used diapers from the little ones and disposed of them in a sealed trash bin. What kind of refuse were diapers? It reminded him of a humorous summary he had seen online. "Food for pigs is wet waste. What pigs won't eat is dry waste. What would kill a pig is hazardous waste, and what can be sold for pigs is recyclable waste." Thus, regardless of whether the baby had diarrhea or the moisture content, diapers were undoubtedly dry waste. Have you all learned this? Qin Lang pondered while tidying up the bathroom and mopping the floor. He carefully hand-washed the baby's clothes on the balcony and hung them to dry. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Lin Wu called. He wondered how Lin Wu's first experience had gone. Qin Lang hurriedly answered the phone. Oh, how are you? Are you well? Well, what can I do as a man? Aren't you asking the wrong question? Lin Wu replied, somewhat agitated. There are no fields that can't be cultivated, only oxen that can't be overworked. This isn't your first time, so why should I worry about you? In truth, Qin Lang felt a twinge of envy, for he himself had no experience to draw upon. Am I truly that desperate? He exclaimed. That may not even be directed at you. You mustn't say that. You can talk about me, but not my girlfriend. Oh, so she has become your girlfriend now? Did something happen between you two last night? You were sneaky, pretending to be drunk. I knew it. How could you get intoxicated so quickly? A twisted smile crept across Qin Lang's face. You simply don't understand. An exceptional hunter often appears in the guise of its prey. I just wanted to inform you that I am now in a relationship. Xu Mixue will be my girlfriend from now on. Don't even think about feeding me dog food anymore. Lin Wu had learned this from Dolo, and now he was putting it to good use. After practical experience, he found it to be quite effective. Even now, his knees and waist ached considerably. So, did you wear protection? Can you still be the best man or maid of honor? Qin Lang couldn't help but inquire, as it was a matter of great concern for him at the moment. Chapter 54. Do you prefer the left side? She helped me put on. Lin Wu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had struggled for quite some time without success. Ultimately, it was Xu Mixue who managed to assist him, showcasing her adeptness. Undoubtedly a testament to her training as an obstetrician, demonstrating a profound sense of safety awareness. We were concerned that if Xu Mixue were to become pregnant, there would be no one to serve as the bridesmaid. Qin Lang secretly admired her. She seemed relatively busy and appeared to have no immediate desire for children. Lin Wu harbored some trepidation regarding the matter, as it held a certain shadow in his mind. Although he adored children, he would not impose his wishes on Xu Mixue if she were reluctant to bear them. It was wise to plan ahead, perhaps considering prenatal vitamins like folic acid. That would be quite prudent. However, regardless of whether they had children, he must take responsibility for her. After all, she was his sister-in-law's close friend. And if he were to wrong her, I would surely face dire consequences as well. Qin Lang felt genuinely happy for Lin Wu. After all, his modest savings over the past 20 years had finally found a purpose. Xu Mixue was likely to treat Lin Wu well. She had expressed her commitment to him, and naturally, he would reciprocate that responsibility. Rest assured, even if your feelings for your sister-in-law wane, mine for Mixue will remain steadfast. Lin Wu recalled Xu Mixue's words and felt a blush creep across his face, his heart warming. Impossible. What if she were to betray you? Qin Lang exclaimed, raising his voice in disbelief. No, that won't happen. I never considered it, Lin Wu replied. Does this mean I am living off her generosity? I currently lack a reputable job and merely serve as an uncredited stand-in. I wonder when I will finally rise to prominence. Her qualifications surpass mine. Surely she wouldn't look down on me. Lin Wu's voice trailed off, filled with uncertainty. Don't worry, don't overthink it. Focus on nurturing your relationship first. Establishing a family before pursuing a career is entirely acceptable. If financial difficulties arise, feel free to discuss them with me. The money you've invested with me yields daily returns. When dating, don't be overly frugal. I will assist you with connections in the industry regarding acting opportunities and resources. Maintain your confidence. I believe with your talent and diligence, you will undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself in the entertainment world. Noticing Lin Wu's shift in tone, Qin Lang hurried to offer reassurance. Don't let self-doubt creep in. Now that you have love, the bread will follow. Yes, I will work diligently. I must go now. I have a scene to prepare for this evening. After hearing Qin Lang's encouraging words, Lin Wu managed to regain his composure. He felt an overwhelming sense of determination, as though he had transformed overnight into a man of substance. Something within him had shifted. He resolved to work hard, aiming to purchase a home soon to provide a stable environment for Xu Mixue. Go ahead, visit when you have time. Qin Lang hung up the phone and called Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, this is Qin Lang. I know. I have your number saved. What can I do for you? I have a good friend who is a stand-in and also my classmate. Both of them come from a professional background, and there are no issues with height, acting skills, or appearance. Shall I send you a photo for your assessment to see if he could potentially join our company? All right. I will first take a look at the photo, and then we can arrange a time to meet him. Thank you, Sister Zhang. There is no need for formality. If he truly is a promising talent, it is I who should be grateful to you. Let us not chat further. I still have things to attend to. Once Qin Lang hung up the phone, his mood lifted considerably. Humming a cheerful tune, he headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing your first task of trimming the baby's nails. Ding! Reward, 100,000 in cash. Ding! Mind reading skill, limited to your 2 children. Expires in 2 weeks. Extract. This is wonderful. Within 2 weeks, the baby will be at an age where expressing themselves is challenging. With this ability, I will surely understand their thoughts better. Are they thirsty? Hungry? Tired? Need to use the restroom? How practical. There is no need to read their expressions anymore. Xu Mixue will surely be amazed. I'm immensely proud of myself for understanding my children so well. The baby will undoubtedly adore having such an empathetic and understanding father. Ding! Congratulations on the successful loading of your skill. As Qin Lang washed the vegetables, he continued to hum a lively tune. Suddenly, he felt a soft sensation on his back as a pair of hands wrapped around his waist. Darling, I have completed my task. Do you need any assistance? Yes, please help me finish the fruits that I just washed on the dining table. Qin Lang turned and gave her a kiss. All right, dear. Xu Mixue returned the kiss and obediently released her hands to enjoy the freshly washed fruits on the table. The apples had already been peeled and cut into small pieces, looking as fresh as if just sliced. Thoughtfully, they were accompanied by strawberry-shaped fruit forks. She speared a piece and tasted a hint of salt, followed by the delightful sweetness of the fruit. They must have been soaked in salt water to prevent oxidation. With such a considerate and attentive husband, she truly felt like she had struck gold. Dear, you should eat too. She offered him a piece while he was busy washing the vegetables. The sweetness from you is unmatched. Make sure you eat enough. I've already had my share. Qin Lang lowered his head to accept the piece of apple. In fact, he had already nibbled on the flesh around 2 apple cores earlier. However, he felt it necessary to indulge in the piece offered by his wife. At that moment, his pocket vibrated. Darling, could you please retrieve my phone? I have a call, and my hands are wet. Qin Lang assumed it was Sister Zhang calling him. An excitement surged within him. I'm on it. Where is it? Xu Mixue placed the apple in her mouth. In my pants pocket. The left side? Oh, you prefer the left side, do you? Xu Mixue playfully reached into his left pocket from behind, giving it a mischievous pinch. My dear wife, your phone is on the right. It's quite exasperating. Couldn't you have asked first? It's not as though it's made of wood. You seem to bully him daily. He is, after all, a passionate young man. Aha! There it is on the right, your phone. Oh, it's the green tea from Kong Shuifu. How peculiar the name is. Xu Mixue wore a mischievous smile as she retrieved her phone with her other hand. Upon glancing at the screen, the name appeared rather distinctive. True to its name, it belonged to a university classmate of mine, a half-hearted ex-girlfriend. You answer it on speakerphone. I'll wash the vegetables, she said. Upon realizing it was that scoundrel Gung Baicha, Qin Lang hesitated to answer. What trickery could she be up to? Hadn't Tia's previous demeanor made his feelings clear enough? She truly had no shame. Yet, considering Xu Mixue might spiral into wild thoughts if he didn't answer, he decided it would be better to face it openly. After all, he had nothing to fear if he stood upright. I won't answer. You can take it yourself. An ex-girlfriend? Why didn't you save her as 10,086? How discreet, how safe, how irritating. Xu Mixue's expression shifted, and she tossed the phone onto the stove with a clatter, turned to leave. Qin Lang hurriedly dried his hands and grasped her small hand, pulling her into his embrace. Oh, my little ancestor, can we not only listen to half of what we're told? Chapter 55. Only gentle with you, I merely refer to her as a half-girlfriend, pure beyond measure, more pristine than bottled water. My heart and desires were untouched by her. If there was something, would I dare to answer her call in your presence, and even put on speaker? If it displeases you, I shall delete her immediately. Qin Lang felt a surge of urgency. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Xu Mixue. This blemish on his life must be addressed with utmost honesty. He did not wish for wildflowers and weeds to tarnish their bond. Really? Xu Mixue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, more genuine than pearls, I swear. Qin Lang was pained. Why was she so distressed? Xu Mixue wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him softly, preventing him from making any vows. The phone buzzed incessantly on the countertop. Upon hearing the words ex-girlfriend, she felt a pang of jealousy, her heart unsettled. Her mind was a whirl. Now calmed, she reflected on his reasoning. She realized it was unnecessary to jeopardize their relationship over a woman unrelated to them, even if he had a girlfriend in the past. It was merely a bygone era. Moreover, she was merely a half-girlfriend. She felt elated that he could be candid about his past instead of concealing it. She resolved not to be so petty. As long as his heart and eyes were solely for her, that sufficed. Are you no longer upset? I shall delete her right away, Qin Lang said, cradling her face and planting gentle kisses upon her lips. There's no need. After all, you're classmates. Besides, there's nothing between you two. It seems I was the one being petty. I trust you. Perhaps she needs to reach you urgently? Go ahead and answer. I want to be upset. Xu Mixue shook her head. Forget it, I want to answer. What urgent matter could she possibly have? It surely cannot be anything good. If it weren't for fearing you might misunderstand, I would not bother with her at all. Qin Lang tousled her hair. I should have blocked her last time. What could she possibly want? Now I'm curious. Go ahead and answer. Xu Mixue felt a surge of curiosity. Women are often like this. They may claim not to be upset, yet internally they are vexed and eager for more information. They wish to transform into detectives, uncovering every detail about the other party. Yet, out of love, they continuously restrain themselves. Then I shall answer. Qin Lang embraced Xu Mixue and picked up the incessantly ringing phone from the countertop. He pressed the green answer button and switched it to speaker mode. He thought to clarify matters with Geng Baicha in Xu Mixue's presence today. It was best to resolve this matter to prevent any future misunderstandings. After all, Geng Baicha was a classmate and part of the same circle. In their future careers, they might encounter each other again. One could never predict when Geng Baicha might devise some underhanded scheme. He must be proactive in safeguarding against potential issues. After all, being wealthy and handsome naturally attracts attention and brings its own set of troubles. On the other end of the line, a delicate, sobbing voice emerged. Wow. Alluring. I've twisted my ankle. Could you please come and help me? No way. Am I your father? Can't you call an ambulance? Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Was this really the extent of her intentions? With so many other options, she had to trouble him. Alluring. I was wrong before. Can't you give me another chance? I will do anything you ask. Geng Baicha, what do you take me for? I already have a wife and children whom I cherish dearly. I must prepare dinner for my family now and have no time for your nonsense. I have no interest in you whatsoever. Please take care of your youth and your legs. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but there are plenty of two-legged men around. Kindly refrain from disturbing us again. Thank you. Furious, Qin Lang scolded her and hung up the phone with a flourish. Blocking her number, feeling quite relieved. Honey, do you think you were a bit too harsh? Xu Mixue asked, a bit taken aback. Though she voiced her concern, she felt a sense of satisfaction. It became clear that his tenderness was reserved solely for her. I have been quite courteous. Some people just don't understand that clarity is necessary. Otherwise, it becomes an endless cycle. My energy is limited, and I can only be gentle with you. Just don't let her affect your mood. Now, go to the living room and enjoy some fruit. I need to start cooking, as the kitchen will get smoky. Qin Lang affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with adoration. His heart was both vast and limited, vast enough to encompass everything related to her, yet limited to holding only her within. Honey, I love you. Thank you for loving me back and providing me with such a sense of security, Xu Mixue said, turning to wrap her arms around his neck. She closed her eyes and bestowed upon him a sincere kiss. Was this all it took to feel content? Just a profound sense of security? Qin Lang lifted her peach-shaped bottom and seated her on a dining chair. Xu Mixue looked at him, bewildered. Here's my phone. Qin Lang handed her his mobile device. What for? Xu Mixue took the phone, slightly bewildered. Like this. Qin Lang guided her thumb to press the unlock button. The phone confirmed the fingerprint unlock, revealing the home screen. Oh, didn't they say that everyone's fingerprint is unique? Why can mine unlock it too? Is the phone broken? She examined it closely. Shall I get you a new one? Xu Mixue flipped through the phone, locking and unlocking it repeatedly. Indeed, her fingerprint could unlock his device. What is wrong with it? You silly girl. I secretly recorded your fingerprint while you were asleep. You're welcome to check in on me at any time. If you need money, you can directly transfer using the online banking app with your fingerprint. My bank card is in the nightstand on your side of the bed, with the password 888666. Qin Lang playfully tapped her nose. She seemed clever, yet at times, particularly scatterbrained. When she slept beside him, her slumber was always particularly deep and sweet. To describe it in words spoken by his mother during his childhood, she would be unaware even if she were lifted and floated away in the river. This notion stirred both concern and a profound sense of admiration for her trust in him. My mobile password is your birthday. There is no need for money. I have sufficient funds of my own. Even if I cease acting, the profits from the Starry Sea restaurant would suffice for my expenses. Xu Mixue shook her head and handed her phone over to him, resting against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which brought her a sense of security. No, if you do not spend my money, I cannot enjoy the bliss of being a kept woman. Speaking of the Starry Sea restaurant, I should draft a few recipes for the chef. They might enhance the revenue. I cover all your meals and stay in your place. Does that not count as you supporting me? The lease for the Starry Sea restaurant is set to expire next year. I have heard it has already been transferred to a new landlord. I wonder if the new landlord will still be willing to renew our lease. Xu Mixue felt a twinge of worry. She decided to open this restaurant after visiting it once and being captivated by the enchanting scenery shrouded in mist and rain, finding it extraordinarily beautiful. At that moment, she envisioned dining there with Qin Lang in the future, imagining how romantic it would be, which inspired her investment. She even thought about bringing their children there to dine one day. Chapter 56. Open for as long as you wish, rent-free forever. You need not worry about this. I am indeed the new landlord. Knowing it is you who opened the business, I purchased it with the intention of transferring it to your name later. You may operate it for as long as you desire, entirely rent-free. Qin Lang gently pinched her slightly chubby cheeks, relishing the delightful sensation. Really? Oh my, that's wonderful. Writing your name is no different from writing mine. So why complicate matters? Wait, when did you buy it? I had no idea. Xu Mixue's eyes sparkled with joy. I bought it the day we had dinner together. I also adore that place, and I appreciate the preparation you made for me. There is much you are yet to discover. We have a lifetime to unveil it together. Wouldn't it be more delightful to uncover surprises gradually? Unable to resist, Qin Lang leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her. After all, it was not something that would hurt her feelings. He preferred to leave some surprises in anticipation, finding that life was far more interesting that way. Well, that seems rather reasonable. Xu Mixue nodded, her level of tolerance remarkably high as long as he remained faithful. By the way, Lin Wu just called me. Last night, they indeed spent time together, but they used protection, so our bridesmaid was not at risk. Qin Lang stood up and placed her on the dining chair, rolling up his sleeves. He began to chop vegetables while engaging in casual conversation with her. It appears Meng Yao is not intoxicated. She still remembers to fulfill her role as a bridesmaid. She truly is my dear friend. I must select a beautiful bridesmaid dress for her. Xu Mixue couldn't help but feel elated. Yes, we should also find a time to choose your wedding gown and cheap out together. From now on, when you need to spend, you must use my card. I want you to be the most radiant bride. Qin Lang eagerly anticipated her breathtakingly bashful appearance. All right, I will use your card. Is that satisfactory? Xu Mixue responded with a hint of exasperation. What difference did it make whether it was his or hers? They were already one family. Whatever they could not spend would belong to their future children. Ah, these garlic cloves have sprouted. Let us take them to the small garden and plant them together. And this ginger, I forgot to buy it, but it can serve as a backup. As Qin Lang examined several garlic heads, he noticed some had sprouted green shoots. Although it wouldn't affect their edibility, he found himself contemplating the idea of growing garlic. Just imagine sauteed garlic with cured meat, deliciously fragrant. Let us order some carrot seeds online. They can be fed to the floppy-eared rabbit. I agree, and let us also purchase some cilantro, lettuce, and spinach, which can all be planted in this season. However, the floppy-eared rabbit should not consume too many carrots. 1 per day is sufficient, and they need to be dried. As he spoke, Qin Lang continued his preparations, igniting the stove and pouring in oil, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Understood, when our baby grows a little more, they will be able to feed the rabbit, right? That won't be a problem at all. floppy-eared rabbits have a lifespan of 7 to 8 years. Moreover, rabbits breed prolifically, provided we feed them properly. We could keep feeding them endlessly. Caring for little rabbits is indeed a delightful experience. In my childhood, at my grandmother's old home, I tended to rabbits, specifically the black variety. A single litter could yield 7 or 8 offspring. To ensure they received adequate nourishment, I would turn the mother rabbit over, allowing each one to latch onto a nipple for a fair share. I was quite young then and struggled to manage the large mother rabbit, which resulted in a scratch on my thigh, leaving a painful mark. That must have hurt. Xu Mixue. Fortunately, I only cried for about 10 minutes. The most disheartening part was that after nurturing them to a month old, my grandmother would take the entire litter away, mixing them with other rabbits. Whenever she served spicy rabbit meat, I could no longer distinguish one from another, and all I could do was eat 2 large bowls of it with tears in my eyes. As Qin Lang recounted these amusing childhood anecdotes, he busied himself in the kitchen. When one is fond of another, one cannot help but share delightful memories. He longed to hold her hand and walk along every path he had traversed as a child, to show her the abandoned kindergarten he once attended, allowing her to glimpse the sights of his youth. Ding! Congratulations! You have made your wife feel a profound sense of security, resolving a minor trust issue between you. Ding! A cash reward of 100,000. Ding! An additional reward of tadpole, leg-suppressing pills, A and B. What on earth? How does one use the tadpole leg-suppressing pills, A and B? Ding! Taking pill A will render the tadpole inactive, serving as a contraceptive. Taking pill B will restore its vitality. Rest assured, it will not affect your combat prowess. Akin to a raincoat's effect, yet more effective. As the 42-day mark approached, it indeed seemed practical. However, how would I explain to Xu Mixue that this could serve as a form of contraception? Ding! How foolish! You wouldn't dare tell her you secretly underwent a vasectomy. She would surely be moved to tears. Should I? No, that is out of the question. Well then, I suppose I will take it. A male vasectomy is undoubtedly easier than a female's, and it is minimally invasive, requiring merely a small adhesive bandage to manage. Reversal is also simpler for men than for women. That seems plausible. The system teaches that benevolent lies are acceptable. In the rooftop glass garden, a gentle breeze wafted through, and the warm sun shone perfectly. The Bao and Xiao Bao lay in a partially shaded stroller, their tiny pink feet basking in the sunlight. Sun exposure aids in enhancing the metabolism of babies and promotes the absorption of minerals such as calcium and phosphorus, thereby fostering skeletal development. After half a month of life, infants should begin taking fish liver oil, which contains vitamins A and D. The amount of vitamin D is particularly crucial, with a daily recommended intake of 400 units being standard. In our country, the overall intake of vitamin A among infants and children is generally low, placing us among the nations with moderate vitamin A deficiency globally. Babies require both vitamins A and D simultaneously. One must not blindly imitate foreign practices. A single capsule daily, directly administered into the baby's mouth, should suffice. There is no need to purchase excessively expensive options. Only the ordinary and affordable ones prescribed by the hospital will suffice. Let me reiterate the important matter. Do not squander money on exorbitantly priced options, especially if the vitamin D levels remain inadequate. Should the baby exhibit symptoms such as irritability, hypersensitivity, or excessive sweating, in addition to sun exposure, a calcium supplement might be beneficial. Qin Lang was diligently planting garlic with a small trowel, loosening the soil and carefully pressing each sprouted clove into the ground. Xu Mixue also used her trowel to dig several holes, burying ginger within the earth. All right, it's done. Now I shall water them, Qin Lang declared, as he carried the watering can, gently nourishing each plant. When can we expect to harvest the garlic? Xu Mixue inquired, gazing at the green shoots. Before long, within just over 10 days, the sprouted garlic will flourish into full bulbs, he replied. How fascinating. Xu Mixue nodded in agreement. Although purchasing them directly would hardly cost a fortune, the experience of cultivating them oneself brings an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Perhaps it is the innate agricultural awareness etched in our DNA that compels us. Chapter 57. What should I call you, Sister Yuan? Call me sister-in-law. A tender, childlike voice floated into Qin Lang's ears. Something came out from my bottom. Oh, I can't control it anymore. It feels so good. Bub. The bow let out a resounding fart. Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle. Although small, the child had quite the powerful release. The bow isn't going to poop, is he? Xu Mixue, hearing the sound, prepared to check. No, just a fart. How do you know? Father and son share a bond. I suspect he hasn't pooped. Shall he make a bet? Qin Lang mused that if the baby had indeed pooped, it certainly wouldn't end with such comfort. He would likely complain about his bottom being cold and sticky, feeling quite uncomfortable. What shall he bet on? If you lose, you have to kiss me 100 times. And if I lose, I will kiss you 100 times. Qin Lang couldn't suppress a smile. How does it feel like you're the one getting the better deal? Xu Mixue, and not foolish, found the proposition amusing. Not at all. Come on. At worst, I'll just be a little inconvenienced. There's no limit on the location. You can kiss wherever you like. Qin Lang's smile widened uncontrollably. All right then, let us see if you can back it up. Xu Mixue bit her lip and cautiously unfastened a Bao's diaper. Heavens, is it really that miraculous? The diaper was pristine, but that fart definitely had a hint of a poop smell. Come on, what do you want to kiss? Bring it on. Qin Lang set the water bottle aside, leaned back on the cushioned swing chair, and gazed at the pink roses above, feeling utterly content. Bring it on. Xu Mixue, a woman of her word, climbed onto the swing, removing her shoes, and nestled herself atop him, cradling his face as she began to gently shower him with delicate kisses, like the soft sweep of a goose feather, tickling and teasing. Just as she counted to 66 in her mind, Qin Lang could no longer bear it. He pulled her beneath him and passionately kissed her. This little enchantress was becoming quite skilled. Just as they were lost in the moment, Qin Lang's phone vibrated, compelling him to reluctantly release her lips. She lay on his chest as he caressed her back with one hand while retrieving his phone from his pocket with the other. Qin Feifei is calling. She's my cousin, the one with the big eyes and 2 little horn braids when we were kids. Do you remember? I remember. She was always playing your maid, right? You should answer. Xu Mixue traced small circles on his chest with her finger. The 3 of them had played together in their childhood, all harboring dreams of becoming actors. They often draped household sheets and scarves over themselves, mimicking various characters from television. The diligent Qin Feifei was often cast as the villain or as Qin Lang's maid. Most of their generation were only children. The bond between cousins and distant relatives is quite delightful. Qin Feifei, a charming little girl, follows them around, constantly calling them brother and sister Yuan. When Qin Lang answered the phone and activated the speaker, he heard, "Brother, it's me, Feifei. Is Sister Yuan truly Xu Mixue? Are you really together and having a baby?" The sweet, excited voice from the other end resonated. Indeed, Qin Lang thought to himself, the family must be in an uproar. He had refrained from checking the family group chat lately. Fortunately, the family's tolerance had been commendably high. It's better to board first and buy a ticket later than to not buy a ticket at all. Live one's own life and forge one's own path. The opinions of others are beyond one's control. Only one knows how well one is truly living. My goodness, brother, you're incredible. Xu Mixue is my idol. Did you know? I can hardly believe it. She's changed so much. Now she is so beautiful that she captivates both men and women. Who would have thought that I once shared the same bag of spicy snacks with my idol? My classmates are envious beyond words. Would you like to say a few words to your idol? Qin Lang asked proudly, pulling the already blushing Xu Mixue closer. His wife was shy from the praise. Why should Qin Feifei be envious? It should be the other way around, for they could never partake in what he had. Xu Mixue was solely his. Is that all right? Qin Feifei's voice trembled with excitement, though her mind was flooded with complex images. One moment she envisioned a superstar, the next a chubby girl. Isn't that obvious? Qin Lang handed the phone to Xu Mixue. Hello, Feifei, it's been a long time. Xu Mixue's voice was sweet and smooth, with a hint of warmth. Sister Yuan, is that really you? Qin Feifei's voice trembled slightly. Back then, Xu Mixue had arrived unexpectedly and left in haste, and she had thought her name was just Xu Yuan, as her mother always called out during mealtimes, Yuan, it's time to eat. Yes, it's me. Come over tomorrow, and I'll have your brother cook something delicious for you. Why call me Sister Yuan? Call me sister-in-law. It's been a while since I last saw you. How are your studies? Qin Lang couldn't resist interjecting. That's not fair, asking about grades right off the bat. Besides, I'm an art student and have already begun my internship. I've made plans with several female classmates to work as a special dance performer at H Store. Each performance pays $500, and I'll have a chance to shine on stage. Uncle asked me to bring some things for you. Will you be free tomorrow at 4:30 to pick me up at the train station? I'll bring the items for you. Qin Feifei was filled with anticipation about entering the entertainment industry, where she could earn money, fulfill her dreams, and get closer to her beloved idol. Sure, I'll come and pick you up tomorrow. You can come over for dinner. Do you have a place to stay while working as a special dance performer at H Store? Would you like to stay in my place? Qin Lang thought of her as a young girl and felt a bit concerned. Those with talents often have a much higher starting point, and being a special dance performer is quite sought after. Dining is certainly acceptable, but accommodation is unnecessary. I have made arrangements with several close friends to stay together. We have already secured a place to stay, ensuring companionship. Well then, please prioritize safety while filming. Avoid participating in any chaotic gatherings. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me immediately, understood? Qin Lang does not impose. Everyone has their own social circles. The Qin family's lineage is remarkably strong. Qin Feifei possesses excellent qualities in every aspect. Her fair complexion and beauty are striking. Having studied dance from a young age, she boasts an exceptional figure and poise. Throughout her life, she has undoubtedly been the belle of the school. Moreover, her personality is particularly agreeable. She is not overly sensitive, versatile, and charming. She can embody a multitude of styles, radiating an innate star quality. If Qin Feifei aspires to enter the entertainment industry, he intends to sign her to his company, placing her under Sister Zhang's guidance. This way, he can keep an eye on her, ensuring her safety, especially in such a tumultuous environment. The male figures can be perilous. One can only imagine the dangers for a beautiful, youthful girl like her. Understood. Thank you, brother, and thank you, sister-in-law. I shall end the call now, as I still have belongings to organize. I must ensure I do not miss the bus. We will converse further upon meeting. Qin Feifei cleverly adjusted her tone. This is much better, far more pleasant to hear. Until tomorrow. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction and ended the call. Chapter 58. When did she call him daddy? At 3 o'clock the next afternoon, Qin Lang prepared a bowl of chicken soup noodles as a snack for Xu Mixue. He also changed the two little ones into fresh diapers, holding a rattle in his hand to amuse them. The air was filled with the delightful sounds of their baby voices. What is that noise? They need to play for a while before they become sleepy again. This little dark-haired head looks so familiar. It belongs to the one who calls me daddy every day. Being held by him is quite comforting. I'll give him a smile, hoping he takes the hint and holds me. Otherwise, I might have to resort to my ultimate weapon, crying. The little one turned her sparkling eyes towards Qin Lang and beamed a sweet smile. Instantly, he scooped her up into his arms. He felt on the verge of tears. When would she call him daddy? He had clearly said called daddy daddy. Okay. Held in Qin Lang's embrace, the little one laughed even more joyfully. The familiar scent and heartbeat are truly comforting. Qin Lang pondered. Has the system undergone some sort of transformation and deep processing? Can such a young child really comprehend so much? The ultimate weapon? Husband, it seems like your time is nearly up. Aren't you supposed to pick up Feifei? Xu Mixue had already mastered her postpartum exercises. Rising from her yoga mat, she took a sip of the warm water Qin Lang had prepared. Her complexion was rosy, glistening with a light sheen of sweat. After exercising, her breathing was a bit hurried, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, vividly red, plump, and soft. Truly succulent and juicy. Yes, I'll go shortly. It's not rush hour, so I have time. Qin Lang swallowed hard, reminding her to be safe on the road and to return early. Xu Mixue wiped the sweat from her face and body with a towel, especially in the more sensitive areas, where perspiration glistened. Having calmed the little one, Qin Lang placed her back in the stroller. Understood, my dear. I just changed the baby's diaper. I'll help you clean up. The snack is ready, so remember to eat it. He pulled her in for a kiss, tucking her damp hair behind her ear. Taking the towel from her hand, he continued to wipe the sweat from her body. Thank you, husband. You've worked hard. Go on now, I can manage on my own. Don't keep Fei waiting. She returned his kiss and draped the towel over her shoulder. Well then, I'll go change my clothes. Qin Lang playfully squeezed her peach-like bottom. Ah, delightful. Being with her, even wiping her sweat, is a pleasure. As he savored the moment, he chuckled and walked towards the kitchen. After setting the soup and rice to cook, he returned to the bedroom, changed his clothes, and stepped out. At the train station, concerned about carrying too many items, Qin Fei might struggle. Qin Lang parked the car and donned a black mask. Quietly, he sat on a stainless steel bench, awaiting the arrival of the train. He thought to himself that there was no need to rush. After all, he had arrived 30 minutes early. Contemplating that there was still plenty of time, he took out his phone, preparing to indulge in a long-neglected game, Exciting Elite. However, it required loading time. Qin Lang scratched his head and thought perhaps he should read a novel instead. Glancing around at the bustling crowd, he decided it was better to save the reading for home, where he could comfortably nestle under the covers. He opted to scroll through Dull instead. Upon opening the app, he stumbled upon a video of himself, drenched and rescuing someone, which had garnered an impressive number of views and likes. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it. To his astonishment, while many praised his heroic act, most comments were fixated on his physique and appearance. Of course, some recognized him as Qin Lang from the Honey Couple. He mused that such notoriety was something he wished to avoid. Peace and safety were his true blessings. He continued scrolling to the next post. Let me predict your fortune. Within 3 months, you will experience great luck. The red envelope has been sent. Please continue, Master. Spring Festival. This was amusing, and it made him chuckle. He planned to tease his wife with this later. He had no interest in the red envelope. He desired something else entirely. Just as he was enjoying himself, a waft of perfume drifted over his mask. A woman in a miniskirt, possessing an alluring figure and delicate features, sat beside him. Qin Lang frowned. With so many available seats, why did she choose to sit next to him? Surely, she wasn't a thief. Even if she wasn't, her presence felt risky. Should he return home smelling of her perfume, he would be unable to cleanse himself of it. Boys must be vigilant in public. For while a girl's advances may be deemed criminal, a boy's would not. He quickly stood up and moved to the opposite seat, heightening his alertness, leaving the attractive woman awkwardly sitting alone. Was she unattractive? If so, why didn't she leave? Perhaps she merely admired his physique, finding him handsome even with a mask on. His features and build resembled that of the heroic figure trending online. She wondered if she might be lucky in love, attempting to approach him to showcase her feminine charm, only to be dismissed. Train D888 has arrived at the station. Qin Lang put away his phone and stood up, gazing toward the exit. Shortly after, he spotted a tall, slender figure emerging from the ticketing area. Dressed in a white t-shirt and snub blue jeans, her long, healthy black hair cascaded down her waist, flowing freely. With a straight posture and graceful demeanor, he immediately recognized the masked Qin Fei in the crowd. Those who dance possess an air of distinction, akin to soldiers. One can easily discern their uniqueness. Fei, Qin Lang called out, striding toward her. Brother, Qin Fei responded joyfully, removing her mask to reveal her charming oval face, arched brows, and well-defined nose. It is often said that cousins bear a striking resemblance to one another. She possessed a pair of large, enchanting eyes reminiscent of Qin Lang's, yet her lower eyelids drooped slightly more, lending her an air of innocence and softness. Her lips were as delicate as pink roses, and although a faint weariness graced her face, it could not overshadow her exquisite beauty. You must be tired from the journey. What is all this? Qin Lang inquired, taking the multitude of bags from her hands. I'm all right, not overly fatigued. Inside are the affections from Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, and my parents for you all, Qin Fei replied, once again donning her mask with a smile. Let us go. Your sister-in-law is waiting at home. Qin Lang, carrying the weight of love, strode towards the car. Their striking appearances drew the attention of many passers-by. He placed the luggage in the trunk and remarked, Brother, this car is so handsome and grand. Is it a Qin? Your taste is impeccable. Qin Fei exclaimed, sweetly addressing him as brother. Qin Lang nodded, opening the rear door for her to enter. Yes, take a seat in the back. Ah, I understand this joke. The front passenger seat is reserved for sister-in-law, right? You're quite clever, brother. Qin Feifei's eyes sparkled as she nestled into the spacious back seat. Truly, he was her brother, simply marvelous. Even before sister-in-law made her appearance, they were already showcasing their affection. It seemed there would be no shortage of dog food for the onlookers. Chapter 59. Every night is you. The starlight is you. Wait for me in the car. I'll just buy a few things and be right back. Qin Lang parked the vehicle by the roadside and stepped into a flower shop. The fresh-cut flowers at home had withered somewhat, so he intended to procure some new ones. Sir, I'll get you a bouquet of pink lady roses. Qin Lang glanced at today's pink ladies, still adorned with glistening droplets of water, exuding a vibrant charm. Certainly, I'll wrap that up for you right away. They just arrived today and can last about 10 days, the shopkeeper cheerfully remarked, recognizing a generous patron. Also, please wrap up that pink diamond rabbit for me. Qin Lang noticed a pink rabbit figurine displayed in the shop, thinking that Xu Mixue would surely adore it. Little surprises in life can infuse a great deal of romance. Surely, every girl enjoys receiving gifts. Indeed, you possess an exquisite taste. This is the new LV diamond rabbit. Is it your girlfriend's birthday today? Would you like a greeting card? No, it's not her birthday. Is it inappropriate to give gifts otherwise? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Isn't the act of gifting flowers and presents meant to be spontaneous? Must one consult the calendar? Such conventions may be somewhat antiquated, yet they resonate deeply with the heart and endure through time. Otherwise, how would so many flower and gift shops thrive? Nevertheless, tomorrow is indeed a fortuitous day, for it marks the 42nd day, and I can finally attend the prenatal checkup. If all goes well, that's not the usual case. Birthday gifts are more common. However, your girlfriend is indeed fortunate. Here are the greeting card and pen. The shopkeeper smiled as he handed them over. Qin Lang gazed at the pink heart-shaped card, contemplated for a moment, and penned a heartfelt message. Every night, the starlight comes to my dreams. Every night is you. The starlight is also you. Having finished, he handed the card to the shopkeeper, who glanced at it, admiring the elegant script and the deeply affectionate content. It evoked a sense of envy for the woman who was cherished by him. After settling the payment, Qin Lang emerged from the shop, holding the gifts. Brother, are you buying flowers and gifts for sister-in-law? Is today her birthday? Qin Feifei inquired, noticing Qin Lang returning to the car with the flowers and gifts. Is it forbidden to buy gifts if it's not her birthday? You both are quite peculiar, he replied, carefully placing the flowers and gifts in the passenger seat. Wow, brother, you are so romantic. With gestures like this, I may find it challenging to find a boyfriend in the future, Qin Feifei remarked with envy. Sometimes, the small details of life can profoundly touch the heart, especially for sensitive beings like girls. Darling, we're back, Qin Lang announced as he opened the door. Welcome back. Where's Feifei? Xu Mixue hurriedly greeted him at the entrance. She is here too. This is for you. Qin Lang revealed the flowers he had concealed behind his back, presenting them to Xu Mixue. Wow, these are my favorite flowers, Xu Mixue exclaimed as she accepted the bouquet and planted a kiss on his cheek. Lowering her gaze, she inhaled the floral fragrance, her face radiating joy. Thud, thud, thump, thump, and here it is. Qin Lang produced a rabbit gift box from behind his back. Oh my, let me take a good look. I adore it. Darling, you are too kind to me. Xu Mixue joyfully accepted the rabbit gift box. As she glanced at the words inscribed on the card, tears welled up in her eyes, instantly casting aside any thoughts of Qin Feifei. She wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's neck and kissed him. Qin Feifei watched the passionately embracing couple, her face flushing with embarrassment. Was it appropriate for her, a young maiden, to witness such a scene? She felt like a mere light bulb, uncomfortably brightening the moment. Was she able to turn and leave, foregoing this meal? Gulp. Gulp. How awkward. Just then, Qin Feifei's stomach audibly protested. There was no denying that the food on the train had been utterly unpalatable. She hardly ate a bite at lunch. Xu Mixue, caught in a fervent kiss, was struck as if by lightning. She instantly released Qin Lang, her earlobes flushed crimson. Oh dear, how rude of her! How mortifying! Help me. Greetings, sister-in-law. Qin Feifei called out to Xu Mixue. Feifei, come in quickly and have a seat. First, eat some fruit to tide you over. Xu Mixue shyly cast a sideways glance at Qin Lang, playfully nudging him aside. Blushing, She ushered Qin Feifei in. It was all his fault, captivating her heart and eyes, leaving her utterly unable to control herself. Sister-in-law, you're even more beautiful in person than on television, exuding grace. My brother is truly fortunate to have married you. This is a small gift I prepared for you and the baby. Qin Feifei retrieved a carefully chosen gift from her bag. Thank you, Feifei, but you needn't have brought anything when visiting your own home. You two chat for a while. I'll go prepare dinner. It will be ready shortly. Qin Lang chuckled as he closed the door behind him and headed into the kitchen. Soon, the living room was filled with the voices of the two women. Wow, so adorable. May I hold the baby? Of course, just get ready, and I will place the baby in your arms. My goodness, so tiny, so soft, the baby's eyes are so big. Sister-in-law, look, she is actually smiling at me. Dinner is served. Qin Lang brought each dish to the table, preparing meals and soup for the three of them. Brother, did you cook all of this? It looks delicious. Starving, Qin Feifei couldn't help but swallow at the sight of the feast. It tastes even better. Come sit down, here are your chopsticks. Qin Lang handed her the chopsticks, joking that his culinary skills were not to be underestimated. Indeed, it's truly delicious. I'm afraid I might gain back the weight I lost as a child. Xu Mixue, seated beside Qin Lang, cheerfully served a helping of vegetables to Qin Feifei. Feifei, which dance troupe did you contact for your special appearance at H store? As Qin Lang peeled the shells off the prawns for Xu Mixue, he inquired. I too am at a loss. It was my roommate and close friend Sasha who made the arrangements. Qin Feifei is thoroughly engrossed in her meal, seemingly unable to stop. However, when Qin Lang inquires, she dutifully swallows the morsel in her mouth before responding. The H establishment is rife with unsavory characters. As a young woman, you must exercise caution. After your shoot, return directly to the dormitory and avoid any chaotic gatherings. Qin Lang remains haunted by past incidents that occurred to him. Yes, I understand. I will be careful. Do you have any plans following your internship? Qin Lang is inclined to recruit her into the company, but wishes for her to have her own aspirations as well. I also aspire to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. I wonder if it is feasible. Qin Feifei has witnessed numerous dancers transition into acting, such as Sun Li, Liu Shishir, Zhang Zi, Tong Lia, Wang Liquan, and Jin Tian, all of whom have flourished. Would you be interested in signing with Qin Tian Entertainment Company, Limited? As soon as Qin Lang notices Xu Mixue raise her hand, he promptly hands her 2 tissues. During this time spent attending to her needs, he has gained considerable experience, becoming increasingly adept and willing. Qin Tian Entertainment Company, Limited? Isn't that the premier entertainment company in Huaxia? I would certainly love to. Is my sister-in-law also with this company? Can I truly have this opportunity? Qin Feifei rises in excitement, her face brimming with anticipation as she gazes at Qin Lang. Chapter 60. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Your stringent conditions are quite favorable. When the time comes, enrolling the class to enhance your acting skills should pose no significant challenge. Qin Lang contemplated that, should things fail to materialize, his shareholder status would still allow him to arrange matters. Indeed, I share your sentiments. You initially trained in dance and are now transitioning to acting. Your ability to control expressions and bodily movement surpasses that of the average individual, which is immensely beneficial for acting. The advantages of achieving fame through acting are self-evident, the dual rewards of recognition and personal fulfillment. Nevertheless, the path of an actor can often be arduous and exhausting. Filming summer scenes in winter, one must endure the cold while maintaining a natural demeanor, which truly tests one's resilience. There are also underwater scenes and wire work. Thus, one must be psychologically prepared. The life of an actor is not merely glamorous. It is fraught with challenges and hardships. I once fell while filming a horseback riding scene, and now, when it rains, I feel a lingering pain in my lower back. The most challenging aspect is the multitude of opinions. We are not currency that everyone can adore. Naturally, there will be detractors and obsessive fans, and one must face these with courage and composure. Do not allow rumors to wound you. Xu Mixue also regarded Qin Feifei as a sister, diligently sharing her experiences in acting. I have heard of such challenges, Qin Feifei replied. Every profession has its difficulties, but I fear not. Life is but a fleeting few decades, and to shine on screen is a meaningful pursuit. Qin Feifei is a perceptive and determined girl. If learning dance were not so arduous and painful, she would not have persevered. The tears and sweat shed over the years have made her radiant, soft yet resilient. Shining on stage is her dream. Qin Lang listened to their exchange. Absorbing one particular detail, Xu Mixue had an old injury in her lower back, a consequence of trauma that caused localized discomfort and pain. Currently, during her nursing period, only localized acupuncture and massage therapy could be utilized. Suddenly administering acupuncture would surely startle her. Thus, he could only offer massage therapy. After dinner, Xu Mixue repeatedly urged Qin Feifei to stay overnight, but Qin Feifei resolutely declined, feeling that she had reached her limit of witnessing their affectionate exchanges. She wished to avoid any peculiar sounds during the night. Qin Lang drove Qin Feifei to the residence she shared with her close friend. "I've sent you a red envelope. Please keep it," he said. "Girls should not skimp on food or clothing while out in the world. Send me a few photos and dance videos. I will share them with my manager." Qin Lang transferred a red envelope to her. Not wanting his sister to endure the same hardships he once did, living on instant noodles. Girls deserve to be well cared for. "Thank you, brother." Qin Feifei replied without hesitation, promptly sending him images and videos and accepting the generous red envelope. In their childhood, their family would grant them a small allowance, each receiving 50 cents, a bond that had endured. During Qin Lang's most challenging times, Qin Feifei had even sent him money, although meager, reflecting the deep affection shared between the siblings. On the path of dreams, they have indeed supported each other. After escorting Qin Feifei, Qin Lang made a call to Sister Zhang. His intentions were twofold: to inquire about Lin Wu and to promote Qin Feifei. Such is his nature. If circumstances allowed, he would shelter those he cares for under his protective wings. "Sister Zhang, this is Qin Lang. I was just about to call you. That Lin Wu seems quite promising. Could you share his contact information? I would like to arrange a meeting to see him in person." Sister Zhang's bright and melodious voice resonated through the phone. "Sure, I'll send it to you shortly. By the way, I have a cousin who is learning to dance and is eager to enter the industry. Would you be interested in learning more about her? A budding dancer is indeed a good prospect. Your cousin must have a solid foundation. Please send me her details, and I'll arrange a meeting with Lin Wu as well." Sister Zhang's heart brimmed with joy. What fortuitous events had befallen her this year? Her reputation as a leading agent was finally poised for a resurgence. "All right then, I'll hang up now and send you the information." In the entertainment industry, an actor's inherent qualities hold great significance, as does the reliability of their agent. An untrustworthy agent can lead to unforeseen complications in mere moments. At home in Jiangjing community, Qin Lang knelt on the bed, warming essential oil in his palms. He placed his hands on Xu Mixue's smooth, fair waist, gently working to alleviate her old injuries from her waist to her back. "Is the pressure all right?" "Yes. It feels achy but tolerable." Xu Mixue rested her head on the pillow, emitting soft sounds of comfort. "Does it hurt?" "Just a bit." As he eased her sore spots, the sensation was intensely relieving. The principle is that where there is pain, there is blockage. Once released, comfort follows. "My dear, let me read your fortune." As Qin Lang continued to massage her, he sought to benefit himself as well. "Oh, you can do that too? Go ahead." "Ah, this area feels a bit tight. Bear with me. If I am correct, you must promise to do something for me." Qin Lang softened his grip, persisting in his ministrations. "Speak. Even if your prediction is incorrect, I will comply. In less than 3 months, you will experience a significant stroke of luck. Do you believe me?" What kind of luck?" "Spring festival luck." "How accurate is that?" "Haha, you certainly have a knack for this. It's impressively precise. Now, what do you want me to do?" Xu Mixue chuckled as she lay on the pillow. Recently, Qin Lang had been remarkably insightful. She had taken his words seriously, only to realize it was a playful jest. "I want to see you dance. Your last performance was truly captivating." Since witnessing her previous dance, Qin Lang had been enamored, longing for another display. With tomorrow marking the 42nd day, how delightful it would be if she were to perform a lively dance. "All right, I shall dance for you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Xu Mixue's face flushed crimson as she buried her head into the pillow, murmuring softly, She was acutely aware of the significance of the following day, and indeed, she had been looking forward to it for quite some time. I have prepared everything, and I even purchased a special outfit online. Is that acceptable? Qin Lang gently patted her rounded dairy. He had been meticulously planning for tomorrow, with all preparations in place, merely awaiting the opportune moment. What kind of special outfit? Though she had a faint inkling, her curiosity got the better of her, and she shyly inquired. There are many options. You can choose whichever you fancy. Would you like to see? I shall fetch them. With that, Qin Lang rolled off the bed and retrieved from the innermost drawer of the changing room a collection of garments that had already been purchased, laundered, dried, and now exuded a delightful fragrance. Dear, look at these. Aren't they quite alluring? Which one do you prefer? Qin Lang proudly displayed those outfits meant solely for the bedroom, laying them out before her. The fabrics were exquisite, the styles varied, and one could only marvel at the quality as if viewing the offerings of a prestigious merchant. Her face burned with embarrassment. Promise me you'll search for them while nestled under the covers. Avoid looking during meals with your parents, and certainly don't search while in class. Then, do remember to express your gratitude upon your return. Chapter 61. Oh, the gentle breeze husband. Which one do you like? Xu Mixue, her face flushed and adorned in a soft nightgown, knelt shyly on the bed, her hair cascading loosely around her. Only a child makes choices. I adore them all. Qin Lang replied, tilting her chin up and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. From this angle, she appeared irresistibly innocent and enchanting. Then, let's choose one each time. Tomorrow, I'll wear the one with the rabbit, she said, her head bowing shyly once more, her delicate fingers nervously playing with her pink nails. Avoiding his gaze. Really? Yes. My dear wife, I love you so much, Qin Lang exclaimed, lifting her joyfully and spinning her around a few times before they both collapsed onto the bed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the initial massage therapy task for your wife. Ding! Reward, 100,000 cash. Ding! Additional reward, 1 bravery pill. A bravery pill? This system seems to be quite the entertainer. However, tomorrow marks a significant milestone. Life is long, and he wished to treat her with the utmost tenderness. After all, there was a time when he had been medicated, uncertain if he had caused her any harm. Tomorrow, he intended to ensure a proper prelude, allowing her to be prepared and to savor the experience fully, culminating in their shared ascent to ecstasy. The following morning, Qin Lang arose with delight, meticulously preparing various documents and essentials: baby diapers, nursing attire, wet and dry wipes. In addition to crafting a nutritious breakfast, he had even simmered a bowl of bird's nest for Xu Mixue to enjoy upon her return. Today, even the fried eggs were shaped with love, perfect. At Love and Treasure Maternal and Child Hospital, it was coincidentally Xu Mingyao's day to work. Xu Mixue underwent her examination in the designated area for men. Mixue, you look splendid. Your figure has beautifully recovered. Anyone would struggle to believe you have given birth, Xu Mingyao remarked. Your uterus has also returned to a healthy, inverted pear shape, 7.53 centimeters, perfectly fine. Now please lie back. Xu Mingyao set aside the ultrasound and various test results, donning a fresh pair of gloves as she gestured for Xu Mixue to recline comfortably. Everything appears to be in order. You can resume intimate relations tonight. Just remember to take precautions. Don't assume that the absence of menstruation equates to safety. Qin Lang is probably starving by now, she continued with a teasing tone. Every day with a beautiful woman in his arms, yet he can only gaze longingly. After conducting the examination, Xu Mingyao nodded and inquired, So, how have you been getting along with Lin Wu recently? Xu Mixue addressed and replied, Quite well. He is robust and has a kind heart, albeit a bit silly at times. When he has the chance, he cooks for me, accompanies me shopping, and takes me to the movies, often surprising me with little gifts. While it may not be grandiose, it is the steady affection I desire. Take your time to see how he performs. We shall observe if his demeanor is genuine or merely a fade. Xu Mingyao, in a moment of clarity, remarked while filling out a form, That's good to hear. However, Lin Wu is not as foolish and naive as you might think. His affection for you is indeed sincere. When shall we go together to choose a wedding gown? You should also try on the bridesmaid dresses. Xu Mixue pondered, though she suspected he might lack ill intentions. He was certainly not foolish or naive. That night, it was unclear who had led whom astray. All right, you're not in a hurry, are you? Don't you still need to return to Qin Lang as hometown first? We can go after you come back. Yes, after visiting his hometown. We will head straight to Shania for the wedding photo shoot. Then do reach out when you return. Should I bring a gift when I meet his parents for the first time? I lack experience in this matter. Perhaps some gold jewelry? It retains value and can be liquidated in an emergency. That sounds good. I will purchase a set of gold jewelry. If I dislike the style, I can always exchange it. But isn't the first meeting with the in-laws about receiving gifts? Surely I cannot go empty-handed. Qin Lang brought a plethora of gifts for my parents. I cannot merely take without giving. Love and respect should be mutual. Fine, after all. Money is not an issue for you. The baby should be ready by now. Let us head out. Qin Lang took the two babies for their health checkup. You have fraternal twins, don't you? They may not look identical, yet they are both utterly adorable, remarked the nurse in her pink scrubs while conducting the examination. Yes, the boy resembles his mother a bit, while the girl takes after me. Qin Lang nodded proudly. With rosy complexions and no visible abnormalities. Their measurements were recorded. Anterior fontanelle 2, 5 cm 2, 5 cm. They are well nurtured, and all indicators are normal. The nurse meticulously filled out the children's health check record. All done. For the next visit, please bring the child health handbook and vaccination certificate. You can go to your community service center for checkups and vaccinations. Do not misplace these two documents, as they will be required for school in the future. The vaccination schedule is noted, so do not forget. Thank you, Qin Lang replied as he placed the babies back into the twin stroller, collecting all the documents to keep them secure. Honey, are we done? Xu Mixue affectionately linked her arm with his. Yes, the babies are very healthy. How about you? What were your results? All is well. No issues. Okay, let us head home. Qin Lang, in high spirits, slung the diaper bag over his shoulder and set off home with his wife and children. The gentle breeze of Dongfeng whispered softly. Qin Lang felt elated. As night fell, a delicate autumn rain began to fall from the sky. Within the Jiangjing community, Qin Lang said, Wife, please have some fruit and soothe the babies to sleep while I prepare. He brought out the sliced fruit, his face alight with excitement. My Licht. Xu Mixue blushed shyly. Is this all so grand? Qin Lang set down the fruit platter, humming a tune as he made his way to the bedroom. First, let us fill the bathtub with water. Make the bed and tidy the room. Light a rose-scented candle. Unearth various props. Hang up starlights and activate the warm yellow ambient lights. Scatter pink rose petals on the bed, arranged in the shape of a heart. Add the essential touch of romantic music. Team Genie, play enchanting melodies. Begin with a soothing bath to cleanse oneself. Then dance a little, shaking a whimsical die for added fun. And then, hee perfection. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. Ah, yes, the most crucial element. The system dispenses the elongating and enlarging pills, endurance pills, super-sensitive potions, and the tadpole limb-repairing A pill. Ding, they have been issued. HMPF, a man of contradictory words and actions. For the sake of his wife's delightful experience, he endured. Qin Lang gazed at the three dark, unappealing pills in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed them whole along with the foul-tasting potion. Instantly, he felt the need to purchase larger-sized underwear. How refreshing! The long night stretched ahead, and he was off to embrace his little princess. Wife, shall I carry you over? Let's enjoy a bath together. Qin Lang whispered softly in Xu Mixue's ear, noticing the two little ones had eaten and fallen asleep. She shyly responded with a soft closing her eyes. Chapter 62. Finally, 42 days had passed with a graceful princess carry. Qin Lang enveloped Xu Mixue in his arms, heading toward the bathroom. She bashfully wrapped her arms around his neck, her heart racing like thunder. After a brief moment, Qin Lang emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist. Holding her, who was similarly clad in a towel. How romantic! My dear husband, you are so thoughtful, Xu Mixue exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she planted a gentle kiss on his lips. Under the warm yellow light, she appeared utterly flawless, exuding a fragrant softness. Of course. Let me dry your hair, Qin Lang replied, kissing her once more as he meticulously dried her hair. Once her hair was dry, she shyly said, Please close your eyes. I need a change. All right, I shall close my eyes. After a rustle of movement, she asked, Okay, what dance would you like to see? It can't be too difficult. Standing on the plush white carpet, her arms crossed bashfully, she radiated a subtle yellow glow in the light. Her gently cascading, slightly curled black hair framed her face, while her long legs, clad in black stockings, were slender and straight. Her eyes sparkled like distant stars, exuding an alluring shyness. At that moment, she possessed an enticing charm, resembling a meticulously crafted doll. Qin Lang found himself entranced, his heart racing. The sensation was such that, even at 70, one would still wish to rise and try again. Then, how about you danced out of the mountain? He stammered, swallowing hard. That's doable, she pondered. It's just a few shakes and hip movements. He, wanting to reciprocate her enthusiasm, suggested perhaps you could add a few waves to ensure it's fiery. With that, Team Genie began to play the DJ version of Out of the Mountain. Qin Lang felt he might soon be unable to contain himself, as her enchanting allure was simply irresistible. As the music filled the air, the lyrics flowed. Some are unrepentant, lost in the fog. Blurring black and white, she playfully touched her bunny ears, tiptoeing gracefully, her hands swaying, her hips twisting. She bent backward, her hands gliding from her ankles upward, executing 3 waves, her chest, abdomen, legs, and hips moving in perfect harmony. With her right hand raised, she pointed down, aiming directly at his heart, winking with a captivating allure, mimicking the action of shooting. Oh, you've definitely hit the mark. Qin Lang fell back onto the bed, sprawled out in a starfish position. Wife, you are stunning. I'm utterly captivated. Quickly, bestow upon me your ethereal essence. Is that all? I haven't even begun, she laughed, gripping his ankle, her fingers winding upward before she kissed him, undoubtedly sharing a taste of her celestial essence. I care not for anyone's kingdom. I only cherish our innocent love. I disdain stirring up trouble, choosing instead to guard a mountain alone. In a fleeting moment of 3 years and 5 seasons, I sip on coarse tea and dine on plain rice the music played on. Plans rarely survive the test of reality. He thought about playing dice, but should he not attend to more pressing matters? Was he still a man? With renewed vigor, he surged forward, kissing her passionately. The rain outside intensified, cascading from gentle droplets to a fervent downpour. It culminated in a humid, sleepless night, entwined in affection, blurring the lines between you and me. Ding! Congratulations on your successful union with your wife once again. Your relationship has achieved a qualitative leap. Ding! A cash reward of 1 million yuan awaits you. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring supreme waist strength. What is this? Supreme demonic power? How fantastical! Ding! Ignorant humans, possessing supreme waist strength grants you boundless freedom. The next day, you will feel neither soreness nor discomfort. Impressive. No need for further discussion. Withdraw. Arrange it immediately. Ding! Loading. Success. A wave of relief washed over him as he felt his waist no longer ached. Incredible. Is there a remedy for knees that do not feel sore or numb? Ding. Not yet available. However, if the host possesses a strong will and encounters the right opportunity, unlocking it remains a possibility. My dear, could we possibly be expecting another child? I just forgot to remind you to wear protection. Xu Mixue shyly nestled into his embrace, tracing her name over his heart with her finger. In that moment, she had completely lost her rationality, failing to consider contraception. Do not worry. I secretly underwent a vasectomy recently. You need not concern yourself with birth control. What? A vasectomy? My dear, did it hurt? Did you feel any discomfort? Why are you so good to me? Xu Mixue's eyes, glistening with tears, quietly traced 2 lines down her cheeks. It was the first time she had heard of a man willing to undergo such a procedure for a woman. It would be impossible not to feel moved. It didn't hurt at all. It was as if nothing had happened. We already have a son and a daughter, and I am quite content. He lowered his head, capturing her tears with his lips. They tasted slightly salty, yet he discerned a sweetness within. Indeed, he felt no pain, for he had undergone nothing more than taking a pill. In truth, male sterilization is simpler than female sterilization. The procedure typically takes around 30 minutes. After an hour's rest, one can return home, and normal activities can resume within 2 days. Complete healing generally requires 3 to 7 days. There are no adverse effects on the body. However, the reversal rate is not 100. Theoretically, this procedure does not affect marital intimacy, though its psychological implications are less certain. It serves as a permanent solution. Yet one must carefully consider the decision. Nevertheless, once completed, one can engage without reservation. The following day, the rain had ceased, giving way to clear skies. The weather was refreshingly pleasant. Qin Lang rose early once more to care for their 2 little ones and prepared breakfast. He then ascended to the rooftop to feed the rabbits. He buried the rabbit droppings in a small patch of the flower bed, thus enriching the soil while eliminating any unpleasant odors. Aside from a slight ache in his knees, all was well. He remains invigorated and full of vitality, exuding a newfound masculinity. Last night, he finally savored the exquisite flavor of the ginseng fruit. Its texture, akin to smooth white jade, is both soft and firm, succulent and juicy, with a sweet aroma that lingers on the palate. After attending to his tasks, he descended the stairs and beheld Xu Mixue, still in the depths of sweet slumber. She must have been quite exhausted from the previous day. He then turned his attention to the baby. As he entered the nursery, he was greeted by the soft, innocent sounds, "Oh, it's warm and wet. I made a mess. How about I cry a little to summon the one who calls me daddy to come change me? Please, little one, I'm here, don't wake your mother." The little one had wet her diaper, and Qin Lang resignedly set about replacing it with a fresh one. At that moment, the voice of the eldest child chimed in. "Oh, that feels better. My tummy is empty. I want milk." Immediately, if it doesn't arrive in 10 seconds, I shall prepare to cry. The eldest child blinked with wide eyes, smacking his lips. Chapter 63. Which little sprite has emerged from this hole? Do twins possess a certain telepathic connection? Their synchronization is quite impressive. This sweet burden truly requires 4 hands to manage. MMM. As the 10 seconds elapsed, the elder baby indeed began to cry loudly. Upon hearing the infant's wail, Xu Mixue was jolted awake from her slumber, feeling milk surging forth uncontrollably. Such a profound connection between mother and child. "Darling, cough. Is the baby hungry? Please bring him over." Last night was a delightful blend of tenderness and intensity, leaving her breathless and hoarse. "All right, just a moment." Qin Lang swiftly changed both infants' diapers and handed them to her. The little ones, drawn by the scent of milk, each held a large white rabbit, drinking with soft coos of delight. "My love, shall we take a day off at home before heading back to my hometown?" Qin Lang gazed at her weary and languid demeanor, feeling a pang of sympathy. He resolved to exercise restraint next time, having succumbed to temptation yet again last night. She had quivered with pleasure numerous times. "Yes, I can manage that. Let us visit my parents in the afternoon to buy gifts." Xu Mixue nodded, indeed feeling utterly drained. "All right, I'll give my parents a call." Qin Lang retrieved his phone and dialed his mother, Liang. "Mom, it's me, Lang." "Oh, Lang. Have you all set off yet?" Liang's voice brimmed with eager anticipation. "Not yet. We might not depart until tomorrow." "No worries. A day or 2 make a difference. It's better to have everything arranged before we return. Tomorrow is the weekend, so we'll have more time. By the way, Mom, we can stay at a hotel. It saves us from having to tidy up." "You mustn't overexert yourself, understand?" Qin Lang said with concern. Their family's small 2-bedroom apartment was barely sufficient for 4 people. His parents, reluctant to part with their savings, had refrained from upgrading to a larger home, preferring to allocate funds for Qin Lang's down payment on a new place. He intended to purchase a spacious 3-bedroom apartment equipped with an elevator near the school, alleviating the burden of cramped living conditions for his family. "All right, understood. But what about your father? We could discuss it upon your return. I can barely hear amidst this noise." Liang was also apprehensive about their modest living conditions, worried Xu Mixue might find it uncomfortable. Indeed, a hotel would provide a significantly better environment, and they had been considering that option. After ending the call, Liang and Qin Yuren stood amidst the bustling noise of the market. With no classes that morning, they had taken the opportunity to buy some groceries. "Aren't they returning today?" Qin Yuren inquired from behind Liang, shielding her from the crowd. "No, they will only be back tomorrow." Let us hold off on the large bones and ribs. We'll purchase them tomorrow. Li Ying, just over 40, was a typical kindergarten teacher, possessing delicate and graceful features. Her long, dark hair was neatly tied back, and perhaps due to her husband's affection, a gentle smile often graced her lips. She appeared to be in her 30s, exuding warmth and kindness. She has gained some weight, yet her clothing is loose and simple. At first glance, it is not particularly noticeable, leading one to believe she may have merely put on a few pounds. With Qin Lang and the others yet to return, she is reluctant to spend excessively. You, who adore bone broth and braised ribs, she muses. Regardless of whether they come back, I shall procure these delicacies for you. Pack it all up for me, please. She instructs the shopkeeper. Lang no longer requires our concern. We must also learn to care for ourselves, Qin Yuan remarked earnestly, adjusting his glasses. Behind those spectacles lie his captivating eyes. Qin Lang has certainly inherited the finest traits from both of his parents. Very well, I shall heed your words, Li Ying replied with a smile. Previously, due to work commitments, she was unable to have a second child. Now, it seems her dreams of a second child are finally coming to fruition. Both of them have stable jobs and pensions, although it may be slightly more arduous. Raising another child remains feasible. She often contemplates the future when they may depart. If Qin Lang were to remain an only child, he might feel a certain solitude. Having another sibling would provide companionship and support in times of need. As nightfall gently descended over Jiangjing community, Qin Lang received a message regarding his insurance renewal. During his earlier days as an extra, he had scrimped and saved to purchase a health insurance policy. In these times, regardless of wealth, one simply cannot afford to fall ill. My dear, I wish to secure health insurance for our parents, our child, and for you as well, Qin Lang stated while serving food to Xu Mixue. This afternoon, they had undertaken a substantial shopping spree, finally acquiring all the items they intended to bring back. I have already purchased insurance for my parents today. It's not yet expired. Just get one for yourself and the child, he advised. Xu Mixue took a sip of soup, her expression one of contentment. Ever since she injured her back, she had invested in a considerable insurance policy, as she could not afford to be reckless with her health. Within their circle, many opt for substantial insurance. Some so-called daredevil A-list celebrities engage in perilous stunts without a stunt double, yet find themselves on the insurance blacklist. There are even those who insure their nails, hands, vocal cords, long legs, chest hair, smiles, and even their golden right foot. All right, I shall let you off the hook tonight. Ensure you rest well, she teased. Is it not you who is unable to keep up? Since you put it that way, I shall not hold back tonight, Qin Lang declared, playfully pulling her into his embrace and pinching her delightful, plump cheeks. Initially, he intended to express sympathy for her, only to find she believed him incapable. No, dear husband, I was mistaken. You are indeed the best, Xu Mixue replied, her cheeks flushed and her tones soft and alluring. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his tender earlobe, pressing closely against him. After yesterday's various escapades, she felt as if she could hardly keep her legs together. There is no time to waste. Let us prepare for our evening rendezvous. Which mischievous sprite has emerged from the shadows? She teased, even as she playfully resisted him. Let's keep it brief tonight. I fear I may struggle to rise in the morning. She gazed at the movement of his Adam's apple, unable to resist the urge to kiss him. After last night, she had tasted the sweetness of intimacy. Being together could indeed be so enchanting. Qin Lang's eyes darkened, and his voice turned particularly husky. The allure of unintentional temptation was the most lethal. He yearned to carry her off to the bedroom at that very moment. Through their explorations last night, he had discerned several positions that both of them cherished, which would undoubtedly save them a great deal of time this evening. Let us introduce something novel tonight. They hadn't even played with the dice yet. Let us start early tonight. I'll prepare the things I need for tomorrow. Qin Lang planted a kiss on her lips, lifting her peach-shaped form and placing her gently onto the chair. Well, I'm also quite full. I shall go soothe the baby to sleep. She hastily consumed the remaining bites of her meal and soup, eager to attend to the child. Qin Lang chuckled as he collected the dishes to wash in the kitchen. Was her reluctance so apparent? He felt a surge of joy as he swiftly finished the washing and tidying. Xu Mixue had already lulled the baby to sleep and was quietly closing the door. My dear, he laughed as he embraced her from behind, whispering softly into her ear. You startled me, she exclaimed, turning to lightly punch his chest. I apologize, my esteemed wife. Yet you seem guilty, as if you wish to steal my heart. He chuckled, lifting her peach-shaped form into his arms as he made his way toward the master bedroom. Chapter 64. Returning home, you were always mine. Was there a need to steal? Xu Mixue playfully wrapped her arms around his waist, entwining her fingers around his neck, her expression one of delightful arrogance. Yes, 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 it is all yours. Please, my dear wife, indulge yourself. Qin Lang chuckled, planting a gentle kiss on her lips as he embraced her, leading them both to take a shower. Shall we bring out the toys we bought earlier to play with today? Qin Lang, clad in a towel around his waist, set her down gently on the bed. All right, she replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded while still wrapped in the towel. Which game do you want to play? Dice or Ludo? He licked his lips, feeling a flush of warmth spread across his face. Let's go with the dice. It's more time efficient. She tightened her grip on the towel, kneeling on the bed, a mixture of anticipation and shyness evident in her demeanor. All right, you throw first, and I will follow your lead with the outcome. If I throw, you follow suit. How does that sound? He swallowed hard, retrieving the dice and sitting cross-legged on the bed. Indeed, it was a time saver and straightforward. He relished the game. How many rounds could they play? Who would succumb first? With a playful glint in her eyes, she picked up the pair of dice from his palm and tossed them onto the bedspread. The dice tumbled and spun, one landing on kiss and the other on butt. Embarrassed, she immediately covered the dice with her hands. This round doesn't count. I saw it, dear. You can't cheat. He playfully pressed her down, grasping the edge of her towel, lifting it slightly, and gently biting her peach-shaped bottom. My turn. He grinned widely as he tossed the dice again. One landed on lick and the other on ears. Come on, come on. He pulled her into his embrace, reclining back on the bed. Oomph. Fine. She acquiesced, leaning down, her cheeks flushed as they playfully tumbled together, embarking on a delightful journey of unabashed joy. The following morning, on the highway back to Qin Lang's hometown, Y City, their baby was peacefully asleep in a cradle-like safety seat, looking utterly adorable. Darling, did you ever do anything particularly foolish when you were young? Xu Mixue asked, concerned for Qin Lang's drowsiness, engaging him in conversation. The journey to Y City would take 3 to 4 hours. That is quite a bit of time. Do tell me, he suggested, eager to share amusing stories. Let us each recount a silly or amusing thing we did. Deal, Xu Mixue nodded. I'll go first. When I was young, it was winter and it was particularly cold. I don't know what possessed me, but I stuck out my tongue to lick the iron railing at my front door, and my tongue got stuck. People were coming and going in the hallway, and I panicked, pulling hard, which hurt so much that tears and saliva were streaming down my face. Qin Lang recalled the most vivid memory he had. Oh my, that must have hurt terribly. What happened next? Xu Mixue's brow furrowed with concern, her eyes filled with empathy. Later, in a moment of desperation, I resorted to kicking the iron railing with all my might. My mother, who was busy cooking, finally heard the commotion. With a look of concern etched on her face, she poured warm water over the spot where my tongue had made contact with the metal, gently warming it until the ice melted and freed my tongue. Fortunately, it did not hinder my ability to speak or eat. Were you ever that mischievous as a child? As for me, I was particularly greedy in my youth. I remember being captivated by my cousin's strawberry-flavored lip balm, which emitted a delightful fragrance. I asked her if it was edible, and after a moment's contemplation, she confidently nodded, asserting that anything safe for the lips must surely be safe to consume. I, not V, and trusting, stealthily took a bite. The taste was unforgettable, akin to chewing on a candle, utterly revolting. Xu Mixue reminisced about that experience, truly at a loss for words. You think that's bad? Once, I inadvertently pulled the triangular plug of a fan, and in my effort to secure it tightly, I accidentally touched the exposed metal within. A jolt of electricity coursed through me, and I instinctively flung the plug aside, my fingers singed black. Goodness, that was perilous. We must teach our future children the importance of electrical safety from an early age. Indeed, water, electricity, and fire all pose significant dangers. surviving to this age. I am grateful for the mercy of fate. Qin Lang recollected his own mischievous childhood, which had certainly given his parents ample cause for concern. Their essay service area ahead. Let us stretch our legs and grab a bite, he suggested, glancing at the road sign. Upon arriving at the service area, Qin Lang parked the car and retrieved the meal he had prepared in advance from the onboard refrigerator. He noticed a noodle shop within the service area, its ambience quite pleasant and sparsely populated. He intended to inquire whether they could heat his food. "Excuse me, can you warm my meal?" he asked the proprietor, wary that the food from the highway might not suit Xu Mixue's palate. "Certainly, but it will cost 20 yuan, and you must order a dish here to dine in," the owner replied. "All right, please heat it up, and I'll have a serving of fish noodles as well. I've already transferred the payment for the meal you're warming," Qin Lang stated, glancing into the glass display filled with chicken legs, chicken fillets, and fried fish pieces, quickly understanding why the place was so quiet. Meanwhile, Xu Mixue, inside the car, donned a nursing apron and tended to both babies, ensuring they were well fed. Qin Lang unfolded the stroller and placed the two infants inside. Then they entered the noodle shop together. "Honey, you should eat too," Xu Mixue urged. "Yes, we shouldn't waste the noodles we've ordered. I'll indulge in the fish," Qin Lang replied. He picked up a piece of fried fish, poised to take a bite, but noticed something was amiss with its hue. His fish seemed spoiled. Discreetly, he placed the fish back into the bowl, using his chopsticks to peel away the crispy layer, only to discover 4 or 5 wriggling maggots beneath. "What's wrong, dear? Is it not tasty?" Xu Mixue inquired, noticing he had not taken a bite. "Nothing, it's just a bit bland. You go ahead and eat. I'll ask them for some salt," he said, concealing his distress. It was utterly disgusting. Qin Lang wished not to disturb her appetite. He rose and walked towards the direction of the menu. If someone with a carefree disposition were to take a bite, they might never wish to eat fish again in their lifetime. He retrieved his phone, balancing the bowl of noodles in one hand while recording a video with the other. This was to prevent any potential dishonesty. He intended to gather evidence. "Where's your boss?" Qin Lang refrained from raising his voice, as he did not wish to disrupt Xu Mixue's enjoyment of her meal. "I am the boss. What is the matter? The fish you serve is not fresh. It is infested with maggots." Qin Lang pushed aside the fish meat to reveal the wriggling larvae. "Oh, let me prepare another bowl for you." The boss calmly took the bowl and promptly discarded the noodles into the trash, his movements displaying a practiced nonchalance, clearly not his first encounter with such a situation. "No need. I have lost my appetite. If you do not want it, I cannot refund your money. Will you not offer an explanation? Is this how you handle it? Understand, I did agree to prepare you another bowl. It is you who rejected it." Such an attitude suggested the boss was quite seasoned in these matters. If it were merely a small fly that had accidentally fallen in, he could have comprehended. But could one truly understand the current predicament? Chapter 65. The beautiful daughter-in-law meets the in-laws. Qin Lang glanced at the store's surveillance footage, mindful of his wife and child, and chose not to engage in a quarrel. He understood his uncle's temperament. In the past, he would have retaliated with a punch. However, now, the well-being of his wife and child surpassed all else. Enduring a bit of discomfort was of little consequence, as arguing would resolve nothing. Yet, today, the proprietor had encountered a formidable opponent. Casting a look at the owner, Qin Lang silently turned and returned to Xu Mixue's side. "What's wrong, dear? Where's your noodles?" she inquired. "Nothing, I accidentally spilled it." "Fortunately, we have rice," he replied. "I wish to purchase a spacious apartment with an elevator for my parents." Qin Lang smiled at her and served her some vegetables. Although the money was his own, their finances were shared, and he respected his wife's opinion, seeking her approval. "That sounds great. Let's get a larger one, closer to the school, for convenience," Xu Mixue nodded, having contemplated it herself. "Thank you for your support, my love," Qin Lang expressed joyfully, planting a kiss on her. Their unity felt wonderful. Soon, they finished their lunch. Once back in the car, Qin Lang accessed the official website of 12,315 and promptly reported the establishment. Did the owner believe that by discarding the bowl of noodles, there would be no evidence left? Thankfully, he had recorded a video in advance. This restaurant deserved to face closure and administrative penalties. He was determined to hold the owner accountable. Food safety is of utmost importance. If today's fish and meat were consumed by an unsuspecting child, it would become a grave issue. Turning a blind eye to such matters equates to irresponsibility towards oneself and others. In situations like this, one must remain calm and avoid hasty anger. First, take out your phone to capture photographs and record videos to preserve evidence. Then, approach the business to resolve the issue. Utilize legal means to assert your rights. If negotiations fail, refrain from arguing with the merchant to avoid losing out. Instead, file a complaint with 12,315, following the proper complaint procedures. Always seek legal recourse. Do not fall for merchants' proposed solutions, as they may lead to extortion. Have you all learned this? Arriving in Y City, Qin Lang drove slowly, considering the children, and reached the apartment complex by 3 in the afternoon. He parked the car. We've arrived. Is the beautiful daughter-in-law ready to meet the in-laws? Feeling nervous? A little, dear. I haven't been back in many years. This complex looks just the same, and that persimmon tree is still here. I remember when you were a child, climbing up to pick persimmons and being stung by those green peppers, crying out in pain. You ungrateful child. Was he the chubby little glutton who picked 9 persimmons, eating 5 himself, 3 for Fei, while I only got 1. Qin Lang pinched her plump cheek. Seeing her desire back then, he had given her 2 of his. Let us not even mention how painful those pepper stings were, red and swollen, both painful and itchy. He nearly resembled a pig's head, tears streaming down his face. Upon returning home, he received a beating from his father, who forbade him from climbing again. Indeed, my dear husband is the best. Do you think I should call them mom and dad, or uncle and aunt? How could she possibly forget? Can they really have a child if they don't remember? Let's call them mom and dad, as there will be red envelopes involved. After all, we are family. There is no need for excessive formality. Please wait for me in the car while I carry the things upstairs. Qin Lang opened a trunk, balancing and carrying the items. As he stepped into the corridor, he was greeted by the familiar aroma of home-cooked meals, a scent reminiscent of his mother's cooking. Instantly, his steps felt lighter. Mom, I'm back. He called through the screen door. My dear Lang is back. An elderly lady with short, slightly graying hair, her face beaming with joy, hurried to open the door. Grandma, you're here too. Upon seeing his grandmother, Qin Lang's smile widened. Besides the little rabbits he had raised, his grandmother cherished him dearly, always saving the best treats for him. You've returned. How could I not come? She exclaimed. Oh dear, let me see. You're still as handsome as ever. You've lost some weight. Make sure to eat more later. As Qin Lang bent down to set his luggage down, his grandmother gently cupped his face in her hands. He squatted down, allowing her to admire him to her heart's content. Lang, you're back. Why did you buy so many things? Such a waste of money. Whatever you need, your parents can afford it. Save your money for yourself. Your father, come help out. Why didn't you call ahead? It would have been easier for your father to assist you with the items. Liang, brimming with joy, set down her spatula and approached him. No need. I've carried most of it already. Mom, all these are gifts from Xu Mixue to show her respect for you. She said you've worked hard raising such a handsome son. Qin Lang smiled, though it was his card that was swiped. The credit naturally went to his wife. You cheeky child, always flattering yourself. Whereas my daughter-in-law and my grandchildren. Liang playfully tapped him, glancing towards the door. She never imagined she would become a grandmother at such a young age, thinking Qin Lang would venture out for a few more years. Seeing her son grow taller and more distinguished, full of vitality, she felt a sense of relief that he had followed his own path. Although she worried about him facing hardships outside, always wanting him close, she had come to realize that each generation has its own fortune. Without stepping out to gain experience, how could he truly grow? Supporting him as a parent was enough. I'll set my things down and then go downstairs to bring them up. I'll come too. Liang tidied her hair and adjusted her clothes, eager to see her grandchildren. Wait here, please. I'll be up shortly. Qin Lang quickly interjected. Lang is right. Ying, you're carrying a little one now. Let us wait here, his grandmother added. Look at your eagerness. With your condition, stay home and wait. I'll go. Your mother went to the market early this morning to buy your favorite dishes. I insisted on cooking, but she insisted on doing it herself, preparing 2 of your favorite specialties. Qin Yuan, donned in an apron and holding a partially peeled potato, felt a surge of joy at the sight of Qin Lang's return. You were no different. Last night you were mumbling in your sleep, calling for Grandpa. Li Ying teased, poking Qin Yuren with her finger. Never mind, both of you. Just stay here. I'll go down and be right back. Qin Lang chuckled helplessly. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to their affectionate antics. It was no secret that he often suspected himself to be an unexpected addition to the family. Had it not been for the plan regarding SY, he would likely have been surrounded by siblings long ago. As dinner time approached, the family gathered joyfully around the table. Oh my, this little treasure looks just like Lang Lang when he was young. How wonderful it is to have both a son and a daughter. Our Lang Lang is truly blessed, Grandma exclaimed, refusing to set down the eldest grandchild even while eating. The little one was indeed quite charming. Li Ying cradled the youngest, her face radiating love and happiness. Grandma, Mom, could you please put the baby back in the car? It's right beside you. Can we eat properly for once? Qin Lang sighed in exasperation. Reluctantly, Grandma and Li Ying returned the baby to the car. Come now, Mixue, eat more. You've lost weight over the years, Li Ying said with a warm smile as she served Xu Mixue a large chicken leg. Thank you, Mom. You should eat more as well. Upon entering the house, Xu Mixue was greeted with a generous red envelope, and Grandma insisted on adorning her with a gold ring featuring a chive motif. Chapter 66. Grandpa renames the baby. Qin Lang picked up the large chicken leg from Xu Mixue's bowl, expertly stripped off the skin, and placed it into his mouth before returning the leg to her. His wife had no penchant for chicken skin. Have you two decided on names for the babies? Qin Yuren inquired, his face illuminated with joy. Indeed, the bond between grandparents and grandchildren is genuine. One can reprimand their own children, but when it comes to grandchildren, the desire to spoil them is overwhelming. When they registered the birth certificates, they named them Qin Su Feng and Qin Su Yu. Qin Lang felt a twinge of anxiety. Would his father be upset? At that time, he had not dared to inform his family and had taken the liberty to decide on the names himself. I see you've chosen to combine both of your surnames. Quite fitting, albeit a bit cumbersome. How about we alter it slightly, naming the boy Qin Sheng and the girl Qin Bing? The boy embodies honesty and reliability, while the girl represents purity and grace. Qin Yuren contemplated this name for a considerable time. I think it's agreeable. What do you say, Mixue? Qin Lang found his father's reasoning sound. I think it's lovely, indeed more melodious than the original names. Xu Mixue nodded in agreement. Qin Lang discreetly pinched her slender waist, casting her a glance that seemed to ask, "Do you disapprove of me?" Xu Mixue responded with a playful grimace, acknowledging that her father-in-law had indeed chosen better names. This made Qin Lang wish to pinch her delicate cheeks and plant a kiss on them until she admitted her mistake. However, with others around, he refrained. A clever idea struck him. His hand, like a slippery fish, slid along the edge of her pants. She blushed in surprise, but dared not make a sound. Fortunately, the attention of others was focused on the newly named babies. She could only subtly step on his foot. Yet, Qin Lang caught her leg, rendering her efforts futile, allowing his hand to roam with greater ease. Xu Mixue could only give him a pitiful look that seemed to say, "I was wrong." Qin Lang then smiled, calmly withdrawing his hand. "Mom and Dad, Mixue and I have discussed it. Tomorrow, we shall venture near the school to select a new apartment for you. One with an elevator, so it's easier for Grandma to visit and for maneuvering stroller." Qin Lang said cheerfully, "No need, we are quite comfortable here." Li Ying quickly replied. They had expenses from their wedding and hosting. After all, they hadn't accepted much assistance from him. So how could they impose further burdens on Qin Lang? Indeed, you've just married and welcomed a child. Every expense counts. We are quite content here, and it allows us to stay active. When we need to change houses, we will find a way ourselves. Qin Yuren shared the sentiment, feeling for Qin Lang. The cost of marriage and raising a child is substantial. Both newlyweds were home, caring for the baby, and they were living off their savings. Mom and Dad, rest assured, my investments are quite profitable. Please accept this. You've raised me for so many years with frugality. Now that I've finally come into some wealth, all I wish is for you to enjoy a better life, Qin Lang expressed, contemplating his aspirations in the film industry, motivated partly by personal passion and dreams. On another note, it has come to my attention that filming has become quite lucrative. With newfound wealth, it is only natural to enhance my parents' living conditions. Indeed, dear parents, Though we may not be physically present to fulfill our filial duties, consider this gesture a token of our affection for you and a small offering for our future siblings. Please do not take offense. Xu Mixue chimed in, affirming that a single apartment is truly not a significant expense for them. This is Lang's heartfelt intention, and I wholeheartedly support it. I shall bask in the glow of his success as well. The grandmother, with a beaming smile, remarked that her grandson's words were entirely correct. Seeing the elderly lady's approval, Li Ying and her husband decided against further reluctance and agreed. After all, purchasing property is a sound investment, not a frivolous expenditure. If Qin Lang ever requires funds, he can liquidate the asset in times of need. Considering the skyrocketing property prices in recent years, one could view it as a form of savings. The following morning, Qin Lang drove his parents to purchase a home, while Xu Mixue and the grandmother chatted and watched the children at home. Upon seeing the Porsche turn into the sales office, the saleswoman, engrossed in her phone, immediately perked up. It was as if the god of wealth had arrived. She donned her high heels and rushed out to greet them. Although the properties here, being in a desirable school district, sold well, the high prices made some units on higher and lower floors more challenging to sell. Are you here to view properties? What size are you considering? The saleswoman, clad in a sleek black uniform, was young and beautiful, with an alluring figure and long legs. A 3-bedroom or perhaps a 4-bedroom would suffice. Sir, how about this 180 square meter 4-bedroom unit? It has a spacious layout, is well ventilated, and includes 3 balconies. What floor is it on? Is it move-in ready? It's on the first floor and is indeed a ready unit. The first floor won't do. It's too damp. Are there any other preferable floors? We also have a 6th-floor unit, exquisitely renovated and previously used as a show flat, constructed with high-quality materials. It has been ventilated for over a year. Would you like to take a look? All right, let's go see it. Upon inspection, Qin Lang found it quite satisfactory and decided to proceed with the purchase. Upon learning that he would be making a one-time payment, the saleswoman's eyes sparkled even brighter. However, when she noticed the diamond ring on his ring finger, her thoughts shifted. There was no need to disrupt another's relationship when quality men are still abundant. On the 3rd day back in their hometown, which coincided with a Monday, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue set off early to obtain their marriage certificate. Ling took a day off to stay home with the grandmother and assist in watching the children. Around noon, Ling heard someone shouting from downstairs, selling jujubes. Chestnuts. September yellow. Mom, please keep an eye on the little one. I'm going downstairs to buy some food that Lang loves. I'll be right back. Upon hearing this, Ling could hardly contain herself. These wild fruits are rare and perfectly in season. Go ahead, take your time, and be careful on the stairs. The grandmother said with a smile, engaging in playful banter with the 2 adorable children. Boss, please weigh these for me. Ling picked the selected wild fruits and handed them to the vendor. All right, the vendor, who was selling with a shoulder pole, smiled as he accepted them, preparing to weigh them on a scale. Mom, we're back. Qin Lang had just returned with Xu Mixue after obtaining their marriage certificate. The parking spaces in the old neighborhood were disorganized, and after circling around without finding a spot, he had no choice but to park against a wall where no one passed by, beside dense bushes. Hey, did you get the certificate? I saw someone selling wild fruits and bought some for you. We got it. Qin Lang proudly waved the red booklet, flaunting his new status as a licensed driver. It was all on the highway, and the kindergarten kids can get out now. Those who don't will find the doors welded shut. It's a jujube, a cone chestnut, September yellow. I haven't seen these in years. Xu Mixue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to Qin Lang. Suddenly, from the thicket, a dark shadow darted out, lunging at Xu Mixue. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lang shielded her with his body. In his eagerness to protect his wife, he let his guard down and did not evade or retaliate. He regretted not utilizing the martial arts skills bestowed by the system. A sharp bite sank into his thigh, sending a piercing pain radiating from near his knee. Chapter 67. A Blessing in Disguise? He lowered his gaze to behold a stray dog. Its coat so faded that its original color was indiscernible. Its teats hung low, engorged and reddened, indicating that it had recently given birth. Initially mistaking it for a snake, Qin Lang nearly reacted instinctively with a kick, but he managed to restrain himself. This mother dog had evidently just whelped. and there must be a den hidden in the thicket nearby. To her, he and Xu Mixue were unfamiliar scents. As they passed by her nest, they inadvertently startled her. Driven by a maternal instinct to protect her pups, she had lashed out in panic. Reflecting on this, his heart softened. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he lifted the dog's hind legs. Instinctively frightened by the sudden suspension, the dog released its grip. "Ah, darling, your leg?" Xu Mixue exclaimed, her complexion paling and eyes reddening with concern. "Are you all right, Lang?" From a distance, Li Ying caught sight of the commotion and let out a shriek, hastening over with trepidation. "Mom, don't panic, don't run. There is no need to be afraid. It's just a dog. We must have startled it. I'm fine, I'm tough." Qin Lang turned to smile at them, despite the discomfort. "Lang, you scared your mother half to death. Is this Wawa?" Li Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. "This is a stray dog. It's usually quite gentle and wags its tail at the sight of people. It often hides in the bushes near the corner of the community, where kind-hearted residents leave scraps for it. I've fed it before, and now it has bitten my son. I feel both heartbroken and regretful." Upon seeing the familiar face of Li Ying approach, Hua calmed down, displaying a sheepish demeanor. "You know it? I'm fine. Let us find a rope to tie it up. It must be quite agitated after just giving birth and could pose a danger." Holding Hua's hind legs, Qin Lang dared not release his grip. "All right, I'll find a rope right away." Li Ying hurried off to fetch a length of rope. Qin Lang secured Hua to a tree, relieved to see the dog restrained. Xu Mixue, anxious, attempted to tug at Qin Lang's pants, eager to examine his injury. "Wife, don't be in such a hurry to undress me. There are too many people here. Let us wait until we get home." Qin Lang quickly grasped her restless hand, enclosing it within his palm, and whispered softly in her ear, "I'm jesting. It's broad daylight with so many onlookers." Though the thrill was palpable, he felt the need to maintain decorum. "You're insufferable. I'm worried about you, and you're being flippant." Xu Mixue blushed, playfully striking him and speaking softly. His teasing lightened her tension, and she began to relax. "All right, do not be afraid. I'll check over there." Indeed, behind the thicket, Qin Lang discovered 3 hungry little puppies awaiting their mother's return. Finding the mother dog was not a viable solution, yet releasing it posed a risk of injury. Perhaps they could take both the dog and her pups to the countryside, where they could keep company with his grandmother's big yellow dog. "You may propose whatever you wish. But first, let mother examine your wound," Li Ying urged, her face etched with concern. "Mother, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. It is merely a superficial wound. A quick treatment, a rabies vaccine, and a tetanus shot will suffice." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unharmed. "I shall accompany you." Xu Mixue replied with a look of genuine concern. "Let us first return home to tend to the injury. You should nurse the baby, and in the afternoon, we can proceed. The health station is likely closed by now. We should also discuss the dog situation with Grandma." Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Qin Lang discovered that his jeans had been torn, leaving 4 gaping holes. He removed the jeans, opting to wear only his boxers. A large bruise adorned his thigh, and the wounds from the 4 holes were bleeding. "Darling, you still claim to be fine, yet look at you. It must hurt terribly," Xu Mixue said, her heart aching as she nursed the baby. "I am all right, but I must admit, the next few days will be a bit challenging for you. You'll have to help yourself," Qin Lang remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at the baby rabbit and playfully pinching her cheek. "I can lie back and let the automatic transmission do the work. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Is this a case of finding fortune in misfortune?" He grabbed a pair of checkered beach shorts belonging to his father and slipped them on. How can you still think of such things in your condition? You must be quite the mango essence, yellow both inside and out." The thought made her cheeks flush. "What can I say? With a wife as stunning and alluring as you, as long as I am alive, such thoughts will linger," Qin Lang whispered affectionately, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must step out." With a mischievous grin, he gently pinched the baby rabbit once more, relishing the delightful sensation. Reluctantly, Qin Lang left the room, seeking a bar of soap and iodine from Li Ying before heading to the bathroom. He washed the wound with soapy water for 15 minutes and applied iodine to the injury and the surrounding skin. In truth, it wasn't as painful as he had anticipated, but for the sake of appearances, he felt compelled to exaggerate. Ding! Congratulations on ensuring your wife's safety, which has enhanced her affection for you. Ding! Reward, 100,000 in cash. Ding! Your singing prowess has reached its zenith. He had hoped for a skill that would alleviate discomfort in his knees. After all, a level 1 singing skill was sufficient to lull a child to sleep. Maxing it out seemed unnecessary. Ding! Would you like to proceed? Cancel. Yes, yes, yes. Let us have a set of crepes. Why refuse a gift? Extraction. Ding! Loading successful. As dinner approached, the hallway filled with the aromatic essence of home-cooked meals, warm and delectable. Alluring, the date has been set. We shall hold the wedding banquet on January 3rd, coinciding with the New Year holiday, when everyone will be available. Here is the invitation. Please deliver it to Mixue's family. Which hotel do you think would be best for the event? Qin Yuren handed Qin Lang a bright red invitation. Very well. Let us reserve the finest venue. The Wanjia International Hotel. After receiving the invitation and casting a glance at the bashful Xu Mixue, he carefully stored it away. Will you not stay a few extra days? No. Since the date is confirmed, time is of the essence. We must first arrange for the wedding photos. I have contacted the wedding planning company. Let us engage the finest in our locality to arrange a traditional Chinese ceremony. I will ensure they liaise with the hotel. As Qin Lang spoke, he transferred 200,000 to Qin Yuren's account. All right, we shall prepare everything necessary here for you. Why are you sending me money again, child? Did you not transfer some previously? It remains unspent, Qin Yuren remarked, glancing at his phone, a hint of urgency in his voice. The previous amount was intended for Mother's childbirth. This is for the wedding. If it's insufficient, I shall transfer more. You really do not need this much. Liang frowned in response. Do not worry. If there is excess, you may save it. There will be many occasions in the future where funds will be needed. You have toiled for half your life. Do not always concern yourselves with frugality. Qin Lang delicately placed a piece of braised pork, positioned further away, onto Xu Mixue's plate, aware of her fondness for it, while also noting her reluctance to reach for it. Lang is right. Accept it. This is his heartfelt gesture, a blessing. The grandmother gently patted Li Ying's hand and nodded with a smile. Will you return when we move into the new house? Qin Yuren and Li Ying exchanged glances, deciding not to dwell on this matter any longer. If there are funds left unspent, let us save them for Qin Lang. Chapter 68. Embarking on a seaside retreat. A mini honeymoon we shall see. If I do not return, you shall bear the burden. I will arrange for a moving service to collect the belongings. You need only pack them. Qin Lang contemplated the multitude of tasks that lay ahead, capturing wedding photos, preparing for the ceremony, and auditioning for a role, though fortunately, that production would not commence until next year. He also needed to establish the studio he envisioned as a nurturing space for fathers. The sooner it was founded, the sooner everyone would benefit. It was essential that all could utilize trustworthy and reassuring resources. A myriad of responsibilities awaited his attention. Thankfully, Uncle Li and Annie would soon arrive, allowing him some precious time to pursue his aspirations. After all, as the baby grows, he will carve out an independent life of his own. Each individual deserves to forge their own path and pursue their own dreams, rather than existing as an appendage to another or merely living for someone else's sake. One must first learn to love oneself to love others more profoundly. A wife and child deserve affection and devotion, and he must also excel in his own endeavors. He would strive to balance both realms, seeking to live without regret. The following morning, Qin Lang, Xu Mixue, and their baby set forth on their mini honeymoon, amidst the bittersweet gazes of their family. Fortunately, the injury was to his left leg, and after a night's rest, he felt considerably better, which did not hinder his ability to drive. After a day of driving with intermittent stops, they finally arrived at the Villa District, where Qin Lang's license plate had been pre-registered, allowing for automatic recognition and seamless access through the parking barrier. They reached their seaside vacation villa in Shania, where a uniformed attendant greeted them warmly. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, welcome. The house has been thoroughly cleaned, and dinner is prepared, she said, opening the car door with genuine enthusiasm and assisting them with their luggage. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Lang nodded appreciatively. This was the domestic helper he had hired to maintain the villa regularly. It is my duty. I shall return tomorrow morning for further cleaning, she replied with a smile, bowing slightly before departing. Qin Lang couldn't help but admire the professionalism. She did not pry into her employer's personal lives, which was quite refreshing. Individuals like her managed multiple villas, enjoying generous compensation for relatively easy work. Those who could afford vacation villas here were undoubtedly affluent, and the first requisite for working in such an environment was discretion and diligence. After all, not all visitors were as respectable as they appeared. "Honey, this place is splendid. Is this the seaside villa you booked in advance?" Xu Mixue surveyed the elegantly decorated abode, which boasted a breathtaking ocean view and a rectangular infinity pool, clearly pleased. "No, this is my purchase. Do you like it? When winter arrives, we could bring the child here to enjoy the season," Qin Lang said, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind and resting his head gently atop hers. "When did this come to pass? I'm quite fond of this style of decoration. The climate here is truly delightful, and tomorrow I can finally wear a dress. Gazing at the vast ocean elevates my spirits. However, your investments seem to be remarkably lucrative. Such is the power of compound interest. Money indeed begets money, and your husband possesses exceptional prowess in this regard. Does that mean I can simply recline and do nothing?" "Certainly, but idleness can be rather dull. I prefer to engage in activities. Last night, I remained inactive, but with such a beautiful scene tonight, why not, dear lady? Take some action?" Qin Lang kissed her neck, his gaze fixed on the sunset over the sea, igniting a sense of restlessness within him. "What about your leg injury?" Xu Mixue inquired with concern. "It's nothing serious. It's not my injured leg. I can rest while you move. It's completely fine," Qin Lang mischievously whispered in her ear. "Well, in that case, I shall give it a try." She felt a tingle from his kiss and nestled closer into his embrace. Her face flushed with a rosy hue. "Did you bring your swimsuit? This is a hot spring pool where we can swim together." The benefits of hot springs are numerous. They promote overall blood circulation and alleviate fatigue, invigorating the muscles. Qin Lang was somewhat apprehensive from the last experience. He had thought that when she was ready to swim, he would certainly teach her. It is better to teach someone to fish than to simply provide them with fish. He could not be by her side 24 hours a day. She needed to learn to swim for his peace of mind. "Yes, I brought several sets. But can I soak in the hot spring during the breastfeeding period?" Xu Mixue nodded, for who would come to the seaside without a swimsuit? She had indeed brought several. What is the problem? It can even aid in lactation. However, after soaking the hot spring, one must refrain from nursing the baby for half an hour, as the body temperature rises, consequently increasing the temperature of the milk. If the baby is fed during this time, it could result in burns. Afterward, remember to wash your nipples. Qin Lang nodded, indicating that he had no objections. "Yet I feel a bit frightened." Xu Mixue turned, burying her head in his chest, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. She was haunted by the previous incident of nearly drowning, and fear lingered in her heart. "Do not be afraid, my dear. The water in the pool is not deep. I will be by your side to protect you, teaching you until you master it. Moreover, the more you fear, the more you must learn. Once you learn, you will no longer be afraid. Trust me. I too experienced a near-drowning incident in my childhood and was terrified. However, once I learned, the fear dissipated, and I even saved you during a critical moment. Only when you learn will I feel more at ease. You need not worry. I am even more afraid than you." Qin Lang held her waist with one hand, gently caressing her silky hair with the other, soothing and encouraging her with tender words. "Well, then I shall give it a try." She lifted her head from his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing his lips, as if drawing courage from the act. He was right, whether for herself or for those she cares about. She must muster the courage to overcome her fears and become a better person. Qin Lang was lost in a passionate kiss with his wife when they were interrupted by the sweet voice of Qin Sheng. Why is it not swaying anymore? After a restful slumber, the aroma of sleep lingered pleasantly. His stomach rumbled, signaling an impending need for sustenance. It was time to summon the caretaker. Reluctantly, Qin Lang released his sweet wife, as their four-legged golden beast stirred from its slumber. This humble caretaker was now called to action. Qin Bing furrowed her brows, yawning softly, and turned her head with a gentle motion. A cherubic voice soon echoed in Qin Lang's mind, expressing a desire for food, having recently lost a playful wager. Transforming sorrow into appetite, the little one whimsically declared her need for nourishment. Dear wife, our two little treasures are awakening. I shall attend to Chung Chung's diaper change, while you tend to Bing Bing's feeding. Why not reverse our roles? After all, they're not crying. How do you know they are awake? Xu Mixue's eyes, still drowsy yet sparkling with affection, held a hint of mischief, her luscious lips slightly pouted. Yet, her mind raced with clarity. I share a deep connection with them, even sensing their little whims. Are you envious? With a smile, Qin Lang bestowed another kiss upon his wife, marveling at her occasional prowess rivaling that of Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 69. Egg Essence or Peach Essence? Impossible. They are my children. If anyone should be connected, it should be me. You must be making wild guesses. Xu Mixue glanced at her two treasures, and, indeed, they were both awake, with disbelief etched on her face. She lifted Qin Cheng's pants to discover that the line in the middle of his diaper had transformed from yellow to green. In contrast, Qin Bing's remained yellow. After all the arduous labor I endured, why do I not possess this telepathic connection? She could only pout, grumbling in discontent. Seating herself on the sofa while cradling the little one, she lifted her shirt and nursing bra, carefully placing the big white rabbit into the eagerly waiting mouth of her babe. The infant's small mouth, already twisting and turning, seemed magnetically drawn, latching on with a satisfying slurp. MMM. How delightful, how sweet. The soft cooing sounds immediately resonated in Qin Lang's mind. Dear, please don't be upset. Think about it. When you withdraw money from an ATM and insert your card, isn't the money dispensed from the card? Qin Lang chuckled, gently ruffling her hair, unable to resist teasing her. How absurd. You are the real ATM, she retorted playfully. How vexing. If the money belongs to you, why don't you feed him yourself? Xu Mixue's lips pursed even higher, her cheeks puffed in indignation. What nonsensical logic is this? Alas, I lack that capability. You see, you are far superior to me. I cannot give birth nor nurse. How could I possibly compare? I concede I was indeed just guessing, rambling nonsense. Tonight, you may have your way. You are the most wonderful and beautiful mother in the world. Not only is the baby yours, but so am I. We both belong to you. Upon witnessing his wife's irritation, Qin Lang immediately capitulated. She was right, after all. One cannot win an argument and lose love in the process. He bestowed a gentle kiss upon her lips. Moreover, a woman's anger can lead to premature aging, causing stress and health issues. In the end, who would suffer? It is essential to pamper, cherish, and care for her. Now, that's more like it. Xu Mixue chuckled cheerfully. Dear wife, I shall go change the baby's diaper. We wouldn't want a red bottom now, would we? Qin Lang suggested, gently shifting the baby to the other side and inspecting the diaper. The golden yellow soft stool was perfectly healthy, no cause for concern. The oligosaccharides present in breast milk effectively stimulate gastrointestinal motility, which is why most infants do not experience hard stools. There is also typically no strong odor, just a golden hue. Occasionally, it may appear slightly green or more liquid, resembling a paste, uniformly consistent, with a sour scent and no foam. All these characteristics are within the realm of normality. Should there be curd-like stools or blood present, immediate medical attention is warranted. Additionally, a grayish-white stool could indicate congenital biliary obstruction if the infant has consistently had grayish-white or clay-colored stool from birth with yellow urine. Timely medical intervention is crucial, as delays in diagnosis and treatment can lead to permanent liver damage. Qin Lang carefully took a baby wipe and gently cleaned a bow's bottom, paying particular attention to the creases, ensuring they were thoroughly wiped to prevent any redness or irritation. He then applied a protective ointment to safeguard the little one's delicate skin. In truth, the best protection lies in promptly changing diapers, avoiding prolonged exposure of the baby's skin to moisture. This is especially crucial for baby girls, who require extra diligence due to anatomical differences. After dinner, Xu Mixue gazed out from the infinity pool, where the sunset's golden rays cascaded down upon the sea. The crimson waves danced joyfully, caressed by the gentle sea breeze, reflecting a shimmering red glow akin to countless mirrors adorned with rouge and powder. Darling, look how beautiful the sunset is, Xu Mixue exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, it was breathtaking, Let us hurry and head to the pool. It will surely feel even more delightful there. Qin Lang replied, swiftly organizing their belongings. Can the baby join us in the hot spring? It would be much quicker that way. That one tea do. She is too little, came the response. I'll handle the bath. You take care of feeding and soothing them to sleep. Then we can truly relish our time together as a couple. With the bow in his arms, Qin Lang prepared to bathe her. I'll help you. It will be faster if we each wash one and then feed them together. Xu Mixue's eyes sparkled as she picked up Xiao Bao and followed him into the bathroom. Soon, they harmoniously settled the two little darlings. I'm going to change into my swimsuit, Xu Mixue said softly, a hint of blush on her cheeks. She had intentionally purchased several alluring swimsuits online, feeling a desire to showcase her allure and sensuality since being with Qin Lang. The intense admiration in his gaze filled her with pride and satisfaction. I'll join you. I'll change into my swim trunks as well. This villa was a private sanctuary, offering seclusion and intimacy. Feel free to swim in the nude, or whatever you like. I'll help you choose the most flattering outfit just for my eyes. Qin Lang joyfully lifted her peachy bottom, cradling her in his arms. My dear, this is not something to wear outdoors. You might just stretch this one to its limits. How about wearing this black bikini tonight? If we go to a public beach, perhaps a modest cover-up will be better? With your stunning figure, I want to allow anyone else to gaze upon you. I might just pluck their eyes out. As Qin Lang sifted through a collection of silky swimsuits, he found each one would look splendid on Xu Mixue. It was no wonder, with such a beautiful physique and face, even a mere piece of fabric would look exquisite. Yes, that's my plan as well, Xu Mixue replied, her cheeks flushed as she accepted the two black swimsuits. They were delightfully scant, undeniably sultry. This was her first time donning such a provocative swimsuit. Oh, so all these enticing swimsuits are bought solely for me. Only for my eyes? How fortunate I am! Qin Lang exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he embraced her slender waist and kissed her forehead. Of course, with so little fabric, who else would I wear it for? You little mango temptress, she shyly retorted. I'm the great mango essence, and would you be the peeled egg lady? Delicate, smooth, and springy on the outside, yet filled with golden richness within. You tease, how could I possibly be so? You're speaking nonsense. Xu Mixue's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of indignation, she playfully bit his lips. All right, I misspoke. You are the delightful Miss Peach. Radiant and rosy, a single bite reveals a tender, juicy essence. It is my utmost favorite, a delight I can never tire of. Allow me to assist you in changing into your swimwear. Qin Lang effortlessly lifted her peach-shaped form and settled onto the edge of the bed. As he spoke, his hands began their gentle exploration. He had grown remarkably adept at this. With 2 fingers, he deftly unfastened the clasp, applying a gentle squeeze. Soon, the pair of delightful treasures were liberated. In no time, he had skillfully peeled away the peach skin. Her long, fair legs glistened, a perfect contrast to her wasp-like waist, and the waves of her form were nothing short of captivating. Indeed, just a fraction more would seem excessive, while a touch less would appear insufficient. He then adorned her with a refreshing bikini. The black swimwear barely contained her pristine whiteness, emanating an alluring pressure that was mesmerizing. The hint of mysterious darkness only accentuated her beauty, as pure as jade and as smooth as cream, more enticing than if she were nothing at all. Chapter 70. Swimming in the infinity pool, darling. Is it all right for you to get into the water with that injury on your leg? Xu Mixue inquired with a hint of concern. She wore a black swimsuit, elegantly draped with a sheer white chiffon cover-up, her alluring figure subtly revealed. Her long hair was styled into an adorable bun, enhancing her innocent yet enticing allure. I've applied a waterproof bandage. It should not pose much of an issue. Qin Lang replied, now dressed in snug square-cut swim trunks. His physique, lean yet muscular, was well-defined. Broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs complemented his healthy complexion. He stood tall and straight, reminiscent of a poplar tree in winter. I'll help you with that, Xu Mixue offered, her gaze lingering on his form for the first time, causing a rush of warmth to her cheeks and a quickening of her heart. Sure, here you go. Qin Lang handed her the bandage with a smile. After all, who would refuse compassion? It's all because I've put you through this, she remarked, tearing open the bandage and kneeling by his feet, carefully applying it. I don't mind. Physical discomfort is easier to bear than emotional pain. I find myself fortunate in this, he replied. If you feel particularly guilty, perhaps you could treat me a bit better tonight. With that, Qin Lang scooped her up, his arms encircling her waist. She instinctively wrapped her delicate arms around his neck as he removed her white cover-up, striding towards the infinity pool with his enchanting companion in his embrace. Don't be afraid. Just hold on me like this, and I will guide you into the water, he reassured, planting a gentle kiss on her lips as they approached the warm, inviting waters. With you here, I have no fear, Xu Mixue declared, though her legs tightened around him. Now put on the goggles and swim cap, he instructed, helping her don the necessary gear. With the buoyancy of the water, he allowed her to cling to him effortlessly. Do you feel like you're floating now? Try not to hold on too tightly. Gradually loosen your legs, but keep your hands secure for now. There is no need to fear. I will support you. Qin Lang patiently guided her, helping her conquer her fear of sinking. One hand cradled her slender waist while the other playfully squeezed her pert backside. Yes, I'm beginning to feel it, she admitted, releasing her legs as she found herself unable to reach the bottom. The sensation of buoyancy was irresistible. Fantastic. You're doing wonderfully. Now, close your mouth and exhale through your nose, only letting out air, not taking any in. When you feel you've expelled your breath, let yourself float up, but do so slowly. I will count to 3, and we'll practice breath control and holding our breath underwater, all right? He encouraged her with another kiss. Okay, she nodded, her fists clenched in determination. Let us begin. 3, 2, 1. Qin Lang embraced her as they both submerged beneath the surface. Bubbles escaped from their mouths as they played beneath the water, and shortly thereafter, they resurfaced together. How was that? Not so terrifying, is it? You didn't tea-choke at all. Indeed, I truly didn't tea-choke. Xu Mixue, with a touch of joy, wiped the water from her face, resembling a pure and beautiful water lily emerging from the depths. A pair of large white rabbits appeared especially magnificent amidst the rippling waters, as long as one remained composed, exhaling through the nose or holding their breath, and breathed through the mouth, exhaling underwater and inhaling above. Mastering the art of breath control marked the beginning of their journey. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, suppressing his wandering thoughts, and focused on instructing her. Yes, I understand. Let's try again, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing closely against him, her legs entwining around his waist. Darling, you're not paying attention. Have you been possessed by the mango spirit again? Indeed. Draw even closer, exert yourself, and then we won't need to learn to swim at all. I shall simply take you, my little water peach, right here in the water, Qin Lang replied through clenched teeth. His wife was becoming increasingly mischievous, treating him as though he were easy to tease, as if he were the same man she could easily bully over 40 days ago. He had yet to experience the hot spring pool, and a part of him was undeniably eager to try. It should be quite effortless. Darling, I was wrong. I still want to learn, she said sweetly, releasing her legs and kissing him in a plea for mercy. They had only just begun. If he wished to indulge here, he would have to wait until she had acquired some swimming skills. All right, you hold onto the glass, and I shall support you, attempting to float your body. He guided her to the edge of the infinity pool, facing the vast expanse of the sea. Soft blue lights illuminated the pool's perimeter, reflecting the twinkling stars and crescent moon, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. With the beauty in his embrace, what was he to do? The temptation to indulge here was becoming increasingly overwhelming. Yet, she seemed somewhat apprehensive of the water. It was best to exercise patience and teach her first. After all, they would be staying here for several days, and opportunities would surely arise. Is this correct? I can really float. Look at how impressive I am, she exclaimed, her delight akin to that of child. Impressive. My dear wife, you are the best. Now hold your breath and practice floating. Your entire body should be elevated, gliding on the water, ideally in a straight line, while striving to find your balance. Do not fear, I will support you. He kissed her, one hand cradling her chest and the other her thigh. She took a deep breath and submerged her head underwater. As she exhaled in bubbles, she emerged to inhale. Poor Qin Lang could only watch the sight of her snow-white thighs and flawlessly pale back, swallowing hard. He licked his lips, feeling a surge of desire in his eyes. Was this not the real-life version of the viral sensation? His wife's legs were not mere legs, but the spring waters of the Seine. Her back was not simply a back, but a Bulgarian rose. Her waist was not just a waist, but the curved blade of a deadly scythe. Her lips were not merely lips, but the pure waters beneath the Anna Bridge. After a while, the water's surface began to gradually disperse into a white haze. "Oh, heavens, darling, what should we do?" she exclaimed, shy and nervous, clutching her chest. Indeed, the hot spring had a remarkable effect. It is of no consequence. We may simply consider it a soothing milk bath. Or perhaps I might assist you in a more intimate manner. Qin Lang's expression darkened, his voice descending into a deeper timbre. But is that permissible? Here, of all places? She glanced around, noting the serene solitude, the only sounds being the briny sea breeze and the shimmering stars above. Unable to suppress a gulp, she stammered slightly. What could possibly be amiss? After all, no one is watching. A smile curved his lips as he drew her tightly into his embrace, burying his face against her. "Is this acceptable?" she inquired, her cheeks aflame. Perhaps not. It may be a bit too heated, and we cannot resolve this matter now. Let us defer our lessons until tomorrow." He whispered gently in her ear, igniting a delightful shiver throughout her being. "Perhaps we should return to our room first and attend to today's pressing matters." Very well, then," she replied, feeling akin to a ripe peach, vividly flushed. In truth, her mind was no longer on learning. Given the ambience, what was the purpose of studying swimming now? Chapter 71. Preparing a romantic surprise upon witnessing her agreement. Qin Lang felt a surge of joy within him. He swiftly embraced Xu Mixue, splashing through the water, and hurried towards the master bedroom. The couple first took a shower to rinse off the remnants of the hot spring water. Wrapped in towels, they reclined on the soft, buoyant waterbed. Such a bed is suitable only for vacations. Occasionally lying on it is a novelty, but daily use would surely harm one's lumbar spine. The master bedroom had been meticulously designed, with the bed positioned next to the floor-to-ceiling glass window overlooking the sea. The ceiling was retractable, allowing the stars to shimmer above them, creating a sensation akin to sleeping outdoors by the seaside. He leaned down and gently kissed her. Soon, she was enchanted by his eloquence and skillful touch. "Darling, it's your turn to shine," he said, pulling out a wet wipe to clean his hands before lying obediently in H shape. She responded, her voice thick with shyness, as she turned to lie atop him. In that moment, a grand wave surged, rippling and floating, difficult to contain. They say that feelings grow with time. He gritted his teeth, determined to hold back. "Honey, I'm tired." She softly lay against his chest. It was then that he rolled over, claiming his conquest, and together they soared. Ding! Congratulations on teaching your wife to swim for the first time. A new source of joy has been unlocked. Ding! Reward, 100,000 cash. Ding! Beginner's physiognomy. What is beginner's physiognomy? Is it fortune-telling? Ding! It allows one to discern another's character and general fortune through their features. Well, it seems somewhat useful, but why has it become increasingly mystical lately? I am in dire straits. Can I really set up a stall on the bridge to support my family? Can I read my own features? Ding! You cannot read yourself. You have a bug. Isn't fortune-telling all the rage now? I've done a bit of research on it. Physiognomy is still in its preliminary development stage and somewhat unstable. A maximum of 3 individuals can be assessed in a day, and the results are random. Goodness, I initially thought to use it for recruitment, but now I'm limited to interviewing just 3 people daily. Extract. Though this skill has many flaws, it sounds quite impressive. I suppose I shall regard it as entertainment. He could not resist the urge to try it out. Ding! Skill loading successful. Qin Lang glanced at Xu Mixue, who was sleeping beside him, her arms around his neck, her legs entwined around his waist. He could discern nothing at all. System, your stability is quite lacking. I couldn't read the first one. Ding! Apologies, I forgot to inform you of the incantation. You must chant Namo Ami Tofu before looking. Is it Namo Amibor Namo Ami Tofu? Ding! Namo Ami Tofu. Your setting is rather unreliable. Isn't physiognomy a Taoist practice? This feels rather out of place. Ding! You doubt me? I developed this, I am in charge. It's not a traditional inheritance. Enough with your complaints. As long as it's practical and enjoyable, do not hinder my development of new technology. I am quite busy. The more the system upgrades, the more the service attitude deteriorates. However, the system speaks the truth. A cat, whether black or white, is a good cat as long as it catches mice. So one should not be overly concerned with the details. Yet, why does it feel as though my position is becoming increasingly secure? He gazed at the peacefully sleeping Xu Mixue and, feeling a sense of embarrassment, softly muttered, Namo Amitofu. Instantly, a few brief phrases etched themselves in his mind. Xu Mixue, female, kind-hearted and loyal, destined for great wealth and prosperity. Qin Lang smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, although physiognomy may seem dubious, the interpretations are quite accurate. The following morning, Qin Lang, feeling invigorated, descended the stairs. To allow Xu Mixue to sleep a little longer, he took the two already awake babies who had been fed downstairs. At this moment, the housekeeper was busy tidying up. Qin Lang mused that their wedding photo shoot was scheduled for 3 days later. It would be their first honeymoon at the seaside. Tonight, he must arrange some romantic surprises. They should first indulge in joy. Additionally, having an extra person to help care for the children during the photo shoot would provide safety and convenience. Now, the art of physiognomy came into play. Observing the housekeeper's diligent silhouette, he quietly recited, Namo Amitofu. Soon, images formed in his mind. Chunxiang, female, hardworking and kind, dutiful, diligent yet healthy and safe. Excellent, he thought. Entrusting the children to Chunxiang should be a reliable choice. Understanding human nature is complex. With this art of physiognomy, I feel reassured. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Breakfast is ready. Both Chinese and Western options are available. Would you like to dine now? Chunxiang said, slightly bowing with a smile. Very well. Thank you for your hard work. Aunt Chun, may I inquire if you have any availability in the near future? I am free. Is there something you need me to do? You mentioned wanting to stay here for a few days, so I have arranged my schedule to be at your service. Chunxiang replied, her profession naturally requiring such adaptability. When employers are present, she becomes busier, but during quieter times, her workload is considerably lighter, and the compensation is quite good. That's wonderful. I may need your assistance in caring for my 2 children. Absolutely, I raise my own 2 little ones, so I am well equipped to help. They have grown up in the past 2 years, allowing me to work and earn some money. Thank you so much. Qin Lang replied with a smile and a nod. Your 2 little ones are truly adorable, and they don't shy away from strangers. I should be able to manage them well. Chunxiang washed her hands at the sink before coming over to play with the babies. Seeing that they were familiar with her, she smiled and gently attempted to pick them up, clearly demonstrating her experience. Qin Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him. After enjoying breakfast, Xu Mixue was still in slumber. He began to devise plans to create a romantic atmosphere. Stepping out from the villa's backyard, he found himself on a stretch of fine, golden sand beach. As it was not a holiday, the beach lay desolate, transforming into his private domain. The artistry of the painter finally found a purpose. Qin Lang picked up a branch and sketched a grand cartoon depiction of a family of 4 upon the sands. Adorned with heartfelt embellishments, the image came to life. He then excavated a small pit at the spot corresponding to his heart, where he buried a meticulously prepared iron box. Inside this box rested a hand-drawn comic depicting his family, a tube of Christian Louboutin lipstick in the shade 001M, procured from Li Jieqi's livestream, and a pack of the beloved white rabbit milk candies that Xu Mixue cherished in her childhood. Naturally, a romantic message was not to be overlooked. Inscribed on a pink heart-shaped card were these words, "The world is vast, and I wish to hold your hand and explore it together. From dawn to dusk, from poverty to wealth, from youth to old age, from our first encounter to our remaining days. I hope to intertwine my fingers with yours, my one and only, never to part as we grow old together." Of course, the talents of the musician and the songster were not to be wasted. The guitar was at the ready, and a romantic serenade was essential. One could only wonder if such a heartfelt arrangement would elicit a smile from the beauty of his household. Chapter 72. A series of surprises. Husband, why didn't you wake me up? If you continue to indulge me like this, I will become lazy. Xu Mixue raised her hand to cover her small mouth. yawning as she descended the stairs. Her lustrous black hair cascaded effortlessly, and she wore a simple, pale pink silk camisole that, without excessive embellishments, accentuated her alluring figure. In her languor, there was a hint of innocent seduction, akin to a vibrant pink rose drenched in spring rain. At that moment, Qin Lang emerged from the downstairs bathroom, freshly showered. After all the commotion, he found himself covered in sand. "Weren't you tired last night? It's fine to sleep a little longer. Come down for breakfast. I'll heat up the spinach and pig liver porridge, and how about some cloud eggs as well?" "That sounds lovely. What about the baby?" she inquired. The nanny took him out to bask in the sun. Qin Lang retrieved 2 eggs from the refrigerator, separating the yolks from the whites. He whipped the egg whites until they formed stiff peaks, just enough for the whisk to create sharp tips. Coating a tray with corn oil, he poured in the whipped egg whites, sprinkling a touch of salt and crushed black pepper. He placed it in the oven at 180 degrees Celsius for 5 minutes. Then added the egg yolks and baked for another 3 minutes. Remember to gently poke the yolks with a toothpick to prevent them from bursting during baking. Soon, 2 exquisite cloud eggs emerged, their appearance sure to win over any woman's heart. The spinach and pig liver porridge was even simpler. He brought the prepared porridge to a boil in a clay pot, sliced the cleaned pig liver thinly, and added it to the pot for a brief cooking. A pinch of salt, white pepper, and ginger strips were added, followed by finely chopped spinach which was left to wilt in the residual heat. Xu Mixue hurried down the stairs, wrapping her arms around him from behind and resting her face against his back. "What's wrong? Be careful, it's hot." Qin Lang dished the porridge into a small bowl and placed it on the dining table. "It smells wonderful. I hope you won't spoil me to the point of becoming as plump as I was in childhood. I've worked hard to lose weight," she remarked playfully. Xu Mixue gently released him to fetch a spoon and chopsticks. "Why worry? I adore you in every form. When you were chubby, I still enjoyed playing with you, sharing my treats, and standing up for you. Aren't we supposed to take wedding photos soon? I plan to have the nanny help us look after the child during this period. We can also enjoy some time in Shania." Qin Lang set the cloud eggs on the table. Xu Mixue wrapped one arm around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Is it reliable? It should be fine. The nanny is a professional from a reputable housekeeping agency and seems quite capable. Well, I trust your judgment in hiring, especially since you have such impeccable taste in choosing a wife. Join me for breakfast. I have no appetite when eating alone." Xu Mixue released him, playfully pouting. "All right, I will keep you company. Have you sent the details to my parents?" Qin Lang affectionately ruffled her hair and obediently prepared a small bowl of porridge to share with her. Indeed, a woman who knows how to be charming is the most captivating. Pray tell, which man can resist the tender, imploring requests of his beloved? It is settled. Time is no obstacle. My parents advised against making a special trip, expressing concern over the long journey, fearing it would exhaust both me and the little one. Very well then, after our meal, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. Qin Lang nodded. Indeed, the distance to Yanjing is considerable, and our child is still so young. Is it true? Ah, it's so hot it burns, she exclaimed, her eyes widening with excitement as she hastily stuffed a spoonful of porridge into her mouth. Almost immediately, she grimaced in pain, expelling the scalding porridge onto the plate before her. "Let me see, it's a bit red. I'll blow on it for you. Freshly cooked porridge can be quite hot," Qin Lang said, his concern evident as he rose to inspect the situation. He quickly grabbed a tissue, gently wiping away the white, sticky remnants from her lips, blowing softly on the inflamed area with a heart full of empathy. "Ugh, it stings, it really hurts." Xu Mixue's delicate skin was already tender, and her eyes glistened with tears. "Wait a moment, I'll fetch some aloe vera gel to soothe it." Qin Lang hurried to retrieve the aloe vera gel from W Beauty, applying a small amount to the reddened skin. Though it cost merely 20-some yuan, it works wonders for burns or minor injuries, and it is safe even for children, as he always carries it with him. "Ah, that feels much better, it's so cool." "That's good, it should be fine now. Come, allow me to feed you, my little princess." Qin Lang, resigned, scooped a spoonful of porridge, cooling it before offering it to her. "Oh, how embarrassing. I'm not a child anymore," Xu Mixue protested. Yet her eyes sparkled with delight as she relished Qin Lang's attentive feeding. Deep within, she felt a warm glow. relishing the affection that made her feel cherished like a child. You are not just any child. You are my little princess. I love to feed you. Will you grant me this opportunity? Qin Lang teased, playfully tapping the tip of her nose, fully aware of her enjoyment despite her words. Well then, what is this surprise you speak of? If I tell you, it will no longer be a surprise. Simply eat your meal, and you shall find out soon enough. Qin Lang felt a twinge of regret. He resolved not to mention anything that might excite her during meals again. After the meal, the aunt returned with the baby. Xu Mixue fed the baby once more, and once the little one, exhausted from play, fell asleep, the aunt took the baby off to bed. Having finished our meal and satisfied the baby, where is the surprise? Xu Mixue inquired eagerly. See for yourself, Qin Lang replied, handing her a small note. The surprise awaits on the sofa in the living room. She glanced at the note and dashed towards the living room sofa, soon uncovering a piece of cardstock and a box of chocolates. It's chocolate. I found it quick, isn't it? Isn't it amazing? Yes, open it and see. Oh wow, how impressive. And it's a clever surprise, a delightful scheme. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she embraced the chocolates, rushing towards the villa's backyard. Slow down. The surprise won't run away. Qin Lang called after her, hastening to follow, pleased with the success of his little endeavor. I have found it, a scarf. A lovely pink scarf. I understand. Shall I open it? Xu Mixue joyfully unwrapped the scarf and discovered a small card. Then she draped the scarf around her neck. My dear, is it appropriate to wear a scarf here? It doesn't matter. I adore it. It looks beautiful, and I am not warm. The surprise awaits on the beach. Xu Mixue gazed at the card, yearning to dash out the door. My dear, you are wearing fluffy slippers, you know. Qin Lang helplessly grasped her fair arm. Not warm. Shall I wear a tank top instead? The scarf is meant for winter when we return. After all, it is already November, isn't it? Then I shall go barefoot. I must go right now. As she spoke, she began to remove her slippers. Don't take them off. Just wear your fluffy slippers, but you must wait a moment. Qin Lang deemed his wife's comfort paramount. Although the sand is fine and soft, what there are sharp stones or shells, in comparison to his precious wife's delicate feet, the fluffy slippers are insignificant. The beach is the ultimate surprise, is it not? Chapter 73. The fortune of life, to encounter you indeed, my wife, is remarkably astute. However, I must first blindfold you. Allow me to guide you. Qin Lang gently kissed her forehead and said, all right, let us proceed. Xu Mixue obediently closed her round, almond-shaped eyes, appearing both innocent and pure. Qin Lang retrieved a prepared silk scarf from his pocket, gently covering her eyes. Come, I entrust you to me. Follow my lead. He extended his hand, intertwining their fingers, holding her tightly in his palm. Cautiously, he led her toward the beach. We have arrived. Qin Lang untied the silk scarf that had obscured her vision. Honey, is this a painting of us? Did you create this? You are truly a genius at painting, she exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth in sheer delight, unable to conceal her admiration. Indeed, is the painting satisfactory? He raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased with her reaction. Yes, it is exceptionally beautiful. I must take a photograph to cherish it. She took out her phone, snapping pictures of the artwork from various angles on the beach. Are you finished? Qin Lang watched her with a smile, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth from lifting. Not yet. Please take a photo of me with the painting. She cheerfully handed him her phone, her eyes sparkling. All right, on the count of 3, cheese. Wonderful, splendid. Now, let us change poses. Is the watermelon sweet? Qin Lang took the phone and squatted down with a professional air, with the skills of a painting master at his disposal. Capturing the perfect composition, light and shadow became effortless. Sweet. How is it? Did I capture it well? Is it beautiful? Yes, it's done. You are so stunning that every shot turns out lovely. How can that be so exaggerated? You are merely flattering me. She shyly nudged him. See, I'm not exaggerating. This camera captures you more beautifully than those with beauty filters. Qin Lang embraced her tightly and opened the photos on the phone. In the backdrop of azure skies and golden sands, Xu Mixue appeared, smiling, glancing back, or making silly faces. Each photograph was naturally beautiful, utterly unpretentious. The heavens do not jest when they bless us with abundance. Honey, I am so happy. Thank you. No, I mean I love you. To be able to marry you fills my heart with immense joy. Her eyes glistened slightly as she turned, standing on her toes to offer a fervent kiss. But this is not the end. You have yet to discover the ultimate treasure. His wife was so easily appeased, content with such simple gestures. Is there more? Here? She inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Can you guess where it is? Qin Lang handed her a nearby shovel as a hint. Is it buried where my heart lies? I cannot bear to dig. She held the shovel with reluctance etched upon her face. Fear not, dig away. Do you not wish to see the surprise? The storm has passed. I am always here to paint for you. No, I cannot bring myself to do it. Then let us take a different route. I can restore any damage done, all right? Come, let us explore what my heart truly conceals. He clasped her hand as they unearthed a small iron box together. This pattern from the beach, you captured it beautifully, Xu Mixue exclaimed, cradling the artwork in her palms with palpable excitement. Indeed, not only did I capture it, but I also commissioned clay figurines. One set will adorn our home, and another for our car. I even had matching designs printed on our family outfits and couple attire. We should receive them when we return home. Qin Lang nodded in affirmation. My dear, you are remarkable. I'm utterly moved. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Oh, you silly girl. I prepared all of this to see your smile, not your tears. He tenderly wiped away her tears. Do you remember how much I adore this milk candy? How do you know I fancied this shade of lipstick? Her sobs grew more pronounced. All right, my darling. If you cry any longer, my heart will ache. I keep all your preferences close to my heart. How could I forget or be unaware? Have a piece of candy, and let us cease these tears, shall we? He gently gathered her into his embrace, unwrapped a piece of milk candy, and placed it in her mouth. Is this a love letter written for me? She asked, her voice trembling as she picked up the pink heart-shaped card. Yes, indeed, he replied, lovingly smoothing her hair. My dear husband, I wish to intertwine my fingers with yours, just us, until the end of time. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply and passionately, as if striving to merge into one. Qin Lang held her waist tightly, closing his eyes to savor the moment. Today, my wife is extraordinarily sweet. She tastes like white rabbit milk candy. They sat shoulder to shoulder on the beach. Wife, may I sing a song for you? I have yet to serenade you, Qin Lang said, picking up his guitar and strumming a melody that produced a series of enchanting notes. Yes, what will you sing? Love is Simple by David Tao. This song resonates deeply with my feelings for you. Perhaps loving someone is indeed a straightforward, uncomplicated, and joyous affair. He offered her a pure, beautiful smile, for her happiness brought him joy in return. All right, she gazed at him, momentarily entranced. She had always known he was handsome, but today, the tenderness and depth in his eyes left her breathless. Realizing that the one she had secretly adored for so many years reciprocated her feelings filled her with overwhelming happiness. The long-awaited bloom of her devotion brought a warmth that tinged her nose. The tears she had just suppressed began to spill forth once more. As she noticed him intently tuning his guitar, she quickly raised her hand to discreetly wipe away her tears. I have forgotten how it all began. Perhaps it stemmed from an inexplicable feeling towards you. Suddenly, I find myself deeply in love with you. Love is truly simple. In the dark of night, it matters not. The dilemmas of right and wrong become inconsequential, and there is no regret in following love day and night. The madman is I. I love you. It is impossible not to love you. What truly touches the heart is not merely the skill of singing, but the genuine emotions expressed through song. My dear husband, I love you. She could no longer contain herself, sobbing as she tightly embraced his neck, weeping like a child. My dear wife, I love you too. He set aside the guitar, wrapping one arm around her while gently patting her back with the other. Once, twice again. How fortunate is life to have encountered you. My love, an aunt is helping to watch the children. This afternoon, while the little one is asleep, shall we go out and play? Qin Lang said, serving Xu Mixue some food. That sounds wonderful. Are you familiar with this place? Xu Mixue ziplit, swallowing a piece of braised pork. Not really. It's my first time here. Oh, it's my first time too. Are we not going to get lost? What is there to fear? I have already prepared a plan. With the guidance of little Tuan Tuan, if you stick close to me, I will surely not let you get lost. Qin Lang gave her a reassuring look that conveyed, just follow me. That afternoon, Following the plan, Qin Lang drove with Xu Mixue, guided by little Tuan Tuan, heading towards their first destination, the picturesque Wuzizu Island, often referred to as the Little Maldives. Chapter 74. Astonishingly bold. You did what I longed to do, yet dared not attempt. Qin Lang parked the car and prepared to accompany Xu Mixue onto the boat bound for the island. He opened the trunk, retrieving water and a backpack. Just as he was about to lock the door, he faintly discerned a rapid, weak breathing sound. Something was amiss. It resembled the voice of a child. Had it not been for the enhancements to his body by the system, he might have overlooked it entirely. Furrowing his brow, Qin Lang surveyed the vehicles in the parking lot. "What is wrong, dear?" Xu Mixue inquired from inside the car. Her large black hat adorned with a butterfly bow and oversized sunglasses concealing much of her beauty. "I think I heard something. I'll go take a look. Here is the car key. Please wait for me inside." Qin Lang restarted the vehicle and handed her the keys. "All right, but be quick," she replied, seemingly unconcerned, as she began to take selfies with her phone, reveling in the joy of capturing moments during their travels. With a frown, Qin Lang followed the sound. The sun was quite intense outside, and he was reluctant for her to be exposed to its rays, especially since he sensed that the sound heralded something dire. He soon found himself peering into a car where a 3- or 4-year-old boy was trapped. Given the afternoon heat, the temperature inside the vehicle was alarmingly high, and the child was already on the verge of suffocation. His face was flushed, and his hair was matted to his scalp with sweat. The situation was critical. How could the child's parents be so careless as to forget him in the car? In such sweltering conditions, the child could easily succumb to asphyxiation. Lives were at stake. Immediate action was imperative. Determined, Qin Lang turned to find a sharp stone nearby. He selected the window farthest from the child, preparing to strike it forcefully. Suddenly, a large hand grasped his wrist. Turning around, he encountered a muscular figure who glared at him with fury. "I saw you loitering suspiciously just now. Caught red-handed, aren't you? You seem respectable enough, yet here you are, attempting to smash a car window in broad daylight to steal. Look closely, there is a child trapped inside. If you impede me, it may be too late to save him," Qin Lang retorted, noting that the young man's intentions, though misplaced, were not ill-hearted. Goodness, who on earth could be so thoughtless as to leave a child like that? "Hand me the stone. I'll break it. I have the strength." The muscular man stepped closer to the window, peering inside, and confirmed the dire situation. As he reached for the stone, Qin Lang quickly interjected, "No need for that. Please call 120 and the police and fetch a bottle of mineral water. I'll handle the window." Qin Lang furrowed his brow. Shattering tempered glass required finesse, and he had to ensure the child remained unharmed. "All right, I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier," the muscular man said, his face flushing as he released Qin Lang's wrist and retrieved his phone from his pocket. As he began to make a phone call, Qin Lang searched for water. He had no time to respond to him, positioning himself by the side window of the passenger seat. Striking the corner, the area most susceptible to force. With a sharp stone, the glass shattered instantly, resembling a spider's web. After breaking all 4 corners, he forcefully kicked the window, which then descended. Qin Lang hurriedly opened the car door and carried the child to the shade of a tree. Once he laid the child flat on the ground, Qin Lang immediately commenced a thorough examination. Alas, there was no breath. He swiftly began administering CPR. The heat of the day, compounded by anxiety, caused beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly. "Little one, you must hold on. Water is coming. How is the child?" At that moment, a burly figure returned, panting heavily, holding 2 bottles of mineral water. "Take off your t-shirt, damp it, and wipe the child's forehead, neck, palms, soles, and inner thighs to help cool him down," Qin Lang instructed while continuing CPR. "Understood." The burly man recognized the urgency of the situation and quickly removed his shirt, following Qin Lang's advice to help lower the child's temperature. After a while, the little boy finally regained his strength and began to cry softly. "Cough, cough. Mommy, woo-woo, mommy. I feel unwell. I'm scared." "Child, be brave. It's all right. It's all right. Have some water." Qin Lang carefully lifted the little boy from the ground, cradling him in his arms. He took a bottle of mineral water and gently fed it to the child's lips. The tension he had been holding within finally eased. Thank goodness. We made it in time. Qin Lang sat under the tree with the child and the burly man, awaiting the arrival of the police and an ambulance. Concerned that Xu Mixue might be anxious, he decided to call her. After about 10 minutes, a man stumbled toward the car. Upon seeing the shattered window, he erupted in anger. Who the hell smashed my car window? Your father did. Are you even human? Didn't you know there was a child in the car? Instead of asking about the child, you're inquiring about the window? The burly man, incensed, stood up to confront him. My car keys are locked inside. I was just going back to retrieve them. Do you think you can meddle in my affairs? Do you have any idea how much a piece of glass costs? If you don't compensate today, don't even think about leaving. The man was no pushover either, defiantly placing his hands on his hips. You're barking up the wrong tree. If it weren't for him saving your child, your kid would have perished because of you. Can a piece of glass be worth more than a child's life? You must be a scoundrel. The burly man fumed. What of it? In just 20 minutes. How could anything happen? The man retorted, looking self-righteous. Just 20 minutes? Come on, try locking yourself in the car on such a hot day. If you survive, I'll pay you tenfold for the window. Damn it, you really are a scoundrel. The burly man exclaimed, moving to grab the man. What are you doing? Don't come any closer, I'll call the police. As the imposing figure took decisive action, the man instantly faltered, retreating to the side. No need for that. I have reported you. You are no human, and I have ample reason to suspect you harbored intentions of murder. The large man rebuked him, pointing an accusatory finger. Please assist me in taking down the child. Qin Lang, cradling the exhausted child who had succumbed to slumber from incessant crying, approached the large man. Bewildered, he accepted the child, questioning, what on earth is happening? We were just getting into the heat of the argument. With a stern countenance, Qin Lang offered no words, instead unleashing a powerful fist that connected squarely with the man's face. Ever since becoming a father, he found it intolerable to witness such individuals. Why you dare strike me? The man, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clutched his injury, trembling in fear. Oh, I couldn't hold back. I won't be able to compensate for the car window. However, I can cover your medical expenses. How much do you desire? What if I were to strike you until you trade in your Maserati? Qin Lang cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Wow, that was incredibly impressive. You accomplished what I wished to do, but lacked the courage to attempt. The large man gazed in awe, utterly captivated. Chapter 75, unrivaled in the world of culinary delights you. This is illegal. The man trembled in fear, a mix of anger and trepidation coursing through him. What law have I broken? I clearly saw you fall on your own. Don't attempt to deceive me. The burly figure interjected hastily. Darling, how is the child? Is everything all right? At that moment, a woman rushed over, her bangs standing on end from her hurried pace. She must be the mother. Little treasure, what happened? Are you all right? You scare me to death. Upon her arrival, the woman spotted the small boy cradled in the burly man's arms and quickly snatched him away, holding him tightly to her chest. Sweetheart, you arrived just in time. They smashed our car window and even punched me. Ensure they compensate us and don't let them escape. The man, now emboldened by his wife's presence, displayed a greedy demeanor. The woman glanced at the shattered window and then at her pale, weak child, perspiring profusely. Suddenly, the truth of the situation dawned upon her. This man, who had been living off her, nearly jeopardized their child's life. How deceivingly well he had masked his true nature. Such a man was truly terrifying. She resolved to end this marriage. Raising her hand, she slapped him sharply. Scoundrel, they saved our child, and you still wish to repay their kindness with malice? You deserve to be struck. The man, reduced to a state of submission, resembled a chastened child, feigning innocence. The woman shot him a disdainful glance, realizing that she had been misled by his facade. Well done. The burly man could not help but give her a thumbs up. Qin Lang expressed his agreement. Acknowledging her commendable response, it seemed she was not entirely oblivious. Thank you for rescuing my child. We will handle the matter regarding the car window ourselves. The woman turned to Qin Lang and the burly man, bowing in gratitude while cradling her child. Do not mention it. He was the one who discovered the situation and saved the child. I merely lent a hand. The burly man modestly waved his hand, recalling how he had almost made matters worse. May I take my leave now? Should I compensate him for medical expenses? Qin Lang assessed that the ambulance and police would arrive shortly. With the child's mother present, he preferred to depart without delay. No, he fell by himself. How could we ask you for compensation? If you have matters to attend to, please do so, the woman insisted, fully aware of the true circumstances. It was he who struck. He must not be allowed to leave, the man muttered, covering his face, which bore the marks of their earlier altercation. Silence. The woman shot him a fierce glare, and he promptly obeyed. Qin Lang, satisfied that everything was under control, turned to walk back toward his vehicle. Xu Mixue was still waiting for him to join her for their outing, and he could not afford to delay any longer. Husband, is the child all right? Xu Mixue asked anxiously upon his return. All is well. His mother has arrived. In the future, we must exercise utmost caution with children, never leaving them unattended in the car. It is far too perilous. Qin Lang nodded solemnly. Yes, I understand, Xu Mixue replied, her hand resting on her chest in relief. Shall we set off? Wait, could you only apply sunscreen? There are places I can't reach. She handed him a small bottle of golden sunscreen. It would be my pleasure to serve my beloved wife. Wasn't this truly a delightful perk? Qin Lang settled into the back seat, sitting closely beside her. He squeezed a dollop of creamy sunscreen into his palm, then let his hands wander across her smooth, fair skin. The texture was exquisitely soft and delightful to the touch. Darling, you feel so silky, he murmured, leaning down to plant a kiss on her. His hands were not idle, stirring up a playful ruckus. Stop it, or we'll miss the boat. She playfully scratched at his sides. How about next time we drive to a secluded spot and play in the car? He suggested, momentarily halting his antics to grasp her mischievous hand, whispering enticingly in her ear. It depends on your performance, she replied, her cheeks flushed, daring not to meet his gaze. Oh, depends on your performance. That's just 5 words, which means a propitious day is 5 days away, right? No problem. I'll make arrangements. He playfully pinned her beneath him, chuckling softly as he whispered something cheeky in her ear. Typically, when a woman tells a man to show your performance, it implies tacit approval of his intentions, serving as a subtle encouragement for him to pursue her boldly. You rascal, get off me. You're so heavy I can't breathe. She protested shyly, pushing him away but not rejecting the proposal. He planted a gentle kiss on her lips, deciding to relent for the moment, lest they truly miss the boat. You should apply some too. You'll regret it if you get sunburned. I'm not worried. I'm used to the sun. During his previous role as an extra, he had endured sunburns that left him peeling and in pain. No way. Come here and sit properly. Let me help you apply it. She held his head, settling herself on his lap, meticulously ensuring every inch was covered. Qin Lang reveled in the warm, silky sensation, feeling grateful for a wife who cared for him so tenderly. Soon enough, they boarded the boat to Wuzizu Island. The island was lush and vibrant, with water visibility ranging from 6 to 27 meters, renowned as a diving haven. Naturally, they could not miss the opportunity. Encouraged by Qin Lang and guided by professional divers, Xu Mixue bravely attempted diving, delighting in the experience of dancing with fish beneath the waves. Together, they also enjoyed thrilling activities such as jet skiing, surfing, deep-sea fishing, and helicopter tours around the island. The exhilaration was simply unparalleled. In the bustling streets, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue walked hand in hand, their fingers intertwined as they swung their arms like a playful pendulum. Now, I can look you in the eye, and kissing is so much more convenient, Xu Mixue said, stepping onto the edge of a flower bed. Suddenly, she turned, pulled down her mask, and planted a kiss on him. Your idol persona is slipping. Be careful of your footing, don't fall. He grasped her hand tightly, his gaze never wavering from her, lest she stumble. With her hat and mask on, she seemed to radiate an air of social confidence. The streets were bustling with people, devoid of any pretense of celebrity status, where affection could be expressed freely. What was lost was forgotten. The joy of intimacy surpassed any concerns about appearances. Have you sweetened your lips? Let me have a taste, he exclaimed, unable to resist. He turned and embraced her, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. She was unafraid, and he felt emboldened. He wished to proclaim to the world that she was his. Shall we indulge in the local delicacies? He suggested, releasing her and affectionately ruffling her hair. Absolutely. I've heard that the coconut rice, wenchang chicken, fruit stir-fried ice, and various seafood and tropical fruits here are exceptional. However, we might need to avoid the fruit stir-fried ice for now, as well as anything too cold or excessively spicy. She replied, "Why is that? Haven't you completed your confinement? I want to liberate myself and indulge fully in the feast," she declared. After all, being well-fed is essential for having the energy to lose weight. It's not that I fear for your figure. It's for the well-being of both you and the baby. Spicy, stimulating, high-calorie, pickled, and excessively cold foods should be temporarily avoided. "Oh, understood," she murmured, her head drooping in disappointment as she gazed at her shoes. "My dear, I apologize for any inconvenience. Once the nursing period concludes, I promise to take you to relish all the dishes you desire," he said earnestly, grasping her hands. "All right, a promise is a promise. Let us seal it," she replied, extending her adorable, rounded pinky. "Very well, pinky swear for 100 years without change, sealed with a stamp. Shall that suffice?" He teased, smiling affectionately as he linked his pinky with hers and pressed their thumbs together. The sensation transported them back to their childhood, evoking memories of whimsical and endearing promises made together. "Once I return to my former self, I shall conquer all the culinary delights in the world. For today, I shall let them be," she laughed, her smile shining as brightly as the stars. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a bustling food street. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a woman's piercing scream pierced the air. "Ah, someone stealing something." Chapter 76. A wedding at the Great Hall of the People? Suddenly, a commotion erupted around them. Qin Lang and Xu Mixue paused in their tracks, drawn by the sound of screams. They beheld a man riding a motorcycle, his face obscured by a helmet, accompanied by another helmeted figure on the back. The man on the rear seat forcefully tugged at a black handbag, evidently belonging to the woman who had just cried out. Initially, she clutched the bag tightly under her arm, vociferously calling for help. However, in an instant, she was yanked to the ground, pain forcing her to relinquish her grip. The motorcycle, having successfully snatched the bag, sped towards Qin Lang and Xu Mixue. In a swift motion, Qin Lang shielded Xu Mixue by pulling her to the inner side of the road. Seizing the moment, he executed a decisive kick from the side. With a resounding thud, both the thieves and their motorcycle were sent sprawling onto the pavement, dazed and groaning in agony. "Wow, what a kick! An unstoppable force indeed. Magnificent!" exclaimed the onlookers. "Call the police. Quickly, hold them down. We cannot let them escape." Recently, this street had witnessed a surge of such audacious thefts. "Yes, let's take them down. Just like what happened to my wife last time. She lost her belongings and suffered injuries as well. Indeed, we cannot let them flee this time." With the fervor of concerned citizens, they rushed forward to subdue the two thieves, while others attended to the injured woman. Observing that the situation was under control, Qin Lang chose not to linger and quietly led Xu Mixue away to indulge in some culinary delights. "My dear, you were incredibly impressive just now. That kick was like something from a movie. How's your leg? Is it hurting?" Initially filled with pride, Xu Mixue's demeanor shifted to one of concern. "Fear not. All is well. I kick with my other leg. Now let us savor some delicious food." Qin Lang playfully tapped her nose and wrapped his arm around her shoulder as they set off toward their meal. The bridal photo shoot was drawing to a close, having captured a variety of scenes, both above and below water, in Chinese and Western styles, during the day and at night. They would rest for one more day. For tomorrow, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue planned to return home. Seated in a wrought-tan chair facing the sea, each cradling a baby, they enjoyed coconut juice, basking in the sun and admiring the ocean view while engaging in light-hearted conversation. "The banquet hall at the Great Hall of the People has been reserved by my father for our wedding feast," Xu Mixue said, playfully entertaining the baby. The little one responded joyfully, waving his arms. "What? A wedding at the Great Hall of the People? Did I hear that correctly?" Qin Lang's eyes widened in astonishment, recalling the white license plate of his father-in-law's car. "You heard correctly." Xu Mixue nodded with a gentle smile illuminating her delicate features. Did our father perhaps take some shortcuts?" he inquired quietly, leaning towards her. What are you pondering? Some halls in the Great Hall of the People are available for public rental. The sizes vary, as do the rental prices, she replied, gently poking his forehead with her slender, white finger. Oh, I see. I had always thought my father-in-law to be a person of great stature. It seems wealth can indeed move mountains. Nevertheless, hosting a wedding at the Great Hall feels quite impressive, a thought that will linger in memory for a lifetime. My dear, I intend to establish a curated studio for father figures, specifically tasked with testing various baby products available on the market, covering aspects of clothing, food, and daily necessities. The selected items will be publicized on social media, ensuring not only that our baby has access to trustworthy products, but that others benefit as well. Qin Lang articulated his aspirations, embodying the universal parent as heart. He merely wished for everyone to access reliable products, with the testing expenses covered from other avenues. Well, that's a commendable idea, but wouldn't that offend many businesses? She furrowed her brows, sensing the challenge ahead. It certainly might. So will you support me? Qin Lang nodded. Then let us give it a try. Pursue what you believe is right, as long as your actions are reasonable and lawful. Should anyone wish to impede you, my father will stand by us. However, it would be prudent to operate anonymously. Notoriety attracts trouble, and now that we have a child, I prefer to shield them from risk. She had quietly donated to several Hope primary schools, often ranking among the foremost in charitable contributions. She held no opposition, but, since becoming a mother, desired a stable life. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I will start by recruiting online, selecting a few individuals to manage the studio's operations. By the way, what was your father's profession? Qin Lang could not help but ask. He was involved in JS scientific research. The specifics are unknown to me, as it was a classified project. He would be away for years at a time for work, to the point I forgot what he looked like. Ah, I see. Is there anything else about your family that I am unaware of? Qin Lang mused, realizing his father-in-law was indeed an impressive figure, as was his mother-in-law. It was no wonder he had never encountered her father before. There were rumors that she lacked a father. He had feared causing her sorrow, hence never dared to inquire. Well, my family possesses several properties in Yanjing. My grandfather made some money early on and held a dream of being a landlord. Back then, he would purchase houses whenever he had the means, regardless of their condition. Later, during the demolition waves, he opted for properties instead of cash. This was how he could afford my father's education and research. A landlord in Yanjing? Your grandfather is quite formidable. Such a move is quite admirable. Qin Lang silently applauded. Once the baby grows a bit, we can take them to the beach. They would surely enjoy a day of play. Indeed, children revel in water and sand. My dear, tomorrow we shall return. Let us attend our final swimming lesson this evening. Qin Lang licked his lips, uncertain if he would fulfill his desires tonight. From the very first day of his arrival, he longed to revel in the joys of the pool. Envious of the lovebirds, he yearned to experience their bliss. Throughout this period, he had been deeply concerned for her fear of water, enduring considerable hardship. All right, she replied, blushing as she nodded. Over the past few days, she had overcome her fear of water and had even learned the basics of breaststroke, managing to swim a short distance. He accompanied her, teaching her to swim, and it was evident that her heart fluttered with anticipation for today's lesson. However, she was also quite eager. The sight of water droplets cascading down his chest and sculpted abs was irresistibly alluring. Encased in his swim trunks, his particularly well-defined posterior tempted her to sneak a playful squeeze. In the presence of someone one adores, the matter of desire knows no gender. Chapter 77. Lin Wu invites to dinner after ensuring the two little ones were settled. Aunt Chun returned home. Under the enchanting moonlit sky, the boundless swimming pool exuded an unparalleled romance. Darling, have I completed my warm-up exercises? Xu Mixue, clad in a provocative bikini, entwined her arms around Qin Lang's neck, playfully hanging onto him. Her skin gleamed like exquisite jade, soft and delicate. Do you still remember the key movements? He wrapped his arms around her waist and pecked her red lips, his heart racing. Yes, I remember, she nodded, her mischievous little hand exploring his Adam's apple. What about the upper body movements? He could not help but tighten his embrace, feeling his breath quicken. Kick your legs, lower your head, exhale through your nose, and extend your arms forward. She was delighted by his response, enjoying the sight of him, captivated by her. Very well. And what about the lower body movements? The kicks should be swift and powerful, while the leg retractions should be slower and more relaxed. She lifted her long, fair legs, sliding them up and down his thigh with varying speeds as she spoke. And the breathing technique? He playfully pinched her slender waist, urging her to behave. Before they entered the water, he aspired to maintain a sense of propriety. While sweeping your arms outward, lift your head to breathe. As you draw your arms inward, retract your legs and hold your breath for a moment. When your arms extend over your head, kick and exhale. She pouted and answered obediently, her body instinctively squirming in his embrace, ticklish. Excellent. Let us begin, my charming little frog. He nodded in satisfaction, giving her a light pat on her rounded, perky dairy before releasing her. All right, teacher. Xu Mixue flashed him a playful smile and winked mischievously before turning around, taking a deep breath and diving into the water. Qin Lang's expression darkened momentarily as he followed her into the water, ensuring her safety. Beneath the surface, her long, fair legs moved gracefully, opening and closing. A sight so beautiful it nearly took his breath away. Darling, how am I doing? Am I swimming well? Xu Mixue surfaced, wiping the water from her face. Very well. You are ready to embark on your journey. Qin Lang also emerged from the water, wrapping his arms tightly around her from behind and kissing her neck. Then should I present my gratitude for your guidance? She turned to him, entwining her arms around his neck and kissing him eagerly, her legs wrapping tightly around his waist. In that case, I shall graciously accept. A smile crept across his lips as he returned her kiss. Under the moonlight, splashes of water danced around them, their silhouettes entwined in a passionate embrace, swaying together in the water. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of frolicking in the water. Ding! Reward, 100,000 cash. Ding! Unlock a potion that alleviates knee discomfort from prolonged kneeling. Wonderful! Withdraw it immediately. The system is truly impressive. Ding! Just a tad impressive. Don't idolize me too much. Qin Lang hurriedly opened the potion and consumed it in one gulp. The familiar pungent odor lingered. With this potion, he would no longer fear the numbness and pain in his knees during their delightful escapades. The scent seemed to have become less offensive. On the following morning, Qin Lang busily loaded various fruits and local specialties into the trunk of the car. These gifts were intended for Shun Mingyao, Lin Wu, Sister Zhang, and Qin Feifei. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, take care, Chun Xiang said as she saw them off. Aunt Chun, you have worked hard during this time. Please accept this small token of our appreciation. Qin Lang produced a red envelope from his pocket and extended it to Chun Xiang. No, Mr. Qin, I have already received my salary. I cannot accept this, she replied, hastily shaking her head. You have been diligent in helping us with the child these past few days. This is rightfully yours. If you refuse, I may hesitate to ask for your help in the future. After a moment's thought, Chun Xiang reluctantly accepted, saying, well, if you insist, thank you, Mr. Qin. We shall take our leave now. We entrust everything to you here, Qin Lang said as he prepared to return to the car. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was Lin Wu calling. Lang, you're returning today, right? Yes, did the rabbit get fed? Of course, don't worry. When I was busy, Mingyao took care of it. Your rabbit hasn't gone hungry. Was Shania enjoyable? Quite delightful. Next time, we should all go together. We can have a barbecue and enjoy some beer by the seaside. Sounds good. What time will you arrive? I'd like to welcome you with a meal. We should arrive around 4 in the evening. All right, then it's settled. I'll hang up and reserve a table at Old Friend's restaurant. Okay, by late afternoon, around 4. Qin Lang and his family of 4 returned home, tidied up, bathed the baby, and ensured he was well fed before heading to Old Friend's restaurant. In the restaurant's parking lot, Qin Lang parked the car and called Lin Wu. Oh, Wu, come out for a moment. I brought some specialties for you. Let us load them into your car before we forget. Okay, I'll be right there. Shortly after, Lin Wu jogged out, greeting Qin Lang and Xu Mixue with a broad smile. Hello, sister-in-law. Lang, was the journey exhausting? Not too bad, Qin Lang nodded. Has Mingyao arrived? Xu Mixue inquired. Not yet. She finished work a bit late today. I'll go pick her up shortly, Lin Wu replied. Oh, I see, Xu Mixue nodded. Understanding why Mingyao hadn't answered her call. She was likely busy with deliveries. Lang, I ordered your favorite dishes. Let us have a few drinks tonight. Here are your house keys back. Lin Wu pulled the keys from his pocket and handed them to him. Qin Lang accepted the keys with a smile, saying, let us drink, but please don't pretend to be drunk like last time. Do I still need to pretend? Seriously, Meng Yao and I are in the midst of a passionate romance, you know, Lin Wu boasted proudly. All right, you've improved. Move your things into your car. And don't forget Meng Yao's as well. How is my sister Qin Feifei doing? Is she being treated well on set? Qin Lang unloaded the fruits and local specialties from the vehicle, followed by the baby stroller, which he promptly set up. He gently placed both infants into the stroller. Since the arrival of Qin Feifei, he had discussed with Lin Wu the importance of assisting in looking after the children. Indeed, Qin Feifei was quite astute. He must have briefed her on this matter. After finishing her filming, she hurriedly took her close friend back, and even if others harbored intentions, the opportunity to act upon them was limited. The last time Sister Zhang invited me to an audition, we both succeeded, and soon we shall be colleagues. I thought it would be lively with your return, hence I invited Qin Feifei to join us. She should be arriving shortly. Lin Wu carried some items and placed them into his car's trunk. That's fortunate. A girl without connections in the entertainment industry faces considerable peril. Qin Lang nodded, knowing that once he secured his share in the company, matters would become much more manageable. He would also have the liberty to pursue the films he yearned to create. After all, a boss who does not aspire to be a good actor is akin to a chef devoid of culinary skill. It remains uncertain what roles will be finalized after the film auditions at the end of the month. In the private dining room, Lang, I shan't belabor my gratitude. So let us toast, Lin Wu said as he poured wine for Qin Lang, raising his glass in salute. With a cheerful chime, their glasses clinked together. What is your drinking capacity today? Qin Lang chuckled, downing the frothy beer in one go. Its crystalline brilliance and refreshing chill were utterly delightful. As long as the bottle remains upright, so shall I. I rise earlier than the sun. What about you? Were it not for the need to accompany my wife and tend to the children, I could keep pace. Qin Lang raised his right hand, curving his middle finger. What does that mean? Do you all understand? Lin Wu inquired, looking bewildered. Chapter 78 from now on, whenever you see him, just steer clear. I know. My brother is just teasing, right? Qin Feifei said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. After all these years, being the little sister is not in vain. Incredible. Such bold claims. Lin Wu expressed his disagreement. Qin Lang chuckled, choosing not to argue. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Mixue, it's a rare outing. Today, let Qin Lang drink to his heart's content. I'm eager to see whose tolerance for alcohol is superior. Shun Mingyao, who appeared aloof, was actually fond of lively gatherings. As long as Qin Lang is willing, I have no objections. Xu Mixue glanced at Qin Lang, smiling as she spoke. Drinking is fine, but we must return early. The baby shouldn't stay out too late. Qin Lang gently grasped Xu Mixue's hand under the table, gazing at her with tenderness. The feeling of being fully supported by his wife in public was delightful. After having a child, life has become quite challenging. I can't indulge in drinking, nor do I have time to sing or stroll through the streets. Oh, let us enjoy a few more years before having another child. Shun Mingyao rested her head on Lin Wu's shoulder as she spoke. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lin Wu nodded in agreement. You're so wonderful. Shun Mingyao beamed as she cupped Lin Wu's face and planted a kiss on him. Lin Wu blushed, warmth spreading through his heart. Shyly, he raised his glass and proclaimed, let us all raise a toast, wishing for a prosperous future and the realization of our dreams. Yes, to a bright future and the fulfillment of our desires. The 5 glasses clinked together, filled with youthful exuberance. Qin Lang was the most joyful among them. Remarkably, love had cured Lin Wu's stuttering anxiety. Come, everyone, let us eat, Lin Wu enthusiastically urged. Wife, would you like to try this roasted duck with scallions and cucumber? Qin Lang picked up a piece of roasted duck, dipped it in sauce, and placed it on the skin in his hand. Yes, I would, Xu Mixue nodded. Qin Lang then lovingly fed the wrapped duck to Xu Mixue, even wiping the sauce from her lips with care. Oh, I want to eat crab, Shun Mingyao said, eyeing the large flower crab that was brought over. Now that she was no longer single, she felt the urge to flaunt it. All right, I'll help you peel it. Lin Wu placed half a crab onto his plate, meticulously removing the shell and feeding the pristine crab meat to Qin Mingyu. Qin Feifei watched the four of them display their affection, feeling a pang of jealousy. She regretted coming today, truly feeling like a third wheel, being served double portions of dog food. I'm not watching, I'm single and proud. Saving the nation from excess. Qin Feifei stabbed a chicken leg with her chopsticks, pouting. Oomph. The ones I picked are quite delicious too. Feifei, during the wedding procession, you should hold the umbrella for me. See if you have time to accompany me to pick out a few new outfits. Qin Lang picked up a piece of fish, carefully removing the bones before placing it into Xu Mixue's bowl. After all, a person's appearance matters, just as a horse needs its saddle. The entertainment industry is quite superficial. One is easily bullied if one dresses too modestly. Xu Mixue gently fed Qin Lang a piece of garlic pork, carefully supporting it with her other hand to prevent any falling. I can manage. There's little to be done next. Qin Feifei responded, glancing up. Then do come by to keep your sister-in-law company. Qin Lang thought to himself that if he were to embark on the path of a dedicated father, he would be rather busy initially. Having someone at home to assist Xu Mixue would bring him peace of mind. All right, Qin Feifei nodded vigorously. Although she found dog food unappetizing, it was impossible to resist the delicious meals prepared by her brother. The dormitory lacked cooking facilities, and she had been subsisting on the crew's boxed meals lately, which were becoming quite nauseating. Soon, Qin Lang and Lin Wu began drinking and engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Brothers in arms. 5 heads. 6 sixes. 8 steeds. In the adjacent private room, a man with a dragon tattoo on his left arm frowned and asked, Brother Xian, that fellow next door looks familiar. Isn't he the one who injured your hand in that video? Indeed, Brother Xian replied, his arms still bandaged in white, his expression grim. He had escaped incarceration only through his father's influence and financial means. Recently discharged from the hospital, he found himself amidst friends, yet confronted by the very individual who had sent him to the hospital. Damn, it's truly him. They're just 2 men, and we have so many. I'll take a few of the brothers and deal with him, the tattooed man exclaimed, rising in agitation. Watch your mouth. He is backing. If I could touch him, do you think I'd still be stewing here? I would have dealt with him long ago. If you wish to test fate, go ahead, Brother Xian. Already simmering with frustration, kicked the tattooed man. Why stir the pot unnecessarily? I find him quite unfamiliar. Is there anyone in our circle you wouldn't dare to touch? The tattooed man plaintively rubbed his thigh and asked in a hushed tone, how am I know he's one of the Wang family? If my father weren't my only kin, I'd likely have been tied to a greater cause long ago. From now on, if you see him with Xu Mixue, steer clear. Refrain from stirring trouble, for I cannot protect you if anything goes awry. Why the blank stares? More drinks. Brother Xian shot a fierce glare at the sultry girl next to him, who appeared lost in thought. He had never felt so constrained. He was accustomed to pursuing his desires freely. Now, he found himself facing a formidable obstacle. The sultry girl, noticing his distress, quickly took a sip of her drink and leaned over to feed him. Brother Xian, unable to muster strength in his hands, could barely manage to caress her, resorting instead to drinking quietly in frustration. Others, upon hearing that he belonged to the Wang family, silently continued their meals, not daring to utter a word. In Jiangjing community, Qin Lang continued to rise early. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his biological clock was remarkably well-tuned. His sleep quality at night was exceptional, leaving him completely alert during the day. Moreover, after indulging in an abundance of wine last night, I awakened this morning without the slightest hint of a hangover or discomfort. With a clear mind and a refreshing spirit, I prepared breakfast for 2. A gilded nest or a silver abode cannot compare to the warmth of one's own humble dwelling. Although the vacation villa is also his property, this is the very first home that Qin Lang possesses. All the sweetness shared between him and Xu Mixue began within these modest walls. The atmosphere is simply incomparable. Once he finished preparing breakfast, he ascended to the rooftop to tend to the 2 floppy-eared rabbits and the flourishing plants. To his astonishment, he discovered one rabbit particularly plump. The rotund rabbit was incessantly tugging at its own fur, and after finishing with its own, it began to pull at the other rabbit's as well. Could it be that there are little bunnies on the way? It seems that during his absence, the two rabbits have engaged in a significant endeavor. In a few days, he would need to prepare a large cage. With a smile, he finished feeding the rabbits and descended the stairs. Darling, I've caught you. Why are you not indulging in a lazy morning? Your discipline is rather impressive. I feel a tad embarrassed by it, Xu Mixue exclaimed, as she tightly embraced Qin Lang's waist upon his arrival at the bottom of the stairs. Truly, she is soft yet wonderfully resilient. Chapter 79. The vermilion birthmark and the white moonlight belong to her alone sweetheart. You're awake. It's time to have breakfast, he said. We are different. Caring for the little one is quite a task. Our little bunny is about to give birth. Qin Lang lifted her peach-like figure effortlessly, cradling Xu Mixue in his arms. He planted a kiss on her lips, tasting the refreshing flavor of strawberries. Really? I must see for myself, she replied, her legs drawing together as she slid down along Qin Lang's waist and thigh. You're being naughty, so early in the morning, she teased, her cheeks flushed. With that, she scampered upstairs with a playful thud. Moments later, she came bounding back down. Darling, it's true. There's a bunny with a round little belly. How many do you think it can have? It's hard to say, but rabbits are quite prolific. Hurry, let us eat before the baby wakes up. You won't have time otherwise. Qin Lang set the breakfast on the table. It smells delightful, she exclaimed, rushing over to wrap her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Which is more fragrant, me or the food? He inquired, returning her kiss. Both are lovely, she replied with a beaming smile. My wife is quite the charmer. Come, let us sit down and eat. The weather has turned cool. Food doesn't taste as good when it's cold. He playfully patted her bottom, urging her to take a seat. With you, my human-sized heater, I hardly feel cold, she said obediently, thinking to herself that this winter, her feet would surely not feel like ice pops. Remember my warmth in winter, and don't hold it against me in summer. I plan to find an office to rent this afternoon and start hiring. What do you think? Sounds good. Do you need my help? Please assist with online recruitment. The candidates must pass your scrutiny first. Of course. Let us filter out the overly beautiful young ladies with perfect figures, she said seriously, sipping her meat porridge. Even the most attractive women worry about their husbands being whisked away. Silly girl, is there anyone more beautiful or with a better figure than you? He teased, gently scratching her nose. In his heart, both the vermilion birthmark and the white moonlight belonged solely to her. Let us prioritize hiring mothers. They understand maternal and infant products better. We should give them more opportunities to reintegrate into society. We'll need to hire men, too. Otherwise, who will refill the water cooler? That sounds reasonable. A mix of genders makes the workload lighter. You thrive, I thrive. That sounds oddly familiar. Almost as if you've heard it before. Are you up to something? No, not at all. Now, eat your breakfast, Qin Lang said with a sly smile. After their meal, Xu Mixue sat in the living room, nursing the baby. Meanwhile, Qin Lang washed the dishes in the kitchen. As he scrubbed, a beautiful, colorful bubble floated up from the sink, captivating his attention. It reminded him of his childhood when she would chase him, watching him blow soap bubbles with a broomstick. Carefully, he cradled the colorful bubble and made his way to the living room, squatting down to present it to her. Darling, look, a little surprise for you. What is it? She asked, looking up to find him clad in an apron, his face adorned with a smile, with a colorful bubble dancing at the tip of his nose. Look, Bubbles. Colorful ones. Aren't they lovely? Indeed, they are. She felt a slight tingling sensation in her nose. How incredibly kind of her husband, even while washing the dishes. He thinks of her. The little one, curious, turned towards him and opened her mouth. Instantly, the milk burst through the vibrant bubbles, splattering him all over his face. A sweet, babyish voice echoed in his mind. Do you want to drink my milk too? Given that you take care of me every day, I'll share a sip with you. Qin Lang wiped the milk off his face, sticky and sweet. His little darling was rather generous. Xu Mixue hurriedly covered her head, unable to suppress a giggle. I won't play with you anymore. The mother and daughter have united to tease me. Off to wash the dishes I go. Qin Lang sighed and obediently set about washing his face and the dishes. Dear, I'm going downstairs to throw out the garbage and collect the packages. Is there any particular fruit you crave? Qin Lang soon finished washing the dishes. Anything will do. Just pick what you like. Xu Mixue had already begun nursing the baby. The little one lay in the stroller, happily waving her arms and kicking her legs, adorably sweet. "Dear, I'm back." Qin Lang joyfully returned with a pile of packages. "Let me see if there's anything for me." Xu Mixue placed the now sated baby in the stroller, tucked away the big white rabbit, and jogged to greet him. Unpacking packages was indeed a delightful activity. Yes, the matching outfits have arrived. Be careful. There are also some clay figurines inside. Let me handle it. Qin Lang brought the packages into the living room, with Xu Mixue eagerly following behind. "Oh my, these matching outfits are stunning. You must have sketched these, right? The color combinations are exquisite and unique. It would be wonderful if we could create them in other styles." Xu Mixue held the unpacked matching t-shirt against herself. "We could consider starting our own original brand, from fabrics to styles and designs, as long as you enjoy it." Qin Lang recalled how, in her childhood, she loved to draw beautiful little dresses in her notebooks. She must have a passion for fashion design. Given their current fame and following, launching a clothing line would be quite feasible. "I think it's a great idea. I actually enjoy drawing and fashion, though sadly, I'm not skilled at it." Her face lit up with joy yet bore a hint of disappointment. "I believe your childhood drawings were beautiful. You have immense talent. You should give it a try." "Really?" Encouraged, she looked at him with eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. "Of course, we could design and draw together. If you're feeling bored during this time, you could read relevant books, practice your skills, and prepare slowly. There's no rush." That sounds wonderful." Her eyes twinkled with excitement as she wrapped her arms around his neck and clung to him. He instinctively supported her, fearing she might fall. Her happiness was all that mattered. Profit was secondary. "Now look what I bought for you." He settled onto the sofa with her, retrieving a large box from the packages and handing it to her. "Oh my goodness. Wacom and Guan, the new Emperor Pro-DH, W1621H. Yet, I still do not know how to use it." She took the box, opened it, and discovered a liquid crystal drawing tablet intended for artistic endeavors. This was something she had long desired to purchase, yet hesitated due to her perceived lack of skill. "Fear not, for there are tutorials provided. She shall learn gradually, treating it as a hobby, engaging in the art for pleasure without imposing excessive pressure on herself. However, that will not do. Having made the purchase, I must dedicate myself to learning it diligently. My dear husband, I truly adore you." She set down the tablet, cupped his face in her hands, and passionately pressed her lips against his. His hands slipped beneath her clothing, exploring upward. Soon after, the studio was successfully rented, situated in an office building not far from the Jiangjing residential complex. Job postings were also shared online. A few days later, Qin Lang received several emails containing interview resumes. He opened his inbox and scrutinized each applicant's credentials. To his astonishment, he recognized a familiar face among the interview resumes. Entrusting the management of the studio to this individual may indeed prove to be an excellent choice. Chapter 80. A serendipitous recruitment. Qin Lang gazed at the photograph of a robust young man with thick eyebrows and bright, spirited eyes, unable to suppress a chuckle. Wasn't he this the righteous, warm-hearted giant he had encountered while rescuing a child from a car window in the parking lot? What a delightful coincidence. Zhao Dazhuang, merely 20 years of age, appeared to be even younger than Qin Lang, his earnestness quite palpable. Yet, judging by his previous conduct, Qin Lang held a favorable impression of him, sensing a commendable character beneath the exterior. He planned to invite him for an interview and would assess his features further to confirm his instincts. "Darling, what makes you smile at the resume?" Xu Mixue inquired as she prepared a cup of coffee for him and poured herself a glass of warm water. Seeing a familiar face was quite a stroke of luck. Qin Lang took a sip of the coffee, savoring its delightful aroma. "Oh, what is he like? Let me see." She perched herself on his lap, glancing at the computer screen. "He seems quite promising. I intend to arrange for him to come in for an interview tomorrow. Is the baby asleep?" Qin Lang set down his cup, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "Yes, sound asleep. Zhao Dazhuang appears quite honest and simple. What else? Let us schedule 3 interviews for tomorrow. There is no rush. Trust those we employ and ensure they are well compensated once selected, so they can focus on their responsibilities with peace of mind." "I agree," she nodded, playfully arching her back and resting her hands on the desk. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her nightgown tightened, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster waist, with two charming dimples teasingly visible, kindling the imagination. Dear, let us not linger on this. We can explore the resumes later. How about we indulge in something more delightful? Qin Lang swallowed hard, his voice husky as his hands gently caressed her dimples. Here, now. She turned her face towards him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A wave of warmth enveloped her waist, prompting her to bend lower. Her peach-shaped posterior became even more prominent. This is the study, after all. This space is suitable, too. Standing on the desk, or on the chair, anywhere will do. He lowered his head, planting a soft kiss on her waist, giving her a gentle pat on her delightful rear. Initially, he had intended to return to their bedroom, but with his wife's playful spirit, how could he refuse? The books neatly lined on the shelf exuded a faint scent of ink, mingling with the subtle aroma of coffee, creating a rather pleasant atmosphere. For quite some time, they passionately embraced, lost in each other's presence. The following afternoon, at the Naib Ba's selected studio by the elevator entrance. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Qin Lang stepped inside, sharply dressed in a suit, holding a blue plastic folder containing the company's vision, detailed job descriptions, and employment contracts. Most importantly, it served as a shield for his mouth, allowing him to covertly recite his incantations. Since it was not peak commuting hours, he found himself alone in the elevator. Hold on. A familiar voice rang out. Qin Lang looked up to see Zhao Dazhuang rushing towards him. He extended his finger to press the button and waited for a moment. Thank you, he said. Zhao Dazhuang rushed into the elevator in a flurry. You're welcome, Qin Lang replied with a smile. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Dazhuang looked up closely and realized it was the handsome man he had almost mistaken for a thief the other day. Hey, you're the one who hit the jackpot and got a Maserati. What a coincidence. Zhao Dazhuang chuckled, making a fist and gesturing playfully. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Qin Lang nodded with a smile and pressed the button for the 6th floor. Are you also going to the 6th floor? You're not going for an interview, are you? Zhao Dazhuang adjusted his slightly tight suit. He was used to wearing sportswear, and this suit was borrowed from his cousin specifically for today's interview. Yes, I'm here for an interview. Qin Lang couldn't resist teasing him. He was indeed there for an interview, just in a different capacity. How unbelievable. I'm also here for an interview. What if we end up as colleagues? Zhao Dazhuang exclaimed. How are you feeling? I'm a bit nervous. It's my first job interview. I wonder if I'll make it. What's the boss like? Will we get off work on time? Are there many girls at the company? The salary seems quite high. He adjusted his hair in the elevator, realizing that his boast about knocking someone out for a Maserati was just that, a boast. But he had to admit, he did look quite impressive while throwing punches. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. They had arrived at the 6th floor. I believe you can do it. Good luck, Qin Lang said, patting his shoulder and stepping out of the elevator first. Wait for me. It's better to have company. Zhao Dazhuang hurriedly followed. Qin Lang extended his index finger to unlock and open the glass door to the studio. Hey, weren't you also here for an interview? Wait, you're the one interviewing me, Zhao Dazhuang exclaimed, internally cursing himself for what he had just said in the elevator. Is that a problem? Are you dissatisfied with your boss? I ensure timely departures, weekends off, and I provide health and social insurance. As for the girls, there are opportunities. Whether you win them over is up to you, and I have no objections to office romances. Qin Lang glanced back at him, raising an eyebrow. After all, his company was small. As long as relationships didn't interfere with work, it was fine. Of course, it's perfectly fine. I'm very satisfied, Zhao Dazhuang replied sheepishly, scratching his head and smiling. He recalled the day when he had been rescued. Working under such a kind-hearted boss would surely be a wonderful experience. Come in. Qin Lang invited him into the office, placing the folder on the desk. You are the first to arrive. The appointment is set for 3 o'clock. Qin Lang checked his watch and loosened his tie. Xu Mixue, having finished adjusting his tie, playfully kissed him, feeling a bit tight. She mischievously pinched his rear, showing extra enthusiasm. It seemed that even girls were drawn to the allure of uniforms. Perhaps next time, they could arrange a game involving a domineering CEO and a seductive secretary. Fearing the possibility of being delayed by traffic, I arrived early. Zhao Dazhuang stood upright, adhering to a sense of decorum. Very well, please take a seat and try to relax. It seems we are fated to meet. Perhaps you could introduce yourself and share your reasons for seeking employment here? Qin Lang glanced at him, gesturing for him to sit and speak. He then raised a folder to obscure half of his face and muttered softly, Namo Amitofu. Soon, images filled his mind. Zhao Dazhuang, a man characterized by warmth and kindness, possessing a strong sense of justice and a profound sense of responsibility. His childhood was marred by misfortune and adversity, yet fate had bestowed upon him a benefactor, leading him to prosperity. Indeed, this assessment aligned closely with his own observations. It appeared that he was destined to be Zhao Dazhuang's fortunate guide. Facilitating his journey toward wealth would not prove to be an arduous task. Zhao Dazhuang, feeling the weight of the moment, perched nervously on the edge of the chair, his back rigidly straight. Chapter 81. Understanding people and utilizing their strengths is the true path. My name is Zhao Dazhuang. I lack substantial work experience, yet I assure you that I will devote myself wholeheartedly to this endeavor, Zhao Dazhuang stated earnestly. My academic background is in business administration, and my decision to work here stems not only from its relevance to my field of study, but also from a deeply personal reason. My younger sister was a victim of substandard infant products. Zhao Dazhuang gazed at his right hand, his voice tinged with melancholy. He could vividly recall the warmth of his sister's hand as she held his. Qin Lang couldn't help but glance up from his folder, taken aback by this revelation. Years ago, the Sanlu milk powder scandal had stirred public outrage. My sister consumed that product, and as a result of excessive melamine intake, she fell ill and underwent surgery for kidney stones. Since then, her health has been precarious. Just 2 years ago, she was diagnosed again with bilateral kidney stones and renal insufficiency. We visited numerous hospitals, exhausting all our savings, yet we could not save her. Ultimately, my sister succumbed to multiple organ failure, her life tragically frozen at the tender age of 18, never having the chance to celebrate her birthday that year. Meanwhile, the proprietor of Sanlu Mill Powder is rumored to be eligible for reduced sentencing and release in 2 years. As Zhao Dazhuang spoke, his eyes reddened, and his voice quivered with emotion. His sweet, gentle sister, who would chase after him calling brother, was gone. Qin Lang felt a lump in his throat, his own eyes welling up with sorrow, uncertain of how to offer comfort. Zhao Dazhuang cleared his throat, raising his gaze with renewed resolve towards Qin Lang, and continued, I fervently wish to join this company. I aspire to personally select safe and reliable products for children, ensuring that tragedies like my sister's are entirely eradicated. I am Qin Lang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Congratulations on your acceptance, and welcome to Dad's selection. Qin Lang responded as he stood up and extended his right hand. The company truly requires individuals who genuinely care for children. It is impossible for me to oversee everything personally. I need someone upright, impervious to bribery from other manufacturers, to oversee the company. This is essential for ensuring the integrity and authenticity of our testing results. Thank you, boss, Zhao Dazhuang replied, firmly grasping Qin Lang's hand. Let's finalize the contract. Today will mark the beginning of your salary. As the company is just starting, you will commence work today. Qin Lang produced a labor contract and inscribed his name upon it. Today? Zhao Dazhuang inquired, somewhat astonished. Yes, is that an issue? No, not at all. Zhao Dazhuang quickly affirmed. Then please review the contract, and if all is satisfactory, sign it. Qin Lang slid the signed contract towards him. General Manager? Zhao Dazhuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the contract. Wait, he had originally come to interview for the position of product manager. How had he become the general manager? Wasn't that a position of great authority? Indeed, is that not acceptable? Are you incapable of handling it? Engaging in this endeavor may entail a degree of risk, as manufacturers flagged for substandard quality are bound to create complications. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Casting a glance at him, he had already formulated a plan that day. Should Zhao Dazhuang successfully navigate the art of physiognomy, the management of the company would be entrusted to him. I am confident. I fear nothing. Zhao Dazhuang swiftly inscribed his name. A man must not falter, especially when he has the backing of his superior. Very well then, let us strive together. Shortly, you shall accompany me in recruitment and lend your assistance in managing the lower-tier candidates. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. The size of the company is inconsequential, and the number of employees matters not. Those who wisely utilize the talents of many shall surely thrive, and those who gather collective wisdom shall undoubtedly shine. What can one person, with but two hands, truly accomplish? To know and employ individuals wisely is the righteous path. Today, Zhao Dazhuang shall participate in the interviews, making future personnel management considerably more manageable. Zhao Dazhuang nodded with excitement, astonished that within a mere 10 minutes, he had transitioned from being interviewed to interviewing others. Surprises often arrive unexpectedly. It seemed he had encountered a fortuitous benefactor. The afternoon interviews proceeded smoothly, with the other two candidates proving to be viable options. Upon completion, Qin Lang entrusted Zhao Dazhuang with the remaining company affairs. He, concerned that his wife might struggle alone at home, made an early exit. Fortunately, Zhao Dazhuang was quick and capable, adept at handling matters. Despite his imposing stature, he was quite meticulous, organizing the company with great order. Qin Lang returned home joyfully, eager to report the day as company progressed to the household as supreme leader. Xu Mixue, on his way back, he made sure to purchase a splendid golden durian. He selected one that was well-rounded, with a flat base and broad, gently tapering spikes. Grasping the tips of two spikes, he gently pressed them together. If the adjacent spikes were pliable and easy to squeeze, it indicated ripeness. This one, please help me peel it. Qin Lang handed the large durian to the vendor. Such a delectable treasure was best not taken home unprocessed. What if his wife suddenly decided to dry it for later use? All right, 286. You can take it for 280. The vendor efficiently peeled the durian, placing it in a takeout box and handing it to Qin Lang. Honey, I'm home, Qin Lang announced as he opened the front door. Darling, you're back. You bought durian. Xu Mixue enthusiastically rushed into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. She lifted her delicate face, her expression inviting him to kiss her. Indeed, my dear, let us discuss it inside. Qin Lang leaned down and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. Here are your shoes. Did the interviews go well today? She retrieved a pair of slippers for him from the shoe cabinet, placing his black leather shoes inside. Yes, quite well. I feel that once we are operating normally, I can step back. Were you a good baby this afternoon? Do you want to eat the durian directly? Or shall I prepare a meal fight for you? Qin Lang nodded, slipped on his slippers, and swept her into his arms. Let us indulge in the exquisite delight of durian, she suggested, as the baby, quite well behaved, finished his meal, played for a while, and then succumbed to slumber. I even prepared dinner, Xu Mixue proclaimed with a proud and triumphant expression as she draped her arm around his neck. Is that so? My wife is truly remarkable. What delectable dishes have you conjured? Qin Lang inquired, somewhat taken aback, for he recalled her lack of culinary skills and was curious about the evening's offerings. Fortunately, the air was devoid of any burnt aroma, suggesting that her cooking had turned out well. You will see for yourself. I even added my own twist, she replied, her excitement palpable. Oh, Qin Lang's interest and anticipation piqued as he planted a kiss on her cheek and led her toward the dining table. There, a vibrant array of dishes awaited, causing Qin Lang's expression to mirror the colorful spread before him. What do you think? This is rainbow chicken wings, she announced. How did you manage 7 distinct colors? Qin Lang asked, gazing at the vividly hued wings with a hint of trepidation. They were cooked using 7 different beverages. Aren't they visually stunning? She declared with pride. They are indeed quite eye-catching. Did you learn these culinary techniques from the cafeteria ladies at university? And what about this dish? Is it called death without closing eyes? Qin Lang's brows twitched in disbelief. Chapter 82. Well done. But no more next time. What does it mean to die with one's eyes wide open? This is gazing at the starry sky. I learned it online and then added my own innovation. Xu Mixue cast a sharp glance at Qin Lang, then lowered her head to look into the dish, where a few lifeless fish and shrimp were skewered atop the pancake. Although the eyes of these fish and shrimp were indeed wide open, exuding an essence of death. How could one gaze at the stars without opening their eyes? This is British cuisine, quite sophisticated. All right, my dear. Well done, but no more next time. What is this? A fruit salad? Qin Lang nodded helplessly, placing the durian on the table. After all, Consuming such dishes was quite taxing for a husband. He pointed to a colorful platter, inquiring about the dish. It appeared to be rich in ingredients, featuring purple dragon fruit, yellow oranges, red strawberries, white bananas, and green grapes. Evidently, his wife had an inexplicable obsession with vibrant colors, and she executed it remarkably well. Hopefully, there would be no stomach troubles. At the very least, the kitchen remained intact and unscathed, and he should learn to be content. Well, look, this is sweet and sour pork with fruit. See, there's meat here. Give it a try. She used her chopsticks to unearth a few dark yellow morsels from the colorful pile and brought them to his lips. He could only brace himself, accepting the piece of meat without daring to chew thoroughly, swallowing it down. To his surprise, aside from a slightly complex fruity aroma, it was quite well balanced in flavor, with a hint of sweetness and tartness, making it rather palatable. How is it? Is it delicious? She looked at him with eager anticipation. Not bad, he nodded, not wanting to diminish her confidence on her first attempt at cooking for him. Really? Oh, there's rice in the pot too. It's wonderful. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it ordinary white rice? He asked with some trepidation. Of course not. Just take a look, she replied joyfully. A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Lang as he furrowed his brow and cautiously opened the rice cooker. Good heavens, it was a mishmash. Not a scrap for breakfast had been wasted. Boiled eggs, large buns, and youtiao had all been tossed in together. Even a pig would hesitate to eat such a concoction. How about it? Isn't it fantastic? Not a bit wasted. You must try it. Xu Mixue cheerfully served him a generous bowl of the hodgepodge rice. My dear, I don't seem to be very hungry. Upon seeing the dish's color and smelling its aroma, Qin Lang could not help but emit a sound of dismay. Husband, have I failed? She looked at him with a pitiful expression. My dear, it's just that the buns I made this morning were not so great. After a meal, they're not fresh anymore. Let's not eat this. I'll cook some plain rice instead. He suppressed his queasiness and embraced her, prioritizing their safety. Turning away and holding his breath, he swiftly disposed of the hodgepodge into a trash bag, sealing it tightly. His actions were swift, precise, and resolute, leaving no room for her to protest. As Qin Lang meticulously washed the rice, his thoughts wandered. His wife must have been eager to impress him, which inspired her myriad of creative ideas. Surely, she did not intend to harm him. She must still harbor love for him. Did I do something wrong, dear? She asked, her face etched with a look of innocent distress as she embraced his slender waist. No, truly, accomplishing this on your first attempt is remarkable, he reassured her. When I first cooked, I forgot to add salt and MSG, and I even burned the dish. Your creation is far more vibrant and aesthetically pleasing. However, might I suggest a more conventional approach next time? I find it difficult to adapt to such uniqueness, he added, turning to wrap his arms around her waist and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Suddenly recalling something, he grasped her hands to examine them closely, discovering several small red oil splatters on the back of her hands. In his early days of cooking, he often suffered similar mishaps, particularly when frying meat with the skin on, which would splatter hot oil in every direction. At times, he would even get splashes on his eyelids, causing discomfort. Look at your hands. They're injured. Does it hurt? Qin Lang furrowed his brow, blowing gently on the wounds, before fetching some aloe vera gel to apply, feeling a deep pang of sympathy. A little, she nodded, obediently allowing him to soothe her with the gel. Dear, please don't cook anymore, all right? I appreciate your intentions, but seeing you hurt pains me. He pressed a tender kiss to her delicate hand, feeling genuine sorrow. All right, she acquiesced with a nod, realizing she might not be suited for cooking. After all, she had spent an inordinate amount of time perfecting just a few dishes, and even then, they could not compare to Qin Lang's culinary skills. At dinner time, Xu Mixue, already spoiled by Qin Lang's cooking, could barely manage a few bites. Honey, if you can't eat, it's perfectly fine not to, she said, her expression one of reluctance, for she herself could not consume much. It seemed the kitchen was a domain she could not conquer. It's quite good, my dear. Your heartfelt effort really shines through. Qin Lang smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. He polished off the remaining dishes, recognizing that despite the peculiar flavors, they were still edible. This was his wife's love, which he felt compelled to honor. Noticing that she had hardly touched her dinner, Qin Lang washed the dishes and then prepared a bowl of hearty handmade beef noodles for her. A nursing mother tends to get hungry quickly. He could not allow her to go without nourishment. This beef noodle dish is utterly delightful. I reckon the beef in this bowl could sustain a Lanzhou noodle shop for an entire year, Xu Mixue remarked, savoring the tender, flavorful beef. Don't be absurd. It could last for 2 years, Qin Lang chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement, and he had to admire the skill of the Lanzhou noodle chef, whose cuts were as thin as gossamer. If not for the broth, they might have been whisked away by the breeze. Haha, you crack me up, dear. Why is it that, despite both of us using our hands, your cooking is so much more delicious than mine? Xu Mixue slurped up a chewy noodle, overwhelmed by its exquisite taste. Perhaps all your skills are allocated to your beauty, physique, and talent. Qin Lang teased her with a grin. You speak nothing but the truth. I relish hearing such words, she replied, her heart warmed by his affectionate banter. She contentedly finished every last morsel of the noodles and soup. One more bowl, she said, extending her delicate pink tongue to lick her lips. No, that is already quite a lot. It's unwise to indulge in too much of a late-night snack. It would disrupt my sleep and be detrimental to my stomach. Behave now, and I shall prepare something delicious for you tomorrow. He took a tissue and gently wiped her mouth clean. All right, tomorrow morning I have plans with Fei to go shopping at the mall. You should join us. Reluctantly, she set down her bowl of noodles. Okay, he nodded, noting that his next round of interviews was scheduled for the afternoon, so there would be ample time. Ding! Congratulations on your first experience with a meal prepared by your beloved wife. You've worked hard. Ding! To commend your brave spirit of sacrifice for love. The system will enhance your tongue to possess the gift of eloquence. The gift of eloquence? Was this to prepare him for a battle of wits? Chapter 83. Like a hero, ding. The enhancement of the tongue has been completed. With this enhancement, one can discern the ingredients of all foods. There are numerous additional benefits to explore and experience. This enhancement is remarkable. Qin Lang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. What the mysterious recipes from century-old establishments or the secrets hidden within milk tea? With just a lick, he could uncover them all. Coupled with his culinary skills, he could refine these flavors further. He had discovered a new path to wealth. As for the other benefits, he seemed to have an inkling. On the first floor of the International Plaza, Qin Fei walked closely with Xu Mixue, who wore a mask, while Qin Lang, also masked, pushed a twin stroller. Inside the stroller, the two little ones gazed curiously with wide eyes. Xu Mixue, clad in a fitted V-neck dress that accentuated her curves, radiated an alluring elegance. Her long hair styled up, exuding a graceful aura. Qin Fei, with her long hair parted and cascading down to her waist, possessed an oval face and a delicate nose. Dressed in a white shirt paired with a pleated skirt, she displayed long, fair legs, embodying both purity and poise. Their striking figures and charm naturally drew the attention of passers-by. Sister-in-law, this place is truly vast. It's my first time here, Qin Fei exclaimed, marveling at the grandeur of the mall, which was suffused with the scent of money. Shall I treat you to lunch at the Starry Sea rotating restaurant? Xu Mixue, my Wamli. Really? The one renowned for being the most romantic? I've heard it's quite difficult to make a reservation. You're so kind to me. Sister-in-law, Qin Fei replied, playfully squeezing her arm. That restaurant is owned by your sister-in-law. If you wish to dine there next time, just give her a call and she'll make the arrangements. Oh my, is that true? You're amazing, sister-in-law. Brother, you must work hard. Your sister-in-law is so exceptional. You need to catch up. Your brother is quite impressive too. He is the landlord of the Starry Sea rotating restaurant. Brother, you're the landlord? Qin Fei's eyes widened in surprise, realizing the truth of the situation. The entertainment industry was indeed a path to rapid wealth. She would awaken to this reality one day. Keep it up. You're the best. Go for it. Yes, let us head to the third floor to pick out some new clothes for you too, Qin Lang said, steering the stroller toward the transparent observation elevator. Are we not taking the escalator? Oh my. Brother, sister-in-law, look at that child. It's too dangerous. As they passed the escalator, Qin Fei glanced over and then pointed in horror at the top of the escalator. There, a boy of about 5 or 6 years was precariously perched on the conveyor belt of the second-floor escalator. In an instant, the boy was dragged downward, suspended precariously outside the glass of the escalator. Clinging to the handrail, he soon lost his grip and fell. So, a woman screamed, rushing out in a panic, desperately trying to reach the boy, but she was too late. The little boy fell before her very eyes. "Mice, please watch over our baby," Qin Lang said as he tossed aside the pink mother-S bag. He strode forward, arms outstretched, his face a mask of urgency and concern as he raced toward the direction of the boy's descent. Amidst the cries that echoed around them, several onlookers, equally alarmed, also rushed toward the spot where the child had plummeted. A gust of wind brushed against Qin Lang's face, leaving him no time to ponder. His sole focus was to catch the child. He swiftly adjusted the position of his arms and felt a heavy sensation of descent pressing down upon him. Gripping the falling boy tightly, he dared not let go. The force of gravity caused him to lose his balance, and he fell to the ground. With a thud, his elbow and knee met the unforgiving, polished tile floor, sending a jolt of pain through him. He shielded the boy, both of them crashing hard against the surface. The little boy, frightened, began to wail loudly. "It's all right, don't be afraid. Uncle has caught you. You mustn't play like that again," Qin Lang said, kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. One hand cradled the child while the other gently patted his back. Thankfully, he had managed to catch him. The thought of failing would haunt him for a lifetime. "Brother, impressive skills. Are you all right?" called out a few concerned bystanders, who had raised their arms but failed to catch the child. They lowered their arms and couldn't help but give Qin Lang a thumbs up. The boy's mother, tears streaming down her face, rushed down the escalator. "My son, you scared your mother to death." She took the boy from Qin Lang's arms, sobbing as she held him tightly. After confirming her child was safe, she bowed deeply to Qin Lang, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my child. Honey, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Upon witnessing Qin Lang's heroic act, Xu Mixue pushed the stroller and hurried over, kneeling beside him with concern. "Are you okay, brother?" Qin Feifei, also carrying a pink mother-S bag, joined Xu Mixue in helping Qin Lang to his feet. "I'll take you to the hospital. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I could never forgive myself. You not only saved my child, but our family as well. No need for that. I'm perfectly fine." It was merely a reflexive act. Anyone would have done the same in such a situation, Qin Lang replied, rising with the support of Xu Mixue and Qin Feifei. Once the initial pain subsided, he felt reassured that his bones were unharmed, though bruising was inevitable. "Let us exchange numbers. If you feel unwell, please call me," the boy's mother said as she took out her phone. "No, really, I'm fine." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. "Honey, are you truly okay?" Xu Mixue could not help but want to roll up his sleeves and pants to check for injuries. "I'm really fine. We still have shopping to do. Don't we? Let us go." With a gentle smile, Qin Lang clasped her anxious little hand within his own, murmuring softly. As the crowd of onlookers swelled, Qin Lang guided Xu Mixue, pushing the baby carriage towards the observation elevator. Qin Feifei, carrying her mother's bag, hurried to keep pace. Just moments ago, he had appeared so striking, reminiscent of a heroic figure. Although he had ultimately fallen, it did nothing to diminish his charm. A few girls who had witnessed the entire scene whispered among themselves, "Is it just me, or does that man resemble Qin Lang, the one who saved someone last time? Even with a mask, you can tell." Absolutely. Those features, his physique and demeanor. How could he be anyone else? Plus, the woman beside him bears a striking resemblance to Xu Mixue, and they are pushing a twin stroller. That pure beauty with long black hair looks quite similar to Qin Lang as well, remarked one girl as she adjusted her glasses, analyzing the situation with seriousness. "Indeed, you are quite the detective. You're right. Should we approach them for autographs and photos?" "Let us not. If they chose to wear masks, it's likely they wish to maintain some privacy. We should respect that and look forward to seeing them on screen instead," the bespectacled girl replied with reason. "Yes, you make a compelling point. I shall heed your advice." Chapter 84. Show me your wound, darling. "Come with me. Feifei, please look after the child." Xu Mixue firmly grasped Qin Lang's hand and led him into the fitting room of a clothing store. With a click, the door was locked. Without uttering a word, Xu Mixue began to unfasten the buttons of his shirt. "Wife, what are you doing? You're not planning to emulate those Uniqlo advertisements, are you? This seems inappropriate. Am I supposed to film this? Qin Lang protested verbally, yet his hand instinctively reached for his phone. Is this a thrilling game? He pulled down his mask and excitedly licked his lips. What are you thinking? Show me your wound. That loud thud earlier frightened me, and you still seem so nonchalant. Xu Mixue gently tapped his chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ah, dear, I was wrong. Please take a look. As her eyes brimmed with tears, he quickly surrendered, pulling her into his embrace and lowering her mask for a tender kiss. He then obediently allowed her to remove his outer garment and roll up his sleeves for inspection. I knew it. Look at how swollen and red it is. And yet you claim it's nothing, she lamented, tears cascading down her cheeks. It's nothing, it doesn't hurt. If you don't press on it, it won't hurt. Just apply cold compresses to alleviate the swelling and bruising. Then follow up with warm compresses and some safflower oil to promote blood circulation. It's just a minor injury, far better than our child getting hurt, he reassured her. Please stop crying. What will others think if they see me capable of making you cry so easily? Qin Lang embraced her slender waist, holding her close and gently kissing away her tears. Let me see your leg, she insisted, reaching for the zipper of his tight jeans. Wife, spare me. I'm just an ordinary man who loves you dearly. If you continue this way, how will I walk out of here with a huge lump? He seized her small hand, preventing her from further exploration. I don't care. I want to see. After all, who isn't skilled in their own right. At worst, I'll take care of it before we head out. She persisted in her efforts. Fine, fine. You said so I won't hold back. But you must stop crying. Upon hearing there was a silver lining, he released her hand, allowing her freedom. All right, she sniffled, expertly pulling down his trousers. Indeed, Qin Lang's knees were significantly swollen and bruised. We shouldn't linger. Let us go home. You're in this state. What's the point of continuing to shop? She squatted beside his feet, tears welling up once more from her heartache. Darling, you promised me you wouldn't cry. I truly don't feel pain unless I'm squatting. He gritted his teeth, attempting to lift her, but winced from the pain. You foolish man. She hurriedly assisted him, guiding him to sit on a bench in the fitting room. Shall I massage it for you? She inquired, her heart aching at the thought of his discomfort. Don't. Rubbing a bruise immediately after injury can exacerbate the swelling and cause further damage to the soft tissue underneath, he urgently cautioned her. What then? It is truly nothing. Just return and apply a warm compress. I'm not so delicate. I will simply remain at my husband's storage area to watch the children while you try on clothes. It is of no great consequence. Isn't Fei still planning to attend her friend's birthday party this evening? Choose something beautiful for her. Well, very well, with a blush adorning her cheeks. Her fair hand grazed his thigh, prepared to fulfill her earlier promise. Never mind. Fei and the child are still waiting outside. I was merely jesting. Let us save it for later when we return home. For now, let us step outside. He grasped her hand, placing gentle kisses upon it. As they donned their masks once more, with her support, he steadied himself against the wall and managed to dress. Truthfully, that squat earlier was rather painful, leaving him momentarily dazed. She assisted him, and together they exited the fitting room. Fortunately, the store was bustling, and no one paid them any heed. Sister-in-law, how is your brother's injury? Should we return home and come back another day? Qin Fei observed Xu Mixue's reddened eyes and grew increasingly concerned. It's merely a bruise. Nothing is broken. Let us choose some clothes. Xu Mixue reassured her with a gentle pat on the hand, signaling her to remain calm. Spotting Qin Lang seated on a bench, playfully entertaining the two little ones, she felt reassured that the situation was not dire, considering Qin Lang's injury. Their shopping efficiency today was remarkably high. Soon, Xu Mixue and Qin Fei had procured everything they intended to buy. Qin Fei selected a strikingly vibrant Armani lipstick in a luscious tomato hue, intending to gift it to her dear friend Sasha for her birthday. Aside from the attire and shoes for the wedding, Qin Fei insisted on covering the costs herself. After all, no one's money comes easily. Furthermore, Qin Lang now has his own wife and child. The expenses he incurs surely surpass those of someone who is solely responsible for their own sustenance. Within the luxurious Starry Sea rotating restaurant, Qin Fei's eyes widened in awe at the splendid design and ambience. Sister-in-law, your taste is impeccable. This place is absolutely stunning. I must bring my boyfriend here someday. Indeed, Manager Lin, please arrange a gold card for her. Xu Mixue smiled and instructed the manager who was personally taking their orders. Certainly, Manager Lin replied, bowing slightly as he activated the intercom for a server to deliver a gold card. Here you go. With this card, you may enjoy complimentary services. Xu Mixue graciously handed the card to Qin Fei. She cherished Qin Lang's sister, who was also her childhood companion. No, that's not what I meant. If I bring my boyfriend here, naturally he will be the one to pay. Qin Fei quickly waved her hands in protest. You are welcome to dine here yourself. Or bring your friends. Consider me as your sister-in-law and take it. Xu Mixue insisted, placing the card firmly in her hand. Well then, thank you, sister-in-law. And thank you, brother. Qin Fei, seeing Xu Mixue's insistence, reluctantly accepted the card, reasoning that if necessary, she could simply keep it without utilizing it. Come now, order whatever you desire. Do not hesitate. Xu Mixue extended the menu to her. How have the new dishes I prepared been received? Are they still doing well? Qin Lang inquired. Mr. Qin, the new dishes you have crafted have already become the restaurant's signature offerings, garnering immense popularity among patrons. Manager Lin responded with notable respect towards Qin Lang, a stark contrast to the disdain she exhibited during their first encounter. The primary reason for this shift in demeanor was Qin Lang's status as the new landlord, coupled with his exceptional culinary skills, which undeniably command respect from every culinary professional. Ultimately, the quality and flavor of the food are the fundamental determinants of a restaurant's success, alongside its ambience and service. Deliciousness is the undeniable truth, the core essence that captivates every customer. Clearly, Qin Lang possesses this remarkable ability, and he excels in it. Chapter 85. Revised. A man's intuition that's wonderful. I shall create 3 new dishes each month. Qin Lang nodded affirmatively. Surely, our establishment will flourish even more. Manager Lin's smile widened upon hearing this. The prospect of introducing new dishes monthly would undoubtedly enhance business. His salary was tied to performance. The better the business thrived, the more his earnings would increase. He regarded Qin Lang with the same reverence one would afford a deity of wealth. Brother, which ones are they? I am eager to taste them, Qin Fei exclaimed, her mouth watering at the thought. The 3 dishes featured on the first 3 pages of the newly printed menu, Qin Lang replied. Then I shall have those 3. Qin Fei declared joyfully. All right, Mixue, what would you like to eat? Qin Lang inquired. I am content with anything you decide, Xu Mixue responded, having resolved to entrust all culinary choices to Qin Lang from now on. Qin Lang quickly finalized the order. Manager Lin bent slightly and exited to make arrangements. At that moment, the 2 little ones grew hungry, crying out for milk. Darling, please lock the door. I need a nurse, Xu Mixue said. I'll step out to the restroom. Qin Fei, sensing Xu Mixue's potential embarrassment, swiftly exited the private room. Once Qin Fei left, Qin Lang locked the door and retrieved a nursing bib from his mother's bag, draping it around Xu Mixue, who was cradling the little one. Beneath the nursing bib, Xu Mixue lifted her top, discreetly unclasping her garment, and presented her breast to the baby. Bring the older one over too. It's more efficient this way. And the other side is leaking, wasting milk, Xu Mixue advised Qin Lang. All right, he replied, promptly lifting the older child to join them. Upon lifting the bib, Qin Lang noticed the nursing pads were indeed soaked. To alleviate her burden, he fetched a chair to assist in supporting the babies. The little one is struggling to latch. Can you help? Xu Mixue observed as the baby released its hold. Just hold on tight, he instructed, as he lifted the bib and dove in, enveloped by the rich aroma of milk. The little one, startled by the sudden rush of milk, was on the verge of tears. Do not worry, little one. It's all right, he gently soothed, securing the breast to prevent further spills. With care, he wiped the milk off the baby's face with a tissue, and once the child was settled, he returned the nipple to its rightful place, just as he had managed to calm the little one. The voice of the older sibling echoed in his mind. Too much, I can't keep up. He quickly secured the other breast, finding himself entirely enveloped beneath the bib, attending to both children. After an arduous session, he was drenched in sweat. Indeed, Caring for infants required a certain finesse and skill in managing the flow. After lunch, Qin Lang and his companions pushed the stroller, donned their masks, and prepared to depart the Starry Sea rotating restaurant. Yuan Yuan? A melodious voice called out. Qin Lang, Xu Mixue, and Qin Feifei turned to look. Before him stood a man, likely in his late 20s, with a neatly cropped head of hair. He possessed an appealing countenance, exuding an air of refinement and grace. His crisp white shirt and tailored trousers impeccably sharp. A sense of alertness and unease surged within Qin Lang. This man appeared remarkably impressive, and his gaze suggested an interest in his wife, hinting at a familiarity that could not be ignored. Why, one might ask, it is simply the intuition of a man. Lingyi, what brings you back here so suddenly? Xu Mixue exclaimed with delight. I've returned to attend to some matters, Lin replied, his eyes dimming as he took in Xu Mixue's husband, Qin Lang, and the stroller beside them. In truth, he had come back after stumbling upon a news video, only to find it was all too real. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Qin Lang, and our two little ones, Qin Bing and Qin Sheng. This is my sister-in-law, Qin Feifei, and my neighbor from Yanjing, Lin. Xu Mixue warmly introduced them. Upon hearing this introduction, Lin felt a tightening in his chest. So this was the Qin Lang that Xu Mixue had often mentioned. It was no wonder. He had not realized that he was merely a neighbor in her eyes, a reflection of his own failure to confess his feelings in the past. Had he mustered the courage to declare his love then? Would he be the one standing beside her now? Alas, with two children already in the picture, what was done was done. There were plenty of fish in the sea. He wished her well instead. Once resigned to his thoughts, Lin extended his right hand toward Qin Lang, saying, "Hello." "Hello," Qin Lang replied, shaking his hand. The two strong hands clasped together, each man silently measuring the other. Leaning closer to Qin Lang, Lin whispered, "Brother, treat her well, all right? There are suitors aplenty lining up for her. The fact that she is pursued only underscores my good taste. Standing next to her, I am even better. As for how you treat her, that is no concern of a single man like you." Qin Lang whispered back, a subtle challenge in his tone. Releasing Lin Yi's hand, he clapped a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, offering a victorious smile. Lin Yi felt a pang of pain, his face blanching in response. "What are you two discussing?" Xu Mixue inquired playfully. "Lin Yi, you must attend my wedding." "Yes, you must come and witness our joyous union," Qin Lang added, tightening his embrace around Xu Mixue's waist. Casting a teasing glance at Lin Yi, "I'll do my best. I wish you both happiness. I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't impose any longer," Lin Yi replied, his smile stiffening as he nodded at them before turning to leave. In the elevator, Qin Feifei remarked, "Sister-in-law, that Lin Yi is quite handsome and refined. I should introduce him to you. He truly is remarkable and gentle, currently pursuing his doctorate abroad, and should be back soon," Xu Mixue replied with a smile. "Remarkable? Gentle? Qin Lang in dozet, pinting Xu Mixue. How dare you praise another man? Oh no, not all. Compared to you, he pales in comparison. In my heart, you are the most exceptional and gentle," Xu Mixue quickly amended, realizing her misstep. "Turn away, ignoring her. Darling, I truly regret my actions." Xu Mixue hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck, standing on tiptoe, disregarding the fact that Qin Feifei was still inside the elevator. She pressed her lips against Qin Lang's tightly closed mouth until he finally relaxed his jaw and embraced her waist in return. Qin Feifei stood to the side, utterly flustered, her face flushed. Ah well, her own awkwardness had led her to witness this display of affection. She might as well endure the bittersweet pang of jealousy. Afterward, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue escorted Qin Feifei back to her dormitory before returning home for a brief respite, as there was an afternoon recruitment event to attend. Upon arriving home, they placed their two sleeping babies in their stroller. Xu Mixue then pulled Qin Lang into the bedroom, shedding his outer garments and playfully pushing him onto the bed. "Darling, just lie still and don't move," she instructed before swaying her alluring figure into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air. Qin Lang obediently followed his wife's command, sprawled out in a relaxed posture, his mind preoccupied with Lin Yi's words. Although he had responded with confidence, a sense of urgency lingered within him. Xu Mixue was undeniably stunning and captivating, not to mention a celebrated actress and a wealthy woman in her own right. Chapter 86. The Invitation from a Variety Show Team Honey. Let me apply a warm compress for you. Xu Mixue prepared a basin of hot water, wrung out a towel, and tenderly placed it on his swollen area. "My dear, I love you," Qin Lang murmured softly, enveloping her in a tight embrace, a hint of vulnerability in his voice. It is often said that the initial feeling of affection for someone can bring forth a sense of inferiority, leading to anxieties and unwarranted thoughts. He had once dismissed this notion as nonsense, but now he found himself grappling with such emotions. He worried that he was not good enough for her, feared he might lose her to someone else. "What is wrong, darling?" Xu Mixue gently patted his back, her voice soft and soothing. "Is the jealousy from the elevator still lingering? If you had met Lenny first, would you have preferred him over me?" Qin Lang rested his head on her shoulder, holding her slender waist closely. He wished he could hide her away, shielding her brilliance from the world. Yet, reason reminded him that to love someone meant to encourage them to become even better, to shine brightly. He resolved to pamper her into a delightful yet capricious being, one whose whims only he could tolerate. "No, I am drawn to your type. There will never be an if. Our union is surely destined." She reassured him. "You are far more handsome than he is. Only when I see you does my heart race and my breath quicken. In my heart, you are irreplaceable. Only you linger in my thoughts." She patiently comforted him, her heart secretly leaping with joy. His jealousy was a testament to his genuine care and affection for her. She understood his feelings, just as she had felt discomfort upon learning that Gung Baicha was his ex-girlfriend. "Really?" "Indeed. I want to contact him again. We rarely interacted anyway. If he wishes to attend the wedding, it's up to him. If he doesn't, all the better to spare my dear husband any discomfort." She cradled his head, their foreheads touching, their noses nearly brushing, speaking with tenderness and sincerity. "Do you have any other admirers or ex-boyfriends that I don't know about?" His gaze fell, still tinged with a hint of sourness. "No ex-boyfriends, but I have many admirers. However, in my eyes, you are the most exceptional. With a child already and our certificates in hand, what do you have to fear? Where could I find another husband who cooks so well, takes care of our child, and loves me as you do?" She cupped his face and kissed his lips, realizing that even men can feel insecure. He was indeed a king of jealousy. Yet his jealous demeanor was endearingly charming, evoking a protective instinct within her. She longed to playfully pinch his cheeks and shower him with kisses until he could hardly breathe. "Really?" His eyes lifted to meet hers, reflections of each other dancing within their gaze. "Truly, I love only you, among the countless stars in the sky. You are the brightest." She playfully pinched his cheek and kissed the tip of his nose. "Well then, dear artisan, can you fulfill your promise from this morning?" Qin Lang believed that love should not merely be spoken, it required action. He felt an urgent need for an injection, a tangible proof of the love they shared. "Then you should take a shower," she suggested, her cheeks instantly flushed. "I'm injured. Could you help me wash? A little bubble bath would enhance the experience." All right. You certainly know a lot. Let us go." The steam enveloped them. The fragrance of the shower gel permeated the entire bathroom, while delicate white foam danced around them. The acrid scent of vinegar was completely dissipated by the sweet aroma of chestnut blossoms. As autumn arrived, the weather grew increasingly chilly. On his way home from the studio, Qin Lang decided to indulge in hot pot for dinner. He chose a dual-flavor pot, one side filled with chicken and mushroom broth, the other with spicy beef oil. He savored the spicy and fragrant side, while Xu Mixue opted for the nourishing chicken and mushroom broth. Soon, he returned home with an abundance of fresh ingredients. The warmth of sharing a steaming hot pot with his beloved on a cold day brought him immense joy. "Dinner is served, my dear," Qin Lang announced, bringing the dishes to the table. "It smells so good. I love hot pot," Xu Mixue exclaimed, her hands clasped together in delight. "Let us start with a bowl of chicken and mushroom soup." Qin Lang ladled her a bowl of the fragrant broth. After sipping the soup, she picked up the tender beef Qin Lang had prepared, dipping it in his secret sauce before savoring it. "This is absolutely divine," she declared, giving him a thumbs up. "It's even better than what you find outside." Zheng Kai, Shui Jiqian, Chun and Du Haitao have all opened hot pot restaurants as a side business, and it's doing quite well. Should we consider starting one too? Qin Lang continued to prepare the crisp tripe for her. Following the popular hot pot tips, tripe should be cooked for 10 seconds, stirring it up and down. Duck intestines 3 dips, not exceeding 10 seconds however. He was cautious, allowing it to boil a bit longer before serving it to Xu Mixue. To all the food enthusiasts present, do not excessively pursue the tenderness of your food. It is best to cook meat until it completely changes color in a bubbling pot. Chicken and fish should turn white, while pork, beef, and lamb should take on a light brown hue, and shrimp and crab should become orange-red. If you wish to drink the broth, wait until the pot has reached a rolling boil before having a bowl. The broth at the end contains a significant amount of purines, making it unsuitable for those suffering from gout or high uric acid levels. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and remarked, with so many hot pot restaurants already in operation, it would be unwise to compete with them. However, we could consider producing packaged hot pot bases or self-heating hot pots for sale in supermarkets or online stores, managing the factory and distributors effectively. That's a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly agree. Xu Mixue responded enthusiastically, nodding in support. Especially the self-heating hot pot. Given how homebound everyone is nowadays, and with the difficulties of waiting for takeout, wouldn't a self-heating hot pot be delightful? Just then, her phone rang. It's a call from Sister Zhang. I'll take it. Xu Mixue swiped to answer. Hello, Sister Zhang. Mixue, is Qin Lang at home as well? Recently, fans and netizens have been eager to see your daily sweet moments together. There's a variety show titled Happy Home that wishes to invite you to participate. Would you be inclined to join? The filming will last approximately a week, capturing scenes of daily life within the comfort of your home. If the show garners a favorable reception and achieves considerable popularity, it will significantly benefit Qin Lang in his upcoming audition for character selection. My dear, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing that this could be advantageous for Qin Lang, Xu Mixue felt a surge of excitement. She was willing to engage in any endeavor that would benefit him. Happy Home enjoys a commendable viewership, and appearing on the show would undoubtedly attract attention and generate buzz, facilitating the future development of other ventures. The pursuit of wealth is a source of joy, and the more one acquires, the greater the happiness. As long as you are willing, I am ready to proceed. Qin Lang held no objections. As long as Xu Mixue was in agreement, he was content. After all, there was little to lose, and this could bring him one step closer to realizing his dreams. Moreover, with Xu Mixue being a renowned star and an award-winning actress, he aspired to carve out his own niche in the entertainment industry, striving to achieve the title of Best Actor, so that he might stand alongside her, worthy of her. Chapter 87. A true brother shares both joys and sorrows, and dresses in women's attire together. All right, Sister Zhang, we consent to participate in this program. When will they come to record? Xu Mixue, seeing that Qin Lang had agreed, confirmed the arrangement. If there are no issues, I will verify the shooting schedule with the production team and inform you subsequently. Thank you, Sister Zhang. I appreciate your efforts. There's no need for such formality. It's my duty. Then it's settled for now. I shall hang up. As Xu Mixue ended the call, Qin Lang received another. Goodness, they're all calling at once. Could they possibly have caught a whiff of the hot pot's aroma? Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was Qin Feifei calling, causing him to furrow his brow. Isn't Feifei attending her friend's birthday party tonight? Why would she call me at this hour? Something must be amiss. He hurriedly answered the phone. Brother, could you come to Longmen Hotel to pick me up? I'm in room 777. On the other end, Qin Feifei's voice was faint and weak. Feifei, are you all right? What happened? Qin Lang felt an increasing sense of dread. Xu Mixue, upon hearing Qin Feifei's call, glanced at Qin Lang with concern. It was unusual for Qin Feifei to reach out unless there was a serious issue. Something feels off at the birthday party. I'm feeling dizzy and weak, and there are several unfamiliar men in the room with me. I'm currently hiding in the restroom. In the locked restroom, Qin Feifei spoke softly, tears streaming down her face. She had only taken a small sip of the drink, yet it had such a strong effect. She feared that venturing out alone might result in a worse predicament. Who are these people? Shasha mentioned they were her boyfriend and his friends. A few seemed familiar from the film set. Stay hidden in the restroom for a while longer. Try to expel whatever you've ingested. Do not consume any more drinks or alcohol from there. It must be contaminated. I will be there shortly. Qin Lang's brow was knitted in concern, his heart racing. The symptoms were alarmingly reminiscent of his previous experiences. Feifei's friend's boyfriend is unreliable. She has likely fallen victim to their scheme. Honey, has something happened to Feifei? Xu Mixue inquired anxiously. Yes, I'm heading to pick her up now. Should we contact the police? Or perhaps call Lin Wu to join us? We're still unaware of the specifics. The police might not take action just yet. Let me check if Lin Wu is available. As Qin Lang donned his coat and made his way to the door, Xu Mixue, her expression filled with concern, accompanied him. Be careful and call me if anything happens. Return inside. The wind is strong at the door. Rest assured, get some sleep, and try not to worry too much. He turned back, embraced her tenderly, planted a kiss, then gently urged her inside, closing the door behind him. Once in the elevator, Qin Lang dialed Lin Wu. Oh, what are you up to? I just finished dinner at Ming Yao's place. What's going on? Feifei has been lured into a dinner party at Longmen Hotel, room 777. She might have been drugged. Can you accompany me? What the hell? Is this really happening? I'm on my way. Let's meet at the entrance of Longmen Hotel. Lin Wu readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. After all, Qin Lang's sister was his sister. He certainly had to extend his assistance. What is the matter? Shen Mingyao emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of grapes. Qin Lang's cousin, Qin Feifei, has encountered some trouble, and I need to go help her for a bit. I shall return shortly. Lin Wu embraced her tightly and planted a kiss on her lips. I will await your return. Wear that alluring lace camisole you adore this evening. Shen Mingyao wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered softly in his ear. All right, I shall be quick. You prepare yourself and await my return. Lin Wu took a deep breath, unwilling to delay any further, donned a jacket, and hurriedly exited. At the entrance of the Longmen Hotel, as Qin Lang parked the car, he spotted Lin Wu waiting for him. Oh, Qin Lang greeted him. Lang, do you know whose gathering is happening today? I'm not quite sure whose it is specifically. Then what should we do? Should we just barge in? We're uncertain of the other party's background. Let us first assess the situation. As they conversed, they entered the hotel lobby, where a voice echoed from the kitchen. 777. Dishes are ready. Two female servers then wheeled out a cart to fetch the food. An idea suddenly struck Qin Lang as he grasped Lin Wu's arm, trailing behind the two servers preparing to serve the dishes. At a corner, Qin Lang caught up with them. Ladies, the 777 private room is for my friend's birthday, and we wish to surprise her. May we borrow your uniforms and hats? We shall serve the dishes for you. Qin Lang leaned against the wall, flashing what he believed to be his most charming smile, attempting to enchant them with his allure. Lin Wu, wide-eyed beside him, marveled at this audacious tactic. This might not work. Our hotel has regulations. Although the servers blushed at Qin Lang's flirtation, they remained steadfast in their professional duties. How about this? Qin Lang produced several crisp red bills from his pocket and handed them to the two servers. It's not entirely impossible. We are indeed wearing skirts. Are you certain you want to wear them? One of the older servers brightened at the sight, eagerly accepting the red bills and tucking them into her pocket. The other server glanced at her and quietly followed suit. Absolutely certain, Qin Lang nodded vigorously. In these times, it is indeed the man with the red bills who captivates the masses. Soon, they pushed the cart into an unoccupied storage room, retrieving two spare server uniforms for the duo. You may change here. We will keep watch at the door. Lang, are you certain you wish to wear this? Lin Wu grimaced, pinching the sheer stockings between his fingers, a look of distaste upon his face. This was a tarnishing of his illustrious reputation. Perhaps you should wait outside and keep an eye out while I assess the situation. As Qin Lang spoke, he began to undress. On second thought, let us stick together through thick and thin. If one must don women's attire, we shall both wear it. Lin Wu took a deep breath, resolved to embrace this predicament. Fortunately, the cuisine at the hotel is quite delightful, and the two waitstaff are rather plump. Despite their size, they manage to squeeze into their uniforms. Remarkably, Alung possesses a certain charm, though he is somewhat tall. Yet, something seems to be lacking with the addition of these two. Perfection would be achieved. Lin Wu seized two plump, snow-white dumplings and stuffed them into Qin Lang's collar. Come on, you should have a couple as well. Stop being so hesitant, Qin Lang retorted, reciprocating by placing 2 dumplings into Lin Wu's collar. Lin Wu embraced the dumplings, adjusting their position with satisfaction. Now everything was in place, and he flashed a broad smile. Qin Lang activated his phone's camera, concealing it within the decorations of a dish. With their hats and masks donned, the two swayed their ample backsides as they made their way toward the 777 private room. Chapter 88. A perfect resolution knock. Knock, knock. Qin Lang rapped upon the door of room 777. Time to serve the dishes. Lin Wu mimicked a woman's voice as he called out. The door swung open, revealing a haze of smoke within. It was evident that this was no respectable gathering. A few notable figures from the circle were present, and, thankfully, Qin Lang had refrained from acting impulsively. Among them were 2 young women who appeared to be underage, perhaps not even 18. What a disgraceful scene. Qin Lang's gaze fell upon Qin Feifei, who sat with her hands clasped over her head, utterly despondent, and he also spotted Sha, who had nearly cost him dearly in the past. Once again, it seemed Sha was up to no good, intent on settling both old and new scores this evening. It wasn't that Qin Lang was incapable of confronting them. Rather, they were all public figures within the same circle, and to maintain his standing, he had to exercise restraint. Evidence was paramount, and tonight would reveal whether they would face justice. As Qin Lang pushed the cart and served the dishes, he positioned one plate, containing a phone set to airplane mode, an optimal angle. Oh, those legs on the waitress are quite long, albeit a tad stocky. Suddenly, a man brazenly reached out and touched Qin Lang's thigh as he served. Struggling to contain his rage, Qin Lang nearly thrust the dish into the man's face. Impulse could be a devil. He had to endure for the sake of gathering proof. What are you thinking? Don't stir trouble. Let them finish serving and leave quickly. Another man grumbled, his displeasure evident. When Qin Lang served the final dish of cold jellyfish, he deliberately moved closer to Qin Feifei, feigning a misstep and spilling the saucy dish all over her. My apologies. Let me help you change, he said, gently assisting her to her feet. What's going on? Can't you serve properly? Bring your manager here. A man nearby shouted. The cold dish splattered on her, jolted Qin Feifei back to reality. With reddened eyes, she looked up and was surprised to see Qin Lang, who had arrived rather swiftly. She had just purged her stomach in a restroom and washed her face, so she was somewhat alert, though physically drained. Earlier, her thirst had prompted her to consume some juice before the gathering commenced. It's all right. I'll just change my clothes, she replied, her prior feelings of distress and fear dissipating as she leaned against Qin Lang for comfort. Discreetly, Qin Lang dipped his fingers into Qin Feifei's glass of juice as he guided her out of the room. Lin Wu hurriedly intervened to smooth over the situation, tidying up before wheeling the cart out of the private room. Qin Lang led Qin Feifei into the vacant adjacent room, settling her onto a chair. Lin Wu returned the small cart to the 2 waitresses and retrieved their garments. Once they had changed, he returned the waitress's clothing. Lang, what shall we do now? Lin Wu inquired. Let us call the police. It's clear they've drugged them, Qin Lang replied, rinsing his mouth with a glass of water. He had discreetly dipped his fingers into the drinks of several girls earlier, and upon tasting them in the adjoining room, he realized something was amiss. The eloquence of one's tongue is not to be underestimated. In this moment, we cannot abandon those girls. We must promptly alert the authorities to apprehend the culprits. How despicable these creatures are. I yearn to deliver a decisive blow to them. As Lin Wu cursed vehemently, he swiftly retrieved his phone to call the police. Although the industry is rife with chaos, there exists a distinction between consent and coercion. The deceitful act of drugging individuals is the most contemptible of all. I share your sentiments. Yet violence is against the law. We shall allow the police to handle them shortly, Qin Lang remarked, furrowing his brow. Clenching his fist, he felt even more anger than Lin Wu. Yet the thought of his wife and children awaiting his safe return quelled his impulse. Indeed, the presence of women tempered his readiness for conflict, but he willingly accepted this vulnerability, embracing the role of a considerate and adaptable man. Upon receiving the report, the police arrived promptly, taking all the men from room 777 into custody and escorting them into a patrol car. The girls were also transported to the hospital. As the officers began to secure the scene and collect evidence, Qin Lang went to room 777 to explain the situation to the police. He successfully reclaimed his phone, handing over the video footage to the authorities. Subsequently, Qin Lang and Lin Wu departed the hotel, taking Qin Feifei to the hospital. At the hospital, Qin Lang sat on a bench, noting the late hour. "Thank you for today, oh. You should head back now. Don't keep Ming Yao waiting. I can manage here. I owe you a meal and drink sometime soon," he said to Lin Wu. "All right then, call me if you need anything," Lin Wu replied, relieved that the matter was resolved, eager to return home. Meanwhile, Ming Yao was likely waiting for him to return and engage in some exercise. "Feifei, would you like to stay at my place for a while?" Qin Lang asked, glancing at Qin Feifei in the hospital bed, concerned about her staying alone outside. "No, thank you, brother. My manager, Sister Zhang, has arranged for me to join a training program at the company, which provides accommodation. I can move in tomorrow," she replied. "It's getting late, and I have no further obligations here. You should return home. Otherwise, your sister-in-law may struggle managing 2 children alone." Qin Feifei expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Qin Lang, realizing that without him, the situation could have escalated dramatically. She had not anticipated that her friend's boyfriend would be so unreliable. It seemed the entertainment industry was fraught with peril, and she needed to tread carefully. Fortunately, Qin Lang had always looked after her and facilitated her entry into a reputable company. With a positive reputation, her manager, Zhang Huiyin, would likely provide a more stable environment, allowing her to focus on learning and honing her craft. "Very well, call me if you need anything," Qin Lang said, feeling reassured that Qin Feifei was all right, yet still concerned about Xu Mixue. After conveying a few final instructions, he decided to return home. "Ding! Congratulations on making the right decision. You have profoundly understood that love can be both a vulnerability and a shield. The system has been upgraded and enhanced. Ding! Reward, 100,000 in cash. Ding! Congratulations. You have received a vial of good fortune elixir. A good actor? Can one truly become a great performer merely by consuming an elixir? What then is the purpose of skill? Ding! You are overthinking it. It is not merely about being a good actor, but rather about possessing a captivating charm, the allure of one's gaze and the serendipity that accompanies it. When someone perceives you at first glance, a sense of comfort emerges, enhancing their favorable impression of you. Ah, I see now. It is akin to having an amiable presence among strangers, is it not? Indeed, it transcends that notion, reaching a more elevated stature. Unmatched. The system has indeed considered this with remarkable thoroughness, exuding an impressive authority. Of course, it is merely a touch of grandeur, nothing more than a subtle flourish. Extraction. Extraction. Every devoted fan begins as a mere passerby, while diehard enthusiasts can only establish the baseline for viewership and box office. It is the charm among the masses that can elevate a work's popularity and financial success. By consuming this potion, does one not become a fated individual destined for greatness? In that instant, he felt that donning women's attire had not been in vain, and the struggles endured were not without merit. The system is truly everlasting. Extraction successful. May you soon ascend to the pinnacle of your life. He retrieved the potion, held his breath, and gulped it down in one swift motion, relishing the familiar taste. Chapter 89. Naming the baby at 11 o'clock in the evening. In the Jiangjing community, Qin Lang quietly opened the door to his home, careful not to disturb Xu Mixue and their baby. "Darling." As soon as he entered, he noticed Xu Mixue nestled on the couch under a warm yellow light, wrapped in a blanket, engrossed in a painting tutorial. Upon seeing Qin Lang return, she tossed aside the blanket, rushed towards him, and playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, snuggling into his embrace. "Husband, you're finally back." Qin Lang quickly supported her, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Didn't I tell you over the phone that everything was fine? You should have gone to sleep." "No, I couldn't sleep without you to warm the bed." She pouted, her delicate shoulder strap slipping to one side, revealing her smooth, fair skin and a glimpse of springtime beauty. "All right, my dear wife. I'll take a quick hot shower and then warm your side of the bed." He stole a kiss from her radiant skin. "Haha, that tickles. Let us take a bath together. I've filled the tub." She giggled, shivering with delight against him. "How did you know I would return at this hour?" "I guessed. I knew once everything was all right, you would come back right away. Her expression radiated confidence and pride, stemming from her unwavering trust in him. My wife is the smartest. Come on then. Unable to resist, Qin Lang kissed her again and carried her towards the spacious bathroom. Taking a bath on a cold day is indeed a pleasurable experience. The bathtub was filled with steaming hot water, adorned with pink rose petals, instantly dispelling the chill from his body, leaving him warm and comfortable. Darling, let me help you. She slid off him, deftly removing his coat. Then she lifted a corner of his shirt, playfully draping it over his head, plunging him into darkness. Don't move. She pressed him against the wall, lowering her head to shower him with delicate kisses. He thought to himself, goodness, in this darkness? He obediently stood against the wall, marveling at his wife's skills. In a flurry, his pants fell to the floor. This is intolerable. He swiftly pulled the shirt from his head, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her fervently, his hands expertly exploring her, determined to make her cry out tonight. Don't be hasty. Let us bathe first. I'll give you a massage. She raised her hand to cover his mouth, halting his advance. Just apply pressure at those points. The rest can be playful. He embraced her, dipping into the tub, causing splashes as water overflowed. Where? Here? What was that fairy doing? She flashed him a mischievous smile. No, don't remove it. Just be gentle. His wife had certainly learned some mischief. I'm a bit scared. All right, she leaned against him. Delightful, truly splendid. I recently watched a film titled Journey to the West, from which I gleaned a few insights. Would you care to give a try? She whispered softly into his ear. Should I arrange for you to have a flying apparatus as well? He swallowed hard. His wife's practical application of knowledge was indeed commendable. That technique is rather advanced. Let us try something simpler today, she remarked with a mischievous grin. No, dear, you've taken a turn for the worse. Let us stick to something more conventional. He playfully pinched her cheek, drawing her into his embrace for a kiss. Very well. Please indulge yourself. She extended her delicate hand toward him. The following content is superfluous. Feel free to imagine it. At home in the Jiangjing community. Husband, please lock away your peculiar gadgets and those clothes. Tomorrow, the crew from Happy Home will be coming to film at our residence. Xu Mixue, cradling her eldest, was nursing while Qin Lang was changing the youngest diaper. Can they really film in our bedroom? Wasn't it stated that they would only be shooting in the living room and kitchen? They won't film the children's faces, will they? What if they accidentally catch a glimpse? Hurry, heed my words, put everything away. Very well. After changing the youngest diaper, Qin Lang stowed all private treasures in the safe. The youngest lay in the crib, waving his little hands and kicking his tiny feet, striving to grasp the mobile hanging above. Darling, the eldest is indeed growing smoother and has developed double eyelids. He resembled a little old man when he was born. Xu Mixue tidied up the large white rabbit, carefully wiping away the remnants of milk from the eldest's mouth. She gazed at the cherubic face of her child, filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. It was she who nurtured the baby to this size. She felt as if she were seeing a reflection of her younger self. As they grow and begin to speak, they will become even more endearing. Qin Lang remarked with a smile in his eyes. Yes, at present, they seem to do nothing but eat and sleep, resembling little piglets. Shall we give them nicknames? Xu Mixue envisioned the baby calling her mama with a tender voice, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Qin Lang sat beside her, embracing both mother and child, saying, with babies of this size, you can name them. I am hopeless at naming. The eldest shall be named Qin Cheng. And how about Little Orange for a nickname? She nestled the eldest against his chest. Yes, quite adorable. What about the youngest? The youngest shall be named Qin Bing. With a nickname Little Bing Bing? Perhaps something cuter. Let us stick with the fruit theme like his brother. How about Little Grape? With eyes as dark and round as a purple grape? Yes, that sounds lovely. Qin Lang leaned down to kiss her. The following day, at home in the Jiangjing community, Qin Lang rose early to tidy the home meticulously, preparing fruits and snacks. Around 9 o'clock, Sister Zhang arrived at the house with the production team. After a round of pleasantries, they agreed on the shots to be filmed, which revolved around the portrayal of daily life as per the script. The scenes included Qin Lang preparing a heartfelt meal for Xu Mixue, followed by the two feeding each other. Additionally, Qin Lang was to wash the baby's clothes and the couple would change the baby's diapers together. They aimed to showcase a loving and sweet marital dynamic, with plenty of humorous and heartwarming moments from their everyday life to reenact. The head of the production team patiently explained the general arrangement of script. For some reason, he found Qin Lang particularly agreeable at first glance, and his tone softened as he spoke. This was essentially a natural performance for them. I must tell you, Qin Lang cooks exceptionally well. He is the one who prepares meals at home. As for taking care of the child, there was no need for acting. Sister Zhang, smiling, seized the opportunity to praise Qin Lang, remarking that he appeared especially charming today. Meanwhile, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue quietly intertwined their fingers, sharing a sweet glance and unable to suppress their smiles. Chapter 90. Sharing dog food together. Qin Lang and Xu Mixue had grasped the essence of their role, to express their affection openly and lavishly, a task they were well equipped to undertake. To enhance the show's entertainment value, the production team inquired if they could commence filming from the moment they woke. Exchanging knowing smiles, they consented. Fortunately, Xu Mixue had anticipated this, averting any potential awkward encounters. Dressed in cozy couple-esque loungewear, Qin Lang and Xu Mixue reclined on their spacious bed. The camera zoomed in to capture the heartwarming sight of Xu Mixue nestled sweetly in Qin Lang's embrace, peacefully asleep. Rising, Qin Lang proceeded to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Upon finishing, he instinctively prepared toothpaste for Xu Mixue and poured her a glass of warm water. The cameraman captured a close-up of the handsome Qin Lang post-wash, exuding charm. The lens then shifted to the water cup and the toothpaste-laden toothbrush, a tender detail that radiated warmth. As was his custom, Qin Lang entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. With the camera trailing behind him, clad in an apron, he focused intently on cooking, his profile strikingly handsome, a casual shot revealing an idol-like charisma. In the entertainment industry, possessing a flawless visage was indeed a divine blessing. The cameraman silently praised him, thinking that with such stunning looks, once the show aired, Qin Lang would undoubtedly achieve fame. Inundated with offers and endorsements. "What delectable dishes have you prepared, my love?" Xu Mixue asked as she embraced him from behind. "Yam and lean meat porridge, shrimp and egg custard, and crispy pan-fried dumplings. Be careful, they're hot. Please help me serve the dumplings," he replied. Qin Lang plated the dumplings, their aroma wafting through the air. Xu Mixue lifted the plate, inhaling deeply before placing it on the dining table. The cameraman, unable to resist, swallowed hard, the scent truly enticing. The camera focused closely. The crispy dumplings glistened golden, their skin thin and flaky. The yam and lean meat porridge, along with the shrimp and egg custard, displayed an inviting color and an irresistible aroma. It was clear that no staging was necessary. Qin Lang truly knew how to cook. "This egg custard is so silky. You must try it," Xu Mixue said, scooping a spoonful of shrimp and egg custard to feed Qin Lang. "Food tastes even better when fed by my wife," he replied with a smile, eagerly accepting the custard. "I'll now taste this crispy dumpling, but be cautious, it's hot," Qin Lang said, expertly holding a dumpling in one hand while supporting it with the other to catch any drips. After cooling it slightly, he offered it to Xu Mixue's lips. Their sweetness felt effortless, devoid of pretense, their gazes locked in mutual adoration. The screen overflowed with their palpable affection, eliciting envy from the cameraman, who thought that if this were an act, they would deserve an Oscar on the spot. Tears of envy trickled from his eyes as the camera finished its capture. Several members of the production team gazed at the bountiful spread on the table with gleaming eyes. Having only nibbled on a couple of buns for breakfast, they salivated at the sight. "How long did you simmer the porridge? Would you care to taste?" Qin Lang inquired, noting their obvious longing. "We shall not be polite, then," the producer replied, licking his lips. In no time, the group devoured every last morsel of breakfast. The director licked his lips and addressed Qin Lang, saying, "The flavor is exquisite. Would you be interested in participating in a culinary program?" Qin Lang nodded in response. "If the schedule permits, I would be delighted." "Very well. I shall contact you when we commence filming for the next episode." The director, already envisioning a culinary show featuring dishes prepared by Qin Lang, was eager for the opportunity. As the scene of mutual feeding concluded, the focus shifted to Qin Lang washing dishes. While he scrubbed, Xu Mixue was peeling an apple beside him. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Ah, darling, I've cut myself." Setting aside the knife and apple, she clutched her left hand tightly. With a clatter, the dish Qin Lang was drying slipped from his hands and shattered into several pieces in the sink. "Let me see. Where are you hurt?" His face filled with concern as he grasped her left wrist, anxious to assess the severity of her injury. "Here, my heart is with you." Xu Mixue gradually opened her hand to reveal a heart drawn in lipstick on her palm. "My dear, you nearly frightened me to death. Please, no more surprises like this. My heart can't take it." Qin Lang enveloped her in a tight embrace, his heart racing. "I'm sorry. I want to do it again." Xu Mixue could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his heart and felt a twinge of regret for her playful jest. To express her contrition, she wrapped her arms around his neck and bestowed a sweet, warm kiss upon him. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushed, realizing the presence of so many onlookers and the camera trained on them. Was this appropriate? Yet, dismissing his reservations, after all, they were legally wed, he closed his eyes, cradled her face, tilted his head, and passionately reciprocated her affection. This scene ignited excitement among the production crew, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. More drama, more drama. They cheered, recognizing that this was the first genuine kiss of the Scream Queen. Truly sensational. Following this, the couple exchanged fruit, and Qin Lang patiently guided Xu Mixue in painting, their interactions with their children exuding sweetness throughout. The director could not help but exclaim, "They are the epitome of a model couple. Their authenticity is enviable." Such realism would be deemed too idealistic for a drama. Every shot of Qin Lang and Xu Mixue was flawless, requiring no post-editing. 2 days of footage would suffice. If they continued filming beyond that, the episode would exceed broadcasting time. Each moment was too precious to discard. Love should be shared by all. When one genuinely loves another, their gaze instinctively gravitates towards the beloved, a sentiment that cannot be concealed. The crew, having recorded a full day, felt thoroughly satiated by the couple's affection. The honey couple indeed required no script. Their natural chemistry was sweet beyond measure. Every small detail endured scrutiny and stood the test of time, all achieved in merely 2.5 days. The recording of the program at the House of Happiness has concluded, with the production team strategically filming before and after meal times, ensuring they depart only after satisfying their appetites. There is no denying that Qin Lang's culinary creations are exceptionally delectable. Should he open a restaurant as a head chef, his business would undoubtedly flourish. One cannot help but envy Xu Mixue for being able to indulge in such exquisite dishes daily, given the delightful meals they have shared. The production crew will surely sing praises of Qin Lang and Xu Mixue whenever inquired. Furthermore, the couple's amiable nature is truly commendable. They exhibit no airs of superiority, which is a rarity indeed. In the Jiangjing community, atop the rooftop garden, soft clouds drift lazily, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carries a slight chill. A few beams of tender sunlight cascade upon them, warming their skin, and before they realize it, the coolness of autumn has arrived. Qin Lang squats in front of a rabbit hutch, feeding 2 floppy-eared rabbits. "Darling, I've found you," Xu Mixue calls from behind Qin Lang, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning against his back. Chapter 91. The bunnies have arrived. Are you not feeling cold? Go put on some pants and come back. I have something wonderful to show you. The mornings and evenings of autumn can be quite chilly. We mustn't let you catch a cold. Qin Lang glanced back at her, gently caressing her smooth, fair calf before playfully patting her pert behind. Her long hair brushed against his ear, tickling him slightly, and the softness of her back was irresistible. "All right," she said, planting a kiss on his cheek before heading off to change. Shortly after, she returned wearing a cozy, plush princess pajama set. "What is this wonderful thing? It can't be that the bunny has given birth, can it?" She perched herself in front of the rabbit cage, her round almond-shaped eyes wide with curiosity as she observed the once round belly of the rabbit, which indeed appeared to have flattened. "Yes, it has given birth to 6 little ones. Let me show you." Qin Lang chuckled as he donned a pair of gloves, carefully lifting the cover of the nest. Wow! The tiny, hairless creatures, their eyes still closed, resembled newborn mice, albeit with shorter tails. Since they are all rodents, they will soon look different. How do you know what baby mice look like? When I was young, in my grandmother's attic, there was an old cabinet. My curiosity got the better of me, and when I pulled open a drawer, I discovered a nest of baby mice. A larger mouse scurried past my feet, and I screamed, crying for quite some time. Why be afraid? I've seen online that people eat newborn mice. They call them three chirps. Oh my, please do not say such things. It's too horrifying. Xu Mixue shuddered, covering her ears, finding this far more terrifying than gazing at the stars. All right, I won't mention it again. In a couple of days, the little bunnies will grow fur and become adorable. Noticing her distress, he quickly fell silent and embraced her. Is it really that fast? Indeed. Would you like to reward the mother rabbit with some food? Qin Lang covered the nest and handed her a stalk of celery from the side. Yes, rabbits eat so quickly. It's quite impressive. Xu Mixue accepted the celery, feeding the rabbit while gently stroking its soft, white fur. The ears of the floppy-eared rabbit were both fluffy and comforting to the touch. Just as she was about to feed another rabbit, she noticed it munching on its own droppings. Startled, she exclaimed, "Oh no, why is the other rabbit eating its own poop? Let it be. This behavior is normal and indicates its good health." Qin Lang reassured her, holding her hand to stop her. "Why, isn't that quite dirty?" Xu Mixue asked, perplexed. "That is the rabbit's soft feces, rich in B vitamins, protein, and plant fiber, akin to ruminating. Do not interfere, as it could disrupt its digestive process and affect its normal growth and health." "Ah, I see. You know so much, my husband. Did I not mention that I raised rabbits at my grandmother's house when I was young? I researched a bit to care for these two, so I have learned a thing or two. But what if they reproduce so quickly? Will our garden be overrun? After giving birth to this litter, it would be wise to consider sterilization or separate feeding." Qin Lang pondered aloud, acknowledging that having too many is indeed a significant concern. "Well, it seems we must proceed this way." She nodded in agreement. "Let us go downstairs for a meal. The baby should be waking up soon." Qin Lang rose to wash his hands. "Oh dear, my legs are numb. Carry me," she said, wrapping her arms around her legs and playfully sulking. "All right, I shall carry you," he replied with a smile, unable to resist teasing her as he watched her crouch down. He bent down and scooped her up as one would a child, heading down the stairs. "Ah, you're so naughty. I'm not a child. I want a princess carry, not this. Put me down." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she puffed out her cheeks and wrapped an arm around his neck to protest. "Haha, this is still a carry. If you give me a kiss, I shall put you down and switch to a princess carry." He laughed, his eyes crinkling with amusement as he leaned closer. "You wish. You bully me and expect a kiss? You shall be punished to sleep in the guest room tonight." She pouted, gently tugging at his earlobe. "Please, my dear wife, I shall immediately switch to a princess carry. Who will warm your little feet at night without me? I cannot sleep without you wrapped around my waist." He quickly set her down, then lifted her into a proper princess carry. "Really? You can't sleep without me holding you?" she teased, wrapping her arms around his neck and running her fingers through the slightly prickly hair at the back of his head, finding it quite pleasant. Her husband was truly handsome, even from this angle. She reminisced about how he would warm her cold little feet between his thighs. It was far more effective than a hot water bottle, almost like a naturally heated leather source. In such a short time, she had grown accustomed to his warmth and heartbeat, and without him, she truly found it difficult to sleep. "Indeed, and coupled with some pre-sleep exercises, I sleep exceptionally well," he nodded enthusiastically. "The key is the pre-sleep exercises. Without that, the dreams I have are quite vivid," he added, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "With our daily exercises, do you think you can keep up?" "They say even an ox can be worked to death," she said, a worried expression adorning her face. "Should we buy some goji berries, oysters, or chives to supplement your strength?" "Not all. We are newlyweds. If it weren't for your endurance, I could manage 3 times a day," he replied playfully. "Goodness, 3 times a day? I couldn't handle that. I'd end up walking like a duck, and wouldn't there be some adverse effects?" She shook her head, her face flushed, shyly burying her head in his chest. "Haha, I'm just teasing you. Once we are old married folks, a frequency of about 3 times a week will be quite healthy." Although the subject of pre-sleep exercises was quite private and somewhat embarrassing from a medical standpoint, Engaging in reasonable and healthy pre-sleep activities has numerous benefits. Oh, what benefits are those? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. It aids in body relaxation, muscle stretching, and promotes a sound sleep, he explained. You make a valid point. Are there any more benefits? She considered thoughtfully, nodding in agreement, recognizing that it indeed leads to physical and mental ease, resulting in a restful slumber. Enhancing the tension of the pelvic floor muscles can significantly ameliorate the symptoms of urinary incontinence. Such professionalism. What does it mean? It simply implies that muscles can indeed be exercised. With sufficient practice of tightening and relaxing, one can prevent the occurrence of urinary leakage postpartum. The benefits are manifold, and I fear you might find my discourse tedious. So let us dine. He placed her in a dining chair and poured her a glass of finely ground whole grains. How could I possibly find you tiresome? What you say is quite reasonable, and it makes me more eager for our pre-sleep exercises. She took a generous sip of the whole grains, savoring its delicate sweetness, truly delightful. As Qin Lang turned to fetch a custard bun and a red bean bun, he noticed she had developed a ring of grain around her mouth. You still claim you are not a child? He set down the plate with one hand while lifting her chin with the other, playfully licking the remnants of the whole grains from her lips into his own mouth. He then kissed her deeply, reveling in the sweet taste of whole grains that lingered. From now on, every time he savored whole grains, he would be reminded of her adorable and beautiful essence. What a wonderful thought. Chapter 92. A hard-at-home Annie will be able to come to work this afternoon, Xu Mixue remarked, taking a bite of her red bean bun. Oh, then I suppose I won't have to wash dishes or do laundry anymore. That feels a bit unusual, Qin Lang replied, unable to resist taking a bite from her bun, finding it even more delectable than before. I can't expect you to stay home every day, washing, cooking, and attending to us. A man should aspire to greatness beyond the confines of the household, while keeping his heart at home. Noticing his desire for more, Xu Mixue generously offered him the remaining pieces of her bun. Indeed, having an auntie's assistance is immensely convenient. When I'm busy, I can feel more at ease, and we can also indulge in some romantic outings. After finishing the last bite, Qin Lang couldn't help but lick her jade-like fingers, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise, her entire body quivering slightly. Let me first assess her, he suggested. Once she passes my scrutiny, we can decide